Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. My name is Bapi Ahmed, and in this particular video we'll be discussing about another amazing concept inside Python called list. List is nothing but it's a data type and data structure inside Python. As of now, we have discussed different data types inside Python like integer, float, boolean, strings, and so on, right? And that time I told you there are some more data types are available inside Python like list, tuple, dictionary, and sets. So we'll be discussing these are the data type one by one. So in this particular video, I'll discuss this particular list actually data type inside Python. So we also call this particular list as a data structure inside Python. Okay, because the way actually it stores the data. Okay, this is a completely different from your integer, string, and float, right? So if you complete this particular video, each and everything would be clear about the list. There won't be any kinds of doubt. I'll make sure. The way actually I'm going to show you this particular list concept inside Python, everything would be clear in your mind. So make sure you watch this particular video till the end. And after completing this particular video, if you have any kinds of doubt, so feel free to comment in the comment section. Definitely your doubt would be resolved. So first of all, let's try to see what are the things we're going to cover in this particular list concept. So guys, here you can see, so these are the topic actually we're going to cover inside this particular list. So definitely, first of all, we'll be discussing about like what is list. So here I'll try to give you the detailed introduction of this particular list. Then we'll see like what is the difference between list and array. See, in other programming language, we call this particular list as arrays. Like C, C++, Java. In this particular programming, we call this particular concept as arrays. If you are already from like other programming background, I think you already know like what is arrays, right? But in Python, we call this particular concept as list. Okay, not arrays. I'll show you some difference between list and arrays. Then this particular concept will be more clear. Like what is the functionality inside list and what are the functionality inside arrays and how they stores the data inside a memory. Okay, I'll discuss each and everything. Then we'll discuss the characteristics of a list. Then we'll see like how we can create a list. Then we'll see like how we can access any kinds of item from a list with the help of index. Then we'll see like how we can edit items in a list. Then we'll see like how we can delete any kinds of item from a list. Then we'll be learning different operation on top of this particular list. Then we'll be discussing about like list method, like list inbuilt functions and method. Then we'll be also learning about list comprehension. Okay, so these are the topic actually we'll be covering one by one in detail. And after completing these are the topic, definitely there won't be any kinds of doubt inside this particular list concept. And going forward, whenever you will be using this particular list in your programming, definitely you can use this particular concept very easily. So first of all, let's discuss what is list exactly. So you can see list is nothing but list is a data type where you can store multiple items under one name. More technically, list act like a dynamic arrays, which means you can add more items on the fly. Okay, now here you can see I have given one example. So L is a list, and inside this particular L, I have stored you can say multiple items. Okay, you can see inside L I have stored multiple items. So as of now, we saw in a variable we can only store one value. Okay, I think you saw integer, float, then string. We only can store one value. But here list is a different kinds of actually data type. What you can do inside a variable, that means inside a name, you can store multiple items. You can store multiple items, and this particular item can be any kinds of data type. Okay, you can see the first item it's an integer, second item it's a string, third item it's a float, and the last item you can see it's a list. That means list itself you can also store inside a list. That is also possible here. It's like very powerful data structure, very powerful data type. Okay, inside Python. And whenever you define any kinds of list and you store items inside a list, automatically again it will create an index. The things we have learned in our string, I think remember, whenever you define any kinds of string, by default Python will create an index, okay, of each and every character. So similar wise in list also it will create an index. You will see that this particular 20 is present at the index 0, then 1, then 2, then 3. Okay, because in programming from 0 your count has started, right? That's how actually it will also assign the index from 0 to so on. Like how many items you will be present in that particular list, so that many of index number would be present there. Okay, this is the idea. Let's see if I want to access this particular 20. So how I can access? I'll just write L this particular let's say square bracket, and inside that I need to pass the index number of that particular item. Okay, now you can see index number is 0, and if you give it 20 will come from this particular list. Okay, this is the idea. Just give me some time. I'll show you how we can access the item from a list. Okay. So first of all, I will discuss why this particular list are required inside programming and why it is so important. So let's say you are working with Zomato company. I think you know Zomato is a food delivery company. Okay, Zomato company. and your task is to collect all the ratings, okay, all the ratings provided by the, let's say, user, okay, for some specific food. So your manager told you to collect all the ratings and store this particular ratings in a variable. Now just try to think how you are going to store let's say those ratings. Let's say in Zomato there are 100, let's say there are 100 actually users, okay, there are 100 users. So you have to collect all the 100 ratings and you have to store in a variable. Okay, so I think you are thinking I can store like that. Let's say user 1, okay, user 1 equal to, let's say, rating, this particular user has given, let's say, 7.5. okay, then I'll create another variable user 2. Let's say he or she has given 8.5, or let's say user 3, let's say they have given, let's say, 9.5, and so on, okay, till 100. Okay, user 100, you will create this particular variable, okay, and you will store the rating. Let's say he or she has given, let's say, 10 rating. Okay, so that's how you are thinking to create 100 variable. But do you really think it's an efficient way? It's an efficient way to store all the ratings here? Definitely not, because you have to create 100 variable here. Now just try to consider in Zomato, let's say 1000 user has increased. Okay, 1000 user have increased. Now what you will do? Okay, you have to create 1000th variable that time. So it's not an efficient way to store this particular ratings here. So what I can do, I can simply use this particular list type data structure. So here what I can do, I can simply create a list. Let's say list name is user is equal to, and if you want to define a list, you have to use this particular square bracket. Okay, I think I showed you that particular example, this particular square bracket, and inside that you will store all the ratings. Let's say 7.5, then let's say 8.5, let's say 9.5, and so on. Okay, let's say till 100. Okay, till 100 you have stored all the value. Okay, now you can see inside only one variable, I'm able to store 100 ratings. I'm able to store 100 ratings instead of creating 100 separate variable. Okay, see, this is the efficient way to store this particular ratings. So whenever you will be creating this kinds of real-time application, well, whenever you will be creating this kinds of real-time product, so definitely you have to know how to store the data efficiently. Okay, and this is called data structure. Okay, this is called data structure inside Python also. Okay, structure. This is the way actually it is stored the data efficiently. Okay, so that means this particular list also can be called data type. Okay, also can be called data structure. Okay, data structure. Okay, both it can be called. Okay, I hope this part is clear now. So that's why this particular list data structure is very important inside Python, because it helps you to store the data in an efficient way. And trust me guys, whenever you will be creating different application, this particular list data structure you'll be using a lot. Okay, this particular list data structure you'll be using a lot. So make sure you are learning this particular concept in detail. Okay, and I'll make sure the way actually I'm going to teach you this particular list, there won't be any kinds of doubt. Okay, so now we'll just try to discuss the difference between array and list. Okay, see, in other programming language, I already told you, in C, C++, Java, we call this particular data structure as array, but in Python we call this as list. Okay, but there's some difference between this particular array and list. First of all, let me show you. See, whenever I'm talking about array, okay, it is having fixed size. Okay, fixed size. That means whenever you are defining any kinds of array, let's say, I think you remember in C how we used to define an array. Let's say, first of all, I'll define the type of the array. Okay, like what kinds of data, like what types of data it can store in that particular array. Let's say I want to store integer type data, and here I have to mention the array name. Let's say array name is equal to A. Now I have to define the size of that particular array. Let's say if I give 10, so it can only store 10 actually items inside this particular array. Now inside this particular curly bracket, I can store all the value. Let's say 1, 2, 3, ... 10. Okay, I can store this particular value. So that is how actually we usually define any kinds of array in other programming language. Okay, and it's a fixed size. Whenever you are creating this particular array, you have to define this particular size. Okay, it's a fixed size. Now let's say Now let's say you want to add another number in this particular array. So here it's not possible because you have already defined the size of that particular array and all the 10 number you have stored. So it won't be allowing you to store that particular additional number here. Okay, that is the problem with this particular array. Now the second things you will see inside array, it's a homogeneous. Okay, homogeneous. Homogeneous means you can only store one type data. That means if you have created integer type array, you can only store integer type data. So here you can't store any kinds of string type data. You can store any kinds of boolean type data. You can't store any kinds of float type data. It's not possible here because you have defined this particular array would be integer type. Okay, this is called homogeneous. You can only store one type data. Okay, one type data which can be, let's say, integer, which can be, let's say, boolean, which can be float. Let's say I want to store boolean type data. So what I have to do? I have to create another array. So the array type should be boolean. And here you can give any kinds of name, let's say B, and you have to define the size of this particular array. Let's say size is 5. Okay, now inside that you can store the value. Okay, so it can only store boolean type data. It can't store integer type data in this particular array. So this is called actually homogeneous. Okay, homogeneous. Speed of execution, it's fast. Okay, inside array it's fast and it takes less memory. Okay, less memory. So these are some actually characteristic of an array. Now let's try to discuss about list. So let me just write down list. So list is a dynamic, okay, dynamic size. It's not a fixed size, it's a dynamic size. Dynamic size means you can store as much as value you can. Let's say here I have defined a list. Let's say I'll define a list. Let's say L is equal to, this is going to be my list. So here you don't need to pass any kinds of size. You don't need to assign any kinds of size of this particular list. You can directly just write L is equal to, and you can define the list. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, and so on. Okay, let's say this is my list. Now let's say in future I want to add some more number. Let's say I want to add 6 and 7. What I will do, I'll just extend this particular list. Okay, it can easily store this at the number as well. Let's say 6 and 7. Okay, 6 and 7. That means there is no fixed size. Okay, there is no fixed size. You can store as much as value you can. And how it is storing this particular value in the memory, I'll tell you. Okay, in detail I'll tell you how array is storing the value in the memory and how lists are storing data in the memory. I'll tell you each and everything. I'll tell you. So this is what actually dynamic. Now I think you got it. What is the difference between array and list? Array is a fixed size and list is a dynamic size. That means whenever you are initializing this particular array, you have to define the size of that particular array. And here you don't need to pass that particular size. It can store as much as value it can. Now there is another characteristic inside list. It's a heterogeneous. What is heterogeneous? It can store multiple data types. A list can store multiple data types. I think I showed you now one example. So here I think you remembered. I can store integer type data. I can store string type data. I can store float type data. Even I can also store the list type data itself. So any kinds of data I can store inside a list. Okay, there is no restriction. That's why it is called heterogeneous. Okay, this is called heterogeneous, but which is not possible inside array. Inside array you can only store one type data. Let's say you are storing integer type data, you can only store integer type data. You can't store any kinds of float type data there. Okay, so this is called homogeneous and this is called heterogeneous. And inside list, this speed of execution is a little bit slow. Okay, slower than array. I'll tell you why it is slower than array. And it takes more memory. Okay, more memory to store the value. Again, I'll tell you why it takes more memory, okay, than your array. So these are some difference between our array and list. I hope this part is clear right now. And now I think this particular definition is clear. List is a data type where you can store multiple items under one names. Okay, that means this is one variable. Inside that I can store multiple items. And more technically, list act like a dynamic array. Dynamic means you can store as many as value you can here. There is no fixed size. You can add more items on the fly. That means I already told you, you don't need to give any fixed size. Let's say you want to add more items. Immediately you can add that particular item inside a list. Okay, there is no restriction. So guys, now I'm going to show you how this particular array and list like store the value in the memory. Okay, what is the memory representation of this particular list and array? Okay, I think then this part would be more clear. Then this part would be clear why arrays execution is usually fast and why it takes less memory, and why list execution a little bit slow and why it takes more memory. Okay, so first of all, let me show you about the array, like how array stores in a memory. So let's say you are having one array, let's say int a. The size of the array is, let's say 4, and this is the array, let's say 1, 2, 3 and 4. Fine. Now whenever you define this particular code snippet in the memory, what will happen? It will create a memory block, okay, with size of 4. That means size of 4. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this particular value will be stored. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. This particular value will be stored. But see, this particular raw value won't be stored. Instead of that, it stores always the binary representation. Okay, binary representation of 1, 2, 3 and 4. So here I can write binary. Okay, binary number. And this particular memory block will have some of the address. Let's say the address is, let's say 1001, 100, let's say 4, 1006, 1008. It can be any kinds of number. It can be any kinds of random number. Fine. So this is the representation. Okay, this is the representation of an array in the memory. Okay, that's how one array can be stored in the memory. So here you can see, whenever I'm defining this particular array, it will create this particular memory block in a continuous manner. Okay, continuous manner. That means one after another. Okay, that means it follows the continuous order. Now let's try to see how list stores the data inside a memory block. So let's say here you are having one list. Let's say AL is equal to let's say 1, 2 and 3. So at the very first, what will happen? These are the value would be stored in a memory block, in an empty memory block. Let's say empty memory block means, let's say this is my memory, and there are so many blocks in the memory. I'm giving you a high level overview how things are working. It's not the actually drawing I'm doing. Just try to consider. See, memory can't be always empty, because in your system there would be so many software running. So definitely some memory block would be blocked already. Okay, with some other application, with some other data. Let's say this memory is blocked. This block is blocked. Okay, then this space is blocked. Then this space is also blocked. That's how some of the space would be blocked. Now, whenever I'm talking about empty block, let's say whenever you define this particular list 1, 2, 3. So what will happen? It will come here and it will look for where this particular let's say block is empty. So this particular block is empty. So it will come here and store 1 here. Okay, then it will look for this particular block is empty. Again, it will come here and store 2 here. Then this particular block is empty. It will come here and store 3 here. Okay, that's how it will store this. These are the item. So let me just draw it one by one. Let's say the address of this particular block is 500. Fine. And inside that it has stored 1. Fine. Now the next block, let's say the address of this particular block is, let's say 700. And inside that it is having, let's say 2. Now we can see 3 would be stored in another block. So let's say the address of this particular block is 800, and inside that I'm having 3. Fine. So that's how initially your value would be stored in the memory block. Now what will happen? You can see the size of this particular list is 3. So it will create 3 blocks. It will create 3 blocks. Fine. And inside this particular three block, it will store the address of the item. So that means the first address you can see it's 500. Second item address is 700. And the third item address is 800. And this block will have also some address. Let's say the address is 1001, 1002 and 1003. That means what is happening? Instead of directly storing these are the item, it is storing the address of that particular item. That means you can see this particular block is pointing to this particular block. This particular block is pointing to this particular block, and this particular block is pointing to this particular block. That means we call this particular array as a reference array. Okay, reference array, because it is storing the reference value. Okay, it is storing the reference value. Reference value means the address of the item. Okay, the address of the item. That means it is storing the reference value, or you can also call it as pointer. Pointer. This particular concept maybe you have learned in your C++ programming. What is pointer? Okay, so this is called actually pointer. It is pointing to this particular block. That is the idea. Now whenever I want to let's say access any kinds of value in this particular list, first of all I will go to this particular block, and this particular block will give me the address of this particular item. So it will go here, this is the address, and this particular value would be returned. Okay, this particular value would be returned. Okay, this is the idea. Now I hope you got it. What is the difference between this particular array representation and list representation? So array can be stored directly in the actually memory blocks. Okay, and it will create a continuous actually block. Inside that you can store the value, but inside list, instead of creating the direct value block, we just create a reference block. Okay, we can create a reference block, and we just try to map. Okay, we just try to map with the actually value block. You can see this is a value block, and it is pointing to this particular block. Now from this particular example, I think you are automatically getting why it is taking more memory. This particular list is taking more memory than your array. You can see it is creating two different blocks. That's why it's taking more memory. All right, it's taking two memory. It is storing value as well as the reference address of that particular value. And why this particular array speed is a little bit fast, because you can see you can directly access this particular value. You don't need to go to any reference actually address. That's why it's a little bit fast. But here if you see, if you want to get this particular value, first of all I need to go to this particular address, then again it will look for that particular address. That means the reference address of this particular value. That's why it's a little bit slower than your array. Now let me show you one amazing practical demo of this particular representation. I think then this particular concept will be more clear. So I'll go to my code editor, and here I'm going to just define a list. Let's say L is a list, and inside that I'm storing some value. Let's say 1, 2, 3. Now if you want to see the memory address of this particular L, that means this particular list. So what you can do, you can use this particular ID function. Okay, ID function, inside that you can pass this particular object, this particular list object. Now if I execute, it will show you the memory address of this particular list. So in this particular memory address, this particular list is stored. Now if you want to see why this particular one is stored, okay, in which address this particular one is stored, for this what you can do, I think I can use this print function. Inside that I can write now I want to see this particular one. So for this I'll just write L index 0. If I give L index 0, that means it's 1, right? Then if I want to see the 2, it would be 1. And if I want to see the 3, it would be 2. So with the help of index, actually I'm accessing these are the value one by one. Now if I see, if I execute this particular program, see this is my entire L memory address. That means the list memory address. And this is the address of the 1. This is the address of the 2. Okay, and this is the address of the 3. Now see what I will do, I'll just write ID of 1. I want to see in which address this particular 1 is stored. I also want to see the 2. I also want to see the 3. So instead of printing it, I can copy this particular code and I will execute at the second cell. Now you can see this particular number and this particular number is same. This particular number and this particular number is same, and this particular number and this particular number is same. That means what is happening whenever you define this particular list. So what will happen inside a memory block, it will first of all create some of the block and it will store the value, let's say 1. Then it will store, let's say 2, and it will store 3, and it will have some address, right? So let me take a new color. Now you can see this is the address number, the one address number. Okay, one address number is that. So I'll take the only last 3 numbers. So let's say 4, 3, 2. Then 2 address number is 4, 6, 4, and 3 address number is 4, 9, 6. Fine. Then what will happen? It will create a memory block. The size of your array, you can see it's 3. So 1, 2, and 3. And inside this particular block, it will store these are the address. That means 4, 32, 464 and 496. Fine. And this is my entire array. Okay, this is the entire array, and the address of this particular entire array is this number actually, 104. Fine. So whenever you are calling L0, that means you want to access the first item in that particular list. So what will happen? It will redirect here. Okay, it will redirect here in this particular location and it will return you 1. And whenever you are calling this particular one and you want to see like why this particular one is present, you can see it is giving you this particular address. It is giving you this particular address here, this particular address. Okay, so that's how actually this thing is working. I hope this particular practical is clear, how it is storing that particular value in the memory. Okay, the things I have showed you as a theoretical in my board. Now I think I also proven with the help of practical representation as well. Okay, so similar wise, whenever you are checking the 2 address, you can see it is printing 464, and whenever you are checking 3 address, it's printing 496. Okay, that's how it is storing the value inside memory. And how it is replacing that particular homogeneous, that means you can also store multiple data types here, because you can see, let's say you want to add any other type data, let's say you want to add A here. So what will happen? It will create another block, and inside that it will store A. Okay, and this will have some address. Let's say address is, let's say 900. Fine. And here one block would be created. And inside that it will store the address of that particular A. Okay, and it will point here. That means here you are not directly storing this particular item. Instead of that, you are storing this particular pointer, this reference value. Okay, that's how actually you can replace this particular homogeneous concept. You can store any kinds of data. And which is not possible inside array. Because array, you can see it will directly store this at the value. So here I can't create another block, and you can't actually store A here. It's not possible because you have mentioned it's an integer. Okay, you have mentioned it's an integer. I hope this part is clear now, right? Now the next thing we'll be discussing about why it is dynamic and how this particular dynamic works. Dynamic means you can add as much as value you can. And now I will show you how it will store these are the value. Let's say initially my array size is, so here I can write. So let's say L is an array, and here I am having, let's say 1, 2, and 3. So what will happen in the memory block? It will create 3 block, and it will store 1, 2, and 3. Fine. Now let's say I want to add 4 and 5 in this particular array. So what will happen? I can easily add 4 and 5. Now in the memory, what will happen? So it won't be replacing in this particular block. Let's say this is my block A. So it will create a copy of this particular block. That means the double size. That means let's say this is a 3 block. It will create another block which is size. The size would be 6. Double number block it will create. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what it will do? It will copy all the number one by one. 1, 2, 3, and it will store 2 number. The new number you have given, let's say 4 and 5. That's how it will do the copy operation. Okay, it will do the copy operation. It will create a copy with a double block size, right? Now let's say you want to add some more number. Let's say you want to add 6 and 7. Again, what will happen? It will create another copy. Let's say the block would be C. It will create another copy with that double size. It will copy all the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it will store 6 and 7. This 6 and 7. And so on. So in future, if you want to add some more value, again it will create a copy of this particular block with a double size, and it will store that particular value. Okay, so sometimes what happens, let's say you create a double block, but you don't use that particular block. Let's say this particular block is empty. So you are unnecessarily taking this space. Okay, unnecessarily taking the memory. So that's why list always takes more memory. Here I told you. And why speed is slow? Because of this particular operation. It will create a copy every time. Okay, it will create a copy different time, and it will copy all the value. Okay, in the new actually block. That's why this particular execution is a little bit slow than your array. I hope this part is clear right now. What is this particular dynamic and how this particular dynamic works? And I have proven all this particular statement one by one. Now let's try to see some characteristic of a list. Now you can see the first characteristic. It's a ordered collection. So let me show you why it is an ordered collection. Let's say L is a list, and here I'm storing some value. Let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's say this 3 value I'm having inside a list. So I can name it as L1, and I will take another list. Let's say L2. L2 is another list, and it is also having the same number. But what I can do, I can just change this particular number. Let's say 2 will come at the first, then let's say 3, then 1. Now if I just write L1, okay, L1 equal L2. Now just pause this particular video and tell me the output. What will be the output? It will be true or false. See, if I execute, it would be false. Why it is false? Because you can see it's not ordered. It's not an ordered collection. Although value are same inside this particular let's say list, items are same, 1, 2, 3 only. But this is not in the same order. You can see first of all 2 is coming, then 3, then 1. So that's why ordered is mattered. Okay, in the list. Then it's a changeable and mutable. So you can change any kinds of value inside this particular list. I'll tell you whenever I'll do the let's say edit operation. I'll tell you how we can change any kinds of value inside a list, how we can delete any kinds of value inside a list. Okay, I'll tell you each and everything. So it's a mutable, but in string we have learned string was immutable. We can't change anything inside a string, but in list actually you can change anything. That's why it's mutable. It's changeable. It's heterogeneous because you can store multiple type data, float, string, character, anything you can store here. Okay, that's why it's heterogeneous. It can have duplicates. Duplicates means, let's say you can also store duplicates value. Let's say you can also give 1, still it will work. Okay, now these are dynamic. Dynamic means you can add as much as value you can. I already proven. Okay, in my board, I think, remember. Can be nested. Nested means you can also store list inside a list. This is called nested. And items can be accessed. I told you item can be, let's say I want to access this particular 1. Okay, 1. So if I want to access this particular 1, I need to give the index of the 1, let's say 0. Now I can access this particular 1. That's why item can be accessed. Can contains any kinds of objects in Python. Okay, so whatever objects having inside Python, it can store any kinds of objects. Okay, inside a list. I'll tell you this particular part at the last of this particular discussion. So I hope guys this particular list introduction is clear. I have given the detailed introduction of this particular list. Even I showed you lots of things inside this particular list. And I think so far I have recorded a long video on this particular list. Okay, in this particular playlist. Now we'll see that how we can create a list, how we can access this particular list, how we can edit it, how we can delete it. Okay, an operation will be learning each and everything. So guys, now let's try to see how we can create a list. So here you can see I have mentioned different lists. Like these are the way actually we can follow to create a list. So the first approach you can see, we can create an empty list with the help of this particular square bracket. Let me show you. So let's say if I take a new cell and if I just write, let's say L is equal to this particular empty bracket. Now if I execute this particular program, see it's a empty list. So if I show you the type of L, it's a empty list. Okay, so if you want to create an empty list, that time you can use this particular square bracket. Okay, only empty square bracket, no need to give anything inside that. Now if you want to create a one-dimensional list, I think you know, like one-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, right? So in a list also we can create a one-dimensional list, two-dimensional list, and three-dimensional list, and so on. But we usually try to use till 3 to 4 dimensional, because as you go ahead it would be more complex. We don't use it. I have seen like people are using 3 to 4 dimensional list only. Okay, not like beyond that. You can see if I want to create a one-dimensional list, I can create like that. So I can copy this particular list and here I can mention, see, this is my one-dimensional list. Okay, this is my one-dimensional list. Now you can see inside this particular list we are having only integer type data. Now you just pause the video and tell me it's a heterogeneous or homogeneous. Yes, I think you are correct. It's a homogeneous because we are only storing one type data here. Okay, yes. Now if you want to mention two-dimensional list, you can mention like that. So inside the list actually you can take another list. This is called two-dimensional. Okay, two-dimensional. And now you can pause the video and let me know whether it's a heterogeneous or homogeneous. Yeah, it's a heterogeneous because you can see this is actually integer and this is actually list. Okay, this is integer, this is actually list. That means multiple data type you are storing. It's a heterogeneous. Now you can also create a three-dimensional list like that. And how you will identify whether it's a three-dimensional or not, you can see the first 3 bracket and the last 3 bracket. Okay, so how many bracket is coming at the first and last, we can consider like that. Let's say if it is coming 4, that means a 4-dimensional. Okay, and if it is coming 5, it's a 5-dimensional. Okay, that's how. So it's a 3-dimensional actually list. Now one heterogeneous example I will show you. See, this is one heterogeneous example. You can see in this particular list I'm storing integer, boolean, float, then a complex and string. Okay, all kinds of data actually I'm storing. It's a heterogeneous list. Now you can also do the type conversion to create a list actually. So there is a list function is there. Inside that if you give anything, it will convert that particular data to the list. Now let me execute this particular program. Let me show you all the output. You can see this is my empty list. This one my one-dimensional list. This is my two-dimensional list. This is my three-dimensional list. This is the heterogeneous, and this is the type conversion. Okay, you can see hello I have given it's a string type, and whenever I convert it to list, you can see all the individual character would be present as an item, okay, in this particular list. So these are the way actually we can follow to create a list. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So guys, the next topic we'll be learning how we can access any item from a list. For this actually I'm going to use this particular list. So here we'll be learning two things. Let me just mark down it. We'll be learning like how you can perform indexing. Okay, indexing, and we'll be performing the slicing. The same thing we have learned in our string. Okay, string also I think you remember. In string also we have learned this particular indexing and slicing. See why I prefer this particular Python, because see in Python all the syntax are same. Okay, all the let's say working mechanism are same. The things you have learned inside the string, the same thing can be also applied in the list also. The same thing can be also applied in the tuple also. Okay, same thing can be also applied in the let's say sets also. So everywhere you can perform this particular accessing operation. So here no need to teach anything new. The same thing we have used in our string, like slicing, then string indexing, that means the string manipulation, whatever we have learned, everything can be performed inside this particular list also. So let me show you one example. Let's say this is my list. Now let's say I want to access this particular 1. So if I want to access, what I have to do, I have to give the index of the 1. So I'll give inside this particular square bracket, index is 0. Now see, it will give me 1. Now let's say I want to access this particular 5. So what I will do, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So index number is 4. It will give me 5. So this is called actually positive indexing. Why positive? Because you are giving positive number. You are going left to right, left to right. Okay, whenever you are going left to right, it is called positive indexing. You can also perform negative indexing. Let's say I want to access this particular 5 with the help of negative indexing. What I will do, I'll give -1 that time. It will give me 5. If I want to, let's say, extract this particular 4, I'll give -2. It will give me 4. The same thing we have learned in your string. The same thing can be applied here also. So I'm not going to teach you this particular part, guys, in detail, because I already discussed this particular things in detail inside my string class. So whenever I was discussing about this particular string, okay, string, I think remember this particular notebook. So string in Python. So here I have already discussed this part. Let me show you. Here I have already taught you this particular concept, like how we can perform the indexing operation, the negative indexing, positive indexing, slicing, everything I taught you here. The same thing you can apply inside the list also. Nothing new. Got it? So this was my one-dimensional list. Now I will show you some of the example on top of this particular two-dimensional list. Okay, I will copy this particular two-dimensional list. I want to show you how we can access the two-dimensional list. Let's say this is my L2. This is my two-dimensional list. Fine. Now let's say here I want to access this particular 5. So how I can access this particular 5? So for this, first of all, what I have to do, I'll just call this particular L2. See, first of all, if you want to access this particular 5, first of all, you have to access this particular list. And what is the list position? You can see 0, 1, 2, 3. So at the 3 position, this list is present. Now if I just give 3, see, this particular list will come. This particular list will come. Okay. Now I want to extract this particular 5. I want to access this particular 5. And what is the index of this particular 5? You can see 0, 1. Now here I have to give another square bracket, and here I have to mention the index number. Now see, it will give me the 5. Okay. That's how we can access any kinds of two-dimensional list. Now let's say I want to extract this particular 4. What I'll give? I'll give 0 here. It will give me that particular 4. So first of all, you have to access this particular list. Then inside this particular list, whatever value you are having, you have to give this particular index. So this is for the first list. This is for the first list. This is for the second list. Okay, that's why it's called two-dimensional. Okay, two-dimensional list. I hope this part is clear. Now let me show you the 3D as well. So I'll copy this particular 3D. So you can also do the same thing with the help of negative indexing. For this, what you can do, L2. Let's say I want to take this particular list. So this is at the last position. I'll give -1. It will give me that particular list. Now I'll access this particular 5. Okay, so here I'll give it is present at the last. I'll give -1 again. Okay, it will give me this particular 5. With the help of negative indexing, you can also do the same thing. Now let me show you the 3-dimensional one. So this is my 3-dimensional array. Now let's say I want to access this particular 4. So first of all, what I have to do, first of all, I will check how many lists are present in this particular list. So I'll give length, and inside this particular length function, I'll give this particular list, and see, it is giving me 2. That means 2 lists are present. So you can see this is one list, this is another list. Okay, now first of all I will extract the first list. I will access the first list. So to access the first list, I'll just write L3. I'll give 0 here. If I give 0 here, see, it will give me the first list, this particular list it has given. Now see, again, if you check this particular type, in this particular list we are having two lists. If I show you the length, of this particular list, you will see inside that we are having two items, which is also a list. Now I want to extract this particular 4 is present in the second list. That means if you count the index, it is 1. That means if you count the index, it's 0 and it's 1. So what I will do, I'll first of all access this particular list. So for this, I'll give this particular index 1. Okay, so it will give me that particular list. You can see 3 and 4. Now I want to access this particular 4. Now what is the index of the 4? It's 0, 1. Okay, again I have to give 1. In another square bracket, I have to give 1. Now see, 4 I'm able to access. Now you can see 3 square bracket I'm using. So it's called 3-dimensional list accessing. Got it? I hope this part is clear. Now I'll give you one question. Let's say I want to access this particular 5. Just comment out that particular code, what you will be writing here if you want to access this particular 5. So let me show you. Let's say if I want to access this particular 5. So first of all, I have to check the length. You can see length is 2. That means two lists are there. First of all, I will take this particular list out. So for this, I'm going to use this particular index 1. Now it will give me this particular list. Now I want to enter in this particular list. So what I will do, I'll go to the first one. Now I want to extract this particular value. I'll give 0. Okay, now see, 5 is printing. That's how actually we can also access 3-dimensional list. It's very easy. It's very easy, guys. If you just do it by yourself, it would be more clear. Now with the help of negative indexing also, you can perform the same thing. Now we'll be seeing the slicing operation on top of the list. Again, it's the same thing only. Whatever things you have learned in your string. Let's say I will copy this particular list and I want to perform slicing on top of it. So let's say I want to slice, I want to take access this particular 1 and 2. So what I will do, I'll give L, this square bracket. I will start from 0 and I'll see like what is the index of 2, 0, 1. It's 1, but I have to give 2 here because last number would be excluded. Now if I give 2, now see, 1 and 2 would be printed. And again, the output I'm getting, it's a list only. Fine. Now let's say you want to access till, let's say you want to access 3, 4 and 5. So how to do it? So simply just count the index 0, 1, 2. So from 2, I will go till last. Okay. So if you go till last, you can give empty. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that 3, 4 and 5. Now if I give like that, let's say L. So what with the output, it will give me the entire list because here I haven't given any kinds of minimum range and maximum range. Okay. It will give me the entire value. Now if I give like that, let's say so here I will give, let's say, so here I will give, let's say 2. So what will happen, it will jump. Okay, it will jump one actually item. You can see it's a jump parameter. If I print this particular array, so first of all 1 will be printed, then 3, then 5. That means it is jumping one item. If you give 3 here, it will jump 2 items. This is a jump parameter. That means whatever things you have learned in this particular string in Python, the same slicing, okay, you can apply here. So I'm not going to discuss this particular part because I already discussed it here. So if you haven't watched that particular video, just try to check this particular video. This thing would be more clear. Because see, at the end, everything is same only. Okay, I don't need to repeat anything. So this is what actually we can perform slicing operation inside a list. So guys, this is all about from this particular video. In the next video, we'll try to see like how we can delete, how we can edit, how we can perform operations. We'll be also learning the list inbuilt method and function. Okay, so these are the topic we'll be discussing one by one. So with that, guys, thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in our previous video, we have already discussed about this particular list. I have given you the detailed introduction of this particular list, and I told you why it is super important inside Python and how you can store the data inside a list, right? So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about list inbuilt methods. Okay, so there are some inbuilt methods inside list. So these are the method actually you can use whenever you are writing your program. So this will make your task very easy. Okay, so what I will do, I'll go to my code editor and try to discuss this particular list method inside Python. So guys, there are so many list methods or function are available. So here you can see these are the list methods are available. So here we'll be exploring all of them one by one, but some of them are not required whenever, let's say, you are creating an against a project. So whenever you are learning something from your mentor, also try to do the self exploration. That will give you like more knowledge on that particular specific topic. So let's try to start with this particular list method and function. So there are some most used actually list methods and function I'll be discussing in this particular video. And these are the functionality actually you'll be using a lot, okay, in your projects and all. So the first method actually I'll be discussing about, which is nothing but append. Append means, let's say you want to add any item in a specific list. So you can use this particular append function. So let me give you an example. Let's say L is a list, and inside that, let's say I'm having some value. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if I print this particular array, you'll see that I'm having these are the item, okay, in this particular array. Now let's say I want to add another item in this particular list. So for this, I can use this particular append function. So simply I'll just call l.append. Okay, l.append. And here you just need to give that particular item, like which item you want to store in this particular list. Let's say I'll give 5 here. I'll give 5 here. Now if I execute this particular program, see, this particular 5 has been added in this particular list. So if you want to check it, what you can do, you can simply print this particular. So what you can do, you can simply print this particular list again. Now you'll see that 5 has been added. So I think I remember I told you this list is nothing but it's a mutable. Okay, always try to remember list is mutable. So let me write here, lists is mutable. Okay, you can change the list. Okay, so always try to remember this particular things. List is mutable, but I think I remember I told you string is not immutable, because inside string I can't change anything. I can't actually add anything there. I think you remember. Let's say this is my string. Let's say is equal to Bappy, and now let's say I want to change. Let's say I want to change anything inside this particular string. Let's say I want to change this particular B with any other. Let's say index 0, and let's say I want to change with A. It will throw me error. String does not support item assignment, but list actually we can change. So let me give you one example. Let's say this is my list, and now let's say I want to change this particular one with any other value. I can easily do it. I'll just call this particular list object, and I'll give the index of this particular, let's say, item. Let's say the index is 0, that means 1. Now I want to change this particular one with, let's say, 100. Now if I execute this particular program, I'll print this particular list. Now see, this particular one has been changed with 100. That means you can change inside a list. It's possible. That's why it's mutable. Okay, that's why it's mutable. So let me show you another example. Let's say I want to change this particular 4 with any other value. Yes, you can do it. So I'll copy this particular code. Now let's say what is the 4 index? 0, 1, 2, 3. So here I have to give 3. Now let's say I want to change with 200. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that this particular 4 will replace with 200. So this is called actually editing with index. Okay, this is called actually editing with indexing. Okay, because here I'm using indexing. Now here you can perform edit with slicing as well. So let me give you another example. Let's say this is my list. This is my list. Now what I will do, let's say I want to change, these are the value. Let's say I want to change 2, 3 and 4 with any other value. So what I will do, I'll just do the slicing first of all. So here I will write from 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. That means 4 till 4. I want to change with other value. So here I have to give the value as a list. Let's say I want to change with 200, then 300, and let's say 400. Now if I print this particular list, print L, you will see that all the value would be changed. Okay, all the item would be changed. So that's how actually you can do editing with slicing. Both you can do inside a list. Okay. Now I think this part is clear why we call this particular list as a mutable. Okay, mutable data type. So one function we have learned called append. Append means if you want to add something at the end of that particular list, okay, so you can use this particular append function that time. Always try to remember append will. Okay, append will add a value at the last position of that particular list. At the last position of that particular list. See, if I again do the append operation, let's say I'll add another number. I'll just call l.append. Let's say I want to add 200. Okay, I want to add 200. Now, first of all, I will execute this particular line. Then I will execute this particular line. Then I will print this particular L. Now I'll see that first of all, 5 will add at the last. Then 200 will add at the last. See, it will always add that particular item at the last position of that particular list. Okay, this is the idea, and that's how we can use this particular append function. Now there is another one called extend. So let me also show you this particular extend example. So what I will do, I'll copy this particular same list. But before discussing this particular extend, I will discuss two more concepts inside this particular append. Let's say I'll copy this particular code. I'll copy this particular code, and here I will paste it. Now let's say if I just write l.append, if I give, let's say 6, 7, and 8. Now just pause this particular video and let me know what will be the output. Okay, what will be the output? Just let me know. See, if I execute this particular program, you will see that this particular list would be appended in this particular list. Now see, this is my list, and inside this particular list has been appended. Okay, it's not like that it will only add the values. It will add the entire list, because you are giving the list type data here, list type data. That's why it will store that particular list. So similar concept can be also applied with any other type data. Let's say if I just write l.append, let's say if I give true here, so it will add that particular true. Let me show you. If I print the L right now, now see 2 has been added. Now you can see true has been added at the last position of that particular list. That means you can add any kinds of data type in this particular list with the help of this particular append. All right. Now let's try to discuss this particular extend. Now see, extend is slightly powerful than your append. So in append, you can see we can only add one specific value. Okay, we can only add one specific item. But let's say I am having some list of the, let's say here I will just write a is equal to. So let's say I'm having some list of the number. Let's say here I'm having, let's say 10, 11, and 12. So now what I want to do, I want to add, these are the item in this particular list. So for this, I can use this particular extend. So I'll just write l.extend. Okay, l.extend. And what is the things I want to extend? I want to extend this particular a. These are the item I want to extend. So I'll just give the a here. Now if I print this particular a, L, if I print this particular L, you will see that these are the value would be added. Now see, it is not a list, it's a item only, it's an integer item only. That's how you can use this particular extend. Now, so if you have one specific item, if you want to add at the last position of a list, you can use the append. And if you have list of the item, and if you want to add them at the last position of a list, you can use the extend function for this. I hope this part is clear. Now one question I will ask you, let's say if I just write it l.extend, okay, l.extend, if I give, let's say hello here, so what will be the output? Just let me know in the comment what will be the output. So if I execute this particular program, you'll see that this is the output. That means, so here what is happening, it is taking all the character one by one and it is storing inside this particular list. That is the idea. Fine. Now the next function will be learning about this particular insert. See, as of now we saw if you want to add something at the last position of a list, I can use the append, or I can use this particular extend. Extend also it is adding at the last position, right? But let's say I want to add something. I want to add something in a specific position. Let's say I want to add one item in this particular position. Let's say after 1 it would be added. After 1 it would be added. Let's say at the index position, let's say 0, 1. Okay, one position. This I want to add any specific item. So for this, I can use this particular insert. So let me give you one example. Let's say if I just write l.insert. Now let's say I want to insert at the index number 1. And here I want to give the number. The number actually I want to add. Let's say I want to add 200. Now if I execute this particular program, print l, you will see that 0, 1 at the index number 1. This particular 200 has been added. So insert always takes two input. One is like the position actually want to add the value, and second is the value actually want to add. I hope this part is clear now. See, as I already told you, list is a mutable, okay, mutable data type. So here you can add any kinds of data. You can also delete any kinds of data. It's possible. So let me show you one example of deletion. So here, let me first of all comment deleting items from a list. So for this, I can use this particular del keyword. So let's say first of all, I'll take a list. So I will take this particular list. Now let's say I want to delete this particular 1. So for this, what I will just write, I'll just write del, and here I will give the index of this particular 1. So it would be 0. Now if I print this particular L, I'll see that this 1 would be deleted. This 1 would be deleted. So with the help of del keyword, you can delete any kinds of item present inside a list. Okay. Now you can perform the same thing with the help of slicing as well. So let me give you another example. I'll copy. Now instead of giving only index, I'll give the slice value. Let's say I want to delete let's say 2 and 3. So what I will give? I'll give the range. So range would be 2 is starting from 1 and it is ending 0, 1, 2, 3. That means it will go till 3. Now if I just do the delete operation, I'll see that only 1 and 4 would be there. That's how you can perform the delete operation. But inside actually a list, we are having some inbuilt function. Okay, inbuilt function for the deletion as well. So let me show you some of them. So the first function we'll be discussing about remove. Okay, so what is the remove example? Let me show you. So let's say this is my list. Now let's say I want to remove one item. Let's say I want to remove this particular 4. See, initially I had to pass the index. Initially I had to pass the index if I want to delete anything. But let's say I don't want to pass the index. I want to directly pass that particular item name. Okay, the item actually I want to remove. So what I will do, I'll use this particular remove. So I'll just write l.remove. And inside that you can mention which item you want to delete. Let's say I want to delete this particular 4. Here I will give the 4. Now if I execute this particular program, I'll print this particular L. Okay, I'll print this particular L. And I'll see that this particular 4 would be removed. So if you want to remove something, you can use this particular remove function that time. Now the next function we'll be learning about pop. Okay, what pop will do? So this is the opposite of your append. So append, what append does? Append actually usually append any kinds of, that means it will add any kinds of item at the last position of that of a list. And what pop does? Pop will remove one element, okay, from the last position of an of a list. Okay, let me show you. So let's say if I just do l.pop. Okay, if I do l.pop, and now if I just print this particular L, you will see that one item would be removed. That means the last item. Pop will always try to remove the last item. Okay, last item. So if you again perform the pop operation, let's say l.pop again, you will see that it will remove the last one. That means the 3. Now see, 1 and 2 would be there. So it will only remove the last item. Okay, last item from a list. That is the idea. Opposite of append. Now there is another function called clear. So let me show you one clear example. Let's say this is my list. And if I want to clear this particular list, that means I don't want to take any kinds of item inside this particular list. I will do the clear operation. And now if I print this particular list, you'll see that this particular list would be completely empty. There is nothing. That means if you want to clear your data inside a list, you can use this particular clear function. So some common function we can also use inside this particular list. So we can use this particular length, min, max, and sorted. So let me give you some example. So let's say this is my list. And on top of this particular list, you can apply, these are the common function. Like you can, if you want to check the length of a list, you can use this particular length function. If you want to check the minimum value, you can use this particular min. If you want to check the maximum value of this particular list, you can use this max. And if you want to sort, okay, if you want to sort this particular, let's say array in a ascending order or descending order, you can also do it. So let me execute this particular code. You will see that this is the length. Length is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means 4 items I'm having. The minimum value is 1 and maximum value is 4. And if you do the sort operation, you will see that the sort actually we're doing this descending sort, like reverse is equal to true. So it is sorting 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now if you just make it as false, it will do the ascending order. Okay, it will do the ascending order that time. Okay, so these are the common function you can also apply on top of the list. Apart from that, we are having some more inbuilt function. Let me discuss. So the next one we'll be discussing about count. So let me take the same example. Now in this particular example, I will add some more value. Let's say 4, 4, and 5. Now let's say you want to count one specific item, like how many times it is occurring in that particular list. Okay, let's say if I just do the count of 4, you will see that 4 is coming 3 times in this particular list. 1, 2, 3. Now if I give 5, it is coming 2 times. Okay, that's how you can also make a count. You can also make a count. So that's how actually you can make a count of any item inside a list. Now the next one, we are having something called index. Now what index will give you? Index will give you the index number of a item. So let me show you. Let's say this is my list, and now if I perform l.index, and let's say I want to check the index of 1. So if I give 1 here, so it will give me 0, because you can see at the 0 index 1 is present. Now let's say if I want to check the 2, I'll give 2 here, it will give me 1. Now if you want to get to know any index number of any kinds of item in a list, you can use this particular index function that time. Now the next one, we're having something called reverse. So let me take one example. Let's say I'll copy. If I perform L dot reverse, and if I print this particular L, now I'll see that all the item would be reversed. Okay, now you can see 4 is coming, then 3, then 2, then 1. That means if you want to perform the reverse operation, you can use this particular reverse. So the same thing can be also done with the help of this particular sorted. Okay, sorted function, sorted common function. Now there is another one called sort. So let me also show you one sort example. What I can do, I can create a new list here. Inside that, I'll just mention some value. Let's say 4, 2, 1, 55, and 10. Okay, let's say these are the value actually I'm having in this particular list. Now if I perform sort operation, let's say if I do L dot sort, and now if I print this particular list, you will see that all the items would be sorted. Okay, inside that you can see that all the item would be sorted. So you can see 1 is the smallest one, then 2, then 4, then 10, and 55. Now there is another one called copy. So copy can be used. Let's say I want to copy this particular list any other variable, I can do it. So I'll just write, let's say L1. Okay, L1 is equal to L dot copy. Okay, L dot copy. So now if I print this particular L1, you'll see that all the items actually I had inside my L, everything would be present inside L1 right now. Now let's say if I change anything inside L, inside the original list, let's say if I just do L dot append, let's say I will add 500 in this particular list. Now if I print this particular list, you will see that 500 has been added. Now if I print this particular L1, see there is no change inside L1. That means I copied. Okay, I copied. These are the items already inside this particular L1. That means it is a separate object. This is a separate object. You can check. Let's say I can use this particular ID function to check. Let's say if I show you the L memory ID, you can see this is the L memory ID, and I will show you the L1 memory ID as well. I think it was L1. Yeah, L1 memory ID. See, both are different. That means whatever changes actually you are doing inside this particular list, it won't be reflecting inside this particular list because it is completely creating another object in the memory. Okay, that is the idea. So yes guys, these are like very commonly used function inside list, or you can also call it as method inside list. Okay, and these are the functionality actually will help you a lot going forward whenever you will do the projects and all. So in the next video, I'll try to discuss some operation on top of list, like how what are the operations actually we can perform on top of the list. Okay, so either guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be learning about list operations inside Python. As of now, we have seen the list introduction, list methods and all. We have covered so many topics inside list. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about list operations. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular list operations. So guys, you can see there are some operations actually we can perform on top of this particular list. Like we can perform arithmetic operation, we can perform membership operations, and we can perform loop operations. So first of all, let me show you this particular arithmetic operation. Inside arithmetic operation, we can only perform addition and multiplication operation. So these two operations only we can perform. So let me show you some of the example. So let me comment out and let me show you some of the example. So let's say I'm having two lists. Let's say list 1. Let's say I'm having 1 2 3 4 5. This is my list. And list 2 5 6 7 8 and 9. Let's say I'm having this particular two list. Now let's say if I want to perform now let's say if I perform L1 plus L2. So now just tell me what would be the output if I execute this particular code. See, if I execute this particular code, this would be the output. That means what is happening? See, this is my first list till 5, and the second list actually it will do concatenation operation. That means it is performing. See, it is performing something called concatenation operation. That means these are the value will add in this particular list. Okay, in the first list, this is called concatenation operation. The same thing we learned in the string as well. I think you remember. Okay. So this is what actually we can perform for the addition operation. Now we can also perform something called multiplication. Now let me show you the multiplication example as well. Let's say if I perform list multiply by 3. So what will happen? See, if I execute this particular program, see, it will add, these are the number 3 times. You can see 1 2 3 4 5, again 1 2 3 4 5, again 1 2 3 4 5. If I give 4, it will add 4th time. Now if you're thinking, let's say, can I perform this particular operation L1 times L2? Now if I execute this particular program, no, you can't. Actually, it's telling you can't multiply sequence by the non-integer of the type of list. It's not possible. Okay, if you want to multiply, so you have to take a individual number. Okay, and that will repeat that particular number that many of time. That is the idea. So this is what actually our arithmetic operation. Now let's try to see the membership operation. So I think you know, in membership we are having two membership operator, like in and not in. So let's try to see two examples. So what I will do, I will take this particular example, and instead of taking 7, 8, 9 like that, I'll take inside a list. Fine. Now if I execute this particular program, it will work fine. Now I'll just write print, let's say 4 in L1. Okay, if I just write this particular statement, so what will be the output? See, if I execute, it's true, because 4, it is already present inside this particular list. Now if I give, let's say 40, it would be false, because 40 is not there inside that particular list. Now you can also perform not in operation. Let's say I'll just write it's not in L2. It false, because it is already present. You can see it is already present inside L2. Now if I just write let's say 90, it's true, because it is not present inside this particular L2. Okay, that's how you can use this particular membership operator. Now the next operation we can perform, so the looping operation. I think loop wise I already showed you how we can perform loop on top of any kinds of data, right? So let's say I'll take this particular example, and if I want to perform loop operation on top of this particular list, I can do it. I'll just write for I in L1, and if I print this particular I, it will iterate all the value one by one. You can see it will iterate all the value one by one. That is the idea. So yes guys, these are the operation we can perform on top of the list. So this is like very small concept, but again it is like very useful whenever you will be doing the projects and all. So that's why I thought let's show you this part as well. Okay, so this is all from this particular video. In the next video we'll be learning about list comprehension inside Python. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about another amazing concept inside Python called list comprehension. So to explain this particular concept, I need to show you the practical of it. Then this particular concept will be more clear. So for this, let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular concept. So guys, you can see list comprehension is nothing but list comprehension provides a concise way of creating a list. See, here is one example I have given. You can see this is a list. And inside this particular list, you can see I'm writing some expression. You can see expression for item in iterable if condition is equal to true. Initially, it would be a little bit hard for you to understand what I have written here, but no need to worry. I'll show you one very simple practical. This will give you the clear-cut idea about this particular list comprehension. Now you can see there are some advantages of this particular list comprehension. Like, so here you can see it is having more time efficient and space efficient than loops, and it requires like very fewer line of code, and transform iterative statement into a formula. See, always Python suggests this particular list comprehension to use because it is comparatively fast than your loops. Okay, you can see more time efficient and space efficient than loops, and you can see it requires very fewer line of code. Let's say the code actually will be writing with multiple line. The same code actually you can write in just one line. Okay, with the help of this particular list comprehension. And it transform the iterative statement in a formula. You can see it's kinds of formula. Okay, formula statement I have written. So let's see one example. Then I think this part will be more clear. So the first problem we'll be solving with the help of list comprehension. You can see this is the problem. So we'll be add 1 to 10 numbers in a list. Okay, if I want to add 1 to 10 number in a list, so how I can do? Like the simple way we usually write the code, how I can do? Okay, without this particular list comprehension. See, if I want to add 10 numbers in a list, so I can write like that. I'll just take a for loop for I in range, and in the range parameter I need to give the range. Like I want to, let's say, store 1 to 10. That means I have to give 11. Then if I print this particular I, you'll see that I will get all the number 1 to 10. Now I want to add this particular number in a list. So how I can add? So first of all, I will create an empty list here. So let's say this is my empty list. L is equal to, this is my empty list. And here what I need to do, instead of printing, I'll append this particular value inside this particular list. What append will do, it will append the value at the last position always. Okay, so first of all it will add 1, then it will add 2, then 3, and so on. I think I showed you the example, that particular append example. Append is a inbuilt function inside list. Now here I'll append this particular I. Okay, I will append this particular I, then at the last I'll print this particular L. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that all the numbers I have generated, it is stored inside this particular list. Okay, so this is the simple code we have written. Now we can write this particular code with the help of list comprehension in just one line. Let me show you. So if you want to write list comprehension, first of all, just create an object. Let's say this is my list object, and inside this particular list, I'll write this particular expression. Okay, so what will be the expression? So first of all, I'll just write for I, the same code. The same code I will copy and I will paste it here. Okay, I'll paste it here. And instead of appending, what I will do, I'll simply write this particular I at the first of this particular for. Okay, for expression. So what will happen? Whatever I it will generate. Okay, whatever I it will generate with the help of range function, it will store in this particular list. Okay, one by one. So let me show you. If I print this particular list right now, if I execute this particular code, you will see that I'll get the same output. The code I have written with few line of code, the same code I have written only just one line with the help of list comprehension. So this is called actually list comprehension, and this is the expression of the list comprehension. I hope now this part is clear. Okay, I'll give you some more examples so that this part would be more clear. See, inside list comprehension, we can also use conditional statement. I will also give you the example of conditional statement, how we can use it inside that. So the next problem we'll be solving called scalar multiplication on a vector. Let's say here I'm having a vector called v is equal to, so let's say I'm having 2, 3, and 4. Let's say these are my vector, and I'm having one scalar number here. So let's say scalar number is -3. So what I have to do, I have to multiply. Okay, I have to multiply this particular scalar value with this particular vector. Okay, you can see scalar multiplication on a vector. If I want to do the multiplication, and if I want to add them in a, let's say, list, so how we'll be writing, like the simple code we usually write. For this, first of all, let's say I will take a for loop for I in this particular vector. Whatever value actually it will give me, what I will do, I'll just do the multiply operation. Let's say, okay, result is equal to, let's say, I multiply this particular S, and whatever result actually I will get, so result, I'll just try to append it. Okay, I'll try to append it in a empty list. So here I will create an empty list. So L is equal to, let's say this is my empty list, and inside this particular empty list, I'm going to append this particular result. So L dot append this particular result. Now if I print this particular L, see, this is my output. Okay, after multiply this particular scalar value in this particular vector, I'll get this particular output. But the same code I can write in just one line with the help of list comprehension. Now let me show you. So let's say, first of all, I'll define a list. I'll copy the same code, this particular same for loop statement. Now I told you, if you want to add this particular I, what you need to do, you need to take this particular I before that particular for statement. Okay, now here what I was doing, I was doing the multiplication with this particular S. Okay, so whatever value actually I'm getting inside I just need to do the multiplication with this particular scalar value. Okay, the scalar value actually I'm having. Okay, that is the idea. Now if I print this particular L, you'll see that I'll get the same output with the help of this particular list comprehension. So that is why in the definition I told you, list comprehension provides a conscious way of creating a list. It always provides a conscious way to create a list, right? And you can see advantage, it's like more time efficient, more space efficient, because here it doesn't take more space. Everything we are writing in just one line, and it requires very few line of code, because you can see the code actually I was writing previously, it takes multiple line to write this particular code, but in just only one line we can complete this particular list comprehension with the same logic. And it is also transform iterative statement in a formula. Okay, that means whatever iterative statement we have written, the same thing it will convert as a formula. Okay, inside this particular list comprehension. I hope now this part is clear. What is this particular list comprehension, and what is the use of this particular list comprehension, and what is the advantage to use this particular list comprehension. Okay, now let's see another example. Let's say I want to add the squares. Let's say I want to calculate the squares of a list. So what I can do, let's say this is my list I'm having. L is equal to, let's say I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4. This is my list, and now I want to calculate the squares. So what I will do, I'll take another list. Let's say LC, that means list comprehension is equal to, I'll just write for I in L, and whatever actually L I will get, sorry, whatever I will get, I'll just simply do the power operation, okay, square operation with the 2. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, but before that, let me print this particular LC. So print LC. Now you'll see that I will get all the square of this particular number. Okay, so with the help of list comprehension, you can do this particular code very easily. See, whenever you will be implementing any kinds of projects, so that time actually you need to use this particular list comprehension, because it will make your code more clean. Because let's say the code actually you are writing in 10 lines, you can write that particular same code in just only 1 to 2 lines. Okay, that would be more neat and clean. Okay, so it's recommended to use this particular list comprehension whenever you are creating a product, because whenever, let's say, you are doing the iterative actually let's say statement, that time you can use this particular list comprehension, because it would be more efficient, faster, and space, it will take less space. Okay, that time, that is the idea. And if you see any kinds of application from any other developer, you will see that they are also using this particular list comprehension in their code. Without list comprehension also, you can write the code. I already told you how to write the code. But if you are working as a team, let's say you are working with 10 developers, so there would be 5 to 6 developers, they will be using this particular list comprehension. And as a programmer, you have to understand this particular list comprehension. Otherwise, it would be a little bit difficult for you to understand this particular code, what kinds of code they are writing. So make sure you have the knowledge on this particular concept. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now guys, let's see the next example. So in this particular example, I will also show you how we can use this particular conditional statement inside a list comprehension. So here you can see we have a exercise here. Print all the numbers divisible by 5 in a range of 1 to 50. So if I want to write this particular code in a, let's say, easy manner, let's say like the simple manner, so what I will do, I'll first of all take a for loop. So for I in range, so I'll generate the number 1 to 50. That means 1 to 50, 51. Okay, 1 to 51, and it will give me all the number. Okay, till 1 to 51. You'll see that it will give me all the number. Okay, 1 to 51. Now what? Sorry, 1 to 50, because I have given 51 here. So here, what I have to check? I have to check print all the number divisible by 5 in that particular range. Okay, so here I'll just write a simple condition. I'll just write if this particular I mod, what is divisible? Divisible means if you want to divide that particular number, and if you're getting remainder is equal to 0, that means this particular number I need to accept. So for this, I can use this particular mod. I think you know. I'll just divide by 5, and if this remainder is equal to 0, so what I'll do, I'll just print this particular number. Okay, print I. Okay, so this is the simple program. Now if I execute, I'll see that these are the numbers can be divided by 5. Okay, these are the number can be divided by 5. Now let's do this particular code with the help of list comprehension. So what I will do, I'll take a list, and inside that I'll write this particular logic. So what I will do, I'll copy the same for loop. Inside that I can paste, and I want to print all of the number which would be divisible by 5. So here I'll write the condition. So here you can write the condition if this particular I mod, okay, I mod with 5, and remainder would be 0. Okay, if this particular statement is true, it will print all of the number. Now if I print this particular L, you'll see I'll get the same output. Okay, I'll get the same output. So that's how actually you can also use conditional statement inside a list comprehension. Okay, see, now I think this particular expression is clear. So that means for you are doing the iterate operation, and that particular, let's say, whatever value you are getting, whatever expression you are getting, you can print it here, and you can also write the condition inside this particular list comprehension. That is the idea. Now let's see one last example of this particular list comprehension. Let's say I'm having one list, and in this particular list I'm having some programming language name. You can see. So now what I have to do, I have to find a language which start with the letter of P. So I can easily solve this particular code with the help of list comprehensions. What I will do, I'll just take on list comprehension, and inside that I'll just write on condition. So for language, okay, for language in languages, okay, languages, because here I'm having multiple languages. That's why I named this particular variable as languages, and I'm iterating this particular language one by one. That's why I'm calling as a language. You can take any name, it's up to you. It will add all the languages which is starting if languages, okay, language dot start with, okay, start with P. I think you already know, we have learned this particular start with a function inside a string, right? It is a string inbuilt method. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, but before that, let me print this particular list comprehension. You'll see that I will get the output Python and PHP. It is starting with P character. Okay, P character at the very first. So that's how, with the help of this particular list comprehension, we can solve any kinds of problem statement in just few lines of code. Okay, this is the idea. So guys, I hope you got this particular concept. What is list comprehension? And please try to use this particular concept in your coding. It will help you a lot, okay, to write efficient code and optimize code. Okay, and going forward, whenever we'll be doing the process, definitely we'll try to also use this particular list comprehension in our code as well. So thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing another super important concept inside Python called zip function. So this particular function is a very popular function, and you need this particular function going forward whenever you will be doing different project. You will be implementing different projects. So this particular zip function will help you a lot. So what I will do, I will go to my code editor and I will show you the example of this particular zip function. So guys, you can see zip function is nothing but the zip function returns a zip object, which is an iterator of tuple, where the first item in each past iterator is paired together, and then the second item in each past iterator are the paired together. So what I've written here, so let me show you the example. I think then this part will be more clear. So what I will do, I'll take a tool list. Let's say I'll take L1. Let's say L1 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and L2 is equal to, let's say 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's say these are my two lists. Now I want to just write one logic. So what will happen? I will take this particular item from this particular list 1, and I will take this particular item from this particular list 2, and I will make a tuple. Okay, I will make a tuple. Then again, I will take this particular item, and I will take this particular item. Again, I will make a tuple. Again, I'll take this particular item and take this particular item. So it will make a tuple. That means it will make a pair. Okay, it will make a pair. So what is happening? From list 1, we are taking one item. From list 2, we are taking one item, and we are making a pair. So let me give you one example. Let's say if I just perform zip of L1 and L2, now if I execute this particular program, you will see that it will return you one object. It will return you one object called zip object. Okay, it's a zip object. It's a iterable object. Now, if you want to see that particular output, what you can do, you can convert this particular object to a list. Okay, list. That means a list representation. Now if I execute this particular program, now we'll see this particular pair. Okay, pair output. Now see what is happening. First of all, it's taking this particular item, and it is also taking this particular item, and it is making one pair. And the pair, actually you can see it's a tuple. Okay, it's a tuple type data. Okay, tuple type data. It is making tuple type data with the help of this particular pair of value. Now you can see it is taking the second one, it is taking the second one, it is making another pair. Then this one, another pair, this one, another pair. So that's how we can make a pair, okay, from this particular tool list. Now you can ask me why to use this particular, let's say, concept. There are so many actually project you will be using this particular concept. I will tell you that time, okay, whenever I need it. So let me give you one simple example. Let's say you want to, store the roll number and the student name, okay, in a, let's say, database. So that time actually this particular concept will help you. Let's say I'll give you one example. Let's say this is my roll number. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, let's say, yeah, let's say I'm having 5 students in this particular class. Also having the student name. Let's say the student name is, let's say, Bappy. Let's say these are the students actually I'm having in that particular class. Okay, now I want to add the roll number with this particular student name. So what I will do, I'll take this particular zip, and inside that I will pass the roll number, and I will also pass the student name. Okay, and I will convert to a list representation. Now if I execute, you will see that Bappy, he is having 1 roll number, Alex 2 roll number, Haris 3 roll number, Umar 4 roll number, 5 Ahmed roll number. Okay, that's how you can store these are the value in the database directly. Okay, this is the idea. So there are so many way actually we can use this particular concept, and this is like very small concept inside Python, but again it's super important. That's why I thought let's draw this particular concept as well. Okay, you can also perform actually mathematical operation with this particular list. Let me show you. So what I will do, I will copy this particular example. So let's say what I want to do, see the output actually I'm getting. I want to do the subtract operation. Okay, I want to do the subtract operation of this particular two number. Let's say 1 subtract 5, 2 subtract 6, then 3 subtraction of 7, and 4 subtraction of 8. I want to perform these kinds of operations. What I can do, simply I can take one list comprehension here. I'll just take a list comprehension. Inside that I'll just write for for I and j in zip of L1 and L2, and the I and j I will be getting, I'll just do the multiplication operation, or let's say subtract operation I can do. I'll do subtract operation I subtract of j. Now if you execute this particular program, you will see I will get the output. That means if you just subtract if you just subtract 1 subtract 5, you will get -4. Then 2 subtract 6, you will get -4. Then 3 subtract 7, you will get -4. And 4 subtract 8, you will get -4. Okay. Now if you want to do opposite of it, so what you can do, you can take L2 at the first, and you can take L1 at the last. Now see, you will get the positive output. That means what will happen if I am taking L2 at the first and L1 at the last. Now see, first of all, it will pick L2, that means 5, and it will pick L1, that means 1. Okay, 5, 1. Then you will take 6, 2, 6, 2, 7, 3, and 8, 4. Okay, I hope you got it. Okay. Now I think you are thinking, see here I have taken 2 lists only. So can I use this particular zip with multiple list? Is it possible more than like 2 lists? Yes, it is also possible. Let me show you another example. Let's say I'll give L3 here, and here I'm going to write 9, 10, 11, and 12. Now if I perform this particular zip operation, so inside that I will pass L1, then L2, L3. Now if I execute this particular program, now it will create actually 3 pair. You can see it will create 3 pair. First of all, it will take this value, then it will take this value, it will take this value, and it will make a pair. Okay. Then it will take this value, and this value, and it will make a pair, and so on. That's how we can take as many as list you can. Okay, it will work fine. Now let's say if one of the list is having less value, if you check this particular length, you can see here we are having 4 value, here we are having 4 value, but here we are having 3 value. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see this particular output. Now see, still I'm getting the output. Now see how it has created the output. So first of all, 1, 5, 9, 1, 5, 9, then 2, 6, 10, 2, 6, 10, then 3, 7, 11, 3, 7, 11. Now see, it is ignoring the last actually item. It is ignoring the last item because you can see the last item is short in the list 3. That's why it will ignore the entire actually item. It will ignore the entire item. That's the idea. Now let's say if I delete it as well. If I delete this particular value, it will only create 2 pair. Okay, it will delete this particular 2 item. That is the idea. Okay, it won't be throwing any kinds of error. Instead of that, it will only create the pair which is having the matching number. Okay, which is having the matching number. That is the idea. I hope this part is clear. Now another question I think would be in your mind. See, whenever I use this particular zip in the list comprehension, I use the for loop. That time actually you can see I didn't use any kinds of list. Okay, list actually function to make this particular item as a list. But still it is giving you the value. How this part is working? Because see, it's a iterable object. So this particular zip is it's an iterable object. So let's say L1, okay, and L2. Now if I execute, it will give you one zip object, and it's an iterable object. You can perform any kinds of iterator on top of it. You can perform list, you can perform, let's say, tuple, you can perform sets, anything you can perform here. You can also perform something called loop. Let's say if I perform loop for I in range, for I in zip of L1 and L2. And if I print this particular I, still you will get the same pair output. You can see. I hope this part is clear now. Why actually I'm not using this list here? Because again I'm using a iterator here, and for loop is a iterator. Okay, for loop is an iterator, and it's an iterable object. Okay, it's an iterable object, so I can apply any kinds of iterator here, whether it can be list, whether it can be for loop, okay, or any other iterator. Okay, I hope this part is clear now. So basically what is happening, it is making the zip. Okay, it is making the zip of this particular 2 number. I think you know what is zip. You are compressing actually some items, okay, in a actually file. This is called zip. So similar wise, actually in programming also they have make this particular, let's say, concept called zip. So this will actually zip your value. Okay, this will zip your value. Okay, I hope this part is clear, and it will return this particular zip object. I think I showed you, if you are not using this particular list, if you only executing the zip, so it will return you the zip object. And if and zip object is a iterable object, you can see it's a iterable object, or it's a iterator. Okay, iterator tuple. On top of that, you can perform this particular list operation, and you'll convert that particular zip to a list representation. I hope this part is clear. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be doing some of the list exercise, because so far we have completed this particular list concept in Python, and we have seen like different example of this particular list. Now it's time to do some exercise on top of this particular concept. Then I think this particular concept will be more clear in your mind. So what I will do, guys, I'll show you some of the exercise in this particular video. And if you can solve that particular exercise, you can simply pause the video. I can solve it by yourself. Otherwise, you can go ahead with this particular video and you can solve with me. So the first problem actually will be solving called update number of items available. Okay, that means let's say you are having two lists here. Let's say I'm having one list called car. Okay, car name. Let's say I'm having some of the car here. Let's say I'm having Audi. Let's say these are the car actually I'm having. Then I'm having another list. Let's say number of cars. So let's say Audi I'm having around 10 cars. BMW I'm having, let's say, 20 cars. Let's say Tata I'm having, let's say, 30. And Volvo, let's say I'm having only 5. So let's say these are my two lists, like car names and number of cars. Now what I have to do, I need to update the number of the items available. You can see Audi I'm having 10, BMW I'm having 20, Tata I'm having 30, and Volvo I'm having 5. So I just need to map this particular number. Okay, I just need to map this particular number in this particular list. So for this, I think you can think which can be used here. Like the concept actually we have learned inside list. I think you can think about which one actually we can apply here. So here simply we can apply this particular zipping concept. I think you remember zipping concept. In zipping concept, what we can do, we can make a pair, right? We can make a pair. I think you remember. Okay, how to make a pair. So let's make a pair. So I'll just write for I in zip, because for loop is iterator and zip will give you the iterable object, right? So that's why actually we are using this for loop to extract the value, okay, from this particular zip itself. You can also directly actually do it with the help of list. Also, it is also possible. Let me show you. Let's see if I comment this particular code, and if I just write list zip my car name and number of cars. Now see if I execute the program, you will get a pair. But I don't want this kinds of output. I want to see the map. Okay, I want to see the map. Let's say Audi is equal to let's say 10, BMW is equal to 20, Tata is equal 30, and Volvo is equal to 5. Okay, that kinds of output I want to see. I don't want to see this kinds of list output, this kinds of tuple output. Okay, that is what actually I don't want. So for this, what I can do, I can use this particular for loop. So I will use this particular for loop. Now inside that, I'll just write my car name and number of cars. Now if I print this particular I, you will see that it will give me this particular tuple. Okay, this particular tuple pair. Now what I have to do, I have to extract these at the value one by one. Okay, I have to extract these at the value one by one. Now what I can do here, see, it's a tuple. Inside a tuple actually we are having two value. Inside a tuple we are having two value, but here we are only taking one variable. That's why it's coming as a tuple object. But if I unpack this particular, let's say, tuple object, let's say I will unpack this particular tuple object. Okay, so here I have taken another variable called j. You can see here I have taken another variable called j. Now what will happen, this particular Audi will come inside I, this particular 10 will come inside j. That means it will unpack the value. It will unpack the value from this particular tuple itself. Now let me execute and let me show you. Say if I print I and j right now, you'll see that it will unpack. That means inside I, Audi is coming, inside j, your number of item is coming. Inside BMW, inside I again BMW is coming, and number of BMW it is coming. Okay, that means this particular number. That means we are unpacking that particular, let's say, object, tuple object. This is called unpacking. Okay, unpacking inside Python. Okay, I hope you got it, right? If you want to unpack any value, you can do it. Let's say here you are having 3 item in a, let's say, tuple, but you can take a 3 variable to unpack that particular item. I hope this part is clear now. Now simply what I can do, I can just add one equal sign, and you know how to add an equal sign. I can take a string for this, and here I will give this particular curly bracket. Now I think it is fine. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that Audi is equal to, now I'll give a space here. Now I think this should be more clean. Okay, now see, I'm getting the output. Audi is equal to, BMW is equal to, Tata is equal to, Volvo is equal to, and so on. So I hope this particular problem statement is clear, how we can solve this particular problem statement. Got it? Now the same problem statement can be solved with the help of list comprehension as well. Let me show you. So let's say this is my LC list comprehension, and inside that I'm going to just copy this particular for loop as it is. Fine. And what I will do, I'll just write this particular print statement here. See, if I print this particular LC, that means list comprehension, you will get the same output. So in also one line also you can solve this particular problem statement with the help of list comprehension. So both way I showed you, you can use any of them. So guys, you can see the next exercise. You are given a list of integers. Let's take a list of integers first of all. So L is equal to, I'll take some integer value, let's say 2, then 4. Now let's say 6, 10, and let's say 1. Let's say this is my list. Okay, list of integers. You are asked to make a list by running through the elements of the list by adding all the elements greater and itself. That means what you have to do, see, first of all, you have to iterate through this particular list. Okay, you have to iterate through this particular list, and whenever you will do the iterate, first of all 2 will come, right? 2 will come in the I. If you are performing for loop, first of all 2 will come. Now what you have to do, you have to check. You can see you are asked to make a list by running through the elements of the list by adding all the elements greater and itself. That means let's say 2 is coming. Now here you have to check a greater element of 2. Greater element of 2, here 4 is there, 6 is there, 10 is there. 1 is not greater than 2. So this particular element won't be there. So we got, these are the element. Now what I have to do, I have to add all the number. I have to add all the number, including 2 as well. You can see itself is there, including 2 as well. Now if you just do the addition operation, let's say 2 plus 4 plus let's say 6 and plus let's say 10. Now if I just do the addition operation, you will get 22. Now the next value actually will get 4. The next value you will get something called 4. Fine. Now you have to check the greater value of 4. Now you can see greater value of 4 is 6 and 10. 2 is not there, 1 is not there. Now you have to add these at the number 4 to 10. Now if you just add 4 to 10, let's say 4 plus 6 plus 10, you will get something called 20. Then the next value will come, let's say 6. Now you have to check the greater value of 6. You can see only 10 is there. Now you have to add 6 and 10. So 6 plus 10. Okay, sorry, 6 plus 10. You will get something called 16. Now I have to take 1. Okay, you have to take 1. Now 1 will come here. Now you have to check the greater value. You can see 2 is there, 4 is there, 6 is there, 10 is there. That means all the value. Okay, now if you just perform the operation, you will get 23. So this is going to be my final output. So this is going to be my final output, 20, 22, 20, 16 and 23. So this particular number I have to add in a list. Okay, I have to add in a list and I have to show as the output. You can see you are asked to make a list by running through the elements of the list by the adding all the elements greater and itself. I hope this part is clear now. Now let me solve this particular problem statement. So for this, I'm first of all, I'll be first of all running one for loop. So I'll just write for I in, let's say, L. Okay, so it will give me all the elements one by one. Okay, it will give me all the elements one by one. Let me show you. See, it will give me all the elements one by one. Now see, what I have to do, I told you, first of all, I have to take this particular element and I have to check with all the number whether it is having any greater number or not. Okay, for this, what I can do, I can use a nested loop. Okay, I can use a nested loop. So I'll just write for j in L. Okay, for j in L. Now I'll just print this particular I and j both. Let's say I'll print I and j. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that. Now see, I can easily compare. First of all, 2 will come inside this particular I, and inside that I'm running another for loop. That means you can see I'm running on top of L only. That means again 2 will come. So here I will check 2 is less than and equal to or not. Yes, it is equal to 2, right? Not less than but equal to 2. This particular condition is correct. Then again I'll check this particular condition. 2 is less than 4 or not. Yes, 2 is less than 4. Okay, that means 2 is having greater number. That means which is 4. 2 is less than and equal 6 or not. You can see, yes, 2 is less than 6. That means 6 is a greater number of 2. I'll again check 2 is less than and equal 10 or not. Definitely 2 is less than actually 10. You can see 10 is a greater number. Then again I'll check 2 is less than 1 and equal 1 or not. 2 is less than and equal 1 or not. No, 2 is greater than 1. That means this particular condition is false. That means I got my number 2, 4, 6 and 10. I think I showed you 2, 4, 6 and 10. Then I have to add these at the number one by one. Okay, then I will get this particular output and I have to add this particular number in a list. I hope you got it. Okay, how I'm going to write this particular program. So let me write this particular condition. So here I'm going to write if my I is less than and equal j. Okay, if my I is less than and equal j. So what I have to do, I have to sum this number. So I'll just take a variable called sum, and here I'll just write sum plus I. Sorry, it would be j, because you can see the number actually we are getting, it is inside j only. Okay, it is inside j only. So once I got this particular sum, what I will do, I'll just take a result variable. Okay, result variable. So let me take a I'll take a result list, actually that would be better. Result, because I have to show that particular output as a list, right? I think in the problem statement you saw. I'll just write result dot append this particular sum. The sum actually I'll just append it inside this particular list. Now finally at the last I'll just print this particular list. Okay, print this particular result. Now if I execute the program, okay, here I'm getting one output. It's telling unsupported type plus. Okay, so here I have taken this particular sum variable and here I'm updating the value, but I haven't assigned, okay, what will be the initial value of sum. So that is the error actually I'm getting. So what I will do, after this particular for loop, I'll take a sum variable, and initially this particular value would be 0. Okay, because every time this loop will run and this will update the value. Okay, I hope you now got it. Now if I execute the program, now see, I will get the same output. Okay, the output actually I got here. Now let me delete these are the cell one by one. Yeah, so finally I got my output. Okay, now I think this particular problem statement is also clear. Now guys, the next exercise will be solving called find list of the common unique items from two lists and show in increasing order. So let me show you what actually we want to do here. Let's say I'm having two lists here. So I'll just take two lists. So let's say here I'm having two lists. So this is the number 1 and this is number 2. And you can see some of the common value present inside this particular two list. Let's say if I show you some common number, I think you will get, yeah, 67 is a common number. Okay, 67 is a common number. Then I'm also having 89, then 34. Yeah, that means these are my common numbers. So what I have to do, find the list of common unique item. Okay, that means unique item. These are my unique item from two lists and show in an increasing order. That means I have to take these are the common item from both lists. Okay, and I have to show them in a list representation. Okay, I have to show them in a list representation, but only unique item should be there. See, here I'm having duplicates. Now I don't need to also print the duplicates. It should be unique. That means 67 will only come. Okay, from here only 89 will only come. That is the idea. Now how we can solve this particular problem? So here I'll just take a for loop first of all for I in num1. Okay, for I in num1. Now again inside that I'm going to take another actually nested loop. I'll just write for j in num2. That means both loop actually I'll be do the iterating. Okay, both loop I'll do the iterating and I'll take all the value one by one. Now if I show you, so if I just print I and j, you'll see that I'm able to extract these at the element. You can see, and I'm also able to extract these at the element. Okay, these are the element. Now here if I just write one condition, if I is equal to j, that means if this is common, okay, print them. Now I'll see that I will get only common item 67, 67. Then I'm getting 67 again, because why? You can see 67 is coming 2 times. Now I'm getting 89, 34, 67, 67. Okay, you can see multiple time actually I'm getting 67. Okay, because of this particular duplicates. But I don't want that. Actually, I only want to get the unique item of it. So for this, what I can do, I can take an empty list here. I'll just name it as common. Okay, common. And here instead of writing this particular condition, I'll just write if. Okay, if I not in, I'll take this particular membership operator. I think you remember membership operator. not in common. Okay, so what I'll write common dot append, common dot append this particular I. Now if I print this particular I at the last, you will see that okay, sorry, I have to print the common, that means this list. Okay, not the I. Now I got the, okay, so I'm getting unexpected output. Okay, so why I'm getting this particular unexpected output? I got it. See, here I'm using this particular condition. Okay, here I'm using this particular condition, that means the membership condition. And if I'm using this particular membership condition, I don't need to take this particular for loop. Instead of that, what I can do, I can simply check one condition: if I in num2. Okay, again I will take the membership operator here. Now what will happen? The actually I will get, okay, the I will get from this particular num1. I will just check if it is present inside num2 or not, because with the help of membership operator we can do, right, if anything is present or not in a list. I think you remember. Let's say if I just give you one example. Let's say this is my num1. This is my num1. I'll just check if let's say 34 in let's say 34 in num1. So what it will give me? It will give me, or I'll just write simply 34 in num1. It will give me false. Sorry, it will give me true, because 34 is there. I think some, yeah, 34 is there. Now if I give, let's say 340, it will give me false. That means we can use this particular membership operator. Okay, so similar concept actually I'm applying if this particular I is present inside num2 or not. If present, I'll again check. That means if this particular, let's say item is already present inside common, it won't be taking. Okay, it won't be taking. It will only take the one present of that particular number. Now if I execute the program, I'll see that I'll get 67, 89 and 34. Okay, you'll see that 67, 89 and 34. Okay, these are my common element inside this particular to list. Now I hope guys this particular problem statement is also clear. So that's how actually you can solve different problem statement. You can explore over the internet. There are so many problem statement actually you will get, and unless and until you are not doing exploration, you are not solving by yourself, it would be a little bit difficult for you. So it will be my suggestion, guys, please try to write the code with different problem statement. You can pick up any kinds of problem statement and you can solve them, okay, with respect to your requirement. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. In the next video actually we'll be starting with the another actually amazing data type inside Python, or you can also call it as data structure called tuple. Thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. My name is Bapi Ahmed, and in this particular video we'll be discussing another amazing data types inside Python called tuples. We can also call this data structure inside Python. See, as of now we have seen like so many topics inside Python. We have covered different like data types like integer, string, boolean, right? Then we have also seen like list, and finally we'll be also discussing about this particular tuples. So here we'll be discussing this particular tuples in detail, so make sure you are watching this particular video till the end, and I think after that there won't be any kinds of doubt inside this particular tuples. So what I will do, I will open up my code editor, and there I'm going to explain this particular concept. So guys, you can see tuples is nothing but a tuple in Python is similar to a list. That means the list actually data structure, or let's say data types you have learned. Okay, so tuples is also similar things, okay, like your list. The only difference actually you can see between this particular tuples and list, the difference is that we cannot change the elements of a tuple once it is assigned, whereas we can change the element inside a list, because we saw like list is a mutable. That means you can change item there, you can add item there. Okay, it's possible there, but inside tuple actually it's not possible. Okay, inside tuple actually you can't change any kinds of item, you can edit any kinds of item. Okay, this is what actually we call it as a immutable. Always try to remember tuple is a immutable and list is the mutable. This is the only difference. Okay, and everything, whatever concept you have learned, you can store multiple data types inside a tuple, you can store duplicates inside tuple, you can do the indexing operation, you can do the slicing operation, everything whatever we have learned inside list, everything can be performed here. Okay, so here you can see I have listed down some of the characteristics. Like in short, a tuple is an immutable list. A tuple cannot be changed in any way once it is created. Some characteristics you can see, it's an order collection, like the list we saw, again it's an ordered collection. Unchangeable ordered collection means like it should be order collection. Let's say 1 2 3 3 to 1, it won't be working, it should be also 1 2 3. Let's say you are taking two tuple 1 is equal to 1 to 3, tuple 2 is equal to should be 1 to 3. That means it's the ordered collection. Okay, it should not be in ordered collection. It's unchangeable because we saw like it's immutable one. Okay, immutable data type. You can change anything here, and allows duplicates as well. You can also allow duplicates here. So in this particular tuple concept, we'll be discussing these are the topic one by one in detail. Like we'll see like how we can create a tuple, how we can access the items through the indexing and slicing. We'll see the editing item, adding item, deleting item. Okay, then we'll be learning different operations on top of this particular tuple. Then we'll also explore some of the tuple functions are available. Okay, then one more things actually we'll be learning called typecasting. Okay, we'll try to convert, let's say, tuple to list. Again, list to tuple. Okay, this kinds of typecasting, it is also possible here. Okay, that means whatever list function you have, everything you can also use inside tuples as well after doing the conversion list, like let's say type conversion. I will discuss this particular part, no need to worry. Let me first of all discuss all of them one by one, then I will also show you this particular part. Okay, it's a very amazing things actually I usually follow if I want to add anything inside a tuple. Okay, so the first thing, let's try to see how we can create a tuple. So guys, if you want to create a empty tuple, so you can create like that. You just take a variable, let's say t1 is my tuple. Okay, t1 is my tuple, and inside that I'm going to create an empty tuple. You can see, if you want to create a tuple, you need to use this particular parenthesis. Okay, you need to use the parenthesis. And whenever I was to create a list, actually I used to use this particular square bracket. I think you remember, L is equal to square bracket I was to take. All right, but whenever actually you are creating a tuple, you have to use this particular parenthesis. Okay, now see, if I print this particular t1, and if I print this particular type of t1, you will see that it's a tuple. Okay, it's a tuple only. I have to select the kernel. Yeah. Now guys, you can see that it's an empty tuple. There is no value inside this particular tuple right now, and it's a tuple object. You can see it's a tuple object. So the data type actually you can see it's a tuple. I hope this part is clear. So this is called empty tuple creation. Now let's try to see how we can create a tuple with a single item. Okay, so let me give you another example. Let's say t2, and here I'm going to create a tuple. Inside that I'm going to just mention a value, let's say Bappy. Okay, let's say Bappy is one item inside this particular tuple. And now see, if I print this particular tuple t2, I will also print this particular type. Okay, type of this particular t2. See, one thing I just wanted to show you, this particular things actually everyone do the mistake in interview or whenever they also do the coding. So this is like super important concept, always try to remember. That's why I'm showing you. See, if I just let's say print this particular t2, now just pause the video and let me know what would be the output if I execute this particular program. See, let me show you. If I execute this particular program, see, although I have created a tuple, okay, although I have created a tuple, inside this particular tuple I'm having one item. But whenever I printed the type of this particular, let's say, object, that means tuple, you will see that it's a string. It's telling it's a string. But although see, you can see I have created a tuple, I have taken this particular parenthesis, but still it is considering the type of this particular data is a string. Why? Because see, Python always actually tell you whenever you are assigning any kinds of tuple and you are only keeping one item inside that particular tuple, you have to give one comma. You have to give one comma. Then this should be considered as a tuple. See, if I execute this particular program right now, you'll see that it would be a tuple object. Okay, it would be a tuple object. But if you're not mentioning this particular comma, it will consider as a string. Sorry, it would be considering a string or any other data. Let's say instead of a string, I will give any integer type data. Let's say 54. Now see, it will be integer type data. If you give any floating value, it would be considered as a floating type data. I hope this part is clear. Now let me get back. Yeah, I'll also need to give the comma. Fine. I hope now this part is clear. Now it will consider as a tuple. Only make sure if you are storing only one value, make sure you are using this particular comma. Now, apart from that, there are some way actually we can define the tuple. Let me show you all of them one by one. Now, guys, you can see some way actually we can define the tuple. So the first one, you can see it's a homogeneous tuple. Why it is homogeneous? Because you can see I'm only storing only one type data, which is nothing but integer. And if you're storing multiple data type in a tuple, it would be considered as a heterogeneous. The same thing we have learned inside our list as well, right? The same thing actually we can do here. Now you can see this is my homogeneous tuple. This is my heterogeneous tuple. This is the nested tuple. That means inside a tuple you can create another tuple. Okay, and you can mention as a item. That means the element. It will also work. Now you can also use type conversion. Okay, type conversion to create a tuple. Let's say here I've given hello. It will convert this thing as a tuple. Let me show you. If I execute this particular program, see, this is the first output. This is a homogeneous tuple. This is a heterogeneous tuple. This is a nested tuple, and this is my type conversion tuple. That means hello. Each of the character would be considered as my item inside this particular tuple. Okay, this is what typecasting. This particular function you can use directly. Tuple function is there. Directly you can use this particular tuple function. All right. I hope this part is clear now. So let's try to remember these are the way actually you can define a tuple. Okay, inside Python. Now the next thing we'll be learning about is accessing items inside a tuple. Again, the same thing. We have learned this particular concept inside our string, inside our list. The same thing, guys. The same thing, not any change here. That's why I told you Python is why it's so interesting, because all the syntax are same at the end. If you have learned list, the same things you can also apply inside tuple. If you have learned string, the same concept you can apply inside a list also, right? The indexing, slicing, this part will remain same only. Now let me show you one example. Let's say this is my tuple. This is my tuple. Let's say I want to perform the indexing. The same concept you can apply. Let's say I'll just write T3. Let's say I want to take this particular 1. What I will do, I'll take a new cell. Let's say I want to extract this particular 1. I want to take this particular 1. I need to give the index. So I'll need to give the 0. It will give me that particular 1. That means again, it will assign the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And if you are giving any index which is not present, it will give you the index error. Let me show you. If I am giving 23 index is not there, it will give you index out of range error. Okay, tuple index out of range. So I'm not going to show you this particular part again, because we already discussed this particular part. If you have missed out that particular indexing, you can check out my string class as well as the list class. Okay, there actually I discussed this particular part in detail. So this was our indexing part. Now see here, this is the positive indexing. You can also perform something called negative indexing. It is also possible. Let's say I want to access this particular 4 with the help of negative indexing. I need to give -1. If I give -1, I will be able to see this particular 4. Now if you want to take this particular 3, you need to give -2. Okay, that's how you can perform positive indexing and negative indexing both here. Now let's say if you want to do a slicing operation, you can also do, let's say I'll do one slice operation. Let's say I want to take 1, 2, 3. So what I will give, I'll start from 0 and I'll go till, sorry, it should be 0. I'll go till 0, 1, 2. That means I need to take 3 because last number would be excluded. It will give me till 3. And again, the output I'm getting, it's a tuple only. Fine. See, you can also use this particular jump parameter. Let me show you. So let's say if I give, let's say 2 here, so what will happen? It will do the jump operation. So I will take 0 to everything. If I'm not giving the 0 also, it will consider all of the item. Now see, if I execute this particular program, it will give me 1 and 3. That means 1 is printing, 2 is jumping, 3 is printing, 4 is jumping. This is the jump parameter. The same things you can use, whatever you have learned in your string and list. Now let me discuss this particular editing items and deleting items. Whether we can add any items inside tuple or not, whether we can delete any kinds of item inside tuple or not. So let's say this is going to be my tuple. Let's say T3 is my tuple. And now let's say I want to add any elements inside this particular tuple. So for this, what I can do, let's say first of all, I want to change anything. Let's say I want to change T3. Let's say I want to change this particular 1 with any other, let's say, item. Here I'll give the index, and if I want to add, let's say 100 here, if I now execute this particular program, you'll see that tuple object does not support item assignment. That means you can't change anything inside tuple because it's a immutable, it's a unchangeable. Always try to remember that's how we can't change anything inside a tuple. It's not possible. Now same for the deletion as well. Let's say I want to delete anything inside a tuple. Let's say I'll just write del. Let's say I want to delete T3, the first item. Let's say I want to delete the first item, which is nothing, which is 1. Now see, if I execute this particular program, it will give you del object does not support any kinds of item deletion. Okay, you can't delete any kinds of item inside that. Let's say there is a condition, somehow you have to add one item inside a tuple. Okay, you want to add something in a tuple. In that case, actually, you can do something called typecasting. I think you remember that particular typecasting concept, right? Typecasting. We can do the typecasting operation. That means we can convert a data type to another data type. Okay, it is possible inside Python. So let's say this is going to be my tuple. Let's say this is my tuple first of all. Now I showed you I can't edit inside a tuple. Okay, it's not possible. But if I want to add something inside a tuple, what I need to do, first of all, I need to do the typecasting operation. So what I can do, I will first of all convert this particular tuple. Let's say temp. I'll take a variable called temp, and I will do the typecasting operation. I'll convert this particular tuple to a list. Okay. Now see, if I print this particular temp right now, it will be a list. Whatever value actually I had inside a tuple, now everything is converted to a list. Okay. Now I can perform this particular changing operation, or let's say I want to add something in this particular tuple. Okay, it's possible. Now see, if I just define this particular temp and if I just press dot, whatever list function actually I'm having, that means whatever inbuilt function actually you are having, everything it is coming. Okay, everything it is coming. Now you can do the append operation, clear operation, copy operation, extend operation, everything you can do. Let's say you want to add any value, you can do the append operation. Let's say I want to add, let's say 200 in this particular let's say list. I can add. Now if I print this particular list again, you'll see that 200 has been added. Now again, if I want to convert this particular list to a tuple, I can again do it. What I will do, I'll just define this particular t3 is equal to I'll just take a tuple. Okay, tuple, and inside that I need to pass this particular list. Now see, it will convert to a tuple again. So if I just print this particular t3, now see again it will convert to a tuple. And we saw that whatever value actually we added, okay, before this particular tuple, it would be also visible. That's how, if you want to add anything inside a tuple, you can do the type casting. Okay, you can perform the type casting, you can convert to a list, and you can add anything. Then again, you can perform the type casting operation. That means again, you can convert that particular list to a tuple. That is the idea. Okay, this is a small hack you can follow. Okay, yes, but see, it's not recommended to perform the actually type casting. Whenever you are designing your software, first of all, try to decide which particular data structure you will be using, which particular data type you will be using. Let's say there is a application you are creating. There is a possibility you have to edit your data. You have to add your, let's say, data. Okay, that means you will be doing the editing operation. That means you will be working with the mutable. That means changeable actually object. That time you can use this particular list data structure. Okay, list data structure, instead of using tuple data structure. But let's say we are creating an application. In that particular application, you are not going to change anything. Let's say there is not possibility you have to change anything inside that particular application. You won't be editing anything, you won't be adding anything. That time you can use this particular tuple data structure. Okay, that is why it's always recommended whenever you design the application, first of all, try to decide what particular data structure you'll be using in that particular application. All right, that's the idea. But in some case, somehow, let's say you need to add something inside a tuple, you can use this particular let's say technique. Okay, first of all, do the typecasting, then try to add something inside this particular tuple. Fine. And here you can also change the element. Okay, after performing the typecasting, let's say you want to change this particular one with 100, you can do it. This particular temp is now list. You can perform any kinds of changing operation, deletion operation, anything you can perform. See, the same thing we have performed here now. After doing the time conversion, you can also do the same thing here. Okay, you can check it. So you can test it, okay, in your system. I think it will work. Fine. So yes, guys, this is all about our tuples. And here we have learned like what is tuple. Again, it's similar to your list. That means the way actually list actually store the data in the memory. I think I showed you the memory representation of list, right? The same way actually tuples also store the data inside the memory. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So this is all about this particular tuple introduction and all. We have seen like how to create a tuple. We have seen like edit operation, delete operation. Okay, and different things. So in the next video, actually, we'll be discussing about this particular operation on top of this particular tuple, like what kinds of operation actually can perform. Okay, with that, guys, thank you so much, guys, for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, in this particular video, we'll be discussing tuples operation inside Python. We have already seen what is tuple inside Python and how we can define a tuple. Now let's try to discuss this particular tuple operation inside Python. So guys, like your list, we can also perform operation on top of this particular tuple. The same operation we can also perform here, like the arithmetic operation, membership operation, and loop operations. So in arithmetic, actually, we can perform something called, so let me first of all comment, arithmetic operation, we can perform something called addition operation, that means plus operation, and we can perform something called multiplication operation. So these two operation we can perform, these two operator we can use. So let me give you some example. Let's say this is my tuple T1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there is another tuple called T2. Okay, now let's see if I perform T1 plus T2. So what will happen if I execute this particular program? You'll see that it will perform something called concatenation operation. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 5, 6, 7, 8. That means 5, 6, 7, 8 would be added in this particular tuple. So this is called actually concatenation operation. Okay, concatenation operation. Now if I perform, let's say T1 multiply by, let's say 3. So what will happen? Oh, sorry, it should be multiply by 3. See, it will do the repeat operation. That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, again 1, 2, 3, 4, again 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 times. If I give 4, it will repeat 4th time. Okay. But if you give, let's say, T1 and multiply by T2, it won't be working. T1 multiply by T2, it won't be working. Okay, it can't support this particular operations. Okay, Similar wise for the division also, it won't be working. So only we can perform these two operations called addition operation and multiplication operation, okay, with any integer number. Okay, that is the idea. Now let's see the membership operations. So let's say this is my let's say tuple. Now if I just perform t1, sorry, I can write like that, 1 in t1, it will give me true because it is present. And if I just write, let's say 1 not in, okay, t1, it will give me false because one is already there. That's how you can use this particular membership operations. Now the next operations you can perform something called loop operation. That means you can apply a loop on top of this particular let's say tuple. That means loop is actually iterator. You can perform the iteration operation. Let's say this is my tuple and I can perform the loop here. So for I in t1, and if I print this particular one, sorry, if I print this particular I, you will see that all the value would be extracted, okay, one by one. It will do the iterate operation, first of all 1, 2, 3 and 4 and so on. Fine. That's how actually you can perform. These are the operations inside tuple. The same operation we can perform inside a list. Okay, yes. So yes guys, this is the idea. I hope you got it. What kinds of operation we can perform on top of this particular tuples. So in the next video we'll be discussing about like tuple functions, okay, or method. So with that guys, thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I'll see you next time. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this particular video we'll be discussing about tuples method inside Python. So we have already seen the tuple example, like how we can define a tuple and all. We have also seen like how we can perform the tuples operation. So there are some inbuilt methods are available inside tuple. We'll be exploring those are the method in this particular video. So let me go to our code editor and try to understand this particular concept. So guys, as you can see here, I have listed down some of the common function and method inside tuples. See, these are the common functions can be used anywhere. It can be used inside list. It can be used inside, let's say, tuple. It can be used inside sets. Okay, anywhere you can use this particular common functions and method. So I think in the list example also I showed you these are the common function and method. Okay, so here you can see you can perform something called length operation, minimum operation, maximum operation, sum operation. I think some I didn't show inside list, I forget to mention, but here I mentioned you can also perform the sum operation on top of a list. Okay, it is also possible, and you can perform the sorted operation. Okay, so you can see this is my tuple, and if you just let me first of all execute the program. You can see length is 4. That means in this particular tuple we're having 4 items. Minimum value is, let's say, 1. Maximum value we can see it's 40, and sum, if you perform all the sum operation of this particular number, you will get 46. And if you just perform the sorted operation to the, let's say, ascending order, okay, ascending order, you will see. So this is the ascending order output, 1, 2, 3 and 40. That means low to high it will actually show you. Now you can see this particular output format, it's a list. That means if you perform sorted operation on top of a tuple, you will get a list output. That is the difference only. If you perform sorted output on top of any kinds of, let's say, tuple, you will get the list output. Now if you just perform the descending order, you just make it as true, you will get the descending output. Okay, that is the idea. Apart from that, inside tuples actually only 2 inbuilt methods are available. Let me show you. If you just go to Google and search like tuples method in Python, you will see only two methods is there. Okay, 2 function is there, count and index. Okay, count and index is there. But inside list we saw there are so many actually inbuilt methods was there, because list was a mutable one, because we can change something, we can add something, we can delete something, right? That's why there were so many methods and function. But inside tuple actually it's immutable. That's why very less inbuilt function and method actually will get. Only 2 is there, count and index. I think we already learned count and index in the list also. The same thing, the same actually function we can also apply here. So let me show you this count and index inside tuple. I will go back. So first of all, let me show you the count. So let's say this is my tuple, and if you want to see any items, like how many times actually it is occurring, you can use this particular count one. So I'll just write t.count. I want to check how many times this particular 3 is coming. So you'll see only 1 time. Let's say if I give another 3 here, now you'll see it will show you 2 times. The same thing you have learned in your list. Now the next thing, let's see this particular index. So I'll what I'll do, I'll just write t.index. I want to check the index of, let's say, 1. It will give me 0 because 0 is present at the 0 index. Now if I give 2, it will give me 1. Okay, same thing you have learned in your list as well. Fine. Yes, so these are the actually inbuilt methods are available inside tuple. That means inbuilt function are available inside tuples. Apart from that, if you want to perform, let's say, all the list actually functions. On the list functions on top of this particular tuple, what you can do, you can perform the typecasting operation. I think I showed you how to perform the typecasting. Let's say this is your tuple, and first of all, just do the typecasting. Take a variable temp is equal to, I'll convert to a list, this particular t. Now see, if I just do temp, you'll see that it will convert as a list. Now see, if I just write temp and just write the dot, you will see all the list method would be available. All the list method would be available. Now you can perform anything, append, clear, copy, anything you can perform. Okay, that's how you can do the type conversion, and you can use the list function and method as well in this particular tuple. But I won't recommend this particular approach because I already told you, if you are designing any kinds of software, first of all, try to decide which particular data structure you will be using. Okay, if you want to change anything, you can use list. If you don't want to change anything, you can use tuple. So yes guys, this is all about this particular tuple method. I hope you got it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello guys, welcome back. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about difference between list and tuples. As of now, we have learned this particular tuples, and previously we have also learned this particular list. And as we have already seen, like tuples is similar kinds of list only. So let's try to see some key difference between list and tuples. So guys, you can see here I have listed down some of the key difference between list and tuples. You can see it is having syntax wise difference. Like whenever we define any kinds of list, we use this particular square bracket. And whenever we define any kinds of tuple, we use this particular parenthesis. And the second difference actually will see the mutability. That means list is immutable. That means you can change anything inside list. But on the other hand, tuple is not mutable. It's immutable. You can't change anything inside tuple. The third one is speed. Speed wise, actually, you will see list is a little bit slow than tuples. See, in Python, whatever immutable data types you have, it is a little bit fast than the mutable one. So here we saw like list is immutable and tuple is immutable. So comparatively, tuple is faster than a list because it's a immutable one. Okay, always try to remember, if anyone ask you in the interview which one is the first, so you can consider based on the mutability. So if it is immutable, it is a little bit slower than the immutable one. Okay, that's the idea. Now the next difference actually will get the memory, like how much memory it takes, like this list and tuples. See, here I have written a simple Python program to check how much memory actually it is taking. So let me show you. So here is the program, guys. So here I'm using one Python package called sys. Sys is nothing but it's a system package, and here I have defined a list. You can see I'm using this particular range function to generate like thousands number. Again, I have taken a tuple. Again, I'm generating a thousands number inside that. Then what I'm doing with the help of this particular system package, I'm just getting the size of it, like how much size actually it is taking in the memory. Okay, what is the bytes actually it is taking in the memory. So this particular function will automatically look for in the memory, and it will get that particular size. Okay, that's why we are using this particular sys package. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that list is taking 8056 bytes. On the other hand, tuple is taking 8040 byte. Okay, now you can see tuple is taking a little bit less size than your list. So that's why I told you. That means tuple takes usually less space than your list. Okay, this is another difference. Now the next one, built-in functionality. Built-in functionality wise, list is having more built-in functionality because I told you list is immutable, and inside that we can perform edit, delete operation. That's why it is having more built-in functionality. On the other hand, tuple is having only 2 built-in functionality. Now the next one, you can see error prone. So what is error prone? Let me show you. So let's say here I have written one code. This is the code. So here what I have written, I have taken a list here. And what I'm doing, I'm storing this particular list inside this particular b variable. Now I'm appending one value inside this particular a. Now I'm printing this particular a. I'm also printing this particular b. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that in both places actually it will add this particular 4, because we know that list is a mutable one. If you change anything, it will directly reflect in that particular original one. Okay, that's why although you are assigning this particular list in another variable, but it is pointing to the same memory location. That's why it's changing in both places. Okay. Now on the other hand, if I perform the tuple operation, you can see this is a tuple, and I'm storing this particular tuple inside this particular variable. Now here I'm performing one operation. You can see here I'm performing one addition operation with this particular tuple of 4. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it is only changing inside the a variable, but in the b variable it is not changing anything because it is making a copy. Okay, it is making a copy of that particular variable. Instead of changing in the, let's say, original one, it is making a copy, and inside that particular copy it is changing that particular statement. Okay, that is the idea. So that's why here I've written it's a error prone. because if you're a beginner programmer, this particular statement would be a little bit confusing for you. Like what is happening? It is changing in both places. Although you have assigned this particular let's say list in a other variable, but again it's changing like in multiple places, right? That is the confusion actually will get. And the last one actually usability, because I told you let's say whenever you are designing any kinds of software, first of all try to decide what kinds of software you are implementing, whether it's changeable or it's not changeable. If you want to change anything, you can use the list. If you don't want to change anything inside that particular software, you can use tuples inside that. Okay, so these are some key differences you have to remember. Because see, sometimes in interview also ask this particular question, what is the difference between list and tuple? So that's why I showed you these are the difference. Okay, so yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, inside this particular video we'll be learning another quick topic inside tuples called tuples unpacking. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand. See, whenever you define any kinds of tuple, you can unpack the value. What is unpacking the value? Let me show you one example. Let's say here I'm having one tuple. Let's say 1, 2 and 3. Let's say this is my tuple. So now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that I will get this particular output. This is a tuple. Okay, you can see inside this particular tuple I'm having 3 values. Now if I want to unpack these are the value, if I want to unpack these are the item, what I can do, I can use this particular syntax a comma b comma c is equal to this particular tuple. Now what will happen? The first value will come in the first variable, second value will come in the second variable, third value will come in the third variable. Now if I execute this particular program, and now if I print a, b and c, I'll just write print a, b, c, you will see that inside a 1 is there, inside b 2 is there, inside c 3 is there. So this is called tuple unpacking. So sometimes actually you will be seeing these kinds of syntax a programmer will be using. So whenever you can see these kinds of syntax, so you have to remember this is a tuple unpacking they are doing. It's not about tuple, you can also do for the list as well. List unpacking also you can perform. Let's say instead of tuple I will take a list and I'll just write the same things. Now if I execute this particular program, and if I again print this particular statement, you will see that you will get the same thing. Okay, so this is a very quick topic inside this particular data types. Okay, tuples and list. I think now you got it. What is tuple unpacking and what is list unpacking as well. Fine. Now you can ask me, let's say I'm having this kinds of tuple. Let's say I'm having, instead of taking 3 variable, if I'm taking 2 variable, will it work or not? See, if I execute this particular program, you will see it will get one error, too many values to unpack. That means here you are having 3 values, but your variable size is 2. Okay, that's why it's not working. So make sure the number of value actually you are having the same number of variable you have to take to unpack these are the value. Okay, I hope this part is clear. But you can handle this particular situation. So what you can do for this, let's say, so here is one code snippet I have written. You can see here I'm having one tuple, and here you can see I have taken a, b and star others. Okay, so these are the variable I have taken. That means what I want to do, I only want to take this particular 1 and 2 out. Okay, I want to only unpack 1 and 2, and rest of the things I don't want. Okay, rest of the things I don't want. Let's say here you are having thousands of values, thousands of items, but I don't want that. So in this case, actually you can write this particular syntax. Only just take a and b, and whatever you don't want, just write in the star variable. You can see this is the star. Okay, I'm taking one star. So here you can use any kinds of name. Here I have given others. You can write your name, my name, anything you can write here. No need to worry. Okay, now see if I'm executing this particular program, see only 1 and 2 is storing inside a and b, and 3 and 4 it is storing in the other variable. Okay, and it would be a list. Okay, it would be a list. This particular output would be a list. That means let's say if I am taking some more value, see only 1 and 2 I will get in the a and b, and rest of the things will remain in the other variable. Okay, now if I'm not giving this particular star, then that time it will throw you error. Okay, so if you want to prevent the error, you can take this particular star, then this particular syntax will work. I hope you got it. Now another things actually you can perform this particular zipping concept inside tuple as well. I think we saw like how to perform the zip operation on top of list. The same concept you can apply in the tuple as well. See here I'm having 2 tuple. Now if I'm performing the zip operation, what will happen? It will make a pair. Okay, it will make a pair. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will make a pair. 1 and 5, 2 and 6, 3 and 7, 4 and 8. Okay, it is making a pair. And why I've written a tuple? Because it will give you the iterable object and you have to iterate it, and tuple is an iterator. Okay, now see if I do the zip operation, you will get a zip object here. So here you can see it is giving me zip object, and if I want to get the value, what I can do, I can either convert it to list, either I can convert it to tuple. Okay, both can be applied. This is the idea. So this is actually quick topic. I just wanted to let you know, because this thing actually you can see in future whenever you will be doing bigger projects and all. Okay, so these are the small things actually you have to use in the programming to make your code very efficient. Okay, I hope you got it. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing about tuple comprehension. So I think you have already learned about list comprehension inside Python, like how we can perform this particular list comprehension, and what is the advantage to use this particular list comprehension. I think you already know. So let's try to discuss this particular tuples comprehension in this particular video. See guys, officially there is no tuple comprehension inside Python. You can see, you might have read about list comprehension in Python. However, there is no tuple comprehension inside Python. But here actually what you can do, you can emulate. Okay, you can emulate this particular tuple comprehension inside Python. Officially there is no tuple comprehension concept, but you can emulate. Okay, you can emulate that particular concept. Okay, so let me give you the same example. Let's say, I think you remember we have done one list comprehension example. I think you saw we solved different problem statement. Okay, and here we learn like how to perform this particular list comprehension, right? So I'll take the same example and I will show you how we can emulate this particular tuple comprehension here. All right, you can see the first example. So there actually I was adding actually 1 to 10 numbers in a list. I think you remember this particular problem statement. If you haven't watched that particular video, so please try to go ahead and watch that particular video first, then you'll be able to understand, okay, what is happening. Now you can see the same code actually I have written with the help of tuple comprehension. See, instead of list, actually what I've taken a tuple comprehension. Now you can ask me why I have taken actually 2 times tuple, because you can see inside this particular tuple function I'm having another tuple actually object. Okay, here also I'm taking this particular parenthesis. Why? Okay, why I'm taking this particular, let's say I'm extra tuple. So let me show you. So let's say if I'm not taking this particular extra tuple, what will happen? So let me first of all discuss. I'll copy this particular, let's say, tuple comprehension, and if I just execute it here, see, if I just execute it here, so here if you see that if I'm executing this particular code, I'm getting this particular generator object. Fine. But previously whenever I was using, let's say, list comprehension, after executing it I was getting the numbers. Okay, that means I was getting the outputs. But in but in tuple comprehension actually directly you won't be getting. So for this, what you have to do, again you have to apply tuple on top of it. So for this what you have to do, you have to again convert it to the tuples. Okay, tuple type object. So now if I give the tuple here, now if I execute this particular program, you will see that I will be getting the output right now. So this is the only thing you have to do, and this is called actually emulate. Okay, emulate tuple comprehension. We can't directly perform, but we can emulate it. Now you can see all the example I did in the list comprehension, everything I just converted to tuple comprehension. Only the difference you can see, I have changed this particular bracket. Okay, I have changed this particular bracket, and outside I have taken a tuple function. That is the idea. Now you'll see that the same output. The square operation I did, you can see the same thing, only the tuple is there. So basically you just need to check that particular video, list comprehension video. You'll be able to understand, okay, what is happening here. Now let me show you some of the examples. See, this is also tuple comprehension. Inside that we are performing the same thing. Fine. Now you can see the same example. So that's how actually we can do this particular tuple comprehension. I hope you got it. So directly it's not actually there inside Python, but we can do the emulate operation. Okay, emulate tuple comprehension inside Python. So people usually get confused whether there is a tuple comprehension concept or not inside Python. If you ask me, I'll tell yes, there is there, you can emulate that, but officially there is no tuple comprehension inside actually Python. We have, let's say, list comprehension, dictionary comprehension, and sets comprehension. These are the thing we are having, and tuple comprehension we can perform emulate operation. Okay, that is the idea. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. I hope you got it. Thanks for watching, guys. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. My name is Bapi Ahmed. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about sets in Python. So sets is another data type inside Python. We also call this particular sets as a data structure inside Python. We'll be discussing this particular sets in detail so that you won't be having any kinds of doubt, and make sure you're watching this particular video till the end. So let's launch our code editor and try to understand this set. So guys, here you can see sets is nothing but sets is an unordered collection of items. Every set elements is unique, no duplicates, and it must be immutable. Okay, that means cannot be changed. But however, a set itself is immutable. We can add or remove items from it. So if you still have doubt on this particular definition, no need to worry. I will discuss, okay, what I have written here. But just try to understand, a set is an unordered collection of items. Okay, like as of now, we have seen like list and tuples. So in list and tuples, we have seen like it is an ordered collection. It always follow the ordered collection. I think I already showed you. Let's say there are two lists. Let's say L1, which is having 1 to 3, and L2, which is having, let's say, 3 to 1. Now, if you just write L1 is equal L2 or not, you will see that it will give you false because it's an unordered collection. The second one is an unordered collection. Okay, it should also follow the same order. Okay, same thing also can be applied on the tuple, but sets is a little bit different. A set is an unordered collection of item. That means if you're storing that value in a unordered collection, it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you this part. And every element is an unique. That means you can't add any kinds of duplicates inside a set. So if you are adding duplicates, it will give you only the unique value of it. That is the idea. And the items you are storing inside a set, it should be immutable. It should be immutable objects. I think you remember inside a list, we can store another list, like the nested list. And list is a mutable, right? Inside sets, actually, you can't store any kinds of mutable object. It should be always immutable. Okay, immutable objects. So let's try to see some of the example. I think then this part would be more clear. So here you can see sets can also be used to perform mathematical set operation like union, then intersection, then symmetric difference, and so on. I think you learned this sets mathematics in your college days. The same concept actually inside programming you can also use. Whatever, let's say, mathematical operation you used to perform, let's say union, intersection, then symmetric difference, everything you can perform here. That means the mathematical concept they have converted to the programming. So if you already know sets and if you already let's say learned sets in your let's say mathematical class or let's say in your college days, this particular concept will be more clear in your mind. Now here you can see some characteristic of sets. It's an unordered collection. And sets is immutable. That means you can add elements, you can let's say delete elements inside a set. Okay, it's possible. But inside a sets, whatever value you are storing, that should be immutable. Okay, that is the things you have to remember. And it doesn't allow any kinds of duplicates. That means if you are also giving the duplicates, it will return you the unique value. Okay, always. And can't contain the mutable data types. Okay, as I already told you. Okay, it will always contain the immutable data type. So let's try to see how we can define a sets. That means how we can create a sets. There are so many ways you can define a sets. Okay, one by one, I'll show you each and everything. So guys, you can see we can create this particular sets. There are so many ways. You can see I have listed down each and everything. Now let me discuss some of the important concept in this particular sets. You have to always remember. See, if you want to create an empty set, what you can do, you can use this particular set function. Okay, you can use this particular set function. There is a set function is available. Now see, whenever I'm defining any kinds of set, let's say this is my one-dimensional set. Now you can see I'm using this particular curly bracket. That means whenever I was creating list, I was using this particular square bracket. Whenever I was creating tuples, I was using this particular parenthesis. And whenever you are creating sets, you have to use this particular curly bracket. Now you can ask me, see, you are using curly bracket here to create a sets. Okay, going forward, whatever example I have given, you can see I'm using this particular curly bracket. Let's say 1D, two-dimensional sets, then homo and hetero, everything I'm using this particular curly bracket. But whenever I'm creating an empty set, why I'm using this particular set function instead of using this particular curly bracket? You can ask me, can I create like that? Let's say if I just write s is equal to this particular curly bracket. Now if I execute, see, it will also create a empty set for me. If I print this particular s, it will create an empty set for me. But is it really a set? Just pause this particular video and let me know. Is it really a set? See, if you don't know, so what I can do, I can show you the type of this particular, let's say, object. I'll just write type. And inside that, I'll pass this particular s. Now see, if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it's a dictionary object. See, although I am using curly bracket to create this particular set, but if I'm checking the type, it's a dictionary. Why it's a dictionary? Because see, there is another data structure inside Python or data type inside Python called dictionary. I think I already discussed. Like I already told you the name of the, like, let's say data type dictionary. I think you have heard of, right? Dictionary also use this particular curly bracket. Fine. So that's why in both places, whenever you are using this particular curly bracket, by default your Python will consider this particular empty curly bracket as a dictionary, not a set. Okay, this is the design of like Python actually. So here we can't do anything. So Python have done these kinds of things, right? So they're telling if you're creating this particular curly bracket as an empty, if you're using this curly bracket and if you're not mentioning anything inside that, it will be considering as a dictionary. Okay, it would be considered as a dictionary. Okay, and if you want to create an empty set, that time you have to use this particular set function instead of using this particular curly bracket. Fine. So that's why I told you. So that's why here I have written if you want to create any kinds of empty sets, you have to use this particular function instead of using this particular curly bracket. Now see, if I copy this particular program and if I execute it here, you will see that now it will become an empty set. Okay, it will become an empty set. You can see it's a set object right now. The type is also set. Fine. That is the thing you have to always remember, because this particular question interviewer will ask you. Okay, because I've seen like lots of places interviewer will ask whenever I want to create an empty set. Okay, how I can create it? So most of the time actually people will get confused. So that's why it's a very super important concept you have to always remember. Fine. Great. So that's how actually we can create an empty set. Now we can create a one-dimensional set. One-dimensional means like there should be only items. Okay, there should not be any kinds of, let's say, sets. Inside the sets actually there should not be any kinds of sets. Okay, now see, this is called one-dimensional copy, and here let me execute and show you. See, this is a one-dimensional sets. Okay, so here you can mention this particular curly bracket. Inside that you can store the value. Okay, 1 2 3 4 and whatever. Fine. So this is called one-dimensional actually sets. Now see, here you can use this particular curly bracket because this sets is not an empty. Okay, empty sets. So that's why curly bracket you can use it. Fine. This is called one-dimensional set. Now two-dimensional set. Okay, now you can ask me whether I can create a two-dimensional sets or not, because it is possible inside list and tuple. It is possible inside sets or not. See, if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will throw you error. Okay, it will throw you error. It will tell you unhashable type set, because set doesn't allow any kinds of nested concept. You can't mention set inside a set. It's not possible. Okay, it's not possible because sets is a mutable. Okay, sets is a mutable. I already told you sets is a mutable. And here you can't store mutable items inside a sets. Okay, here I have written, you can see element is unique, no duplicates, and must be immutable. Must be immutable. Okay, but sets is a mutable. That's why you can't store sets inside a set. It's not possible. But you can store, but inside that you can store immutable. Okay, immutable object you can store. Okay, any kinds of immutable data type you can mention here. Let's say tuple is a immutable. I can mention tuple. Let me show you. So instead of set, I'll give tuple. Okay, if I give tuple and if I execute, see, now this particular code will execute because tuple is a immutable. Okay, it's a immutable data type. That's how you can store. But if you're using any kinds of mutable data type, you will get an error. Okay, this part always you have to remember. Fine. Yes. Now let's see the homo and heterogeneous. I think you saw like homogeneous means it will only store one kinds of data type. Okay, now see, this particular sets I have defined, it's a homo or hetero. Just try to comment in the chat, in the comment box. It's a hetero, right? Because you can see here we are having multiple data types. We are having integer, then string, then float, and tuple type. Okay, that means it's a hetero. Okay, it's a heterogeneous sets. Now if I execute, see, it will work fine. And here I am giving tuple. Tuple is a mutable one. That's why we can store inside a sets. Okay, it's possible. Now using type conversion also you can create a sets. Let's say I can convert list to sets. Okay, it's possible. So inside a set function you have to give the list. Okay, or let's say tuple, whatever actually data type you are giving, you can convert it to sets. See, it's possible. Now see, it would be converted to sets. Fine. So this is called type conversion, set creation. Now see, duplicate does not allowed. So if I execute this particular program, you'll see that why duplicate does not allowed. See, here I have given a duplicates value 1 1 2 2 and 3 3. Fine. Now if you execute this particular program, you will only see that 1 2 and 3. So it will only pick up the unique value. It will only pick up the unique value. It won't be becoming any kinds of duplicates value. But which was possible inside our list and tuple. But inside sets actually it's not possible. It will only allow the unique value. Okay, not the duplicates value. That is the idea. That's why duplicates don't allowed inside a sets. Fine. Now set can't have any kinds of mutable item. I already told you, let's say if you are having any kinds of mutable item inside a sets, okay, it will throw you error, unhashable error. Okay, this particular error it will throw you. So you can't store any kinds of mutable object inside a sets. Okay, it's not possible. Fine. But immutable you can store inside a sets. So yes, these are the way actually you have to remember. That's how actually we can create a sets. Okay, different way I showed you. And always try to remember these are the concept. Okay, whatever concept I told you about the sets. Okay, it's like very important. Okay, so far guys, you saw like how we can create a sets. Now let's try to prove. I told you it's a unordered collection. So let's try to see why it's a unordered collection. I will prove it. So what I can do. So what I will do, I'll just define two sets here. So let's say S is equal to, let's say 1, 2, and 3. This is my first set. And S2 is equal to, let's say, again 1, 2, and 3. Fine. Or I can take like that, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so this is my set. Okay, this is my set. Now if I just write set1 equal set2. Now just pause this particular video and comment in the comment section what will be the output. It would be true or false if I execute this particular program. See, if I show you, if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it would be true. Although 1 to 3 and 3 to 1, it's not an ordered collection. Still, actually, it is giving you, it's a equal. Okay, it's a equal. That means it is the same. This set and this set is the same. Okay, so that's why I told you set always follow the unordered collection. So order doesn't matter here. Order can be anything. Value should be same. Okay, value should be same. If value is same, that means this particular set is same. Now see, instead of 1, if I take 11, now see, it will give you false because value is not same right now. Okay, that is why actually we call set as a unordered collection of item. Okay, this parties I think it is clear. Now the next thing we'll be learning accessing items. Okay, accessing items is it's possible in the sets or not. So let me take the same example. I'll take sets 1. Now in list and tuple, I think you saw we can perform indexing operation. So it is possible inside set or not. Let me show you. So if I, let's say, want to access this particular one, if I want to, let's say, access this particular one item, I'll give the index of 1, which is nothing but 0. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will tell you set, you'll see that it will give you one error. Set object is not subscriptable. That means you can't actually perform the indexing operation in sets. It's not possible. Set doesn't have any kinds of index. Always try to remember set doesn't have any kinds of index. Why? Because it's an unordered collection. Okay, it's an unordered collection. Order doesn't matter here. That's why there is no index. There is no index inside a set. So to prove this, I will show you one example. Let's say this is my set. Inside a set, I'm having some of the, let's say, item 1, hello, 4.5 and 1 tuple actually I'm having. Now see, if I execute this particular set, you will see that 1 is coming, hello is coming. Then see, instead of coming 4.5 at the position of 3, it is coming this particular tuple is coming in this particular position, and this particular item is coming at the last. Okay, that's why it's it can take any kinds of random items. Okay, whenever it is showing on the console, it can take any kinds of random items. So here order doesn't matter. That's why it doesn't have any kinds of index. Always try to remember this particular concept. You can't perform any kinds of indexing operation inside a sets. Okay, it's not possible. So similar things for the slicing as well. You can't also perform the slicing. So let's say if I want to perform slicing, I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. Slicing is not possible. Let's say 0 to 1, I want to do the slicing. It is also not possible because set doesn't have any kinds of index. Okay, index, it is it doesn't have any kinds of index. Fine. Now the next thing we'll be learning editing items, whether editing item is possible or not. Like we did in the list, I think you remember. We can change any kinds of item in the sets. Let's say this is my sets. Because we saw like sets is a mutable, right? We can change inside a sets. Okay, we can add value, we can delete value, but we can edit items or not. Let me show you. So let's say I want to change this particular one with any other value, let's say 100. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will throw you error. Item support, it is telling object does not support any kinds of item assignment. Why? I told you set is immutable. By why we can't change? Because we can't use any kinds of indexing here, because I showed you set doesn't have any kinds of index. So that's why you are trying to change this particular value with this particular index. It's not possible inside a sets. Okay, it's not possible inside a sets, but you can change inside a set. It's possible. You can add value, you can delete value. It's possible because sets is a mutable data type. So for this, you have to use some function. You have to use some set function. I'll tell you some of the set function. With the help of that, you can add value, you can delete value. Okay, you can do lots of things. Fine. So let me show you some of the function example. Let's say you want to add any items inside a set. You can use this particular add function. Okay, add method you can use. It is an inbuilt method inside a set. Now let's say I want to add this particular 5 in this particular set. I'll just write s.add, and here I will add this particular 5. Now if I execute this particular program, and if I print this s, you will see that sorry, it should be upper character s. Okay, it's not a small character, it should be upper character s. Now if I execute, now you'll see that 5 has been added in this particular set. Fine. So similar wise, we are having another function. So let me show you for update. Okay, with the help of update also you can insert any kinds of value inside a set. Let's say I will update actually multiple items. So let's say I will update 11, 12 and 13. Now if I print s, sorry, if I print s, you'll see that 11, 13 and 14 added. That means what is the difference between update and add? Whenever you are using add, you can only add one item, and whenever you are using update, you can add multiple item. That is the difference only. And whenever you are defining multiple item, this particular item should be a list. Okay, as a list, actually you have to give this particular input. Okay, otherwise it won't be working. I hope this part is clear. Now similar wise, you can also delete item inside a set. Okay, let me show you some deleting function. But before that, let me show you. I think you are thinking, can I delete like that? Let's say this is my set. Let's say this is my set S, and I want to delete the first item. Now if I execute, see, it's not possible because I told you it doesn't allow any kinds of indexing. That's why you can't delete like that. So if you want to delete, you have to use some deleting function for this. So let me show you some of the deleting function. So guys, you can see for deleting, we are having different function. So first function is discard, you can see. So if you're using discard, and inside that, if you're mentioning any kinds of item, let's say I want to delete this particular 5, just give the 5 here. And now if I execute this program, you'll see that 5 will be removed from this particular sets. Now the next thing you can see, remove is there. With the help of remove also, you can delete any kinds of, let's say, sets. So let me show you. So with the help of remove also, you can delete any kinds of item from a sets. So if I execute, let's say, this particular program, and here you will see that I'm giving this particular 50. Okay, 50 I want to remove. Now see, what is the difference between this discard and remove? Let me show you. Let's say if I'm giving any kinds of item, let's say, which is not present inside this particular set. Let's say 50 is not there. 50 is not there. Now if I'm executing, still it is working. Still it is working. If it is not there, it's fine. It won't be deleting. Okay, it won't be throwing any kinds of error. Fine. And whenever I'm using remove, and let's say if any item is not present inside this particular sets, and if I execute the program, it will throw you error. It will throw you error. That means 500 is not present inside the sets. But if you're using discard, it won't be throwing any kinds of error. If not, it will give you the output, okay, as it is. And if you're using remove, it will throw you error. So sometimes if you want to throw error, you can use this discard. Sometimes if you don't want to throw error, you can use this particular remove. Okay, so let me get back. Yeah, now I think fine. Now there is another function you can use called pop. Okay, so what pop will do, pop will randomly delete one item. So let me again execute. See, if I'm executing, it is removing one only. Okay, that means the first item it is removing. Okay, pop is removing the first item, but I read actually somewhere in some blog actually pop will remove actually randomly. Okay, randomly one item actually it will remove. And in list, pop we use for the deleting the last item. Okay, that is the difference only. Now there is another one called clear. If you perform the clear, I will get a empty set. Let's say I had my set. If I perform the clear operation, it will give me the empty set. That means it will clear all the value. Fine. So these are the way actually you can follow if you want to delete anything inside a set. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. I think you got it, what is set right now, and how to create a set, how to like perform editing inside a set. Let's say how to add a value, how to remove a value. Fine. So in the next video, we'll be learning the set operations, like different operations are there, like union operation is there, intersection operation is there, then we are having a semantic difference is there, right? We'll be learning each and everything. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about sets operations. We have seen like the sets, what is the sets and how we can create a sets. So let's discuss like some sets operation, what are the sets operation we can perform. So let's go to our core editor and try to understand. So guys, inside sets actually we can perform some of the operation. You can see like union operation we can perform, intersection operation we can perform, then difference, semantic difference, membership, and iteration. Okay, so these are the operation actually we can perform. And I think you already know what is union, intersection, difference, then semantic difference. Maybe you have already learned in the mathematics class, okay, in your college days and school days, this particular concept. So let me show you this particular union first, like how we can perform this particular union operation. See, here I have defined actually two sets. You can see S1 and S2. And here I have taken some of the values. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, so these are my value, right? Now if I perform union operation on top of this particular two sets, so what will happen? So let me show you. So let's say if I perform union operation, so S1, if you want to perform union operation, you have to use this particular pipe symbol. Okay, so this is the pipe symbol, and here you have to write S2. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that it will give you only the unique value. Okay, it will only give you the unique value, okay, from both of the sets. Now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and 4 5 it won't be printing because it will give you only the unique value, because duplicates it doesn't allow. Okay, it will only give you the unique item. Now 6 7 and 8, okay, 6 7 and 8 would be printed. I hope this part is clear. What is union? I think you already know union, right? I think you remember this Venn diagram. Okay, we used to learn in our college days whenever we used to learn this particular set, right? So this is called actually Venn diagram. So here actually we learn like what is the union Venn diagram, intersection Venn diagram, right? So union will give you the unique item. Okay, always it will give you the unique item. That's the idea. Fine. Now the next thing we'll see the intersection. So let me also show you the intersection. So what I will do, I'll just copy S1 and S2. Instead of giving this particular pipe sign, you have to give this particular AND sign right now. Okay, so you have to give this particular AND sign. Now if I execute this particular program, you will get this particular output. Now what is intersection? Intersection means it will only give you the actually duplicates item. Okay, it will give you the common item. You will see 4 5 is the common in both places, so it will return you 4 and 5. That is the idea. This is called intersection. Now let's see the difference. Now if I show you the difference, if you want to perform the difference, what you have to do, you have to use this particular minus symbol. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will give you 1 2 and 3. See, if you perform difference operation, let's say I have performed S1 and S2. Now you can see I have written S1 at the first and S2 at the last. Okay, so what will happen? See, whatever things you are assigning at the very first, let's say I have assigned S1. Now it will try to see. Now it will try to check what are the items actually is not common in both places. You can see 1 2 and 3 is not common in both places. Okay, it's not common. 1 2 and 3, it's not present inside this particular S2. That's why it will return you 1 2 and 3. Okay, 1 2 and 3. Fine, because 1 2 and 3 is not present inside this particular sets, but 4 and 5 is present. Okay, that's why it's not returning 4 and 5. Now you can do the opposite of it. Let's say I want to check what are the things is not present inside S2. So you can write like that, S2 minus S1. Now if I execute, it will give you 6 7 and 8. You can see 6 7 and 8, it is not present inside this particular S1. Okay, so this is actually difference. This is the difference operation you can perform inside sets. Now let's try to see the semantic difference. Now if you want to perform semantic difference, what you can do, you can use this particular this sign. Okay, this sign. Now if I execute this particular program, see, it will give you the output which is actually unique. Okay, which is actually unique in both places. You can see 1 2 1 2 3 6 7 and 8. Okay, these are the unique value in both places. You can see 1 2 3 6 7 and 8, and 4 5 4 5 is actually present. Okay, 4 5 is it is common item, that's why it's not giving you. Okay, it will only give you the unique item. Okay, it will only give you the unique item from the both places. Okay, this is the actually work of this particular semantic difference. Now we can perform also membership operator. I think you know what is membership operator, right? We can use not and not in. So let me show you. Let's say this is my S1. Now if I just write, let's say 1 in S1. So what will be the output? It will be true because 1 is present inside S1. Now if I just write 1 not in S1, it will give you false because 1 is present inside this particular set. Okay, S1. I think you already know what is the membership actually operations, right? Now then last one, you can perform something called iteration. So here I can write for I in S1. So it will iterate all the value one by one. If I print I, see, it will print all the value one by one. Okay, so this is called actually iteration operation. So yes, these are the operation we can perform on top of this particular sets. And going forward, actually sometimes you need it. Okay, let's say you are creating a project and sometimes actually you need to perform these are the operation. Fine. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. In the next video, we'll be understanding the sets inbuilt method and function. Thank you guys. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be discussing about sets method inside Python. So sets is having also some inbuilt method and function. So let's try to see one by one. So guys, as you can see, there are some function actually I have listed down of this particular sets, and I kept some of the examples so that I can show you. And it's like the same thing we have learned inside the set operation. I think remember union, then we have learned about intersection. The same thing we can perform with the help of method as well, like set function as well. Okay, that's why I already written this particular code in this particular notebook. Now see, apart from that, I also listed down some of the common function we can apply. As I already told you, these are the common function can be used anywhere, inside list, inside tuple, inside sets. Okay, anywhere you can use them. Fine. The function like length, sum, min, max, and sorted. we have already seen this particular function in our list and tuples. Okay, so I think I don't need to explain it again and again. You can see length will check the length of this particular set, and sum will calculate the sum for all the item. Then minimum value you can see it's 1, and maximum value you can see it's I think 7, and it will sort the, okay, it will sort this particular item. Okay, you can see reverse is equal to, that means it will do the descending order. Now if reverse is equal to false, it will do in a ascending order. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Fine, these are the common functions. So apart from that, we are having something called union and update. So first of all, let's try to see the union. See, union is nothing but the same union we have learned inside our operations. I think remember, in operations also we learned the union. So what union will return? It will return the unique value. Okay, it will return the unique value. If there is any duplicates, it won't be giving you the duplicates. Okay, it will give you the unique value of it. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 6 7. So if I perform the union, it will give me 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 6 7 and 8. Okay, it won't be giving this particular 5 and 4 two times because it's a duplicates one. Fine. So you can see we can also perform the same thing with the help of union function. I just need to write s dot union. Here I need to pass the s2. Okay, because I want to check the union okay, of s1. Okay, with respect to the s2. Now see, if I execute this particular program, you will see I'm getting the same output. The output actually I got here. I hope this part is clear. Only the difference is here I'm using the symbol, here I'm using this function. Okay, that is the difference only. Now what update will do, see, whatever result actually we are getting, okay, after performing this particular union, this particular update method will update inside this particular, let's say sets, the s1 sets. I think that means inside this particular s1 variable, this particular result would be updated. Let me show you. If I execute this particular program, you'll see that the result actually I got, it is updated inside my s1. Okay, s1 object, that means s1 variable. Okay, s1 variable, it is updated. Fine, that is the idea only. Now you can see the s2 will remain same. Okay, s2 will remain same. And what about s2? S2 will remain same because here we are updating on top of s1. Okay, not s2. Okay, that is what actually you have to remember. Now the second thing, you can see the intersection and intersection update. The same thing, whatever intersection you have learned from here, that means it will give you the common item only. See, we can do this particular intersection with the help of this particular function. Now here if you see, I'm checking the intersection of the s1 with respect to s2. I can see common item is 4 and 5. Okay, in both places it will return me 4 and 5. Fine. Now what intersection update will do, it will update. So whatever output actually we are getting after after applying this particular intersection, it will update inside s1 variable. Let me show you. If I execute this particular intersection update, now you'll see that now whenever I'm printing this s1, 4 and 5 is updated. But previously, what was that? Previously 1 2 3 4 5 was there, but it has been updated with this particular result. Okay, and s2 will remain same. Okay, there is no change inside s2. I hope this part is clear now. So similar wise difference and semantic difference. Okay, similar way actually we are doing. Let me show you. Let's say this is the difference. I think you saw the difference. Okay, that's how we can perform the difference. Difference will give you the value actually which is not present inside set 2. Okay, inside set 2 it's not available. You can see the same thing we can perform with this particular function difference. Now you will see that I will get the same output, and the output actually I'm getting, if I'm doing the difference update, it will update inside s1. You can see I'm updating on top of s1. Now if I execute this particular program, now see inside s1, 1 2 and 3 has been updated. Fine. Now semantic difference, you saw like the semantic difference. Okay, this is the semantic difference. Semantic difference will give you, so what semantic difference will give you, it will give you the item which is actually not common. You can see these two values common. So instead of that, it will give me all the value. Okay, one by one. You can see one by one all the value it will give me. So let me execute this particular program. So you'll see I'm getting the same output. And if I perform the semantic difference, so it will update this particular output inside this particular variable s1. You can see that it will update it, and s2 will remain same. Okay, there is no change. So guys, you can see some more function are available, like is disjoint, is subset, and is superset. Okay, so let's see, these are the function as well. See, first of all, let's try to see this particular is disjoint. Okay, this one. Here I have taken two sets, you can see s1 and s2, and inside that I'm having some value 1 2 3 4 and 7 8 5 and 6. Now if I perform is joint on top of this particular set, so what will happen? See, what is joint mean? Is joint means it is asking whether is there any common value or not in this particular two set. You can see there is no common value. There is no common value. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that it will give me true. But if there is a common value, let's say there is a common value, let's say instead of 7 and 8 I will give 3 and 4. Okay, I'll give 3 and 4. Now if I execute this particular program, it will give you false. That means if there is any common value, this disjoint will give you the false. Okay, if there is any common value, it will give you false. And if it is unique, if both sets are unique, it will give you true. That is the idea. So let me show you. If both sets are actually unique, it will give you true. That's the work of this particular is disjoint. Okay, I hope you got it. Now the next thing, you can see the is subset 1. Now see here I have two sets actually. You can see 1 2 3 4 5 and 3 4 and 5. Now here I'm checking the is subset. That means I'm checking is S2 is a subset of S1 or not. You can see 3 4 and 5, it is present inside S1. Okay, that means S2 is a subset of S1. Okay, it will give you the true. So it will give you the true. But if you just write S1 is subset of S2 or not, okay, it will give you false, because S1 is not a subset of S2, because 1 2 3 1 2 3, okay, 1 and 2, actually this item is not present inside S2. That's why it will give you false. Okay, I hope this part is clear. What is the subset 1? Now let's discuss this particular is superset. See here I'm checking is S1 is superset of S2 or not. Definitely it's a superset of S2. Now if I execute, you'll see that it will give me 2. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now the last function we'll be learning about copy. I think you already know what is copy. Copy will just make a copy. It will make a just shallow copy. Now let's say this is my S1 sets, and if I just do the copy operation inside S2 variable, so it will copy all the item inside S2 as well. Okay, this is the idea. So yes, we have covered all the function which is available inside sets. I think you got it. Okay, and if you have any kinds of doubt, feel free to comment in the comment section. Okay, definitely your doubt will be resolved. So with that guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing another quick topic inside sets called frozen set inside Python. So what is frozen set? I will tell you. So let's go to our code editor first of all, then I will give you the example there. So guys, you can see frozen set is nothing but frozen set is just an immutable version of a Python set object. Like we have seen, like set is a mutable, okay, mutable object inside Python. It's a mutable data type. We can add elements there, we can delete elements there, okay, inside the sets. But a frozen set is the opposite of it, like the list and tuple we have learned. List and tuples both are same only, but list is a mutable and tuple is immutable. Okay, so similar wise, sets is a mutable and frozen set is a immutable. So inside frozen set, you can't add any kinds of element, you can't delete any kinds of element. Apart from that, you can perform everything. You can perform all the operations we have learned inside sets, like the intersection, union, then we have seen the difference, okay, then semantic difference, everything it can be performed there, right? So let me show you how we can create this particular frozen set. So guys, to create this particular frozen set, what you can use a function called frozen set. Let me show you. Let's say this is my frozen set. Let's say I will create two sets here. So there is a function called frozen set. Okay, so this is the function frozen set. Inside that, you have to give one list. Okay, you have to give one list of number. Let's say 1 2 3 4. Okay, let's say this is my number. Now you can ask me, should I only perform list, or I can give any kinds of, let's say, data type here. You can give any kinds of data type. You can give tuple here, it will also work. You can give a list here, it will also work. Okay, both can be work here, no need to worry. So here I've given list of the number. Okay, now if I print this particular frozen set, you will see that it's telling fs is not okay, so it should be fs1. Now see, this is my frozen set. So the type of this particular object is also frozen set. Let me show you the type. So if I just print the type of this particular fs1, you'll see that it's a frozen set object. Fine. So we have successfully created this particular frozen set. Now let me create another frozen set. I'll copy and here I can paste. Now here I can take, let's say 3 4 5 and 6. Okay, now I can print both of them. Fine. So this two is my frozen set. Now you can perform all the operations we have learned. I think you remember, like union, intersection, anything you can perform. Let me show you some of the example. Let's see, if I want to perform the union operations, what I can do, I can call this particular fs1 union of fs2. Okay, fs2. Now see, it will give you that particular output. That means the unique item. You can see unique item, it will give you 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 5 and 6. Okay, fine. Now you can also perform intersection. So how to perform intersection, I think you know, you need to use this particular and signs. Okay, now if I execute, it will give you the intersection of it. That means whatever operations you have learned, okay, whatever operations you have learned, you can apply anything on top of this particular frozen set. Only the things you can't do, that changes. Okay, like you can't add any kinds of value, you can't delete any kinds of value, okay, from this particular frozen set. It's not possible. Now you can ask me when to use this particular frozen set. Okay, what is the use of this particular frozen set? Let's say sometimes you want to create an application with the help of sets, okay, set data structure. So inside that particular application, you don't want to change something, okay, it will be fixed, okay, you don't want to change something. That time you can use this particular frozen set. But if you want to create any application, you want to change something in that particular application, you want to add something in that particular application, that time you can use only the simple set. Okay, that is the difference only you can do, like the list and tuple. Okay, we have learned. Now you can ask me, can I create a two-dimensional frozen set? Is possible. Two-dimensional frozen set? Yes, it is also possible. We can also create two-dimensional frozen set. Okay, let me show you how to create the two-dimensional frozen set. So for this, you can use this particular syntax. You can see I've defined a frozen set. Inside that, I have added some element 1, 2, and again I have defined another frozen set. Okay, again I have defined another frozen set. You can see. So why I'm able to set this particular frozen set? Because it's a immutable. Okay, that's why I can destroy any kinds of immutable data type inside a set. Okay, I already proven. Okay, I think in my set class, I think you remember. If I execute, see. This particular frozen set will be created, and this is a two-dimensional frozen set. Okay, so this is a quick concept inside set and inside Python. I just wanted to let you know, because most of the time you'll see programmer will use this particular concept, and if you don't know that, definitely will get a confused. Okay, what is the thing they're using exactly? So yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this particular video, I'll be discussing about sets comprehension. We have already seen how we can perform list comprehension, tuple comprehension, right? And we saw like what is the use of this particular comprehension concept inside Python. We can use this particular concept to write our code in very few lines, right? That is the idea. So let's try to see some example of set comprehension. This is the same things, whatever you have learned in your list comprehension and tuple comprehension, only the bracket will change. Okay, let me show you. So I'll go to my code editor. So guys, before starting with this particular video, I will suggest if you have missed out, these are the class like the list comprehension, tuple comprehension. So please try to go ahead and complete that particular video. Then this concept will be more clear, because I'm not going to explain this particular comprehension in detail. I already discussed there, okay, what is the comprehension, why we need to use this particular comprehension. And there actually I showed you different examples. Okay, I solved different examples. So please try to go ahead and watch that particular video. Okay, that will be fine. So here I'm going to only give you one example. I think this particular concept will be clear. Okay, how to write this particular set comprehension. So for this, what I can do, I can open up my, let's say, list comprehension example, and from here I can copy one example. Let's say this is one example I solved. I think you remember. Add 1 to 10 numbers in a list. So we solve this particular problem. I think you remember. This is the simple approach, and this is the list comprehension approach. So I'll copy the same code as it is, and here I'm going to mention it. Instead of using this particular bracket, I can use this particular curly bracket. Okay, curly bracket means we are performing the set operation, right? Now if I execute this particular program, see, instead of taking L variable, I will set SC, that means set comprehension. Fine. Now if I execute, you'll see that it's a set comprehension we have done. Okay, previously I showed you for the list comprehension, now it is a set comprehension. Now guys, you can see this another example. So here what I'm doing, I'm only actually doing the square root operation. The number is greater than 5. Okay, I'm just generating some number 1 to 11th, and I'm checking if this is like greater than 5, I'm doing the square root operation. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see the output. Fine, I hope you got it. Only the change is you have to change this particular bracket. Fine, and if any duplicates is coming inside that, it will give you the unique value of it. That is the idea. So I'll give you one task, what you can do, whatever things we have learned inside list comprehension, whatever example we did, right? Just try to also perform with the help of set comprehension. The same example you can do, okay? And you can comment in the comment section all the code. Fine. So yes, this is all about the sets comprehension. There is nothing new. Okay, I have to teach you. I think so far we have learned each and everything. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. Thank you so much. Hi guys, welcome to this particular video. My name is Bapi Ahmed. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about another amazing data type and data structure inside Python called dictionary. Dictionary is like very stylish and very powerful data structure inside Python. In this video, we'll try to understand this particular dictionary in detail so that you won't be having any kinds of doubt. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular dictionary. So guys, as you can see, dictionary is nothing but dictionary in Python is a collection of keys and values used to store the data values like a map, which unlike others data types which hold only a single values as an element. In some language, it is also known as map or associative arrays. Okay. That means dictionary is nothing but it's a data structure inside Python. it stores the data in a key value pair. Okay, it stores the data in a key value pair. So here you can see I kept one example. Let's say this is my dictionary, and to define a dictionary I'm using this particular curly bracket. I already told you dictionary also use curly brackets. Okay, whenever I was discussing about these sets, right? See, it also use curly bracket, and inside that it stores the data in a key value pair. You can see name is the key, Bappy is the value. Okay, age is the key, 22 is the value, gender is the key, male is the value. That means if you call this particular key, you will get the value. Okay, that's how actually it stores the data in a key value pair format. In the original dictionary as well, you will see these kinds of concept like key and value, right? If you, let's say if you're looking for any kinds of word, let's say you want to find a word in a dictionary, what you have to do, you have to use one key, okay, to find that particular word. So the same concept actually Python implemented. So this is called dictionary data structure. In Python we call it as dictionary, but in other programming language it is also known as map or associative arrays. Okay, that is the idea. I think if you know any other programming language, maybe you know we call it as also map or associative arrays. So here you can see some characteristic of the dictionary. So it's definitely a mutable one. Mutable means you can change anything inside a dictionary. You can add value, you can remove value. Okay, you can change value, anything you can perform here. Indexing has no meaning. That means you can't perform actually indexing here. It's not possible. Let's say if I want to get this particular value, I can't actually call with the help of index. Okay, if you give 0 here, it will throw you error. Instead of that, what you have to do, you have to call this particular value with the help of this particular key. Okay, with the help of key actually I can get the value, not an index. That's why it's telling indexing has no meaning. Okay, that means you can't perform any kinds of indexing on top of dictionary. You have to always remember. So if you can remember these 4 things inside dictionary, each and everything would be cleared, and you can easily use dictionary in your code. Okay, that's the idea. Now you can see the third one, keys cannot be duplicated. You can't actually use duplicates key inside a dictionary. Okay, it's not possible. So it will always give you the unique one. Okay, the latest one. That's the idea. I'll tell you after some times. I will give you some example. I think this part will be more clear. Keys cannot be mutable items. Let's say whatever keys you are giving, right? It can't be any kinds of mutable object. Let's say you can't give any kinds of list here. Okay, you can't give, let's say, any kinds of sets here. Okay, it's not possible. These kinds of object actually you can't give as a keys. Okay, keys actually you can't use this particular mutable items, but in a value actually you can use them. Okay, let's say in a value actually you want to store a list, you want to store a sets, you can do it, but in keys you can't use any kinds of mutable items. Okay, that is the things you have to remember. So yes, this is the brief introduction of this particular dictionary. So let's try to see some example. First of all, I'll try to show you how we can create a dictionary with a different actually method. We can create a dictionary. Then I think this part would be more clear. So guys, you can see we can create a dictionary. There are so many ways you can define a dictionary. Like you can see we can create an empty dictionary, 1D dictionary. With mixed keys we can also create then 2-dimensional dictionary. We'll try to see each and every example, okay, one by one. So first of all, let me show you how we can define an empty dictionary. So if you want to define an empty dictionary, what you can do, first of all, take a variable, let's say d means this is my dictionary, and here just try to give this particular curly bracket. Okay, if you give this particular curly bracket, now if I print this particular d, and if I also print the type of the d, okay, type of the d, you will see that it's a dictionary. Okay, it's a dictionary, fine, and it's an empty dictionary. There is nothing inside this particular dictionary. Now if I want to create a one-dimensional dictionary, that means a simple dictionary, how you can create, let's say I'll again define another dictionary. Let's say this is d1 is equal to let's say this is my key name and this is my value, let's say Bappy. Again you can add like multiple items. For this you have to assign the comma, and again define a key, let's say age, and give the item. So let's say sorry, give the value, let's say 22. Okay, age is 22, and let's say gender male, fine. So here I have created a one-dimensional dictionary, and it's a simple dictionary. Okay, because why we are calling this particular dictionary as a one-dimensional, because inside this particular dictionary I haven't created any other dictionary. That's why it's a one-dimensional dictionary. Okay, it's a simple one. You can see how I created. I just assigned the keys, and inside the keys I have assigned the values. Again, I have given the comma. That means I want to write a second item. So you can see this is again a keys and this is the value. Okay, again this is a keys and this is the value. Always try to remember the first one. Okay, the first one, this is called keys and this is the value. This is called keys, this is the value. Okay, this is called keys, this is the value. Always you have to remember. Okay, now if I print this particular d1, you'll see that this should be the output. Okay, that means we have created this particular one-dimensional dictionary. Fine. So that's how with the key value pair you can store the data, okay, inside a dictionary. That's the idea. Now let's see how we can create a mixed keys. Okay, mixed keys dictionary. For this, what I can do, let's say I'll take another variable d2 is equal to, now what is mixed keys? Like keys should be multiple object. Okay, the keys actually we are assigning, see, it's a string type keys. Okay, everywhere it's a string type keys. You can also give any other data type. Let me show you. Let's say I can give a tuple actually here. So let's say this is my tuple 1, 2 and 3. Now I can give the value. Let's say value is equal to 33. Okay, now again I'll give a comma, then again I will assign a key. Let's say key is equal to, let's say, name, and the value should be Bappy. Okay, now here what I have done, you can see instead of taking string type keys, I have taken tuple. Okay, I have taken tuple. Why I have taken tuple? Because tuple is a immutable, and it is telling you can't use any kinds of mutable, okay, mutable items inside a keys. It's not possible. You can take any kinds of immutable one. It's possible. That's why I have taken the tuple. Okay, so it is called actually mixed keys. That means you can also use the mixed keys. That means different data type you can use whenever you are defining this particular keys. Okay, that is the idea. Now if I execute this program, it will also work. Okay, there should not be any kinds of error. See, it will also work. Fine. So this is another super important concept, because most of the people will get confused whether I can define mixed keys or not. Okay, inside a dictionary. Yes, you can define if you're using immutable object. Okay, that's the idea. Now let's try to see how we can define a two-dimensional dictionary. So if you want to define a two-dimensional dictionary, so let me take another variable. Let's say d3 is equal to, I will give you one amazing example. Let's say I want to store one student information inside this particular dictionary. So first of all, I'll just write let's say name of the student. It's a name, let's say Bappy, then comma, then I will give the, let's say, college name. Okay, college underscore name. Here you can give any kinds of name. Let's say ABC. This is the college name, and you can also give lowercase character, uppercase character. Okay, it doesn't matter. Everything will work. Now you can give the semester. Okay, semester. Let's say semester is let's say 5th, and you can give the subjects. See, whenever I want to define a subjects can be multiple. Okay, subjects can be multiple. Let's say in this particular semester, he is having actually, let's say, 3 subjects. Okay, let's say DS is there, math is there, English is there. Now how I can store this particular subjects? Because I'm having multiple subjects. So here actually you can use this particular two-dimensional dictionary concept. So again, inside this particular subjects key, you can create another dictionary. So let me show you. You can create another dictionary here. Okay, now see, I have created another dictionary. Now what I will do, I'll just simply just write the subjects. Let's say DSA. Let's say Bappy got marks in DSA. Let's say 50. He got 50 mark, or let's say I can give sorry, it's a key, right? I have to write as a value. Let's say he got 80 marks in DSA. Now let's say there is another subject called math. Okay, and he got, let's say 15 math, and there is another subject I will give, let's say English. In English he got, let's say 70. So that's how actually I can create dictionary inside a dictionary. Okay, it is possible. You can see this is a dictionary. Inside that I'm creating another dictionary. This is called two-dimensional dictionary. So sometimes if you want to store the data like that, you can create a dictionary, okay, inside a dictionary. This is called two-dimensional dictionary. Okay, now if I print this particular D3, print D3, you will see that I will get my results. Okay, you can see this is my name, college name, semester, and subjects. And subject is nothing but it's a dictionary again. Fine, this is called two-dimensional dictionary. Now with the help of dict function also we can create a dictionary. Let me show you. So I'll take another variable d4, and here I'm going to write let's say I want to create a dictionary with the help of dict function. I can use this particular dict function, and dict function always takes actually list input. Okay, you have to give list of items. Okay, list of items, and inside list you have to give as a tuple pair. Okay, you have to give as a tuple pair. Let's say I'll give name. Okay, name is Bappy. See, you have to give like that. Inside a tuple you have to give. Okay, inside a tuple you have to give name Bappy. Okay, then if you want to pass another actually item, what you can do, again give a comma, and again take a tuple, and inside that just try to mention, let's say age comma 22. Okay, it's an integer type, that's why I've given integer here. Now see, that's how I can create a dictionary. Now if I print this particular d4, Now see, it will also convert this particular data as a dictionary. Now see, whatever things you have written at the first, it will become actually keys, and whatever things you have mentioned at the last inside this particular tuple, it will become a value. Okay, same things. I hope this part is clear. Now let's say you want to add some more value. Okay, you want to add some more item. Just give a comma, again take a tuple. Okay, inside that just try to mention this particular pair. Okay, that's how you can add as much as item you can inside a dictionary. With the help of dict function, you can convert this particular data as a dictionary format. This is the idea. Fine. Now, can we create with the help of duplicate keys? It is possible inside a dictionary. Let me show you one example. Let's say I'll create another dictionary D5, and I'm just going to write what I can do. I can copy this particular dictionary. I think that would be better. Instead of writing, I'll copy, and here I will paste it. Instead of D1, I will assign as a D5, and see. Now what I will do, let's say name Bappy, age 22, gender male. Now I'll take another, actually, let's say name. Okay, I'll take another name, Alex. Fine. Now you can see I have taken this name 2 times. This particular name key is 2 times. Now if I execute the program, what will happen? You can pause the video and can let me know what will be the output. See, if I execute the program, see, this would be the output. You can see it is taking the latest name. Okay, latest keys always. The keys I have assigned at the first, it is ignoring, and it is taking the latest one. You can see a name Alex, age 22, gender male. That means if you are defining any duplicates keys inside a dictionary, it will always take the latest one. Okay, latest one, and it will ignore the previous one. That is the idea. Okay, that's why duplicate keys, actually, it's not supported. Okay, inside a dictionary, you have to always remember. Now let's try to see the mutable item as a keys. Okay, it is possible or not. So for this, what I can do, I can take this example, I think, and instead of D2, I'll just write D6. Now see, I will take a mutable object as a keys. Okay, let's say I've taken list. Now if I execute this program, what will happen? It will throw me error because mutable items I can use. It will give you the error unhashable types list. Okay, it will give you this particular error because mutable, it's not supported. I already showed you in the characteristic. I think you remember, right? Keys cannot be mutable items, but you can use the immutable one. Okay, if you are using, let's say, tuple, that's the idea. So I hope this part is clear, guys, how we can create a dictionary. Okay, there are so many ways I have showed you. Now the next thing we'll be learning how we can access item from a dictionary. Okay, so what I will do, I'll just take one example from this particular dictionary. So I'll take this particular example, and here I'll paste it. Fine. Okay, so now let's say I want to access this particular item. Okay, let's say I want to access this particular item. Let's say Bappy. Okay, so I think you are thinking I can access through this particular index. Okay, so what I can write, let's say D1, and I will give the index, let's say 0. Now if I execute the program, it will throw you error. Okay, because a dictionary doesn't support any kinds of indexing. It doesn't have any kinds of indexing. If you want to access any element, if you want to access any items, you have to use the keys always. Okay, you have to use the keys always. Now let's say I want to get this particular Bappy. What I will do, I will call with the help of this keys. Let's say name. You can see name is the key. Now if I execute the program, so what I can do, I can execute it here. If I execute the program, it will give me the Bappy. Fine. Now let's say I want to access the age. So what I will do, instead of name, I have to change this particular key with the age. Okay, now if I give the age, it will give me 22. Okay, now let's see, you want to access this particular gender, simply just give the gender. Fine. Now if you're giving gender like that, in a smaller case, again it will throw you error, key error, because this particular key is not present inside a dictionary. So always you have to give the correct one. Okay, that's why Python is always key sensitive. Okay, you have to always take care of this particular key, right? Yeah, now you can see I'm getting the male. So that's how actually we can access the items from a dictionary. Now you can ask me how we can access the elements from a 2-dimensional dictionary. So for this, what I will do, I'll copy this particular example. And here, let me show you how we can access element from the 2-dimensional dictionary. Let's say this is my 2-dimensional dictionary. Now let's say I want to access, let's say college name. What I will write, I'll just write D3. And inside that, I'm going to give this particular key name. Okay, let's say college name. Now it will give me the college name. Okay, I'm getting the college name. ABC, it's fine. Now let's say I want to access the DSA mark. Okay, I want to access the DSA mark from this particular dictionary. So how I can do it? So for this, what I will do, I'll just simply write D3. Okay, D3. And here, first of all, I have to give the subjects, because you can see DSA is present inside the subjects. Okay, inside a subject case. First of all, I have to call this particular subjects. Now, if I execute, you will see that I'm getting all the subjects. Now, let's say I want to check the DSA. What I will give, I'll give another bracket, and inside that I'll mention the subjects. Okay, let's say this is my DSA. Okay, this is my key. Now, if I execute, I'll get the mark of the DSA. Okay, the same thing we have learned inside list. I think you remember list indexing, like two-dimensional list indexing. The same concept actually you can use here as well. That's why I love this particular Python, because every syntax they kept as the same. So if you learn only one things, the same concept you can apply anywhere. Okay, that's how actually they makes this particular Python programming very easy. Okay, that's why I love this particular programming a lot. Now let's say I want to check the English mark. What I will do, I'll just give the English keys here. Okay, I'll give the English keys here. It will give me 70. Okay, so that's how actually we can access two-dimensional dictionary. Now you can ask me whether I can create a three-dimensional dictionary or not. Yes, you can create. Inside a dictionary, you can create another dictionary. Okay, it's possible. Okay, you can create and you can access like that. Simply just try to take some example and just execute in your, let's say, code editor. Everything would be clear. Unless and until you are not executing from your end, it would be a little bit difficult for you to understand, right? So I'll suggest, please try to write this particular code with me. Okay, it's not like that, just try to copy paste my code. Not like that. Try to write everything from your end. If you, unless and until you are not writing, there would be some issue, definitely, right? So that's how we can access a two-dimensional dictionary. Now the next concept we'll be learning how we can add a new key value pair, okay, inside a dictionary. So again, I'll take this particular example. Let's say this is my example. I'll just add it here. Fine. Now if I print this dictionary, D1, you will see that these are my items inside this particular dictionary. Now let's say I want to add another new item inside this dictionary. Let's say I want to add weight. Okay, let's say I want to add my weight. Okay, so for this, what I can do, I will just simply write D1 and I will define the key first of all. Let's say this is my weight, GST weight. Let's say weight is so weight. Now weight equal to let's say 70. Now if I execute the program, okay, if I execute the program, you will see that it will execute successfully. Now if I print this particular D1, if I print this D1, you will see that one new key value has been added. Okay, one new key and value has been added inside this particular dictionary right now. Okay, that's how actually you can add any kinds of keys and value, okay, in a dictionary. New keys and values you can add inside a dictionary. Okay, this is the way you can add it. Now you can ask me how we can do for this particular two-dimensional one. Again, the same thing you can do. Let's say this is my D3. Now let's say I want to add another subject inside subjects. Okay, I want to add another new subject inside subjects. What I will do, I'll just write D3. First of all, I have to access the subjects. Inside subjects, I want to add another subject. Let's say I want to add, let's say Python. Okay, let's say Python is a subject. And let's say I want to add the Python marks. Let's say Python marks, he got 80. Now if I execute, this particular mark has been added. Okay, this new subject and mark has been added. Now if you want to check, simply just print this particular D3. Now I'll see that inside subjects, this Python has added. Okay, that's how we can also add a new key value pairs inside a two-dimensional dictionary as well. Now you can ask me how I can edit existing keys and value pair. Okay, it is possible or not. See, you can't actually edit the existing keys, but you can edit the existing value. Okay, it is possible. So let me show you. Let's say this is my example. Let's say this is my example. I'll take the same example. Yeah, so let's say this is my dictionary, D1. Now let's say I want to change this name. Okay, I want to change Bappy with any other name. What I can do, simply I'll just write D1. First of all, I'll give the name. Okay, name. And here you have to write this particular name with any other name. Let's say I want to change with Alex. Now if I execute, this will work fine. Now if I print D1, you'll see that now the name has been changed. Okay, that's how we can change a value actually. We can change the value, but we can't change this particular key. Okay, it is not possible. Key you can't change. Once you have defined a key, you have to use the same key. Okay, you can't change any kinds of key, but you can change the value. Okay, it is possible. Okay, I hope this part is clear. That's how we can edit a key value pair. Fine. Likewise, you can also edit inside a two-dimensional dictionary as well. Okay, it is also possible. Now we'll try to see how we can remove a key value pair. Okay, inside a dictionary. For this, we can use some of the inbuilt function of the dictionary. So let's say this is my one dictionary. Let's say this is the dictionary D1 I have kept. Now what I want to do, I want to let's say remove some of the keys and values, okay, from this particular dictionary. So the first function I'm going to show you, which is nothing but pop. Okay, I can use this pop function. So what pop will do, let me show you. So if I just write d1.pop, okay, and now let's say I want to pop this particular element. Let's say I want to delete this particular edge. So what I will give, I'll simply write edge here. Okay, I'll simply write edge here. Now if I execute, but before executing, I'll just print this particular d1. Okay, now if I execute, you'll see that edge has been removed. That means pop will always take the input. Okay, like which element you want to remove. Okay, which keys actually you want to remove. You have to give that particular key name, not the value name. Let's say if I give, let's say 22. If I give 22, okay, if I give 22, it won't be working. So you have to give the key name always. Always try to remember you have to give the key name always, not the value. Okay, now see it's working fine. Now, I hope you got it. Now the next function we'll be learning something called pop item. So pop item. Now what is the difference between pop and pop item? Let me show you. So if I just write d1 and let me take this particular same example again here. Now if I execute the program, you will see that pop item will delete the last one. The last item it will remove. Okay, so pop will remove the specific actually item you are assigning here, and pop item will remove the last one. Okay, that is the difference only. Now with the help of del keyword also you can delete actually item from a dictionary. Let me show you. I'll copy the same example. Let's say I want to delete the name. I'll just simply write del d1 name. Okay, name. Now if I print d1, you will see that this name has been removed, okay, from this particular dictionary. So that's actually you can also do. Now there is another one called clear. So clear will clear everything. All the items actually it will do the clear operation. So if I just write d1.clear and if I print d1, now see everything would be cleared. That means it will return you the empty dictionary. Okay, so these are the way actually we can follow if I want to remove anything from a dictionary. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So yes, this is all about our dictionary. We have seen how we can create a dictionary. We saw like how we can edit items, how we can like access the elements. Okay, everything we saw. So in the next video, we'll try to see some dictionary operations. Okay, so with that guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video and I will see you next time. Hi everyone. In this video, we'll try to see dictionary operation inside Python. We have already seen the dictionary introduction and how we can create a dictionary, and we have seen like how we can update values, how we can delete values inside a dictionary. So inside dictionary also we can perform some operations. So let's try to see what are the operations we can perform. So guys, you can see inside dictionary we can only perform two operations like membership operations and iteration operations. I think you already know what is membership operations. So let me just define one dictionary. Let's say d1, or I can just write d, and I just I'll just take some, let's say, item here. Let's say name. So let's say this is my dictionary. Now if I just perform, let's say I'll just simply write, let's say Bappy in D. Now just pause the video and let me know what will be the output. See if I execute this particular program, it will give me false. Why it is giving me false? All the Bappy is present inside this particular dictionary. See, membership operator will only work with respect to the key, not with respect to the value. Now see, if I give the key, if I just write name in D, it will give me true because name is present inside this particular dictionary. Fine. So always try to remember, if you're using membership operator, you have to apply on top of the key, not on top of the value. Okay, I think you got it. You can also apply not in. It will give you false because it is already present inside this particular dictionary. Fine. Okay, so now the next one, we'll try to understand the iteration. So let's try to see the iteration. See, iteration means I can also perform for loop on top of this particular dictionary. I'll just write for I in D, and if I print I, see what it will give me. It will only give me the key. Okay, it will only give me the key. See, all the key it will give me: name, age, gender. Fine, name, age, gender. But if you also want to see the values, what you can do, you can simply apply one trick. You just simply write comma D, and inside that I will pass this particular I, because every time it will update this particular key, right? Every time it will update this particular key, and with the help of this particular concept, I will extract all the values from this particular dictionary. Okay, now if I execute, you'll see that this is my key, this is my value, this is my key, this is my value. Okay, that's how we can also access the value, okay, with the help of iteration. So these are the operation actually we can perform in inside this particular dictionary. Okay, so sometimes actually you need it because going forward, let's say whenever you'll be implementing the projects, definitely you have to use this particular concept. So yes, this was a quick video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. In this video, we'll try to see dictionary methods inside Python. So far, we have learned about dictionary inside Python and saw the power of this particular dictionary, right? So dictionary also has some inbuilt methods and function. So let's try to see some inbuilt method and function inside dictionary. So guys, you can see here I have listed down all the functions actually we can use inside a dictionary. So first of all, what I did, I just defined one dictionary here. You can see this is my dictionary. Inside that, I just kept some of the item. Now, as I already told you, some of the common functions are there. We can use them in all the data type. Let's say length is there, sorted is there, max is there, minimum is there, right? So length, if I execute the program, see what length will do. Length will try to see like how many items present inside a dictionary. You can see only 3 items is there. Let's say name, age, and gender. Okay, 3 items. Sorted, what it will do, it will just try to sort the keys, okay, in a ascending or descending order, okay, with respect to the character. Okay, with respect to the character, it will do the ascending or descending order. Now see, it is doing the descending order. Now if you just make it as false, it will do the ascending order right now. See, A is coming, then G, then N. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now max will show you the maximum actually, let's say results. Now how this particular name is coming as a maximum, because with respect to the ASCII, okay, ASCII value, I think I showed you one ASCII chart. With the help of ASCII value, it will give you this particular word, okay, which is having a maximum value in the ASCII. It will give you that particular word. Now minimum of what is, you can see, is the age one. Okay, so I hope this part is clear. Now apart from this particular common function, we can also use some of the inbuilt function inside dictionary. You can see here I have defined one dictionary. Now inside dictionary, we're having 3 to 4 actually major inbuilt function. You can see item is there, keys is there, and values is there. Now let me show you all the examples one by one. Let's say if I just do d.items, it will return you all the items. Okay, item means it will give you the keys as well as the values in a tuple. Okay, in a tuple pair. You can see it will it's a dict item object. Inside that, it will return you one list, and inside this particular list, it will give you the tuple pair. That means key is coming here and value is coming here. Again another tuple, key is coming here, value is coming here. Okay, then again another tuple, key is coming here, value is coming here. This is called item actually. It will return you all the items. That means key and value pair. That means key and value, it will give you both, okay, as a pair. Okay, pair of tuple. That is the idea. Okay, this is the use of the item function. Now you can also apply the keys. Okay, keys function on top of this particular dictionary. Now see, if I execute this particular program, it will give you all the keys. Okay, all the keys name. You can see name, age, and gender is my keys name. Okay, it will return you all the keys name. Now the next one is the values. I think by reading the name, you can see what it will return me. It will return me all the values, okay, present inside this particular dictionary. You can see puppy is a value, 22 is a value, male is the value. Okay, you can see all the value it will return me. Now apart from that, there is another function inside dictionary called update. What update will do, let's say this is my dictionary 1, this is my dictionary 2. Now if I just write d1 update d2, what it will do, it will update this particular d2 inside d1. Okay, if I execute the program, you'll see that whatever value actually I had inside d2, it will update inside d1. But you can see I'm having some duplicates key. Okay, I'm having some duplicates key, so it will take the latest keys actually. Now you can see this is the latest key, 4 is the latest key, and the value is the 7. So that's why actually it is taking this item. Okay, not this item. I hope this part is clear. Now if you just write d2 update d1, that means inside d2 it will update d1 value. Okay, that is the idea. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So these are the actually dictionary methods inside Python. You have to learn only, and sometimes actually you'll be using them. Most of the time you will be using items, keys, and values, because whenever, let's say, you are working with dictionary, if you want to see the keys, values, and items, you can use these as the functionality. Fine. So yes, this is all about from this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll be learning about dictionary comprehension. As of now, we have seen list comprehension, tuple comprehension, sets comprehension. In dictionary also, we can perform dictionary comprehension. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this dictionary comprehension. So guys, you can see here I kept one image for this particular dictionary comprehension. So this is the same the way actually you did for the list comprehension, tuple comprehension, set comprehension. Only the thing, you have to play with the key and value, okay, every time, because the dictionary you are defining, if you just do the iteration on top of it, it will give you key and value. Okay, I think I showed you this particular part. I think you remember. So let me first of all show you one example. See, this is the program actually will be writing with the help of dictionary comprehension. So here the program I have to write print first 10 numbers and their square root. So first of all, what I have to do, first of all, I have to print 10 numbers, okay, 1 to 10. And I also need to print their square root. Okay, let's say 1 is the first number. And what is the square root of 1? If I just perform, let's say square root of 1, it will give me 1. Now let's say second number is 2. Now what is the square root of 2? It will give me 4. Okay, so that's how I need to perform till 10. Okay, and I have to store them in a key and value pair. Okay, so how to write this particular program? So for this, I'll define a dictionary. Inside that, I'll just write for I in the range. I'm going to generate actually 1 to 11. That means 10 numbers it will generate. Fine. Now what I will do, whatever I'll be getting, I'll just print it here. Okay, and I'll also print the square root of this particular I. Okay, square root of this particular I. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that this is the 1 and this is the square root of 1. This is the 2. Actually 2, and this is 3. This is the squares of 3. This is 4. This is square of 4. Okay, that's how. Now you can see till 10 actually I perform all the squares. Okay, now you can see I have stored these are the data in a key value pair. Okay, this is my key, this is my value. That means the number is my key and the square is my value. Again, number is the key, square is my value. Okay, that's how I can store in a key value pair. Okay, so with the help of this particular dictionary comprehension, you can write this particular program in a very easy manner. Fine. Now we can also use if condition inside dictionary comprehension as well, as I already showed you in the list comprehension. See, here I will be writing another program. So this is my product dictionary. You can see phone. I'm having actually 10 phone. I'm having 0 laptop. I'm having 32 charges. I'm having 0 laptop. See, I'm going to write a program which will print the key which is not having 0. Okay, 0. Let's say value in this particular key. Let's say that means if any product is having 0, it won't be printing that particular product. And if it is not 0, it will print that particular product. Okay, for this, I'm going to write one dictionary comprehension. I'll take a dictionary comprehension and here I'll just write for a key. I can write like that, for key value in product. Okay, product dot items. So I think you know what item will return you. So let me show you. So if I take a new cell, if I just write product dot items, okay, product dot items. So what it will return you? Sorry, it should be okay. Product. I have to first of all execute it here. So let me just copy. And now if I execute, see, it will give you all the items. That means the keys as well as the value. Okay. Now see, if I perform for loop on top of it. So for, let's say I, or let's say I'll just write key and value. Okay. In product dot items. Now if I print this particular, let's say key and value. Now if I execute, see, inside key my key is coming, inside value my value is coming. Okay, so that is why I'm writing this particular code like that, for key comma value in product dot items. Okay, this will give you the key inside key and value inside value. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now here I'll just write a condition. If this key, okay, sorry, if the value, because I want to check the value, if this value is 0, I won't be printing that particular product. I'll just write if value, okay, if value is greater than, okay, if greater than 0, so what I'll do, I'll just try to print it here. I'll just write key comma value, okay, key comma value. Now if I execute, it should work. See, now it is printing the product which is having more than 0. Okay, more than 0 actually count available. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now let me delete this particular cell. Now apart from that, you can try with lots of example. You just pick up different example over the internet, okay, and you can try, okay, with this particular dictionary comprehension. We can also use zip function here. So let me show you another example. Let's say this is my list here, two list. I'm having days and I'm having temperature. So let's say this is Sunday. With respect to Sunday, this is the temperature. With respect to Monday, this is the temperature. Okay, that's how I'm having some list here. Okay, you can see I'm having some list. Now if I want to print, let's say Sunday is having 30.5 degrees Celsius, Monday is having 32.6 degrees Celsius. Okay, if I want to print like that in a key value pair, I can use this particular zip function and this dictionary comprehension, let's say concept. So let me show you. So here I'll just write for I comma j in zip. I think you know what zip will do, right? Zip will just make a actually pair. I'll just give days and I will give temperature. Okay, here. And now I want to show as a key value pair. I'll just write I comma z. Okay, I comma z. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that it will give me Sunday. This is that actually Celsius. Monday this Celsius, Tuesday this Celsius. That means it will do the map operation. Okay, it will store the data in a key value pair format. I hope this part is clear now. Fine. So yes, this is actually about our dictionary comprehension. I hope you got it. The same thing we have learned inside our dictionary, tuples and sets as well. Fine. So yes, this was all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome. In this video, we'll be building another amazing Python project called Restaurant Management System. So far we have learned so many data types inside Python, so many data structure inside Python. So in this particular project, I'm going to use one amazing data structure inside Python called dictionary. I already told you dictionary is like very powerful and it's like very stylish data structure inside Python. So I'll try to use this particular dictionary data structure to implement this particular project. But if you can use any other data type, if you want to implement with the help of any other data type or any other data structure, you can implement. I don't have any kinds of issue. But if you're using dictionary in this particular project, it would be more efficient, okay, than others actually data type. Fine. Now let me tell you about this particular project, like which project actually we're going to implement here. See, here we'll be implementing this restaurant management system. I think you know what is restaurant actually management. In a restaurant, what you can do, you can actually open up the menu and you can choose the, let's say, different food and you can order. Okay. And if you order, it will show you the price of that particular food. Okay. So we'll be implementing the similar kinds of application. And see, here I'm not going to implement the complete like end-to-end application. That means the user interface and all. Here we'll be only implementing with the help of Python program. Okay. That is the thing. Advanced project will be implementing after completing this particular Python course. Okay, no need to worry. There are so many projects I should be implementing together. So this is the like very basics project we'll be implementing. We'll be only implementing the structure of this particular project. Okay, with the help of programming. Here I'm not going to implement any kinds of UI and UX. Okay, for this particular project. What is UI and UX? That means user interface. Okay, user interface I'm not going to create. Fine. So let's go to our code editor and let's implement this particular project. So here I'm going to first of all create a file. I'm going to name it as 45 restaurant_management.py. So here I'm going to use this particular py file, okay, to implement this particular project. Whenever you are going for any restaurant and you are checking the menu, okay, menu of that particular restaurant, what you will see that in the menu. See, in the menu, all the food item would be there, and with respect to that, their price would be there. Fine, in that particular menu. So that if I'm a user, I'm coming to a, let's say, restaurant. If I get that particular menu card, I can get to know, okay, this is the food and this is the price of that food. Okay, with respect to that, I will order that particular food, right? So I just need to create a data structure here that will contain the food name as well as the price. I think you got it, right? Which data structure I'm going to use? I'm going to use dictionary data structure, because in a dictionary I can store in the key value pair. So in a key I can write my food name. In a value I can write the price of the food name. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So let's create a dictionary here. I'll name it as menu. So this is going to be my dictionary, and inside that I'm going to store some of the food. Let's say coffee. Okay, and the price of the coffee, let's say $2. Okay, $2 is the price of this particular coffee. Now the second item I'm going to keep, let's say pasta, and what is the price? Let's say I will keep $3. Okay, so this should be comma. Fine. Now the next item I'm going to write as pizza. Let's say pizza price is $5. And next item I'm going to keep as burger. Let's say burger I will keep $6. And the last one, let's say I'll keep chicken. That's chicken, I'll just keep $10. Okay, so I think I have created this particular dictionary and I have stored all the items and with respect to their price as well. Fine. Now the second thing what I have to do, I have to actually print this particular menu. That means I want to show the menu in front of the user whenever they will execute my application, right? So for this, what I can do, I can use a print function, and inside that I can write this particular menu. So I already created the menu. Let me show you. See guys, this is my menu. So here I'm using multi-line actually statement That's why I'm using this particular triple quotation instead of using single quotation. I hope you got it. Now this is the message I have given. Welcome to Bappi's restaurant. Please order food. And you can see I have given all the food one by one. Coffee, pasta, pizza, burger, and chicken. Okay, and with respect to their price I have given. Now if I execute the program, so what will happen? So I'll open up my terminal. I'll take command prompt. And now if I execute the program, let's say Python. What is the file name? It's 45 restaurant management. I'll just write 45 dot. If I press tab, it will autocomplete. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that I'll get my output. Okay, you can see welcome to Bappi's restaurant. Please order the food, and it is giving me the food list. Now I can easily read it and I can order from here. Fine. Now what I have to do, see, user will order actually food, and I also need to calculate the price of that particular food. Let's say if they have ordered something, again I will ask the user, do you want to order something, anything else or not? If they are telling yes, I will order. So what will do, actually it will take another order and it will calculate the price. That means the total price. So for this I'm going to take a variable here. I'm just going to name it as total underscore price. Okay, total price is equal to, initially it would be 0. Okay, initially it would be 0. Now here I will take the input from the user. I'll just write item 1 is equal to, I'll take an input, and here I'm going to just write enter the name of the item he want to order. Fine. Now whenever user will enter something, I will check a condition. If this item, okay, if this item it is present inside my menu, that means I'm using membership operator here. Okay, I think you know what is membership operator, not in and in. We have learned this thing, okay, so far. So I'm checking if item in menu, if it is present, then what I have to do, first of all I have to update my total price. So total price I will update with my actually item price. Okay, now see, if I want to take the price, okay, if I want to take the price from this particular dictionary, so what I have to do, I have to call this particular key, right? If I, let's say user has ordered coffee, that means the key should be coffee that time, and if I write the key, it will give me the value. Okay, so the same concept will be applying here. I'll just simply write menu item 1. Okay, menu item 1. That means if user has given coffee, so coffee will go inside menu and it will return me this particular price. Similar wise for pasta, pizza, burger, and so on. Okay, I hope you got it. Now my total price would be updated. Let's say initially it would be it was 0. Now if user has let's say ordered coffee, so it will update with $2. Okay, inside this particular variable it will update $2. I hope this part is clear. Now once it is done, I'll just print a message. So I'll print this particular message. I'm using f string here. You can see here I've written you ordered item 1, that means the item name, and your total amount is this is the amount. Okay, I've given this particular message here. Now in the else condition, I'll just write, now in the else condition I'll just write invalid item, please order something from the menu. Let's say if user is giving any item which is not present inside my menu, that time actually it will throw this particular message. I hope this part is clear. Now once he has ordered one item, I'll ask another time. So I'll just take another variable. So I'll just write another order is equal to, I'll again take an input. So here I'm asking, do you want to add another item? Yes or no. If user is giving yes, so what will happen? I'll check this particular statement. If another order is equal, okay, yes. Now what I will do, see, user may give actually smaller character yes or bigger character yes. Okay, it's up to them. So what I have to do, I have to convert each and everything in a lower format. Okay, so what I can do, I can use this particular lower method in a string. I think you remember. Okay, lower we can do. If I perform lower, everything would be converted as lowercase character. Okay, now here I'm checking if another order is equal to yes. So it will happen. I will again take the input from the user. Now instead of item 1, I will take as item 2, and here I'll write enter the name of the second item. Okay, second item you want to order. Now once he has given this particular item, I'll just check if item 2 in the menu, if it is present, simply I'll just update my price. I'll update my price with the new order, and I will print the message you ordered this particular item and your total amount is this much money. Fine. In the else condition, again I'll just write invalid item, please order something from the menu. Now I think most of the people are having question. I'm getting an auto suggestion in my code editor. How? Okay, see, for this actually I've installed one extension. Let me show you. If you go to the extension marketplace, and here if you search for tab 9, okay, so this is the extension I'm using, guys. This is the extension tab 9. Okay, so if you install this particular extension, you will also get the auto suggestion. This tab 9 is nothing but it's a AI chat and autocomplete for the JavaScript and Python. Okay, so I'm using this particular extension. You can also see, initially I won't be suggesting to install this particular extension because you are learning here, and if you are getting the code suggestion, you are not writing the code from your end. Okay, but I'm a developer. I have installed this particular extension in my ID, because whenever I implement any kinds of projects, I don't need to write repetitive code again and again. Okay, I can write a very quick code there with the help of auto suggestion. That's the idea. Initially, I won't be suggesting you to install, but if you want to explore, you can install it. Okay, here there is an install button you will get. You can install it. Fine. So this is called tab 9. Okay, tab 9 extension you can install. Okay, so I think we have completed this particular application. Now the final step, I'll just print this total money. Here I'm going to write. So here I've just printed your total amount is this much of money. Thank you. Okay, thank you for visiting our restaurant. I think this particular application is completed. Now let's try to check whether it's working fine or not. I'll open up my terminal, and here let's see, execute this particular application. Now see, it is giving me the message. Welcome to Bapi's restaurant. Please order the food. Let's say I want to order coffee. Make sure you are giving the same name. Okay, coffee. Now see, I ordered coffee and my total amount is $2. You can see it's $2. Fine. Now it is telling, do you want to add any other item? I'll tell no. It will tell me your total amount is $2. Thank you. Okay, that means I have to pay $2. Now let me again execute the application. Now again you can see my menu is coming. Let's say I want to order right now pasta. Okay, now it is telling your pasta order is successful and the price is $3. Do you want to order anything? I'll tell yes. Now it is telling enter the name of the second item you want to order. Let's say I want to order chicken. Okay, chicken I want to order. If I hit enter, you will see that my total amount is $13 because pasta was $3, chicken was $10, and now total amount is $13. Thank you. Okay, so that's how this particular application is working fine. Okay, so this is a basic application we have developed with the help of Python and this particular dictionary data structure. Going forward, we'll be also implementing advanced kinds of application. Okay, so I hope you like this particular project, guys, and please try to write the code from your end. Definitely this part will be more clear. Now I think you are getting how to use the concept. Okay, whenever I'm solving any kinds of problem statement. Okay, that is the idea. So yes, guys, this is all about from this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be learning another very super important concept inside Python called functions. So far, we have used built-in function inside Python. I think I showed you, right? We used print function, we used length function, max function, then a list function, dictionary function, tuple function, and so on. So these are the function we have learned. This is called built-in function because it is already implemented by some other developer, right? We were only using that particular function. We were just giving the input and we were receiving the output from that particular function. Okay, I hope you remember. So now it's time to learn our function concept in detail. Like we'll be learning how we can create our custom function. Let's say I want to create a function, okay, and I want to use it. I want to use that particular, let's say, function multiple time in my code. I can also do it. Okay, so this is called functional concept inside Python. So far we have written the code in a scripting. Okay, Python is scripting we have written. Now we'll be learning how we can write the functional programming. Okay, because going forward, whenever you will be implementing different application, advanced application, there this kinds of scripting coding will not work. You have to learn how to write as a function each and everything, because all the software has different function. Let's say if I'm talking about Facebook having different function. Let's say logging is one of the function, sign in is one of the function, creating a profile is one of the function. If you're posting something in Facebook, it is one of the function. So they are combined all the function together and they created this particular bigger software. Okay, so this is called functional programming. So that's why it's super important concept inside Python, inside any kinds of programming language. Okay, you have to learn. So make sure you're watching this particular video till the end. I think after completing this particular video, there won't be having any kinds of doubt on top of this particular functional concept. So let's try to start with our function. So guys, you can see functions are nothing but a function is a programming construct. It takes inputs and return outputs. I think you saw we use some built-in function inside Python, right? We use print function. So print takes an input. Let's say whatever, let's say message you want to print, you just give the input into the print function and it will return you the output. That means it will show you that particular output. And inside that, what is happening, you don't know. How they have written this particular code, you don't know. Okay, because it's completely black box. So you are only giving the input and you're receiving the output. Okay, so this is called actually function, and the function we have used so far, this is called built-in function. But there are two types of function are available inside Python called built-in function and user-defined function. We have already learned about built-in function. Okay, how to use built-in function we have already learned so far. Whatever function we used inside Python, this is called built-in function, right? Now we'll be learning how we can define our own function. This is called user-defined function. Let's say you want to create your own function, own custom function. You can also do it. This is called user-defined function. As I already given one example, let's say if you want to implement Facebook application, let's say you want to create a login function. You can create your own login function. You can create a sign up function. You can create a profile creation function. You can create a post function. Anything you can do here. Fine. This is called custom function and user-defined function. We'll be learning. And what is the benefit of function? The main benefit of the function is code reusability, because you can reuse that particular code again and again. See, I was using the print function. So every time I don't need to write the print function from scratch. Okay, I only used to call that particular function whenever I need it. Let's say I want to print my name. I will call the print function. I will give the input. It will give me the output. Let's say I want to print my college name. I will call the function. I'll give the input. It will print my college name. I don't need to write the code from scratch. That is the main advantage here. That means the code reusability. You are reusing that particular code again and again. So that's why once you have created a function, you can use that particular function multiple times in your code, in your project. Fine, that's the idea. Now there are some principles available inside a function, like two main principles are available. Like one is abstraction. What is abstraction? See, I will give you one very easy example of the abstraction. See, abstraction is nothing but there is something exists, but you can't see that. So here I've given one example. Let's say I've given one ghost example. Let's say ghost is there, but you can't see that. Okay, this is called abstraction. There is something, but you can't see that. Okay, this is called abstraction. So similar concept can be applied on top of the function. This is the main principle of this particular function. There is something, but you can't see that. That means the function name you can see, but inside what is happening, inside the code actually they have written, you can't see that particular code. You don't understand that particular code. Only what you are doing, you are giving the input and receiving the output. This is called abstraction. That means the logic implemented inside a function, you are not worried about that particular logic. You are only worried how to use that particular function in your code. Okay, this is called abstraction. Fine. And the second principle of function is decomposition. What is decomposition? I'll give you one best example. Avengers. Okay, you can see all the Avengers has their different power. Let's say Hulk is having his own power. Iron Man is having his own power. Then Thor is having his own power. That means the different power, right? They're working together. Okay, they're working together to destroy Thanos, right? So this is called decomposition. That means you are using functions. Okay, you are using functions. You can create different functions with different logics. But at the end, what you are doing, you are combining everything and you're creating a bigger application. The example I showed you, right? I didn't remember the Facebook application. Login function is a different, sign up function is a different, how to create a profile function is a different, posting function is a different. But at the end, what you are doing, you're combining each and everything together and creating the complete application. Okay, this is called decomposition. And again, this is like main principle of this particular function. I hope this part is clear. Now let's try to see components of a function, like what are the components are available inside a function. So after some times, I will show you a practical implementation of a function. We'll just do the coding, because see, it's completely practical understanding. There is nothing theory I can teach you here. Once we do the practical, everything would be clear. But initially, I'm giving you some overview of the function so that this particular concept will be more clear, like why we have to use the function and why it is so important. You can see there are some components of a function. See, that's how your function looks like inside Python. So whenever you want to define a function, first of all, you have to use this particular keyword called def. Def is a definition. Okay, it means definition. You are defining a function. Okay. Now the second thing, actually, you can see it's a function name. That means what is the name you want to give to this particular function. See, initially we saw like print function, len function, max function, min function. This was the name of that particular function. We can also give our own name, because this is the user defined function we are creating. My own function I am creating, right? My custom function I am creating. So here I can give any kinds of name. So again, this is called function name. After definition, you have to give the function name. And then you have to give this particular parenthesis. Okay, you have to give this particular parenthesis. Inside parenthesis, whatever variable you are defining, this is called parameters. Because I told you, function can take an input. Okay, function can take an input. It can take one input. It can also take multiple input. We already saw, right? We saw like list function. Then we saw tuple function, dictionary function. There I was to pass also let's say multiple parameter. It was possible. We can also give multiple parameter inside our custom function as well. Okay, so this is called parameter. The input you are giving, this is called parameter. And inside a function, whatever code you are writing, that means whatever logic you are writing, let's say print function, inside a print, how it is printing that particular message, this is called logic inside that particular function. This is called function body. Okay, this is called function body. That means inside a function, whatever code you are writing, let's say in this particular function, you can see there is a code, it is printing number 1 and number 2. The number 1 and number 2, it is getting from the user, and it is doing the addition operation. That means it is doing the summation operation, sum operation. Then it is returning that particular sum. This is called function body. That means this is my logic of that particular function. This function will perform addition operation only. It will take 2 input from the user, number 1 and number 2, and it will do the addition operation, and it will return that particular answer to the user. Okay, this is called function body. Fine. And you are using another keyword called return. Return will return that particular result. Okay, it will return that particular result. Okay, it will return that particular result. This is called return value. Now you can see outside of the function, I'm calling this particular function. See, I'm calling this particular function add. Now here I'm passing this 2 value, 2 and 4. Number 1 is 2, number 1 is 4. This is called function calling. Unless and until you are not calling the function, it won't be working. It won't be giving you any kinds of result. You have to call that function. This is called function calling. Okay, and it is returning this particular value. That's why I'm storing this particular value in a variable called result, and I'm printing this particular result variable inside my console. So this is the component of a function. I hope this part is clear. Now what I will do, I will take you through my code editor, and I will give you some of the example how we can create a function. Okay, then I think this part would be more clear. So first of all, I will show you one very simple function creation example. Then I will show you the advanced one, like how we can create also advanced function with the let's say parameter input and all. Okay, we'll be discussing each and everything. So let me show you one example, basic example. Let's say see, as of now we have like learned how to write the Python scripting. Scripting means I'm directly writing the code. Let's say I have written one print statement here. I'm just writing. Let's say this is one greeting message I'm printing in front of the user. Okay, now if I execute the program, it will work fine. Now let's say there is another user. Let's say his name is Alex. For this, again I have to write another print function. Okay, I have to use another print function. So for him, again I have to write a print function, and again I can execute, and I will get this particular message. Now let's say there is another user. Let's say his name is Ahmed. So again I have to write a print function, and again I have to execute the program, and I will get my message, right? So here what I am doing, actually I'm writing a script. Actually I'm writing a script. Different script. Let's say there is 100 user. Okay, there is 100 user. 100 times I have to write this particular logic from scratch. Okay, this is the idea. But if I'm using function here, see, let me use the function here. See, I'll just create a function. I showed you, you can use this particular def keyword, and the function name I have to define right now. Let's say function name is greet. Okay, function name is greet. Or you can also give it as greeting, anything you can get. I'll just name it as greet. Definitely this particular function will take one input. So let's say input, it will take the name. Okay, because every time you can see name is changing. Okay, name is changing every time. Okay, so name will be the input. That means this should be the parameter. Now inside that, I'll just print. Okay, I'll just print this particular message. Now instead of using this particular name hard coded, I will just take this from the parameter. Okay, I'll take it from the parameter. So instead of using print, what I can do, I can use one, let's say variable. Let's say this is my output. This is my output. Okay, this is my output. Now I'll just simply return this particular output. Okay, return output. So this is a simple function I have created called greet. Okay, now what this function will do, it will take one input called name, and it will show the greeting message. Let's say hello. If you are giving input Bappy, it will tell hello Bappy, welcome to Python. Fine. Now see, if I execute this particular code, there won't be any kinds of output. Okay, there won't be any kinds of output. Why? Because we saw we have to call this particular function. If I want to get the output, we have to first of all call this particular function. This is called function calling. So let's call this particular function. I'll just simply write greet. Okay, greet. That means I'm calling the function, and greet will take one parameter. That means one input called name. Okay, so here I will pass my name. Let's say Bappy. Now if I execute the program, you will see that you will get the message. Hello Bappy, welcome to Python. Now let's say I want to give any other name. Let's say Alex. Hello Alex, welcome to Python. Now see, I don't need to write this particular code okay, repetitive time. I have only defined one time in a function and I can use it multiple time. Okay, this is called code reusability, and this is the power of function. Okay, and here we have created our own function. So here we have created our own function. This is called custom function and user defined function, and the function name is greet. I think you remember we also use max. Okay, max function we use, then min function we use. So this is called actually built-in function. Some other developer has created this function, and if you want to see the code, press Ctrl and left click, you will see the code. Okay, how they have created. Okay, so now we have created our own function, and this is the code implementation. Fine. Now other programmer can use my function. Let's say they want to print a greeting message, they can use my function here right now. Okay, I hope now this part is clear. Now see what I will do, it is returning this particular output. I'll store in a variable, let's say result. Okay, result, and I'll simply print this particular result right now. Okay, print the result. See, in Jupyter Notebook, if you're not printing, it will show you in the console, but if you're doing in the py file, it won't be showing you. That's how you have to print this particular result. Okay, now see, it is showing you the output. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now you can ask me, without a parameter, can I create a function? Yes, you can also create a function without parameter. Let me show you. So I'll copy this function and I'll do some modification. Let's say I won't be taking the parameter right now, and instead of that, I will just hard code the value here. Now if I execute, see, it's working fine. Now simply if I just call my function greet, see, it will give you the output. Now the best practice, store in a result and print that. Okay, print that. If you're using return statement, okay, inside a function, that time actually you can use this particular storing concept. That means you have to print this particular result again. But if you are printing inside that, let's say I'm printing directly, I'm printing instead of returning, let's say I'm printing. Okay, I'm printing the output. That time actually I don't need to store. Now see, if I'm storing and if I executing, it will print, it will show you none. Okay, it will show you none. Okay, why? Because it is not returning anything, it is printing inside this particular function. Okay, that time actually I don't need to define this particular statement. Okay, I don't need to store this particular output. Now instead of that, I'll directly call my function and I'll execute. It will show you the message. Okay, this is the difference. This is the difference between return and print. So if you can see any return statement, you can store in a variable, okay, before calling that particular function. And if you can see any print inside that, you don't need to store it. You can directly call the function, you can get the output. Now let's say there are thousands name. Okay, there is thousands name. You want to show the greeting message. Simply you can use this particular function. So let me show you one code. Let's say this is my function. This is the function I have written. Now let's say there are thousands of name. Okay, there are thousands of names. Names is equal to, I'll take a list. Inside that, let's say I'll take some name. Let's say I'm having these are the name. You can take thousands of name. Okay, it's up to you. Now simply I'll just write one for loop for name in names, and I will call the function right now. Let's say greet, and inside that I will pass my name, and it will see it is returning something. So I'll store in a variable called result. Result is equal to my result, and I'll simply print this particular result. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that it will take all the name one by one. First of all Bappy, then Alex, then Ahmed, then Kumar, and it will print this particular greeting message. Okay, welcome to Python, and so on. I hope this part is clear. So I have just defined this particular function one time and I can use it in a multiple time. This is called code reusability. Okay, great. Now let's see another example. Let's say I want to print odd and even number. I think you know how to calculate odd and even number. I already showed you what is the logic. So let's say if you want to check whether a number is odd or even, you can simply do the modulus operation, and modulus operation with respect to actually 2. And if you are getting this particular remainder is equal to 0, that means this is a actually even number. Okay, otherwise it's an odd number. Okay, that's how actually I can write the logic. Now previously I have written this particular code in a Python scripting. Now I'll be writing this particular code with the help of Python function. So for this, let's define another function. So def, I'll just name it as odd even. Okay, odd even. The function name is odd and even. Fine. So this function will take one input called number. That means user will give one number, and this function will check whether this particular number is an odd or even number. Fine. So inside that, I'm going to write the logic. So if this particular number modulus 2 and remainder is equal to 0. Okay, that means I'll just return this is a even number. Okay, even number. Else I'll just return it's a odd number. Fine. I hope you this part is clear. Now let's execute the program. I won't be getting any output unless and until I'm not calling the function. So now let's call the function. I'll take a variable result, and now I'm going to call this particular function odd even, and I'm going to pass one number. Let's say I'm passing 2. Okay, I'm passing 2. Now I'll print this particular result. Now if I execute, so 2 is an even number. Let's say I'll give 3. 3 is an odd number. Fine. Now I can simply write one for loop, and I can generate some number, and I can give one by one. Let's say I'll just write for I in the range. I'll generate 1 to 11. Okay, that means 1 to 10. And here what I will do, I'll take a variable results. I'll call my function, let's say odd even. Inside that I'm going to pass my I. Okay, then I'll print my, okay, I'll print my result. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that first of all 1 will come. 1 is an odd number. Then 2 will come. Okay, inside this particular function 2 is an even number, then 3 odd, and so on till 10. Actually it will show you all the number one by one. Now if you also want to show the number, what you can do, you can just write like that, I comma. Okay, I comma. Now if I execute, you'll see that 1 is odd number, 2 is even number, 3 is odd number, 4, and so on. Okay, see, one time I've defined the function and multiple time I'm using. Fine. So that's how you can use this particular functional concept inside Python, and you can create different function, and you can integrate all the function together, and you can create a bigger application. Okay, I think I showed you one example, Facebook application. There's a login function, sign in function, post function, account creation function. You are creating separate function, and you are at the end adding everything together, you are doing the decomposition and creating a complete application. So going forward, we'll be also implementing like project with the help of function. I think this particular concept will be more clear. So yes, this is the function creation inside Python. In the next video, we'll be understanding some more topics about this particular function. Okay, we'll try to understand each and everything inside a function. Okay, whatever actually we are having, I think everything you can learn from this particular series. So yes, this is all from my end. Thank you so much. Hi, in this video, we'll be learning docstring inside a function. See, this docstring is super important concept inside functions. Okay, why? Let me tell you. So I'll open up my code editor, and here I'm going to copy the function I have written in my previous video. I think you remember this odd and even. This function I will copy, and I'll just try to paste here. See, whenever you are creating a function, there are 2 points of view. See, as a developer, I experience this particular things. Always senior programmer creates a function. Okay, always senior programmer creates a function, and junior programmer use that particular function. Okay, now whenever you are creating a function, you have to take care all the condition. Let's say in some cases, if I just, let's say, execute this particular function, yeah, now if I call the function, I'll copy this particular code, and here I'm going to execute. See, this particular function is working fine. Now let's say junior programmer is giving this kinds of output. Let's say he is giving this particular output. Let's say here he is giving string type data. That means Bappy. Now if I execute the program, it will throw error. It will throw error. Now as a senior programmer, this is your responsibility to handle this kinds of situation, because you are a senior programmer and you are designing this particular function. So this particular function should be robust. So if it is getting any kinds of random input, you should take care of this particular part. Okay, otherwise a company will blame on top of you only. Okay, not on top of the junior programmer, because he hasn't written this particular function. Okay, so that's why whenever you are creating any kinds of function, you also need to give the proper information of the function, like what this function does. Okay, how this function works, what kinds of condition it can take, what kinds of condition it can support, everything you have to mention. Okay, to mention this particular message, we can use this particular statement. So I will give this actually 6 double quotation. You can see I've given 6 double quotation. Okay, this is called actually docstring. Okay, this is called actually docstring. Okay, docstring inside Python. Fine. Now see, I installed one extension called docstring. See, auto docstring. That's why it is giving me the auto docstring suggestion. Okay, it is automatically giving the auto docstring. So if you install, you will also get this kinds of docstring suggestion. But if you don't have it, what you can do, you can simply take this particular 6 double quotation. Okay, 6 double quotation. things. Now inside that, you can write a proper message. Let's say I'll just write this function checks if a given number is odd or even. So input, it will take, okay, input any valid number, okay, number or integer, and output, it will return odd or even, okay, odd or even. Now you can also give the date, the created date of this particular function. So that's how actually you can give a proper information. Okay, this is called docstring inside a function. Now see, whenever junior programmer is coming in this particular function and they want to use it, they can easily read what this function do, okay, and what kinds of input this function can take, and what kinds of output this particular function will return, okay, and what is the created dates and all. You can also mention so many information, it's up to you. Now it should be a little bit easy for the junior programmer to know about your function, because as a junior programmer, definitely I don't know how your function works. If you're giving this kinds of proper messages, I can get to know, okay, that's how I need to work. And now I don't need to give any kinds of string type input. Okay, I don't need to give any kinds of string type input. Now I can give any kinds of integer type input, because by reading your function, I can get to know it only takes valid integer number. Okay, not any string number. Okay, so that's how actually you have to take care of this part. I hope this part is clear. Fine. So this is called docstring concept inside Python and inside function. Okay. Now you can also check one docstring message. Let's say this is my function. Okay. Let's say this particular code is hidden, but I want to see this particular message. What I can do, I'll simply call my function name. I'll just write my function name. You just need to call one attribute called doc. Okay. I think it is there. Doc. Okay. Now I'll just print this particular statement. Now if I execute, see, it will only print the docstring message. Okay, it will only print the docstring message from your function. Okay, you can see. You can also check for any other built-in function as well. Let's say I want to check max. Okay, max docstring. What I'll do, I'll just write max dot and call this particular attribute doc. Okay, now if I execute, it will give me the max docstring, because inside max function also they have created this particular docstring. Okay. So if I hover here, you will see that it will suggest me that particular docstring, okay, what it can perform and all. So as a senior programmer, you should take care these are the part, so that if anyone using your function, so they can use it in a proper way. Now you can also handle this particular, let's say, condition with the help of code as well. Let's say, first of all, I will check, I'll just write another statement. If type, I'll just first of all check the type of the input. So let's say type of num, okay, type of num, that means the number user is giving. If it is equal to integer type, okay, if it is equal to integer type, I'll do this particular operation. Otherwise, in the else condition, okay, in the else condition, I'll give a message wrong input. Now see, if I execute the program, now by mistake, let's say if your junior programmer is giving any kinds of string type input, so it will give you this particular wrong input message instead of throwing the error. That's how also you can take care of this at the part. So as a programmer, you have to design, okay, how you're going to handle this particular function. This function should be robust, okay, it can work with any kinds of input, okay, you have to take care of this part, okay. So it's always recommended whenever you are creating a function, try to mention the docstring inside that, okay. So this is a good practice, guys. As a developer, I will suggest you, whenever you are creating your own function, try to also mention the docstring inside that, okay, that should be the good practice. And I think you know how to create a function right now. And we saw like this is the definition of a function. This is the name of the function. This is called actually parameter. And inside function, whatever things we create inside a triple or double quotation, this is called actually docstring. And inside that, whatever logic I'm writing, this is called actually function body. That means the logic. And whenever I'm calling the function, this is called function calling. Okay, so this thing, I think it is clear now. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. So thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello guys, welcome back. In this video, we'll be discussing about parameters versus arguments, because I have seen there are so many confusion on this particular topic, like what is parameter and what is arguments. Okay, so let's try to clarify these are the things. So here what I have done, I just kept one example, the same example I think you remember, that odd even function I created. So see which one is the parameter and which one is the argument. Okay, I will first of all try to clarify. Whenever you are defining any kinds of function, okay, whenever you are defining any kinds of function, And if this function takes any kinds of input, okay, you can see if I hover here, if I hover on top of this particular input, it is suggesting, you can see it's a parameter. Okay, it's a parameter. That means during define the function, okay, whatever input you are giving inside that particular function, this is called parameters. I hope this is clear. And whenever you are calling the function, that means during function calling, the value actually you are passing, okay, the input you are passing, this is called arguments. Always try to remember these two concepts, because this is super important question in the interview as well. They will ask you what is parameter and what is argument. Okay, just try to remember whenever you are defining the function, and if you are giving any kinds of input to that particular function, this is called parameters. If you hover here, it will also give you the suggestion. And whenever you are calling the function, and if you are giving that particular input, this is called arguments. I hope this is clear. Very simple concept, but lots of confusion are there, right? Now there are some types of arguments are available. Okay, like you can see default arguments is there, positional argument is there, and keyword argument is there. So let's try to discuss all of them one by one. So trust me guys, this particular concept will help you a lot whenever we will be working with the function. So let's try to understand these particular things in detail. So for this, what I will do, I'll just create a function here. Let's say the function name is power. Okay, so this particular function will just do the power operation. It will take actually two input, let's say A and B. That means two parameter actually it will take, fine, and it will return A power B. Okay, A power B. So this is a simple function I have created. Now let me execute. So first of all, let me discuss this default argument. Okay, if you are not using default argument, so what would be the issue? Okay, first of all, try to understand. Let's say you have created this particular function. Now let's say someone is using your function. Let's say he's passing A is equal to 2 and B is equal to, let's say, 3. Now if I execute the program, it will work fine. It will give me 8. Okay, it's completely fine. But let's say by mistake they have given this kinds of input. Let's say they have only given 2. They have only given 2 in this particular function. But this function takes 2 input, you can see. But they have given only 1 input. Now if I execute the program, you will see that it will throw you error and it will tell power function missing 1 required positional argument B. I hope this part is clear, right? Or let's say they haven't given any kinds of input. Okay, let's say they don't know about your function. Okay, they just executed the function again. So again, it will throw an error. It will tell you missing 2 positional arguments A and B. Now, see, if you want to handle these kinds of situations, what you can do, you can use something called default argument. Okay, so how default argument will help you? So let me copy this function. See, instead of writing like that, what I can do, see, instead of writing this particular function like that, what I can do, I can assign some default value. Okay, let's say A is equal to, let's say 2, and B is equal to, let's say 3. Okay, I have defined some default actually value. Now if I execute the program, now let's say if someone is using your, let's say, function, and let's say they are only giving only 1 input, if I execute the program, you'll see still it will work, because you can see you have only given one argument. Okay, the second argument you haven't given, so automatically it is taking the second argument. Okay, default argument, the default argument you have said B is equal to 3. Now if you're also giving, let's say, any other number, it will try to replace that particular argument. That means 5 will replace here, okay, in the B. I hope this is clear, right? So this is the work of this default argument. That means if you're not, that means during input, if you're not passing any kinds of argument, still it will work. It will take that default argument. Okay, that is the idea. Now let's try to see the positional argument. See, positional argument wise, it is same only. Let me show you. So if I just copy this particular function, and if I execute, now if I just write power, let's say 2, 3, if I execute, it will give me 8. But if you give like that, let's say 3, 2, it will give you 9, because it will do 3 power 2. But initially, I written 2 power 3. Okay, I hope you got it. That means it is following one position. That means whatever value, that means whatever argument you are giving at the very first, it will actually store in the first parameter, which is nothing but A. Okay, and whatever argument you are giving at the last, it will store at the last, like you can say, parameter. That means B. I hope you got it. That means it is following one position. Now if I give 3 here, that means 3 will store inside A and 2 will store inside B. Okay, so it always follows the position. Okay, it always follows the position. Okay, this is called positional argument. The same thing, only the default argument, but you are passing as a position. Okay, you are passing as a position. But let's say you don't know the position of A and B. Okay, you don't know the position of A and B. Let's say there would be some situation, you will have actually so many parameter. You will have so many parameter, and it's not possible to remember all the parameter and their position. Okay, for this actually you can use something called keywords. Okay, keyword argument. Let me show you the keyword argument example. See, keyword argument is like very used argument inside a function, because this will help you a lot whenever actually you are working with the parameter and everything, right? So let's say this is my function. Now see, whenever I'm using keyword argument, you can also define the key. Let's say here I can directly write a is equal to, let's say 2, and b is equal to 4, or let's say 3. Now if I execute, it will work fine. I can also write like that. Let's say b is equal to 2 and a is equal to, let's say 3. So it will happen automatically. This particular value will store inside b, okay, b parameter, and automatically this particular value will store inside a parameter. That means you don't know what is the position of a and b, but you know a and b is a parameter inside this particular function, right? And you can call this particular key and you can store the value. Okay, you can assign the value. And this is called actually keyword argument. Okay, this is called actually keyword argument. And trust me, this particular keyword argument will help you a lot whenever you will be working with the function and whenever you will be playing with lots of parameter. Okay, so this is actually super important concept inside function. Okay, so I hope this part is clear. What is the difference between parameter and arguments? And I showed you some different types of actually arguments. Okay, you can follow. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hi guys. In this video, we'll try to understand another important concept called args and kw args inside function. Trust me, this particular concept will help you a lot whenever you are using this particular functional programming in your project. So let's open up our code editor and try to understand this args and kw args inside function. So guys, you can see args and kw args is nothing but they are special Python keywords that are used to pass the variable length of arguments to a function. Okay. I'll tell you after some times actually what I have written here. Now you can see whenever I've written this particular args and kw args, I'm using one special symbol here. This is called star symbol. You can see I'm using this particular star symbol. Whenever you are working with the args, you have to use only one star symbol. Whenever you are working with kw args, you have to use 2 star symbol. I'll tell you what is the use of this. Okay, no need to worry. Now first of all, let's try to understand this particular args. Okay, so args is nothing but it allows us to pass a variable number of non-keywords argument to a function. Okay, so what I've written, I'll just prove it. So for this actually, let me take one example. Let's say I'll just define a function. Let's say the function name is multiply. Okay, multiply. So this particular function will take, let's say, input. Let's say there are 2 parameter a and b. So user will pass a and b and it will return the multiplication of a and b. Okay, so this is my function. Now let me select the kernel. Now if I call this particular function multiply, and if I pass, let's say a and b, let's say a is equal to, I will pass 2, and let's say b is equal to, I will pass 3. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that you will get the output. Now you can also pass the value like that. Let's say I can directly pass 2, 3. Okay, 2 and 3. It will also work fine. Now let's say this is the function you have created. It will only take 2 inputs and it will do the multiplication operation. Now let's say your manager told you, I need a function which will calculate actually 3 number. So what you will do, you will again add another parameter here. Let's say c, and here you'll just multiply this particular c as well. Okay, this particular c as well. Now instead of giving 2 input, you will give 3 input right now. Let's say 2, 3, 4. Now if I execute the program, see, it will work fine. Now again your manager, let's say, told you I need a function which will multiply actually 4 input. So again what you will do, again you will take another variable called d. Again you will do the multiplication of d, and again you will pass the value. Okay, so it will work fine. Now let's say your manager told you I need a multiplication function which will multiply actually infinite number. Okay, that means user can give any length of the input. Okay, any length of the that means argument. Okay, here I have given 4 argument. So I need a function which will accept actually infinite length of argument. That means I can give as much as value I can here, but I have to handle internally in this particular situation. So in this particular situation, actually it would be a little bit difficult for you to write this particular function, because you don't know what would be the input size. Okay, how many value actually user will pass as an input. Okay, so you can't use this particular approach. That time this particular approach won't be working. So you have to follow some other technique here. Okay, so we can easily handle this particular situation with the help of this particular args special keyword. Okay, now let me tell you how we can handle this particular situation. So what I can do, I'll just simply copy this particular function and here I'll paste it. Now see, instead of taking A, B, C, D like that, I'll just write star args. Okay, star args like that. Now here I'll just simply remove this particular line, and if I print this particular args right now, let me show you one thing actually, what I want to do exactly. So I'll simply print this particular args. Okay, here. Now if I execute this particular code, now let's say if I call my multiply function, and inside that, let's say if I pass any input, let's say 1 2 3 4, okay, 3 4 5 6, so on. Okay, that means there is no count. Okay, I can pass any number of input. Okay, it's up to me. Now if I execute the program, you will see that what will happen. Internally it is making one tuple. Okay, internally it is making one tuple, whatever input you are giving. So this is the work of this particular args. Okay, that means star args. So this particular special keyword will automatically convert your input to a tuple. Okay, tuple. Now we can also give, let's say, some more input. Okay, still it will work. See, still it will work. Internally it is making this particular tuple. Okay, so now what I can do, I can easily apply actually iteration on top of this particular tuple. So I'll just write a for loop here. Here I'll just write for I in this args. Okay, I in this particular args. And what I will do, I'll do the multiplication operation. So I'll just simply write here, I will take a variable called product. Okay, product. Initially this particular product value would be 1. Now inside this particular for loop, I'll update this particular value. Okay, I'll just write product multiply by, okay, I. Now once it is done, I will just simply return this particular product. Okay, now if I execute the program, and now let's say I will store the result. So res, because I'm returning this particular product, so that's why I will store in a variable called result. Now I'll simply print this particular result here. Okay, I'll simply print this particular result. Now if I execute the program, you will see that I will get the multiplication output. That means I can add as many of input I can here. Okay, now see, still it will work. That means there is no restriction right now. Okay, there is no input restriction. I can pass any kinds of input and this particular program will work fine. So this program can handle this particular situation very easily. Okay, so this is the work of args. Okay, star args. It allows us to pass a variable number of non-keyword argument. What is non-keyword argument? See, here I'm directly passing the value. Okay, this is called non-keyword argument. And what is keyword argument? I think you remember. Okay, so I think in the previous session I told you there are different types of arguments are available. See, default arguments, positional arguments, and keywords arguments. Okay, now what is keywords argument? Keyword means you are also mentioning the key. That means A is equal to 2, B is equal to 3. You are also mentioning that particular key. This is called keyword argument. Okay, and non-keyword argument means you are not passing any kinds of keyword. Okay, you are not passing any kinds of keyword. That means you are directly so here let me show you. So I think this particular example I can show you. See, here directly passing this particular value. Okay, this is called non-keyword argument. I hope this is clear. Okay, so that's why we have written it allows to pass a variable number of non-keyword argument to a function. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So this is the work of args inside function, and trust me, you will be using this particular concept a lot going forward, and it will help you a lot. Okay, to write a efficient code, right? Now, one question you can ask me, this particular name should be args only, or I can give any other name. Okay, see, you can give also any other name. See, if I copy this particular function as it is, now say instead of giving the args, I can also give my name. Okay, star Bappy. Now, all the places you have to replace with this particular name. Now, if I again execute the program, and if I copy paste this particular function calling, still it will work. So name doesn't matter. You can give any kinds of name, but I saw like in Python people are using this particular star args. Okay, this particular name, because this name is very common. Okay, this name is very common, and it is recommended to use this name only, because if you can see this kinds of name, you will automatically get the idea. Okay, this is the args and kw args concept they're using in their code, right? Instead of using any other name. So this should be my suggestion. Always try to use this name. Okay, this will make this particular code more readability. Okay, instead of using any personal name and all. Okay, but if you need any personal name, you can also use it. It will work fine. Okay, only the thing you have to mention this particular star. Okay, before this particular name. Fine. I hope this is clear. So guys, now the next concept we'll be discussing about kw args. Okay, so kw args is nothing but it allows us to pass any number of keyword argument. Okay, what is keyword argument? I think you remember, this is the keyword argument. That means we are mentioning the key and also the value. That means key value pair. Okay, we are like passing as a key value pair, like the dictionary we learned, right? I think you remember. So this is called keyword argument. And keyword argument means that they contain the key value pair like a Python dictionary. Okay, here I've already told you. Now let me show me one example. I think this should be more clear. Let's say I'll just write a program here. The program name should be display. Okay, so let's say this is the function I have created. Okay, now here I'll just mention this particular kwargs. Okay, so I'll give double star. If you want to mention kwargs, you have to give double star and just write kwargs. Fine. Now if I print this particular kwargs, see what will happen. So if I print this kwargs, and now if I execute the program, now let me call this particular function, and inside that I will pass some value. Okay, I'll pass some value. See, the value should be in a key value pair. Okay, I have to pass as a key value pair. Let's say I will pass the country with respect to their capital. Let's say first of all I'll just write India is equal to, let's say, Delhi. Let's say Bangladesh is equal to Dhaka, and Sri Lanka, Colombo. Okay, Colombo. So let's say this is my input in this particular function. Now see, if I execute, so what will happen? See, it will give me as a key value pair. That means it will give me as a dictionary. You can see this is a dictionary. So by default, kwargs, what it does, it converts the input as a dictionary. You can see this should be my key and this should be my value. This should be my key and this should be my value. Again, this should be my key and this should be my value. So initially what args used to do, it was converting everything to a tuple format. I think you remember, it was converting everything in a tuple format, right? But kwargs will convert the input in a dictionary format. Now I can apply the dictionary operation. Okay, I can apply the dictionary operation, iteration, anything I can perform, and I can print this particular result. Okay, so what I will do, simply I'll just write one for loop. So I'll just write for key value in kwargs. Okay, kwargs dot items. Okay, what item will return? It will return both things, like the key and value pair both. Okay, I already discussed this part. Now simply I'll just write print, and I'll print the key. I'll take a f string, and here I'm going to first of all print the key. Okay, then I will also print the let's say value. Okay, value. Now if I execute the program, see, it will print all the country with respect to their capitals: India, Delhi, Bangladesh, Dhaka, and Sri Lanka, Colombo. Okay, that's how actually you can use this particular kwargs. If you want to pass any keyword argument, that time you can use it. And if you don't want to pass any keyword argument, if you want to directly pass, you can use this particular args, let's say a special keyword that time. Fine, this is the idea. Now you can ask me whether I have to give kwargs name or not. No, you can give any kinds of name. The same concept you learned for the args only, right? So here you can also give any kinds of name. Let's say I'll give my name. Now here I'll need to only replace my name here. Okay, now if I execute the program, and now if I call the function, see, it will work fine. Okay, there is no error. So this is the concept, guys. You have to remember, because this particular concept will help you a lot going forward. So yes, I hope you got it, and this is all about from this particular video. So thank you for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we'll try to see how functions are executed in the memory. So whenever, let's say, we define any kinds of function, and whenever we call that particular function, so in the memory actually how this particular function will be executed, we'll try to see this particular visualization. So for this I'm going to use this particular function. I think you remember I have written this particular function called odd and even number actually calculation. So I'll just copy this particular function, and I will open up this Python tutor website. I think you know what is Python tutor. There actually we can visualize our code, right? So let's open up our Python tutor, and there actually we can visualize this particular code. So guys, this is the Python tutor website. So here I'm going to paste this particular code snippet. And now if I click on visualize execution, now you can see my visualization has started, and my interpreter is reading from the first line. You can see. Now if I click on the next button, see what will happen. If I click on the next button, directly this particular execution will come at the last. Okay, why? Because I told you, whenever we define any kinds of function, if you execute this particular function, you won't be getting any kinds of output. That means it will look for where you are calling that particular function. Like that means it will look for whether you have called that particular function or not. If you called, it will execute from that line only. Okay, if you haven't called, it won't be executing. That is the idea. Now you can see I'm calling my function at the line number 7. You can see odd even. I'm just calling this particular function. Inside that I'm passing one value, okay, which is nothing but 5. Now see what will happen before executing this particular print statement. First of all, it will go inside this particular function and will execute all the code inside that. Okay, now if I click here, you will see that it will go inside the function. Okay, it will go inside the function, and here you can see one block would be created. See, whenever you are executing a function, what will happen in the memory? It will create a temporary block. Let's say this is a room. A room means, let's say this is your entire RAM. Okay, this is your entire RAM block. So whenever you are executing this particular function, whenever a function is getting called, it will create a temporary block inside this particular room or inside this particular memory block. Let's say this is the room it has created. Okay, this is the room it has created. You can see this is a room it has created. Fine. This is a temporary one. Why I'm calling as a temporary? I'll tell you. So first of all, let me execute all the function one by one. Then I will tell you. So let me clear this particular board. Now see, you can see my function has called. And number actually it got 5 because you can see 5 I'm giving as an input. So this particular 5 will come in the num variable. If you click on the next, it will go to the conditional statement. It will check if this particular 5 is a even number or odd number. You can see if I perform modulus operation with respect to 2, and I won't be getting any kinds of reminder is equal to 0. So it will be an odd number. Okay, I think you know it would be an odd number. Let me execute. You'll see that this particular condition is not true. That's why it is coming in the else condition, and it is returning this is a odd number. Okay, this is odd number. You can see. Okay, this 5 is an odd number. Now see, if I again click on the next, it will return that particular odd number in a print, and print will print that particular statement, and this particular block will be disappeared. That means this particular block would be cleared from the memory. That's why whenever you are working with function always will try to create a temporary block in the memory. And once function, let's say execution is complete, it will delete that particular block. Okay, if interviewer asks you this particular question, let's say whenever you are working with function, whatever function variable you are defining, whether it would be temporary or it would be fixed. So you always need to know this particular answer. This should be a temporary block. Okay, once function execution is done, this particular block would be deleted from the memory. Okay, so that's how actually function works in the memory. That's how function represents in the memory. Okay, I hope this part is clear right now. Fine. So this was a quick topic. I just wanted to let you know how function works in the memory and how it is getting called. Fine. So I hope you got it. Thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone. In this video, we'll try to cover another important topic, which is nothing but functions without return statement. Because many of you will have this doubt, if I'm not using return statement inside a function, so what will happen? And what is the difference between this return statement and print statement inside a function? Okay, so for this, I'm going to use this particular example. I think you remember this particular function we have written. Only the change I have done, instead of using return, I'm using print function here. If I show you my previous function, you can see here I was using this particular return statement. Now I'm using this particular print statement. So to explain this particular concept, I'll copy this particular code and I will go to Python tutor website, and there I'll try to show you. Now guys, I'm inside this Python tutor website. Now here I'm going to paste this particular code snippet. Now if I visualize the execution, now you can see my program has executed successfully. Now it is reading for the first line. Now if I click on the next, I think you know it will go where my function is getting called. You can see here my function is getting called. Now before executing this particular print statement, first of all it will execute this particular function. That means whatever code you have written inside a function, it will execute first. Now if I click on the next, you will see that my code will redirect here, and it has created one temporary block, and this is the main code property. You can see this is the main code property. Here you are executing this particular odd even function. That's why it's trailing. It's a main code property, or you can also call it as global frame, right? And there would be another block. This is the temporary block. This is the function block. Okay, function property only, and function property actually is a temporary one. Once my function has executed, this particular property will be removed, okay, from this particular block. I think I showed you in my previous video, right? Now if I click on the next, see, now see, it is checking this condition whether this particular 5 is an odd and even number. Definitely it's an odd number, so this particular condition would be false, and it will go in the else condition. You can see it will go in the else condition. Now see what will happen. It will print this particular odd number. Okay, it will print this particular odd number. If I click on next, you will see that this odd number would be printed. see, there is no return statement I used. That's why return value is equal to none. Okay, it is returning none. That means if you are not using return statement, by default your function will return none. Okay, by default your function will return none. That means you are not using any kinds of return statement inside this particular function. You are only printing, and that particular print I got it. So this is the actually difference between print statement and return statement. Okay, I hope you got it. Now if I click on the next, you will see that this particular block would be removed because my function has been executed successfully. Okay, I hope you got it. That means if you are not using any return statement, by default it will return none. Okay, and that particular none would be printed here. You can see this function is returning none, and this particular print function is printing that particular none. Okay, in the console. I hope this is clear. But whenever you are using return statement, it is returning this particular message. Okay, it is returning this particular message. I think I showed you my previous example. See, it is returning this particular message, and that's why you can see this particular return statement. Let me show you. If I copy this particular code and if I just paste it here, now again let me execute. Now see, if I click on the next, see my main block would be created. Now my function block would be created. Now it will check this number. It's an odd number. It will go to the return statement. Now see, it will return this particular odd number. Okay, but previously it was returning none here because I was using the print statement there. Okay, I was printing it instead of using return statement, and if you're not using return, it will return none. Okay, and that particular none would be printed here. I hope you got it. If we are using function without return statement, so what would be the output? Okay, and what is the difference between return and print statement inside a function? So this is like very important concept inside function because lots of people will have the confusion. Even interviewer also asked this particular question. Okay, that's why I showed you. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll be understanding another super important concept inside function called variable scope in function. So inside variable scope, we have two concepts to understand. One is like global variables and another one is like local variables. Because as a beginner, I know you will be having lots of doubt related this particular global variables and local variables. Actually, you won't be able to identify which one is the global variable and which one is the local variable. So no need to worry, I will clarify your doubt. So here I kept actually 3 examples. So I hope this 3 example is enough to clear your doubt. Okay, and I will teach you this particular concept, this variable scope concept. And here we'll try to understand this global and local variable. So here you can see here I have written one program. So I think to explain this particular program, I will copy this and I will go to the Python tutor website and there I'm going to execute. So here is my Python tutor and I'm going to paste this particular code. And let me visualize this particular execution now. So guys, you can see my execution has started. Now if I click on next, so what will happen? First of all, it will create my main code block. Okay, you can see this is my main code block and which is also called as global frame. Okay, which is also called as global frame. Now you can see my code execution has came to this particular line number 4, and here I initialized one variable called x is equal to 5. Now if I click on the next, see in the global frame, it will create one variable and the value is 5. Because so far my function hasn't called yet. Okay, my function hasn't called yet. So far actually my main code block is running. Okay, that's why everything is running on the global frame, right? Now if I click on the next again, now see my function call has started. Okay, now you can see it has created one function temporary block. This is the function temporary block, I think you know, right? Now 2 block would be created. One is like global frame, that means my main code block, and another is like function code block. Okay, function execution code block, and this is the temporary one. Okay. So this is the temporary one and this is the fixed one. Okay, after execution of your function, this particular block will delete it, but this particular block will remain same because this is the fixed one, this is the global one. Okay, now just try to see in the global block, you can see here I am having one variable called x, okay, and value is 5. And in functional block, you can see in functional block, I'm having one variable called y and the value is 5. Okay, why it's 5? Because you can see you are giving this particular x in this particular function and it is receiving, that's why this particular y is equal to 5. Got it? Now always try to remember what are the variable will come in the global frame. This is called your global variable. Okay, this is called your global variable. And what are the variable is coming in the functional block? Okay, temporary functional block, this is called local variable. And always remember, you can access global variable inside a function, but you can't access any kinds of local variable, okay, outside of the function. Okay, let me show you. Let's say here I am trying to print x. Now tell me, x is a local variable or it's a global variable? Just try to find x here. You can see x is not present inside this particular function. it is present outside of the function. That means x is a global variable. Okay, it's not a local variable. And what I told you, I can access global variable inside a function. Okay, now see, print x if I do. Okay, if I do print x, you will see that 5 would be printed because x is equal to 5. So I'm able to access this particular global variable inside a function. And if I want to perform any operation, let's say I want to perform the addition operation, okay, with this particular number, I can also do it. If I click on next, you will see that x was 5. Now if I just add 1 with this particular 5, it will become 6. And this will return none because here I'm not using return statement. Now if I click on the next, your code execution will come here in this particular print. Now this particular print will print this particular x, and what is the x value? It is 5. Okay, 5 would be printed. That means your global variable will remain same. There is no change. Although you have performed an addition operation, okay, there won't be any kinds of change. So here what we are doing, we're only trying to access the global variable. Okay, we are only trying to access the global variable outside of the function. Okay, inside a function, actually I'm trying to access it, but I can't access actually local variable. Okay, I can't access local variable which is present inside this particular function. Let's say why I can't access outside of this particular function. It is not possible. So let me show you some more example. I think this would be clear. So I will go back and I will copy the second example. Let's say this is my example, and I'll just try to edit and I'll paste it here. Now guys, you can see again another program I'm running. If I click on next, first of all, your main code block would be created. That means global frame. And here you are trying to run one function called f, and your code execution will come here. That means you are initializing one variable called x is equal to 5, and this is the global variable because it's outside of the function, and x is equal to 5 has been created inside global frame. Now my function call will start. Now it will create one temporary block, that means functional block. Inside that, another variable I'm defining called y. Okay, and y value would be also 5 because you are passing this particular x inside this particular function. Okay, I hope this is clear. Again, inside this particular function, I'm writing x is equal to 1. Okay, x is equal to 1. Now tell me, if I just write x is equal to 1, so here what will happen? Will it become 5 or will it become 1? Just pause the video and let me know. So let me show you. So if I define this particular variable x is equal to 1, you can see it will create inside this particular functional block, not in the global block. Okay, not in the global block. So whatever variable is coming inside global block, this is my global variable. Whatever variable is coming inside functional block, this is my local variable. Always try to remember. Now you can see it is created in the functional block. That means it is not my global variable right now. It is my local variable. That means inside global variable, there won't be any kinds of change. Okay, now see, here I'm performing one addition operation. I'm just adding 1 with this particular x. Now it will become actually, initially it was 1. Now if I perform this addition operation, it will become 2. Okay, it will change inside this particular functional block. Now here I'm printing this particular x. Okay, here I'm printing this particular x. Now x is equal to 2. It has printed and it has written none because here I'm not using any kinds of return statement. Fine. Now my code will go in this particular print function again. Okay, and it will print this particular x. Okay, now you'll see that it will print this particular x, and x is equal to 5 right now. Okay, because it is printing my global variable, and global variable is x is equal to 5. There is no change inside this particular variable. So I hope this part is clear, how this particular local variable and global variable is working here. Fine. Now let me show you another example. I'll copy this particular code snippet and let me visualize the execution. Now see, if I execute this program will break. It will throw me one error. Now see what I'm trying to do in this particular program. See, I have defined one function called age, and inside that what I'm doing, I'm just trying to change this particular global variable. You can see x is equal to, and plus I'm doing the addition operation. That means whatever value I'm having, with this particular value I'm trying to add 1. Okay, now what is happening? First of all it is creating one global frame, and we saw in global frame this is the global variable x is equal to 5. Then my function is getting called. Okay, and you can see my local variable is y here. Okay, y here. Now here I'm trying to perform this particular operation, x plus equal to 1. So what will happen? It will first of all try to see whether it is having any local variable or not. Okay, called x. I can see inside this particular function I don't have any kinds of local variable x. So what it will do, it will go outside and it will look for whether I'm having global variable with this particular name or not. Yes, I'm having global variable which is x here. Now it is trying to perform this particular change operation in this particular global variable. That's why it's throwing error because you can't change anything inside global variable, okay, from a function. It's not possible. You can access them, okay, you can access them, you can perform operation on top of that, but you can't change the actual value, okay, it's not possible. Okay, Python will not give you this kinds of flexibility. Okay, you can't change any global variable. Okay, this is the idea. That means what is happening whenever you are defining any kinds of function, okay, and whenever you are defining any kinds of variable, first of all, it will try to see whether this particular variable is present inside local variable or not. If present, it will use that. Otherwise, it will use the actually global variable. That is the idea. I think the previous example I showed you, this one. So first of all, here it will check x is a global or local. You can see x is a local because here I have defined x is equal to 1. Although I'm having one x in the global, but again I'm initializing inside local. First of all, it will give the priority on the local variable. If local is not available, then it will give the priority on the global variable. Okay, but I can access the global variable, but I can't make any change inside global variable. That is the idea. Okay, that's why this particular code is breaking local variable x reference before the assignment. Okay, that means you can't change any kinds of global variable from a function. Okay, it's not possible. But let's say in some cases actually you need to change this particular variable. You need to change this particular global variable from a function. So for this, we can use one small concept called, we can just define this particular variable as a global. So there is a global keyword you can use, just write global x. So here I'm telling my function, I want to change actually element inside my global variable. Okay, I have given you the access. Now see, if I execute the program, now this particular program will work. Okay, now if I go next, you'll see that my global frame will be created. Now global variable will be also created. Now it will call my function. Now see, this is my local variable y. Now you can see this a change will be done. Okay, initially x was 5, now it will become 6. Okay, you can see x will become 6. Now see, this particular 6 will change inside the global frame, not in the local frame. Okay, that means here I've given the complete permission. Okay, you can change any kinds of global variable object. Okay, now see, if I click here, my code will execute it. Okay, my code will execute it, and if I print x also, it will become 6 right now because I have changed inside this particular global variable. But this is not a recommended way to use this particular global concept. But in some cases, if you need it, you can do like that. Python gives you this flexibility to perform, but they're not suggesting to do, because if you are defining something global and if you're defining something local, you have to only work with respect to that only. Okay, so you don't need to change anything global. Okay, from a function itself. But if you need something, sometimes actually you can do it. Okay, so this is the very important concept I just wanted to let you know. I hope this is clear now, what is local variable and what is global variable. Always try to remember the variable you are defining inside a function, this is called local variable, and the variable you are defining outside of the function, okay, this is called global variable. And you can access actually global variable from a function, okay, but you can't access any kinds of local variable outside of a function. It's not possible. I hope this is clear. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this particular video, we'll try to understand another very interesting concept inside function called nested function. So far you have learned like how we can perform, let's say, nested loops, okay, then nested, let's say, conditional statement. We can also use nested functions inside of Python. Okay, it is also possible. So this is completely actually practical things I can show you. There is nothing theory. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this nested function inside Python. So guys, I'm inside my code editor, and what is nested function means, like the function inside a function. Okay, nested means something inside something. Okay, like you learn like loop. Okay, loop inside a loop, this is called nested loop. Like you learn, let's say, conditional statement, condition inside a condition. Okay, this is called nested. So similar wise, we can also use nested function. So for this, what I can show you, let me give one example. First of all, let's say I will define a function. Let's say the function name is f. Okay, so this is going to be my function. So let me zoom. Now inside this particular function, I will define another function, let's say g, and inside g I'm going to just write okay, inside function g, and here I'm going to write inside function f. Fine. Now if I execute the program, it will work fine. Now there is no output because I have to call this particular function. Let's say if I call this particular function f, now just pause the video and just let me know which particular message would be printed. It would be printed inside function g or inside function f. Just try to think and try to give the answer in the comment. Just try to pause the video and just to think. First of all, try to think and give the answer. So let me show you. See, if I execute this particular function f, it will print actually inside function f. Why? Because you can see I'm calling this particular function f. Okay, this particular function is getting called. And inside this particular function f, I'm having another function called g, but this particular function is not getting called anywhere. That's why it will print this particular statement inside function f. Now, if I just write like that, let's say function g. Okay, function g. Will it work? This particular function I'm trying to call here, will it work? Let me know. See, if I execute, it will throw error. G is not defined. That means you can't actually access any kinds of local function, okay, outside of that particular function. It's not possible. This is a similar concept like your local variable, okay, local and global variable we have learned. So this particular function, it is inside this particular function, okay. So this is called local function, okay. This is called nested function. That's why I can't access it outside of this particular function. It's not possible. But if I want to call this particular function, where I can call inside this particular function called f, okay. Inside f function, I can call this particular function called g. Now, if I execute, what will happen? Okay, if I execute this particular f, what will happen? See, now it will print inside function g, then inside function f. Why? So let me show you. I'll copy this particular code and I will go to my Python tutor website. So now I'm going to just visualize this particular example. But before that, first of all, let me call this particular function f. Fine. Now if I visualize it, now see, execution has started. Now if I click on next, so what will happen? My function will get called and it will create a global frame first of all, okay, which is nothing but f. Now my execution will go inside this particular function. Now see, I'm inside my f function. Now inside f function, there is another function actually I have created called g. Okay, now what it will look for? It will look for that particular function call, whether g is getting called or not. See, g is getting called. If I click on next, g is getting called. Okay, you can see g is getting called. So it will call this particular g. Okay, and you can see if I execute the program, another block would be created. Okay, you can see this is the f block, this is the g block. That means you can see 3 block has been created inside this particular memory. First of all, the global block. That means this is my main function block. Then the f function block. Okay, this function block, then the g function block. Okay, so these two is my functional block, this two is temporary, and this one is the permanent one. That's how if you're having some other function also inside this particular function, it will create that many of block. Okay, independent block it will create every time. Now see, it will go inside g, and first of all it will print this particular message inside g function. You can see inside g function will be printed and it will return none because I'm using print statement without return statement. Now if I again click on the next, it will come in the print function. Now it will print this particular inside function f. Okay, now this particular function print would be printed. Now it will return run again because I'm not using any return statement. Okay, now see, this particular function execution would be closed and my code will break. Okay, so that's how actually this particular code is working. Okay, so whenever I'm executing the function f, first of all it is executing this particular function. Okay, that means g function, then it is executing this particular print statement. That's why g is coming at the first, f is coming at the last. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now let's say I'll show you another thing. Actually, I'll copy the function here, and now let's say here if I call the f here, so what will happen? Okay, if I call the f here, what will happen? And now let me also call this particular f here. Now see, if I execute this particular code sorted with output, see, let me show you. See, it will actually print this particular statement infinite of time, and there would be a condition, my memory will get full and I'll get a recursion error. Okay, I'll get a recursion error, maximum recursion depth exit. Okay, exceeded. This is the error actually I'll get. That means what is happening, you have created one infinite loop here. See what is happening, you are calling this particular function f will getting called, and inside function f actually I'm having g. That means g is getting called, and inside g actually I'm again calling this particular function f. So again I'm calling the function f. That means again it is calling g, again g is calling f is calling g is calling f. That's how it is doing repetitive time, and you are creating a recursion here. I'll tell you the recursion. What is recursion? Recursion is a concept inside actually programming. Going forward, we'll be learning in advanced programming part, we'll be learning this particular recursion as well. And this is the concept of data structure and algorithm concept. If you want to learn data structure and algorithm, DSA concept, these particular things is super important there. Fine. As of now, just try to remember, it is running one infinite loop. Okay, that's why it is getting the memory error. Okay, in this particular situation. I hope this is clear. So this is the actually concept of the nested function. And sometimes actually you need nested function. Sometimes let's say you want to hide one functionality of your application. Okay, so you can keep this particular function inside a function itself, okay, so that other can't see your function. Okay, what you have written inside that. Okay, that is the idea. So yes, this is all about our nested functions. I hope you enjoyed. So thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello guys. In this video, we'll be learning another interesting topic inside functions called functions are first class citizens. See here what I have written, I will tell you. But before that, let me show you one actually link. So here you can see I have added one link. This is a Wikipedia link, and this is about actually first class citizens. Now if I open this particular link, so it will redirect to this particular page. Now here you can see in a given programming language design, a first class citizens is an entity which supports all the operations generally available to other entities. These operations typically include being passed an argument to a function, written from a function, and assigned to a variable. That means in programming, that means in Python, whatever, let's say, data type you have learned, let's say integer, float, string, okay, then boolean, everything is a first class citizen, because these are the data type can perform all the operations. Like you can give as a argument in a function, you can return these are the data type from a function, you can perform different operations. Okay, so these are the things actually you can perform. That is why we call it as a first class citizen. Okay, but in Python, functions also can be considered as a first class citizen, because with the help of function you can perform all the operations. Like you can check a type of a function, you can check the ID of a function, you can pass the function as an input to another function. That means you can pass as an argument, you can return that particular function. Okay, so all kinds of operation can be performed with the help of function as well inside Python, which is not available in other programming languages. Okay, so this particular concept is very interesting. Even I also enjoyed this particular concept a lot when I learned this particular concept. So let me show you some of the example. I think then this particular concept will be more clear. So see, as of now we saw like different data type. Let's say if I write a is equal to 2, so this is my integer type data type. Now what I can do, I can check the type of this particular data. I'll just use this particular type function. Inside that, if I pass a, so it will tell me it's an integer type data. Okay, you can also check the ID, like in memory location, in which ID actually it is occupying. You can also check that particular memory location. Okay, everything is possible. See, whatever things we learned with respect to other data type, okay, let's say integer, float, boolean, string, and so on, right? All the operations can be performed on top of the function as well. Let me show you. So let's say here I will define a function. Let's say I'll define a function. I'll just name it as a square. Okay, so it will take one number and it will perform the square operations. So I'll just return number square of 2. Okay, now if I execute, it's working fine. Now let's say I want to check the type of this particular function. I can use the same concept. I'll use the type function. Inside that, I'll only pass this particular function name. Okay, you can see the function name is square. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that it will tell me the type of the function is a function. Okay, it's a function type data. Okay, it's a function type data. Even you can also check the ID. Okay, you can also check the ID. So let me print, I think that would be better. Now inside ID, I will pass my function name. It will also print the specific ID actually it is occupying in the memory. That means what are the operation used to perform in other type data, you can perform the same actually operations on top of the function as well. That's why function is calling first class citizens. Okay, first class citizens inside Python. Okay, like other data type. So this concept is not available in other programming language, but in Python it is possible. Fine. So here function can be used as a first class citizens. Fine. Now let me show you some more example. Let's say I can reassign any kinds of value. Let's say if I just write a is equal to 3. So what I will do, I'll just write b is equal to a. Fine. Now if I print this particular b, you will see that 3 would be printed, because here I have reassigned this particular variable in this particular variable. Okay. So this concept also can be used in a function as well. Let me show you. So what I will do, I'll just take a variable called x, and now I'm going to call this particular function. Okay, square. This function I will call here. Now let's say if I give any kinds of input here, so it will return me the that particular square of that particular number. Let's say if I give 4. Now if I print this particular x, so it will return me 16. Now instead of that, what I can do, I'll just simply write x is equal to square. Okay, x is equal to square. Now if I execute, see, it will work fine. Okay, it will work fine. Now if I show you this particular ID of x, now see the same ID. Okay, the same ID it is locating. That means this particular function I can reassign in any other variable. Okay, it is possible. Now I can, if I want to, let's say, perform the operation, the square operation, I can do like that. I'll just write x, and inside x actually I'm going to pass one number, let's say 4. Now if I execute, it will give me 16. That means Now x has become your function, okay, function object. And now what are the operation used to perform with this square? Same operation you can perform with the help of x as well. I hope this is clear, right? Now you can also delete a function object. Let's say if I just use this particular del keyword. Now if I just mention the square, okay, the square. Now if I print the square, see, it will tell me square is not defined because square is already deleted here. Okay, square object is already deleted. I hope you got it, right? So the same operation actually we used to also perform with other type data as well. I think you remember we perform in list type, tuple type, okay, then dictionary sets, okay, everything we have learned. You can also store the function in any other data type as well. Let me show you. So first of all, I will execute this particular function because I deleted the object, right? So let me re-execute. Now if I come here, now see, let's say there is a list I'm having. Let's say inside list I'm having some value. Fine. Now I'm also storing this particular square function. Okay, this particular square function object inside this particular list. Now if I execute, see, it's working fine. Now if I print the L, let me show you. If I print the L, it is also printing this particular items. You can see the last item is, it is nothing but it's a function object. Okay, function object I have stored. Now let's say I want to access this particular object. What I can do, I can use the negative indexing -1. It will return me the function object only. Now let's say I want to perform the square root operation. What I will do, I'll just give the input. Let's say I'll give the input, let's say 4. It will return me 16. Okay, so that's how also you can use this particular function. Okay, you can also store it here. Now you can ask me, function is a mutable or immutable object? See, to check these particular things, you can use one easy approach. So just try to define sets. I think you know set only takes the immutable objects, okay, not the mutable objects. Now if I give this particular square function object here, now if I execute, first of all let me print. If I execute, see, it's working. It's working means, that means it's a immutable object. Okay, it's not a mutable object. So always try to remember function is a immutable objects, not a mutable objects. Okay, it's a immutable data type. You can also return a function, okay, from another function. Let me show you another example. Let's say I'll just write a function. Let's say function name is f. So inside that I'm going to create another function. Let's say g. Now this particular g function will take two input, a comma b. So 2 parameter it will take. Now I'll just simply return a plus b operation. Okay, now here I'm going to return this particular function. Let's say g. Fine. So here you can see I'm returning this particular function object. Okay, g returning, that means I'm returning the function object here. Now simply what I will do, I'll just write I'll just take a variable, and now I'm going to call this particular function f. Okay, see, now if I execute the program, what will happen, in the variable this particular function object will come. Let me show you. If I print the variable right now, see, it is returning this particular function g. Now what I can do, simply I can just write like that. Let's say val. Okay, val. Now I can give the input, let's say 2, 4. Now if I execute, it will give me 7. Okay, because it is doing this particular operation and I'm returning this particular function object here. Instead of writing like that, you can also write in just one line. See, here I'm getting the object. Now I'll just give the input here. So let's say 2, 3 I'll give. It will give me okay, so I also need to print this particular val. Okay, now I'll give the, now here I will get the 5. So that's how you can also return a function, okay, from another function. It is also possible. This is called returning a function. You can also take the function as an argument. Let me show you another example. So I already written the code. Let me show you. So here I have defined two functions, function a. Inside that I've just written inside of function a. Then I've taken another function called function b. Okay, this particular function will take one parameter called z. Now inside that I've just written inside function c. Now it is returning this particular z, you can see. Okay, it is returning this particular z. Now see what is happening. I'm calling this particular function here, you can see. And inside this function, I'm giving another function object. I'm passing another function object as an argument. Okay, as an argument I'm passing. That means what is happening? I'm executing this particular b function. First of all, it will print. Let me execute, see what will happen. First of all, it will print inside function c. Okay, inside function c. Then it is returning. Okay, it is returning function z. And inside function z, what you are passing? Function a. That means function a will getting called. Okay, that means it will print inside function a. Inside function a. Okay, and it is not returning anything. Okay, it is not returning anything. That's why it will return none. I hope this is clear. Okay, so that's how actually you can also use function as an argument. It is also possible. Okay, so that's why we call this particular function as a first class citizen inside Python, so that you can use this particular function like other type data. Okay, it is possible here. So this is another super important concept I just wanted to let you know. I hope you enjoyed. So thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone. So far we have learned about the function inside Python, and I showed you different example of the function. So in this particular video, we'll try to see the benefits of using a function. I think as of now, you saw what is the benefit of the function, right? Instead of writing Python scripting, if I'm using functions, or with the benefit here. So here I've noted down some of the benefit. You can see the first thing, the code modularity. So whenever you are using function, you are making a module. Okay, you are making a module, that's separate module. You can see previously I used to write this particular, let's say, odd even number in a Python scripting. Fine. But here what I did, I just separated out this particular module and I named it as a odd even function. So whenever I need to perform any kinds of odd even operation, I will call this particular function and I can get that particular output. Let's say I will give you one real-time example. You are creating a Facebook application. So there you are creating separate module. Let's say logging is one of the module, sign up is one of the module, then creating a profile one of the module. And what you are doing, you are combining all the module and creating a bigger application. Okay, this is called modularity. And the second thing, code readability, because if you're creating a function, it is like more readability, okay, than your scripting, Python scripting, because in the Python scripting, you will be writing so much code and it would be a little bit hard for you to read that particular code, like what you have written, because everything would be massed up together, right? But if you're creating this particular function, it would be separate module and it would be easy for you to read. Let's say I want to read a logging, let's say logging module, how logging is working. I'll open that logging function, I'll read it. I want to, let's say, see how to create the profile, how this particular module is working. I'll open it up and I'll read it. Okay, that's why it makes this particular code readability. And the third thing, the final thing, code reusability, because I told you, if you're creating a function, you just need to create that function one time and you can use that, okay, anytime in your project. You don't need to recreate that particular code again and again. You don't need to write the code from scratch. Once you create it, you can reuse that particular function anywhere. That is the idea. Okay, so these are some benefit, guys, you have to remember whenever you are working with function, and I think you enjoyed this particular functional concept a lot. Okay, so going forward, we'll be also learning some advanced Python programming like OOP, object oriented programming concept. There also we'll be learning about this particular function, but we'll be learning in a different way. We'll be using something called class. Okay, class object inside of Python. There actually will be using this particular function as a method. Okay, I'll tell you this part. Going forward, actually, we'll be discussing about this particular OOP concept as well. Fine. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be discussing about another amazing concept inside Python called Lambda function. As of now, we have learned about functions. We've seen like how we can create a functions and all. You can ask me then what is Lambda functions? Lambda is also functions. It's a one-line function. We also call it as a anonymous function inside Python. So it's completely practical actually understanding. So what I will do, I'll just go to my code editor and I'll show you this particular Lambda function. So guys, you can see Lambda function is nothing but a Lambda function is a small anonymous function inside Python. A Lambda function can take any input of arguments, but can only have one expression. Okay, so here you can see I have kept one example. So your Lambda function looks like that. So if you want to define a Lambda function, first of all, you have to use one keyword, Lambda keyword, okay, called Lambda. Now here you have to take actually parameter. Okay, you can take 2 parameter, 3 parameter, 4 parameter, and so on. It's up to you. So we call it as a parameter. So here parameter actually they have taken a comma b. Okay, that means 2 parameter, you can see. Then you have to define a colon. Okay, you have to define a colon here. You can see this colon. So this colon is for the expression. That means whatever things you will be writing after this particular colon, this should be your expression. Now see here is one expression a plus b. That means whatever input actually it is receiving from the user, let's say a, b, it is just doing the addition operation. This is called expression. Okay, must be a single valid Python expression. So you can only use one expression here. Okay, not multiple expression. You can't use actually a plus b comma a minus b. It's not possible. You need to only use one expression. Okay, if you're using Lambda function. But if you want to perform multiple expression, that time you can use normal Python function. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now you can ask me why this particular Lambda function is required. I'll tell you, just give me some time, so I'll tell you. We'll be using this in the higher order function. I'll tell you what are the higher order functions are available. Fine. But before that, let me show you some example of the Lambda function. Like let's create some Lambda function and let's solve some expression. Okay, with that of that. So let's say I want to create a function which will return the square of a, let's say, number. So for this, I can use this particular lambda function. So I'll just write lambda. Okay, lambda is a keyword. Now here you can see I have to give the input. That means the parameter. Okay. Now I told you this particular function will do the square operation of a number. So only one input I need to give. Let's say the number is x. Okay. Now I have to give this particular colon, because after the colon I'll be writing the expression. Okay. So what is the expression? Expression is nothing but x power of 2. Okay. That means it will do the power operation. Fine. I hope you got it. Now if I execute the program, see what will happen. If I execute the program, see, it will give you one function object. Okay, it will give you one function object, and the function object is nothing but it's a lambda function object. So lambda doesn't return anything. Always try to remember, lambda doesn't return anything. Instead, it returns the function itself. Okay, it returns the function itself. But previously, whenever I was using the simple function, it used to return something. Okay, it used to return something. I think we remember there. Now, what I need to do, I can store in a variable. Let's say I can store in a, let's say, variable called a. Now if I print the a, you will see that I'm getting a function again. Now what I can do, I can use this particular object to give my input. Okay, so how I can give the input? I'll give the parenthesis, and inside that I'll give this particular input, which is nothing but x. Okay, now let's say x is equal to, I'll give 4. Now if I execute the program, it will return me 16. Okay, so it is the lambda function expression. Now see, I solved this particular question only just one line of code. Okay, only just one line of function, which is nothing but lambda function. Previously I also showed you this particular code, how we can create this function with the help of normal function. So they're actually used to write multiple line of code, right? But now with the help of one line of code, one line of function, you can create this particular let's say statement. Okay, this is the power of lambda function. Let's do another problem. So what I will do, I'll copy this particular function as it is. Now I will receive actually two numbers, let's say x and y, and I'll just do the addition operation. Okay, x plus y. Now see, if you only pass one number, it will throw you error. Okay, it will throw you error. It will tell you lambda function missing one required positional argument y. So you also need to give the y input. So let's say y is equal to 6. Now if I execute the program, it will return me 10. That's how actually you can create a lambda function, and here is the expression I have given you. Okay, how to create it and all. Now let's try to see the difference between lambda function and normal function. You can see here are some main difference actually I kept. So lambda function has no name. You can see there is no name of this particular lambda function. Okay, you don't need to define any kinds of name if you're using lambda function, but if you're using normal function, there you have to define a name. Okay, I think remember, lambda has no return value. I told you it doesn't return any kinds of value. Instead, it will return the function itself. Okay, it will return the function itself. Lambda is written in one line. You can see we have written this particular function in just only one line and not reusable. Okay, that means you can't reuse this particular function. It's not possible. But you can reuse the Python normal function. Then why use lambda function? Okay, you can ask me why to use this particular lambda function, because there would be some situation you will be working with higher order function. Okay, higher order function in your project. What is higher order function? I'll tell you. Higher order function means, see, you can also call it as HOF. That means higher order function. So with the help of higher order function, you can use this particular lambda function. Okay. Before showing you this higher order function, let me show you some more example. You can solve with the help of lambda function. So here is one example, guys. You can see here you have to check a string has a character or not. Okay. Now you can see I have written a lambda function. So user is giving a string, and I'm checking a in s. That means I'm using the membership operator. So if a is there inside this particular string, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. If I execute, it will return false because a is not there inside hello. Now if I give e, it is present. It will give me true. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now there is another problem you can see, guys, odd and even number. I think we have also written this particular code with the help of normal function, and you can see now I have written this code with the help of only one line of code with the help of lambda function. So here I just need to check whether a number is an odd and even number. So here user will give one number. Okay, one number, one input. That means one parameter. And here I'm checking if this particular number is divisible by 2 and remainder is equal to 0. So it's an odd number. I mean, the way you actually used to write the list comprehension. Okay, remember? So that's how you have to write it here as well. Otherwise, it's a odd number. That means if it is divisible, that means it's an even number. Otherwise, it's an odd number. Okay. Now here I'm giving the input as a 6. Now 6 is an even number, so it will give you even. Now if I give 7 here, it's a odd number. It will give you odd. I hope this is clear. Okay, how to use this particular lambda expression. Now let's try to see this particular higher order function. Here I told you. So here I already told you lambda can be used with the help of higher order function. Okay, so let me show you some higher order function example. Let's say you are having one list of number. So let me just take a list, and here I will have some number. Let's say 1, 2. Let's say I'm having some list of the number. Now what I want to do, I want to perform square operation. Okay, on top of all the items here. Now for this, I'm going to create a function. Let's say function name is square. So it will take one input, one parameter called x, and whatever actually x is receiving, it will do the square operation. Fine. So this is my function, and to pass this particular list in this particular, let's say, square function, I will create another function here, and I'm going to name it as transform. Okay, transform. So this function will actually receive one function. Now see, the function actually I'm going to create this particular transform. So this is going to be a higher order function. This is going to be a higher order function. Now, how you can identify whether this particular function is a higher order function or not? See, if any function takes input another function, this is called actually a higher order function. Or else, if any function returns any kinds of function object, okay, that means it returns any kinds of function, again it's an higher order function. I think I showed you, right? We can also take as an argument. Okay, we can take a function as an argument in another function. I think I showed you, right? Whenever I was talking this particular functions is a first class citizens. Okay, this particular video I was discussing this part. I think you remember. Even we can also return a function inside a function. It is possible, right? So whenever you see these kinds of condition, if any function takes input any kinds of function, it's an higher order function. Or whenever it is returning any kinds of function, okay, it is also a higher order function. So here this transform function I will be creating as a higher order function. That means this particular function will take an input, and which is nothing but a function. Okay, so it will take an input which is nothing but a function. I'll just name it as f, and it will also take this particular input as L. That means this particular list. I hope it is clear, right? And why I've given the pass, because if I now execute the program, it will work fine, okay, without any error. But if you're not using this pass, it will throw you error, okay, incomplete syntax. I think I showed you this particular pass statement. I think you remember. Got it? Yeah. Now, simply inside transform, what I will do, I'll just write a logic. So first of all, I'll take a empty list here. So output is equal to, it would be an empty list. And I'll just write a for loop here. So for I in L, that means I'm iterating on top of this particular list. And whatever value actually I'll be getting, I'll just do the output dot append. Okay, output dot append, and I will pass this particular value in. I will pass this particular item inside this particular function. Okay, that means I. So what will happen? Whatever value actually I'm iterating, okay, from this particular list, let's say one will go inside this particular function. Let's say inside this particular square function, it will perform the square operation, and it will append inside this particular empty list. Again, two will go inside this particular square function. It will do the square operation, and it will append inside this particular output. That's how I need to perform for all the value. Okay, so once it is done, so I'll just simply print the output. Fine. Now if I execute the program, it will work fine. Now what I will do, I'll call this particular transform, and this particular transform will take two input. One is the function. You can see function will take the input, and another input actually it will take the list. Okay, the list actually I have defined here. Now if I execute the program, see, it will return also one list. You can see it is also returning. That means it is printing this particular empty list, and which is nothing but the square of all the number I have given. Okay, you can see 1 square is 1, 2 square is 4, 3 square is 9, and so on. I hope this is clear. So this is an higher order function we have defined here. Sorry, it should be HOF. Okay, higher order function. Now you can ask me, okay, sir, I got it. I can use the higher order function, and I can perform this kinds of operation. But here, why I'm using this particular lambda function? Let me tell you. See, now let's say you want to perform, let's say something called a cube operation. Okay, you want to, let's say, perform something called cube operation. That means whatever number actually you are receiving, you want to perform cube operation instead of square operation. So for this, what you have to do, again, you have to define a function called cube. It will take this particular like number as an input, and will return the cube. Okay, that means you are performing cube operation on top of it. Now instead of this square, what you have to pass? You have to pass the cube here. Okay, now you have to also pass this particular L, and now if I execute, it will return me the cube. Now let's say in future you want to add some other operation. Let's say you want to check the area. Okay, you want to check the area, or let's say you want to multiply, you want to subtract, you want to add. For this, you have to create different function. Okay, different function. So again, it's a hectic task. We have to create different function and we have to write tons of code. But we can actually handle this particular situation with the help of Lambda function. Let me show you. So here, instead of using this particular function, what I can use Lambda function. So I'll just simply write Lambda. Okay, Lambda. It will take an input called x, and the expression it will perform. Let's say I want to perform the square operation. I'll just do the square operation. Okay, that's it. Okay, you have created this particular function and you are giving this particular list as well. Now if I execute the program, see, it will return you the same thing. It will return you the same thing. Now let's say in future you want to perform cube operation, only give the cube operation. See, it will return you the cube. Now let's say you want to perform this operation, it will return you this operation as well. So here I don't need to create different function for this. I can use a Lambda function, okay, and I can do this particular statement in very easily, okay, because it's a higher order function. It takes a function as an input, and Lambda is a function. That's why I can pass this particular function here. It's possible, right? It's possible, and it's nothing but it's a function object. So that's why I'm giving the value inside this particular function, and it is appending inside this particular list itself. I hope you got it. Okay, so that's why we use this particular Lambda function, okay, with the higher order function. Okay, with the higher order function. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now inside Python, we are having some higher order function, like we are having something called map, reduce, and filter. Okay, so these three actually higher order function will be learning. And trust me, whenever you will be working with data science domain, this particular like higher order function will help you a lot. This map, reduce, and filter. So in the next video, we'll try to understand these are the higher order function inside Python, how we can use them, and what is the advantage to use that particular higher order function. Got it? So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In our previous video, I was discussing about Lambda functions inside Python, and there I told you we can use this Lambda function with the help of higher order function inside Python. And I showed you one example of higher order function. Like, what is higher order function exactly? It takes any kinds of function as an input, or it returns any kinds of function, any kinds of input. Okay, if it is doing these kinds of, let's say, things, you can consider this is the higher order function. In that video, I also told you inside Python, we are having some more, let's say, higher order function like map, filter, and reduce. In this particular video, we'll be seeing some example of this particular map, filter, and reduce. Then this part would be more clear. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this higher order function inside Python. So here you can see, we'll see some example of map, filter, and reduce. So here I listed down some of the example. One by one, we'll try to see. So first of all, let's try to discuss this map higher order function. Okay, how map can be used. So to use the map, there is a function, okay, you can call map. Okay, it is already available inside Python, and this is a higher order function. This function takes an input. Okay, this function takes an input, which should be a function object. Okay, which should be a function object. Fine. Previously, the function we used to use, let's say max. Okay, max doesn't takes any kinds of function input. So if I show you, let's say this is my Lambda function I'll create. Let's say it will take one number x, and it will return that particular number itself. Okay, and I will store in a variable, let's say a. Now if I execute, see, now if I give the a inside max, it won't be working. It will throw you error. Function object is not iterable. Okay, because max function doesn't support any kinds of let's say function input. Okay, you can't pass any kinds of function input. But if you're using map, okay, if you're using map can take the input. But here you have to pass at least two arguments. Okay, at least two arguments. The second argument, you have to pass one iterable object. Okay, you have to pass one iterable object. Iterable object means you can use list here. So let's say here I'm having one list. So what I can do, I can take a list. I'm having, let's say, some number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now if I execute, now see, if I give the L as well, okay, if I give the L as well, it will work fine. Okay, and it will return one map object. Okay, it will return one map object to you. So that's why we call this particular map as a higher order function, because it takes input which is also a function. Okay, and it takes another input which is a iterable object. I hope it is clear. Now we'll try to use this particular concept to use this particular map here. Fine. So what I'll do, first of all, let's say I want to square the items of a list. Okay, let's say I'm having list of number. Let's say this is my list of number I'm having. So what I have to do, I want to perform the square operation on top of it. Okay, so for this, what I can do, I can give a Lambda function first of all, because it takes the input of a function. So I'll just write Lambda x. That means x should be the input from the user, and whatever x actually I'm getting, I'll just do the square operation. Okay, I'll do the square operation. And the second parameter you have to pass, that means the second argument you have to pass, which is nothing but a list. Okay, so this list actually I'm going to pass as it is. Fine. Now if I execute the program, you'll see that it will return you one map object. It will return you one map object. And if you want to see the actually results, what you can do, you can again convert this particular map object to a list. Okay, to a list you can convert. And now if I execute, you'll see the number itself. Okay, so this is the idea, and this is the use of this particular map. Okay, map higher order function. So what it is doing, it is just mapping the number in this particular list only. That means it is doing this particular operation. First of all, it is taking the value, doing this operation, and it is mapping here. Again, it is taking this value, doing the operation, again it is mapping here. Again, this value, and this value. Okay, so this is the work of this particular map higher order function. I hope it is clear. Now let me delete this particular line. Okay, it's not required. Now let's solve the second actually exercise, odd and even number labeling of a list of item. So let's say you are having this particular list of item. I'll just create a list. Fine. Now let's say what I want to check the odd and even number. So I'll just take a map function again, and here first of all I will pass a lambda function. Okay, lambda, user will give one input x, and I'll just check even. Okay, even if x mod of 2 is equal to 0, else it will return odd. And the second argument I have to pass this particular list. Fine. Now it will return me on map object. I need to convert to a list again if I want to see the output. Now if I execute, see it is returning odd, even, odd, even. See, odd, even, and odd. Okay, odd, even, odd, even, and odd. I hope this is clear. Fine. That means what is happening? Again, it is taking the number. It is doing this particular expression, and it is mapping the items here only. You can see it's an odd. That's why this particular odd will map here. Again, this is even. It will map here. So it is using the same list only, and it is mapping the results here. Okay, that is the idea. Now we can also fetch the name from a list of dictionary. Okay, so let's say I'm having a list of dictionary here. So this concept you'll be using in the data science a lot. So let's say here I'm having some user data. You can see it's a list. Inside list, actually I'm having a dictionary. Okay, I'm having couple of dictionary here. Inside dictionary, I'm having the name, age, and gender. Name, age, and gender. Okay, the same things. Now let's say I only want to fetch the name. Okay, I want to only fetch the name. Okay, from this particular list of dictionary. I can use this particular map function. Let me show you. So I can use the map. Okay, I can use the map. Inside that, I'll just write a lambda function, and it will take the input, let's say user. Okay, that means this particular user object, actually it will take the input, and it will just return user. Okay, user name. Okay, name, because it's a dictionary, I can extract this particular key. Okay, name key only. Now here I need to pass this particular user user list. Okay, list object here. Now I will convert this map to a list. So it will return me all the name one by one. Now let's see, you want to extract the age. That time you can give the age here. Okay, you want to you can give the age here. If you want to extract the gender, you can give the gender here. Okay, that's how we can extract the information. Okay, with the help of this particular map function. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now we'll be discussing about the filter higher order function as well. So let's see some example of filter as well. See, filter is an also higher order function, and it filters the, let's say, value. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's say here I'm having one list. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say this is my list. Now let's say here I want to get a numbers greater than 5, or let's say greater than, I can just write 2. I want to get a number. I want to get some number which is greater than 2. So I can use this particular filter. So filter, inside that I will give the lambda function again, and it will take an input of x, and it will only check, okay, x is greater than, okay, 2 or not. If it is true, it will filter, and now I need to give the list as well. Okay, this particular list. So this will return me filter object. You can see it will return me filter object. So I need to convert to a list again. Now if I execute, see, it will give me the number which is greater than 2. I hope you got it. That means it will only filter out. Okay, filter out the number based on your condition. Okay, that's the idea. Now similar wise, I have given another example. Let's say you are having list of the fruits. and you want to only print those fruits. Actually, you want to only extract those fruits which is starting with A. Okay, you can see apple is starting with A. Only apple. Okay, apple is there. So here I've written a condition lambda. User will give an input. Let's say fruits is the input, and what it will apply? It will apply start with let's say method on top of this particular input, because at the end all the items is a string. Okay, and I can use the string method here. I think you remember, and it is checking start with A or not. If it started with, then it will filter out. Okay, now if I execute, you will see apple would be printed. Now let's see the last one, which is nothing but reduce. Okay, so what reduce does? So let me show you. See, reduce actually you can't use directly. So there is no reduce function inside Python. There is no reduce function inside Python. So for this, you have to import one library, okay, called function tool. Func tool. Okay, func tool. This is the library you have to import, and from func tool itself, you have to call this particular reduce function. Okay, inside func tool, you have the reduce function, reduce higher order function. Now inside that, you can give a lambda function, and the operation I want to perform, I want to sum all the element. Okay, I want to sum all the element. Let's say you are having some element. Let's say this is your list. This is your list, and you want to sum all the element here. So you can use this particular lambda expressions, lambda x, and whatever x actually I'm getting, sorry, x and y. I have to give x and y, and I just need to perform x plus y. I'll tell you what is happening here. First of all, let me write, and I'll pass this particular list. Now if I execute, see, it will return me the sum. Okay, sum all the number. Now you can calculate the sum all the number. You'll see you'll get 15. Now how it is working, let me show you. So see, first of all, what it will do, if you have written x and y, first of all, it will take two input. Let's say it will take 1. Okay, it will take 1 and 2. Okay, 1 and 2. Now it will perform this particular addition operation. Now what is the addition of 1 and 2? It will become 3. Okay, it will become 3. Now it will take another two value actually. Now it will take 3 and this particular 3. Okay, 3 and this particular 3. So it will become something called 6. Okay, 6. Now it will take this particular 6 and it will take this particular 4. Okay, 4. Now it will become 10. Okay, 10. Now it will take this particular 10 and this particular 5, and you will get something called 15. That's how you are getting this particular number. Okay, that means what reduce is doing, it is reducing this particular iteration. Okay, it is reducing the iteration. It is taking two, actually, let's say number, and it is doing the actually expression. Again, it is taking another number with the same number. Okay, and it is doing this particular expression. Okay, this is called reduce. Okay, this is called reduce. I hope you got it right now. So let me clear the board. Now there is another example we'll see, like we'll find the minimum number from a list. You can see. So here I've written the condition. So lambda, user will give a number, actually 2 number, because it uses all this will accept 2 number. You can see 2 number it will take, and it will check if this particular number, okay, x is greater than y or not. Okay, if yes, it will return the x, otherwise it will return the y. Okay, this is the condition I have written, and this is the list actually I have given. Now if I execute the program, you'll see okay, so it is printing 45. I'm finding the min, because here I want to give the less than size. Okay, less than sign. This is my bad case. Now it will return me the 1. Now what is happening, let me show you. So first of all, it will take this 2 number. Okay, it will take this 2 number. It will check this 23. Okay, 23 is less than y. Y is nothing but 11 or not. You can see it's not actually true. Okay, it's not true. It will return you false. That means this particular 23 is not less than 11. Okay, it's not 11. Then what it will again do, it will take this particular 11 and it will take this 45. Then it will check 11. Okay, 11 is less than 45 or not. Yes, it is less than. Okay, so it will take this particular number. Okay, it will take this particular number. Again, it will take another number. Again, it will check whether this particular number is less than or not. That's how it will perform till all the value. And once it got the minimum value, it will print this particular minimum value here. That is the idea. Okay, I hope you've got it. Now let me clear the board. So yes, these are the actually higher order function you can use inside Python. And trust me guys, this particular function will help you a lot going forward whenever you will be, let's say, doing data science, or let's say you are doing data structure and algorithm problem statement and all. This particular function will help you a lot. And this is the concept of higher order functions. Okay, now everything is clear. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. I hope you liked it. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in this video, we'll be learning about another amazing function inside Python called enumerate. See, enumerate function will help you a lot actually whenever you are working with the indexes. So let me give you one example. Let's say whenever we define any kinds of for loop, let's say I'm having a list of the numbers. Let's say I'm having list of the names here. So I'll just write. Let's say I'm having this list of the name. Now I will apply the for loop on top of it. I'll just write for name in L, and I'll simply print this particular name here. Now see, if I select my kernel, so it will execute the program, and see, I'm getting my name here. Now see, sometimes actually it's a little bit hard for me to get the index, like what is the index of Bapi, what is the index of Alex, because I need to count, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on. So it's like very irritating. Let's say you are having thousands of name here and you don't need to count actually thousands of index there. Okay, it's not actually possible. So if I want to assign some index, okay, with this particular, let's say item, what I can do, I can use something called enumerate function. So what enumerate does, it will assign an index. Okay, by default it will assign an index. So let me show you. So instead of writing like that for name in L, I'll just write for a name in enumerate. Okay, enumerate of L. Okay, enumerate of L. So you have to pass this particular list inside this particular enumerate function. Okay, inside this particular enumerate function. Now see what will happen. Now if I print this particular statement, now see, it will return a tuple. Okay, it will return a tuple. Inside this particular tuple, in the first value, you'll see it's a index, and the second value, it's your actual item from a list. Okay, that's the idea. Now if you want to unpack it, you can easily do it. So the first value I want to unpack, and I want to keep it in a, let's say, index variable. Okay, I want to keep inside an index variable, and the second value I want to keep inside a name variable. Now I can simply print the index as well as the name. Now if I execute, see, it's working fine. Now easily I can see, okay, Bapi is the first index, Alex is the let's say second index. Okay, that's how actually I can see all the index number. I hope it is clear. Now let's say you don't want to let's say take this particular 0 as a starting value. What you can do, you can also change it. So here you can use this particular start parameter, and here you just need to write that 1. That's I want to start from 1. Now if I execute, see, it will start from 1. So that's actually, you have the flexibility to change this particular index value, like from where you want to start. You can do anything here. Fine. So this is a quick topic I just wanted to let you know, because sometimes actually you need it. Sometimes actually you need it whenever you are working with, let's say, these kinds of iteration. Sometimes actually you need to see that particular, let's say, index of that particular item. Okay. And to get that particular index, definitely you can use this particular enumerate function. So with the help of index also, you can write some logic. Let's say I'll just write if let's say index, okay, index is equal 3. Okay, if index is equal 3, that time actually I need to print the name. Okay, you will see Kumar position is index 3, so it will print the Kumar. That's actually, you can also write some logic with the help of index value as well. Okay, so it's like very powerful function inside Python. You can also use called enumerate. Okay, sometimes actually you need it whenever you will be doing the projects and all. Fine. So yes, I just wanted to let you this particular quick topic. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Hi guys, so far we have completed our Python functions concept. We have seen like different concept of functions. All right. And I think you enjoyed this particular session. I think you enjoyed all the sessions, right? You can let me know guys how sessions are going on. You can just do the comment in the comment section. If you have any feedback, you can feel free to put it there, right? So now in this particular video, we'll try to solve some problem, this particular function problem, so that your understanding would be more clear. So here I've listed down some of the problem. Actually, you can see we'll be solving one by one, all of them, right? And after this particular video, I'll show you one actually website you can use, let's say, to practice your Python problem, right? Let's say if you're learning any Python concept, so you can go to that particular website and you can solve different problem statement, and you can evaluate yourself, right? You can actually practice there. So basically you can practice all the concept, whatever you have learned so far, right? So see, whenever you are learning about programming, it's all about practice. The more practice you will be doing, the more good understanding actually will be having on this particular programming, the more good logic building knowledge actually will be gaining, right? So make sure you are practicing a lot. Unless and until you are not practicing, definitely it would be a little bit difficult for you to cope up with this particular programming concept. So I'll suggest guys, please try to practice whatever exercise I'm showing you in front of this particular, let's say, video. Apart from that, also try to pick up any other problem statement and try to solve it. And all the problem statements solutions are available over the internet. If you just search it, you will get it. But I won't suggest, first of all, see the solution. First of all, try by yourself. If you're not able to do it, then try to see the solution. Okay, so that's how actually you can practice. And I will show you one website after the session, so make sure you create an account there and try to solve different problem statement there. So first of all, let's solve one problem statement. You can see the problem statement actually will be solving. Write a Python function that takes a list and returns a new list which is unique elements of the first list. Okay, so what I have to do, guys, you can see here I have given one example. Let's say this is the list you have given. So here you are having duplicates value as well. You can see now you have to write a Python function that will return a unique number of that particular list only, right? You can see it will return only unique number 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, not any duplicates value. So for this we have to write one function here. So let's create a function. So I think we know how to create a function. So I'll just create a function called def and I'll just name it as unique items. So this is going to take a list, and here what I'll do. So here first of all I'll just write a for loop. So for I in this particular list, and whatever whatever item actually I'll get, I'll just try to check if this particular item, okay, if this particular item are not in, okay, that means it is not present inside my result variable. Okay, results. So here I have to take a variable, that means I have to take a list here. So results, okay, results is equal to an empty list. Okay, if it is not there inside results, so what I will do, I'll just try to append this particular I. So once it is done, I'll just return it. Okay, return this particular results. Now let me give a list here. So L is equal to, let's say I'm having list. I'll copy the same list as it is, and I'll just call my function unique item. Okay, and I'm going to pass this particular list here. Now here I'm doing the return statement. That's why I have to store in a variable, let's say output, and I'll print this particular output here. Right now if I execute, see it will return you all the unique item. So what is happening? First of all, it is iterating on top of this particular list. So first of all, one will come and it will check if one not in result. Okay, that means one is available inside result or not. See, initially result would be empty, it's not there. So what it will do, it will append it. Okay, it will append this particular one inside this particular result list. Fine, then 2 will come. Okay, then 2 will come again. 2 is not there inside the results, it will append 2 inside results list. Then 3 will come. 3 is not also there, so it will append again 3. See, 3 is already there. That means this particular statement is right now false, so it won't be appending this particular 3. Okay, again it will take this particular 3. Again it will check. Again 3 is there, it will ignore. Again this 3, and so on. Okay, now you can see 4 will come. 4 is not there. Again 4 will append, then 5. Okay, that's how this particular program is working. I hope you got it, right? This is a very simple program we have written, and here we use this particular functional concept. I hope you got it. Now the second problem we'll be solving. Write a Python function that accepts a hyphen separated sequence of word as a parameter and returns the word in a hyphen separated sequence after sorting them alphabetically. That means what will happen, this particular function will take this kinds of input, hyphen separated word. You can see this is the input. You have given green, red, yellow, black and white, and the output should be hyphen separated one only, but you have to sort with respect to alphabetically. That means see, B will come at the first because B is coming after A, then G, then R, then W, then Y. Okay, I hope you got it. What is alphabetically sorted? I think I showed you, right? So this particular statement I have to write right now with the help of function. So let's create a function. But before that, let me tell you how we can solve this particular problem. See, I think you know that. Let's say this is mine. Let's say this is my string, right? So I think you know inside string we're having a method called split. Okay, split I think we can use. And what split does, it will do the split operation with respect to any kinds of symbol. Let's say I want to perform with respect to this particular hyphen symbol. And it will return me one list. Okay, it will return me one list. You can see. Okay, it is returning one list: green, red, yellow, black, and white. Okay, now I can easily perform the sorted operation. So I'll just do the sorted operation. So it will perform the alphabetically sort right now. You can see now black, green, red, white, and yellow is coming. The same output. Fine. Then what I have to do, I have to again convert this particular list to this particular string. Okay, this particular string type output. So for this, let's create a function. So I'll just name it as sort sequence. Okay, it will take a string. So inside that, I'm going to write a for loop. So for I in, okay, sequence, that means string, split, okay, with respect to this particular hyphen. Fine. And whatever actually output I'm getting, I'll just do the sorted operation. Okay, the same example I showed you, I think, remember. And what I will do, all the what actually I'll be getting one by one, right? Let's say green, red, yellow, black. So I'll save everything in a very in a actually list. Let's say I'll just name it as temp. Okay, so now I'll just write temp dot append I. Okay, if I return this particular temp, okay, if I return this particular temp, see what will happen. So first of all, let me define the string. Now let me call this particular function. So sorted sequence, here I'm going to pass my string and it is returning. So I'll store in an output variable and I'm going to print it. Now see, if I execute, it is returning a list, but I want this kinds of output. Okay, string out. So what I can do, instead of returning temp, so I'll just take a empty string, and inside that I'm going to mention hyphen, and I'm going to use this particular join function. I think you remember what join function does. It will take actually list of words and it will do the join operation with respect to this particular hyphen sign. Okay, now let me show you. If I give the temp here, now if I execute the program right now, see, I'll get the same output. Okay, I hope you got it. Okay, so now the next problem we'll be solving. This is the problem. A dictionary contains following information about 5 employees: the first name, last name, age, grade, like skilled, semi-skilled, and highly skilled. Grade is like semi-skilled, skilled, and highly skilled. So here what I have to do, we have to write a program using map, filter, or reduce. Okay, to print the name of the employee, like the first name and last name, who are highly skilled. Now you can see this is the list of dictionary we're having. Inside that, we're having some employees information like first name, last name, age, and grade. You can see first name, last name, age, and grade. So what I have to do, we have to only print the first name and last name who is having grade is equal to skilled. Okay, grade is equal to skilled, not semi-skilled, not highly skilled. Sorry, I think we have to print for the highly skilled. Okay, not for the skilled. So I need to print the name, first name and last name, which is whose grade is having highly skilled. Okay, so this is the condition I have to apply with the help of map, filter, or you can use also reduce here. Okay, so let me show you how we can solve this particular problem statement. See here, first of all, I will try to filter out those employees whose grade is like highly skilled. Okay, so for this, I think we can use filter, like higher order function. Okay, I think you know that. So I can just write filter and I can take a new cell and here I can write. I think that would be better. Now see, filter will return a filter object. So I just need to convert it to a list. Okay, list object. Okay, now I'll get the output. Fine. Now inside that, I'll just write a lambda function, lambda. So it will take a input, let's say X, and it will check, okay, true, if X grade. Okay, that means this is a dictionary. So I just need to assign the key. So if grade is equal, okay, if it is equal, highly skilled. Okay, if it is equal, highly skilled, then it will actually give me true. Otherwise, okay, otherwise in the else, it will give me false. Okay, it will give me false. And second parameter, I have to pass this particular list, employee list. Fine. Now if I execute the program, okay, it is showing me error because, okay, so it should be if, not is. Now I think it's fine. Now see, if I execute the program, you'll see that I will get actually those employees which is having actually grade is equal to highly skilled. Like you can see Bunny and Abhinav. Okay, so they are having highly skilled. Okay, now I don't need all the information like A is grade. I don't need all the information. I only need the first name and last name. Okay, now if I want to get the first name and last name, I can use the map function for this. So here I'll just simply write map and map will return the map object. I need to convert to a list. So let me just write list. Fine. So here I'll just write lambda. So it will take one input called X and it will give me the X of first name first name. Okay, and it will give me the last name. I'll just write class. I'll give a space here, and again I will add last name. Okay, I'll add last name, and the second parameter I will give the entire filter I have written here. Okay, that means filter will give me this particular output. Okay, and see what will happen. So if I just take a list and if I paste it here, now see if I pass the L here, so see it will give me the name. Okay, that means what is happening, instead of storing it, what I will do, I'll just copy the entire this particular statement and I will give it here. Okay, I'll give it here. Okay, I'll give it here. Now see, it will look a little bit bigger expression, but I think you got it. Okay, what is happening? That means the output I'm getting after performing filter, I'm giving it to the map function. If I now see, if I execute the program, you'll see that I'm getting those name. Okay, first name and last name, which is having highly skilled. Now let me delete this particular line. I don't need it. I also can delete this particular line. Okay, now see everything I've written in a single line. Okay, single line. Now you can see Bunny is having highly skilled, and Abhinav is having highly skilled. Okay, see, that's how actually we can solve this particular problem statement. So I hope you got it, guys, how we can use this as the functional concept to solve different problem statement. Now let me show you one website. Actually, you can solve different problem statement there. You can practice your, let's say, topic there. So if you go to Google and search for HackerRank, okay, HackerRank. So the name of the website is HackerRank. So let me open the HackerRank. See, this is the website. You can open it up. And here you have to create an account. If you don't have the account, you can sign up. You just log in up with your, let's say, email address. You will have one account. So I already have the one account. Let me log in with my account. So see, guys, I logged in with my account, and you can see, I also used to practice in this particular website. You can see HackerRank, and here I almost completed 77% of, like, you can say, problem statement. That means 77% actually question I solve here with respect to the Python. Now see, here you can find different actually, let's say, topic. Let's say if you're practicing algorithm, artificial intelligence, Java, SQL, all the topics actually you'll get here. Now let's see, we are practicing Python right now. We are learning Python, so I'll select the Python here. All the Python related question will come right now. See, all the basics to advanced question you will get here. This is the hello world actually problem statement. Now if I open it up, now see, that's how your problem statement will look like. Okay, here you will get the problem statement, and here you will get the example how you need to solve, and here you have to write the code. Now you can select the language. Let's say you can, so here let's say I want to use Python 3. Okay, now here you can write the code. So just write the code here and try to submit. So it will check whether your code is correct or not. If yes, then you will be able to submit your code. Otherwise, if it is throwing error, you have to recorrect that particular code. Okay. Now see, left hand side you will also get the, let's say, discussion. Then you will also get, let's say, tutorial. Everything you will get. Okay, you will also get the leaderboard, like what is your rank here. Okay, you will also get the submission. Let's say if you don't know how to solve it, you can go to the discussion and you can see people are already solved this particular problem. You can see their solution and you can write it here. But initially, first of all, try by yourself. If you're not able to solve, then try to see the solution. Okay, this should be my suggestion. Or let's say if you're not getting any kinds of solution, what you can do, you can copy the problem statement name. Let's say this is my problem statement name. I'll copy and I'll go to Google and simply search. Okay, solution. I'll search for the solution. So you'll get the solution here. Okay, see, lots of people have given the solution. That's how actually you can also see the solution. Okay, all the question you can see here. All the question is having their solution. But first of all, try by yourself. Then try to see the solution. Now see, whatever topics we have learned, nested list, then list, tuples. Okay, every topics actually has their practice problem. So please come here and try to create an account and try to practice here. So definitely your logic binding skill would be very good. Okay, after that. And you can also see your score, like what is the performance you are doing here. So this is an amazing actually website you can follow if you want to practice Python here. Fine. So yes, this is the actually bonus tips from my end. I think you got it. And please practice. Practice makes perfect always. Unless and until you are not doing practicing, it would be a little bit difficult for you. So with that, guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll try to discuss another super important and amazing concept inside Python called virtual environment. What is this particular virtual environment? I'll tell you. See, this concept is very much required inside Python. whenever you are creating any kinds of projects. Okay, see what happens actually whenever you implement any kinds of projects, you use lots of libraries. Okay, you use lots of libraries, and all the libraries, all the, let's say, Python package will have their different version. Okay, let me show you. So if I go to the PyPy website, so I think I showed you we can install any kinds of package, Python package from this particular website called PyPy. Now if I go to the website, let's say I want to install one library called pandas. Okay, so let's say pandas is one of the library for the data manipulation. Let's say I want to install this particular library. Now you can see pandas, this is the pandas. I'll go here. Now see, if you go to the release history, so pandas, the current version, they have updated called 2.2.2. Okay, now see, it is having also some previous version, like you can say 2.00, then so many version actually you can see here, right? And the release date as well, like 2019 they have released, 2020 and 2021, and this is the current one in 2024. So sometimes what happens actually whenever you implement any kinds of projects with your team, or let's say in your company, so there would be a requirement you have to use pandas actually, let's say this particular version 2.1.1. okay, this particular version you have to install. But if I open up my Anaconda prompt, okay, if I open up my Anaconda prompt, I think you know inside Anaconda prompt by default it will use the base environment. That means the environment actually by default you will get with the Anaconda, and we know inside Anaconda will have so many packages installed already. Now see, if I want to check the package, how many packages actually we are having, I can write this particular command called pip list. Okay, now see, it will list down all the packages actually I have, okay, inside my base environment. Okay, see, these many packages actually I have inside my base environment. Okay, all the package it is installed. Now let me find the pandas here. So see guys, pandas is available here. Okay, so here you can see pandas is also installed, and the version actually we are having currently 2.2.2. okay, it is installed inside my environment, but there is a requirement I have to install this particular version 2.1.1. this is the version I have to install. Then what you will do, see, instead of actually replacing here, okay, instead of replacing here, what you can do, you can create a new environment inside Python. Python will give you the option to create a new environment. New environment means it will create a new Python interpreter. Okay, there also you can specify the Python version. Let's say currently the Python version actually I'm having, let me tell you, currently the Python version actually I'm using 3.12.4. but let's say there is a requirement you have to implement that projects. Okay, you have to implement that projects inside Python 3.8 environment, not 3.12 environment, because in the current Python version, let's say there might be issue with the new packages. Okay, you will get an error. That's why they're suggesting to use Python 3.8 environment, 3.8 version of Python. Then what you will do, will you again install the Anaconda with the help of Python 3.8? No, you don't need to install the Anaconda. So what you can do, you can create a virtual environment here. Okay, you can create a virtual environment inside Python. So let me show you how we can create a virtual environment with the help of a different Python version, and how we can install this particular pandas. So for this, first of all, let me exit from this particular Python here. Yeah, now I'll clear. Yeah, so now see, if you want to create a virtual environment, what you have to do, you have to write a command. So the command would be conda. Okay, here I'm using Anaconda, so that's why you have to write this particular command, conda create. Okay, conda create -n. Okay, that means you want to create a new environment. Okay, you want to create a new environment, and now you have to specify the name. So let's say I want to create the environment name. The environment name should be, let's say, project. Okay, project. Okay, project 1. Let's say this is the name. You can give any name here. Okay, you can give any name here. Whatever project, let's say, you are creating, you can give the name. That particular name actually you can use. So here I'm giving project 1. Now I have to specify the Python version. Let's say now I'll tell my conda, I want this particular Python version here. Python equal 3.8. Okay, 3.8 version actually I need. Okay, 3.8 version I need, because currently I'm having 3.12 in my system, but I need to install Python 3.8. That's why you need to specify here. So let's try to remember this particular command. Okay, always try to remember this particular command, and at the last you have to give this particular -y symbol. Okay, -y symbol means yes, you are giving the permission. Okay, you are giving the permission. Yes, permission, you want to create it. Okay, you want to create it. Okay, now let me copy the command. Let me copy the command, and here I will mention inside my notebook as well, so that you can copy paste later on. Creates a virtual environments. Okay, this particular command. Now if I execute this particular command, you will see that automatically it will create this particular environment inside my system. See, it is creating. So it will take some time. After that, actually you'll see that environment would be created, and in this particular environment you won't be having that many of packages. Whatever package actually you had in your base environment, it will only install some required packages which is neat, okay, to run this particular environment. Now see, my environment has created. Now if I want to activate the environment, I have to write this particular command, conda activate project 1. So let me write conda activate, okay, activate project, okay, project 1. You are activating the environment. Now see, currently it is selecting as a base environment. That means my default environment. Now if I execute the command, it will change to project 1. That means project 1 has been activated. So let me also copy paste this command inside the notebook so that you can use it later on. To activate the virtual environment, you have to execute the command. Fine. Okay. Now let me clear. Yes. Now see, if I do the pip list right now, pip list, that means if I want to see all the packages, see, only 3 packages installed. So these are the 3 packages, actually default package Python needs. Okay, Python needs to run the environment. Okay. Now previously I had my base environment. Inside base environment, I had so many packages installed, right? Now currently you can see I don't have that many of packages, and I don't have also pandas here. Now what I'll do, I'll simply go to pandas website and I'll copy this command. Okay, 2.1.1 I need to install. I'll copy the command and here I'm going to paste it. Okay, now it will install this particular pandas version here. Now see, if I execute, it will install this pandas here. Okay, it is telling ignore the following version, required difference Python version. Okay, so Python. Okay, now they're telling if you want to install this particular Python 2.1.1, you need Python 3.9. Okay, Python 3.9 you have to install. Okay, so what I can do, maybe I can use any other version. So I'll go to release history again. So I think I can use, let's say 1.4.1. Okay, I'll copy and here I can again execute this command. Because all the package has their dependency Python environment. Okay, that's why. Now see, this particular version is getting installed inside my environment. Again, it will take some time. It's around 10 MB. Let's wait, then I'll show you. So guys, you can see my pandas has been installed inside my project 1 environment. Now if I want to check it, I'll clear and I'll just write pip list again. Okay, pip list again, and it will show me my pandas. See, pandas I installed 1.4.1. And you can see some more library. So this is the dependency library for the pandas. If you want to use pandas, you also need, these are the library. It will automatically get installed, okay, with the help of pandas also only. So yes, that's actually we can create an environment, and inside that particular environment, we can install any specific package, okay, in some specific Python version. And this concept is like super important, guys. Just trust me, whenever you will be creating a project, okay, production grade projects, or whenever you will be creating Python project, data science project, or software projects, whatever project actually you'll be implementing, this concept you have to remember, because every time you have to create an environment for your new project. Let's say you are creating a Facebook application, create a Facebook environment. Inside that, just install all the Facebook related package, okay, develop your Facebook. Now let's say you are creating Instagram application, create another environment called Instagram. Okay, inside that, just try to set up everything. So no need to set up all the packages in just one place. Create a separate environment, and there actually you can execute your project. Okay, that is the best practice always. Fine, I hope you got it. Now if you want to check how many environment I'm having, so what you can do, you can use this particular command. You can simply write conda env, okay, list. So it will list down all the environment you have currently in your system. See, if I write this command, see, I'm having all 4 environment in my system. Base is the default one. Project 1, this is the current one I created, and star means I have selected this one currently. You can see this is selected, this one. Test and visa, these 2 I created previously, that's why it's showing as well. But for you, I think these 2 you can see in your system, right? That's actually, you can check how many environment you are having. Now if you want to delete this particular environment, how we can delete? So simply open up your file explorer and go to this particular C drive, okay, where you install the Python, where you install the Anaconda. So I installed the Anaconda inside here. You can see Anaconda is there. Now you can see one folder called envs. Okay, go to envs and you can see this particular project, this particular virtual environment. Now what you have to do, first of all, try to close this particular terminal. Okay, close the terminal, and now just try to delete it. Okay, just try to delete from here. Okay, you can see there is a delete button. Just try to delete here. I'm not going to delete, I'm going to keep it here. But if you want, you can also delete here, because it will occupy some space, okay, in your system. That's why let's say if your environment is done, you don't need to use it, you can delete it. Okay, otherwise you can keep it here. Okay, it's up to you. Now you can also select this particular environment from your Jupyter notebook as well. Let's say if I want to select the current environment I install, so what I will do, I'll just click on select kernel and select another kernel. Okay, by default base it is having select another kernel, Python environment. Now see, if I do the refresh operation, Okay, sometimes it will give you issues, so you need to reopen that particular VS Code. I'll close it, and again I will reopen my VS Code. Now if I click here, select another kernel, Python environment. Now see, project 1 is coming. Now I can select the project 1. Okay, now simply I can import my pandas. Okay, import pandas, the pandas I installed. Fine. So I hope you got it. How to create a virtual environment inside Python, and how to activate it, and how to install package inside that. Okay, I think this part is clear. So yes, this is the concept I just wanted to let you know, because going forward, whenever I'll be implementing, I'm going to create a new environment, okay, inside my Python. And let's say you want to get back your base environment again. Let's say you want to activate your base environment. What you can do, you can write the same command, conda activate. Just write base. Okay, base. So it will again activate the base one. Now again, if you want to switch here, just write conda activate project one. Okay, that's how you can switch. Okay, switch between your environment. So this is the concept you have to remember. And one thing, guys, I just forget to told you. So see here, I installed Python 3.8. I think, remember, if you want to check whether it installed Python 3.8 or not, you can write the command Python. So it will activate the Python interpreter. You will see that Python 3.8 has been installed. Okay. Previously inside my base, let me show you. Inside my like base environment, my basic environment, it was Python 3.12. If I show you, it was Python 3.12. Let me bigger this screen. It was 3.12 inside base, and inside project 1 I installed Python 3.8. That means with the help of one interpreter, I can install multiple Python, okay, inside my system. Okay, it is possible. And this is called virtual environment concept inside Python. Okay, they gives you this kinds of flexibility to create a virtual environment. This is called virtual environment. This is your root environment. On top of that, you are creating a virtual environment. Okay, that is the idea. So yes, I hope you got it. This is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll try to discuss another very interesting and very important topic inside Python. Called requirement.txt file inside Python. See, there is a file actually we usually use called requirement.txt inside Python whenever we implement any kinds of projects, right? So why this particular file is required, I'll tell you. But before that, let me just show you. If you're not using this particular file, so what would be the issue? See, what happens actually whenever we implement any kinds of projects, I already told you in Python, actually, we are having lots of libraries and packages, right? For all the domain, let's say you are working in data science, you are working in, let's say, web development, software development, okay, anywhere, if you work, you will see there are tons of library actually you have to install, okay, in your project. So whenever we install, these are the packages. So how we install, I showed you, we just go to the PyPy website. From there, actually, we search for that particular package and we copy the command and we install here. Let's say I want to install one package here. So what I can do, I can use that pip package manager. So I'll just write pip install that particular package name. So let me show you. So here you can see my terminal. So here you can see my terminal, and by default, my base environment has been activated. And now I'm going to activate my virtual environment, the environment I created, okay, in my previous video, I think you saw. And I already told you how we can activate that particular environment. Okay, I already shared all the command and all. So to activate that environment, I just need to write conda. First of all, I'll see the environment name. What was the environment name? I'll just write conda env list. So it will list down all the environment I'm having inside my system. You can see currently I'm using base environment. That's why this star is here. Now I need to use this particular environment, project 1. So I'll just write conda activate project 1. Okay, now if I execute, see, my project 1 would be activated. Now I'll clear. Now simply see, if I want to install any kinds of package, let's say I want to install pandas. What I will do, I'll just write pip install pandas. So here, if I execute this particular command, see, it will install the pandas in my system. So pandas is already installed. That's why it's telling requirement is already satisfied. Now let's say I want to install another library. Let's say pip install. Okay, pip install. Let's say I want to install numpy. Okay, numpy. Numpy is another library for the array manipulation. So you'll be using this particular library in your data science, actually, let's say a domain. Even you will be, whenever you will be working with computer vision, will be working with images and videos, you'll be using this particular library. So as of now, let's install only the library. Okay, I'll be discussing this particular library in detail in future. Okay, whenever we'll be learning about data science and all. Now if I execute, see, it is already satisfied. Okay, it is also already satisfied. Now let's say I want to install another library. I'll just write pip install. Let's say I want to install something called sklearn. Okay, sklearn. So sklearn is a machine learning package. Okay, with the help of sklearn, you can do machine learning related work. See, it is now installing sklearn. Okay, it is telling one error. Okay, I think it should be scikit-learn on sklearn. Scikit-learn. Okay, I think yeah, this is the package name. Now see, it is getting installed here. See, installation is completed. Now, what you have observed here? Okay, my main intention is to show you this particular installation. Like I just wanted to let you know one thing. What do you observe here? See, I installed 3 libraries. Okay, I installed 3 libraries: pandas, numpy, and sklearn. That means scikit-learn. So what I did, I just written this particular command 3 times: pip install scikit-learn, pip install numpy, pip install pandas. Now let's say you are using, let's say 100 different packages, okay, in a project. Then what you have to do? 100 times you have to write this particular command, yes or no? But it is not possible. Let's say I'm using 1000 packages. Will I write thousands times this particular pip install, this package name and all? No. For this, what I will do, I'll just create a requirement.txt file. Okay, I'll just create a requirement.txt file in my project directory. So here I can create a requirement.txt file. If you want to create, you can see the file icon, just click here and just name this particular file as requirement. Okay, requirements.txt. Okay, requirement.txt. Now you can ask me, should I give the requirement.txt only, or I can give any other name? You can give any other name also, it will work, but make sure this file would be txt format. Okay, it would be text format. Okay, txt format. Okay, not any other format, but you can use any other name here. But see, this is recommended to use always meaningful name. Okay, this is recommended to use meaningful name, because everywhere, okay, everywhere if you open any kinds of projects. So let me show you some of the example. See, if you go to Google and search for, let's say, PyTorch GitHub. So what is PyTorch? PyTorch is a like deep learning library. We'll be discussing whenever we'll be learning about like artificial intelligence. We'll be discussing about, with the help of PyTorch, we can create a neural network. Okay, we can work with images, we can work with audios, we can work with, let's say, unstructured data. Okay, this particular library will help you to work with this particular domain. Now let's say this is the PyTorch project. Okay, that means official PyTorch implementation. This particular library they have developed. Okay, PyTorch team has developed this particular library. And this is the library from Facebook. So Facebook team has developed this particular PyTorch. That means Meta AI. Okay, Meta AI has developed this particular library. Now you can see this is the official project GitHub repository. Okay, and this is completely open source. Open source means this code is already published to public. Public can see this particular code implementation. See whatever code they have written. Okay, everything we can see. Even we can also change here. Let's say if I want to add some new features, I can add it here. Okay, there is no issue. I can add it here. I can just pull the changes. So what they will do, they will review my code. If it is fine, they will accept my request and they will merge the changes inside this particular repo. Then you will also become a contributor here. Contributor means if you're contributing in this particular project. Okay, if you're adding something new features, okay, which is useful, so you'll become a contributor in this particular repo. We'll be also learning about this particular Git and GitHub, how we can use it and all, how we can commit our own code, how we can commit our own projects. Okay, how we can upload our projects. Everything will be also learning. Now you can see this is like very active research. The last commit was 28 minutes ago. Okay, 28 minutes ago they have added a new features here. You can see. Okay, very active research. Now you can see all the projects will have their own requirement.txt file. See, this is the requirement.txt file I was talking about. Now if I open it up, you'll see that whatever library they're using, whatever library you are they are using to implement this particular project. Okay, to implement this particular, let's say, library, everything they have mentioned here. You can see. Okay, everything they have mentioned here. Let's say they're using this library, this library, this library. And if you're using any specific version, you can also mention the version. Okay, like that. So we'll do the similar thing. So instead of writing pip install package name, pip install package name, what I will do, I'll just create a requirement.txt file. And inside that, I will mention all of the packages I need to install. Let's say I need pandas. I'll just write pandas. I need numpy. I'll just write numpy. Let's say I need scikit-learn. I'll just write scikit-learn. Okay, scikit-learn. Let's say I need something called Streamlit. Okay, Streamlit. You can mention thousands of packages here. Okay, line by line. And if you need any specific version, just give double equal sign and give the specific version. Let's say you need to install 1.1.1. You can write like that. But I don't need to install any specific version. I'll just remove it. Yeah. So that's how you need to mention. Okay, line by line all the packages. Now what you have to do? just clear your terminal and just write one command. The command name is pip install. Okay, pip install -r. -r means you want to read this particular file. You want to read this particular file line by line. Okay, which file? Requirement.txt file. Requirement.txt file. Okay, this is the requirement.txt file I want to execute. Now see, if I execute the command, so what will happen? First of all, it will install this one. After installing this one, it will install this one. After installing this one, it will install this one. After installing this one, it will install this one. That's how, if you have thousands packages inside this particular requirement.txt, it will install all the packages in just one shot. Okay, only just need to mention everything here and just write the command pip install -r requirement.txt. Everything would be installed in just one shot. No need to write pip install package name every time. That is the use of this particular requirement.txt, and trust me, whenever you will be implementing project, this particular file will help you a lot. Okay, as I already showed you one real-time example. See, if you open up any kinds of Python project, okay, you will see this particular file requirement.txt, and they're mentioning the requirement packages inside that only. Okay, so yes, I just wanted to let you know this particular topic, because going forward we'll be implementing some projects and definitely we'll be using this particular concept as well there. Okay, so that time you won't be having any kinds of doubt. That's why I just clarify this particular topic here. Okay, what is the use of this particular requirement.txt file? Fine. Now see, installation is completed. Very powerful concept, guys, very powerful concept, and you should definitely use this one. So yes, I think you got it. What is the use of this particular requirement.txt actually file, okay, and why we should use it. And let me just mention the command here as well. So pip install -r requirement.txt. This is the command, guys, you can execute. Okay, I just mentioned inside this particular requirement.txt.py file. Okay, this is 61 tutorial, I think. So inside that you will get this particular command. Okay, all the code would be available in the resources section. From there you can copy paste the command as well. Fine. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we'll try to discuss another amazing and super important concept inside Python called file handling. See, this file handling concept is super important. You will need this particular file handling concept whenever you will be working in the field of data science, because we know that data science is all about data, and where data would be stored, definitely inside a file. Okay, it would be stored. So in data science, actually, we're having different data. We're having different actually file type. We'll be learning each and everything, no need to worry. But as of now, let's try to learn the fundamentals of the file handling. Like, let's say if I'm having a file and if I'm having some data inside that, how we can read that particular data from that file, how we can write some data in that particular file. Okay, so we'll be learning these are the things in this particular video. And I will try to discuss each and everything of this particular file handling inside Python, so you won't be having any kinds of doubt. Okay, so make sure you are watching this particular video till the end. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this file handling. So guys, you can see inside programming, we use two types of data for the input and output. One is like textual data, and there is like binary data. Okay, what is textual data? I think you know, whatever string we defined, sequence of Unicode character. This is called textual data, that means string. And what is the binary? Binary means this is the binary representation. Okay, I think you know the digital number, right? Binary representation. We can also call a sequence of bytes of its binary equivalent. This is called binary. Okay, binary number representation. So we usually use these two kinds of data whenever we perform any kinds of input output operation inside a programming, right? So see, whenever you are working with textual data and binary data, definitely you will have two kinds of file. Definitely you will have the text file to store all the text. Okay, all program files are text file. You will see the program file we are using. Okay, the program file you are using, everything is a text file right now because we are writing text here. I hope you got it. All the txt file, all the documents file, everything is a textual file. I think you know, right? We also have one notepad in our system. So this is also textual file. Okay, this is also textual file. Fine. And what are the binary file? Binary file means whatever images, music, videos, and executable files you have in your system. This is called binary files because you can't see any, let's say, text in a actually image, like how this data is stored. Okay, it's not possible. You can't actually open any music file. Okay, in a, let's say, textual representation, it's not possible. So these are actually binary files. These are the executable files. So this is called binary files. So in this particular file handling concept, we'll learn each and everything, how we can handle this particular textual file, even how we can handle this particular binary files. Because as I told you, this is super important concept whenever you will be working with the data. Most of the time you will be working with in the, let's say, data science. Okay, data science domain, you will be using this particular concept a lot. So make sure if you're interested, learning data science in future, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, natural language processing, so make sure you learn this particular topic in depth. Even you can also use this particular concept in any other domain as well, in web development, in software development. Okay, everywhere this particular file handling is required, because in every software you will see they will be working with textual data, they will be working with image data, music data, video data. I hope you are getting my point, right? So here we'll be learning three actually main component of this particular file handling. First of all, we'll try to see how we can open a file. That means how we can, let's say, open a file, how we can create a file, and how we can read the data and how we can write the data inside a file. And after reading and writing, how we can close that particular file. Because see, manually what you do, if you want to read any kinds of file, what you will do is just open it, right? You will open it, you will read it, or if you want to write something, you will write it, then after that you will close that particular file. Okay, so same thing we'll be doing with the help of programming language as well. Okay, with the help of Python, we'll be doing the same thing. First of all, we'll open a file, we'll read something, we'll write something, then we'll close that particular file. So these three actually main component you have to learn inside this particular file handling. Okay, so let me show you some example. I think then this part would be more clear. So guys, the first thing we'll be learning, if any file is not present, okay, how we can create that particular file, and inside that particular file, how we can write something. So for this, what I will do, I'll just create a folder here, because I don't want to create file inside this particular project directory, because here I'm already having so many files, right? So what I will do, I'll just create a new folder here, and I'll just name it as files. Okay, I'll just name it as files. Okay, that would be better. Now see, this is my folder. Okay, this is my folder location. Now see, if you don't have any kinds of file present, but if you want to create it and you want to write something in that particular file, for this what you can do. So if you want to create a file and if you want to open it, you can use this particular syntax. Just write open. Inside that, first of all, try to mention in which directory you want to create this particular file. Let's say I want to create inside the files folder. So what I'll give the directory. Okay, I'll give the directory files. Inside files / I'll be creating a file. The file name should be sample. Okay, .txt. Make sure you are creating a txt file. Okay, text file. Okay, not any other format, just create a txt file. Okay, you can also create other format as well, but as of now we'll be working with text file. I'll show you how we can also handle binary file, okay, image file, everything we'll try to discuss. Now here you have to specify the mode. Okay, here you have to specify the mode, in which mode you need to open this particular file. So here there are actually 3 to 4 mode are available, like read mode is there, write mode is there, okay, then append mode is there. I'll be discussing each and everything, no need to worry. So first of all, just try to write W here. W means I want to open this particular file in the write mode. Okay, write mode. Okay, now it will return me one object, so I'll store this particular objects in a variable called f. Okay, I'll store this particular object in a variable called f. Now see, if I execute the program, what will happen? See, initially in the files folder there is nothing. Now if I execute the program, now see, in the files folder, this sample.txt has been created automatically. See, it's an empty file currently. It will create automatically. That is the power of this particular open function. Okay, if this is not available, if file is not present, it will create it. If it is present, it won't be creating it. That's the idea. Now I want to write something in this particular sample.txt because it's an empty file. And if you want to write something, what you can do, you can use this particular object, f object. So just try to write f dot. There is a function you will get called write. Now inside write, you need to pass one string. Let's say whatever string you want to write. Let's say I want to write hello Python. Okay, let's say this is the text I want to write. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, see, if I open this file again, still there is nothing, although I have written here. Why? Because whenever you are working with files, okay, whenever you are working with files inside Python, it is recommended after writing something, you have to also close that particular file. You have to also close that particular file. Otherwise, there would be some issue. Okay, now see, if I execute the program right now after closing it, now if I open this particular sample.txt again, now see, hello Python is written inside this particular file. Now after closing, if you want to write something in that particular file, let's say again I'll try to write. Let's say I'll write hello. Now if I execute, see, it will give you error. IO operation on closed file. That means this file is already closed. This file is already closed. You can't add anything inside this particular file. So always try to remember, whenever you closed any file, after that you can't write something. Okay, before closing, write as much as content you can, but after closing, it's not possible. Always try to remember. Okay, so I'll just try to comment this particular line so that you will have a reference, okay, later on. Now let me show you another example. See, this is another example. Write multiple lines string. Let's see if you are having multiple line strings. See, previously we have only written one line string. Okay, hello Python. Now let's say I want to add hello world and how are you. This two actually string I want to add. So for this, what I'm doing, I'm creating another sample file. You can see it's sample1.txt right now. It's not a sample.txt because it is already there. Okay, I'm creating a new file. Again, I'm opening in a write mode. Then again, I'm just writing f.write. Inside that, I'm just writing hello world. Then again, I'm taking f.write. I'm giving /n because it will just create a new line. Then after that, it will write this particular how are you. Okay, then I'm closing this particular file. Now if I execute the program, now if I open, let's say okay, see, sorry, it has created in my project directory because I need to mention the folder location. Okay, it should create inside my files folder. Inside files folder it should create, but I haven't mentioned this particular location. That's why it's creating in the project directory itself. Now let me remove it. Now if I execute, see, it will create inside my files folder. Now see, if I open the sample1.txt, now see, hello world, how are you. Okay, this two line has been written. Now see, if I'm not giving this particular /n, now see what will happen. Now if I open this one, now see, all the text would be written in same line. Okay, but here I need to give a new line, and if you want to give a new line, you have to use this particular /n. /n will assign a new line here. Okay, now see, new line would be assigned here. Okay, that's how actually you can work with the file. I hope it is clear. Now let's see another example. If the file is already present inside a directory, let's say this sample.txt file is already present, and inside that hello Python is written. Okay, now what I'm again doing, I'm just opening this particular file in a write mode, and again I'm just writing inside that particular file. Okay, I'm writing here your honey sing. Now just pause the video and let me know, once I will execute the program, this hello Python would be there or it would be removed. Okay, it would be removed. Just let me know. See, if I show you, if I execute the program, and now if I open this particular sample.txt file again, now see, previous whatever things I have written, it would be removed and the new one would be added. Okay, new one would be added. Always try to remember, if you're opening the file in the write mode and if you're writing something in existing file, previous content would be removed and the new one would be added. Now you can ask me how to handle this particular situations. Let's say I don't want to delete this particular text. I want to add any other text. So this particular text will also remain same and the new one also will remain same. How to do it? For this, you can use another actually mode called append mode. Let me show you another example. So guys, you can see now we are using append mode, and if you want to use append mode, you need to use this particular A. Okay, you need to use this particular A. Now I'm opening the same file sample.txt, and inside that again I'm writing I'm fine, and again I'm giving /n because I want to create a new line there. Okay, and I'm closing the file after writing it. Now see, if I execute, now if I open the sample.txt, now see, your honey sing would be there, and after that I am fine would be written. That means it won't be replacing the previous content. Okay, now let's say there is a condition, you have to let's say also keep the previous content, you have to have the new content, you can use append mode, or if you want to replace any older file, you can use write mode for this. I hope this is clear. Fine. Now let's say there is a condition, you are having list of the lines. Okay, list of the lines, let's say list of the string. You can see I'm having hello, hi, how are you, I'm fine. Now if I want to add them, okay, if I want to add them and it is present inside a list, you can see it is present inside a list. Now if I want to add them inside my txt file, for this I can use another function called write lines. Okay, write lines, what it will do, it will take all the line one by one and it will add in that particular file itself. Let me show you. So if I execute the program, okay, it is throwing error because here I have given a slash. I need to remove the slash. Now if I execute the program, see, it will work fine. Now if I open the sample.txt, now I'll see that hello, hi, how are you, I'm fine. Okay, everything has been added. Okay, line by line. This is the work of write lines. So guys, as of now, we saw how we can create a file, okay, and how we can write something in that particular file. Okay, now we'll just try to see how we can read any kinds of file. Okay, let's say this sample.txt is there. Now how I can read it with the help of Python. See, for this you can use the same syntax. First of all, just define a variable f. Inside that, just write open and give the location of the file. Let's say it is available inside files folder, and I want to load this particular sample.txt. Okay, now see, here I'm giving the mode R. That means I want to read it. Okay, just try to open this particular file in the read mode. Okay, read mode. Whenever you are loading in the read mode, you can't write something in this particular file. You only need to do the read operation that time. Okay, that's the idea. Now simply just write f dot read. Okay, f dot read. So it will give you all the content inside that particular file. I will store in a variable called s, that means a string. Now I'm going to print this particular s. Okay, now after reading, I will also close this particular file. I'll just write f dot close. Okay, that's it. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, whatever things I had inside sample .txt, okay, everything would be visible here. Hello, hi, how are you? I'm fine. I hope it is clear. Now you can ask me how this open is working. Okay, how this open function is working. See, this particular file present inside my hard drive. Okay, it is present inside my hard disk. So whenever I'm using the open function, what it is doing, it is opening this particular file. That means it is loading this particular file in the buffer memory. That means inside my RAM. Okay, it is creating a buffer memory. Inside that, it is loading all the content. Then it is reading. Okay, it is reading all the content and it is showing me. And whenever you are closing, okay, whenever you're closing this particular file, it is removing that particular buffer memory. That means whatever content it has loaded in the memory, it will do the clear operation. Otherwise, what will happen? Let's say you have one file and there are so many contents written. Let's say GBs of contents are written in that particular file. Now, if you load all the content in the, let's say RAM, what will happen? Your RAM will get occupied, right? It will occupy your space in the RAM. And if you're not closing, it will remain same. That means if you're opening any other program, your system will get hang. So that's why it's better practice, once we read that particular content, just try to close the file so that all the content would be removed, okay, from my memory itself, buffer memory itself. That is the idea. Okay, that's how this open function is working. Now let's say I want to only read some specific, let's say, character. Okay, I want to let's say only read some specific character. You can also specify the character. So for this, what you can do, we can copy the same thing, and here you can mention the character, let's say number. Let's say I only want to read 10 character. Okay, 10 character from this particular file. Here you need to give the 10. Now see, if I execute the program, it will only print 10 character. Okay, it will only read 10 character from this particular sample.txt. That's how you can give the character size here. Let's say I want to read 20 character. You can give 20 here. 15 character only. You can do it like that. Let me show you another example. Now let's say you want to read line by line. Let's say first of all, hello you want to read. Okay, then hi you want to read line by line. For this, you can use this particular read line. See, if I just comment this particular line, now if I execute, it will only print hello because it is reading the first line. Okay, if I'm again calling this particular read line, it will print hi. That means it is calling the second line. That's how you can mention this particular read line as much as you can. See what happens in a big file. Okay, in a big content, I don't need to read all the line. So I'll just try to, let's say, read the first 2 lines and I'll get to know, okay, so this is the content all about. That's how you can use this particular read line, just to do the revision on that particular content, like in which topic this particular content is written. Okay, whenever you'll be working with the data, right? And where I'm giving this particular end, see, if I'm not giving the end, so what will happen? Let me show you. Now see, if I execute the program, there would be a very big space. You can see this big space. Okay, so if I don't want to take this big space, what I will do, see, because by default print will give you one /n, /n it will give you. So that's why I don't need this particular /n. That's why I'm mentioning this end is equal to empty. Okay, I don't need to give any space. Now see, if I execute, now see, there won't be any kinds of space. There's the use of this particular end. Okay, end parameter. I hope you got it. Now let's say I want to read all the content line by line. Okay, let's say first of all I will read this line, then I will read this line, then I will read this line. Okay, instead of loading all the data, okay, in my memory, I want to only read line by line. Because it's like more efficient. Now you are loading line by line, not the entire data in the memory. What read is doing, read is loading entire data in the memory. Okay, but I don't want to load entire data in the memory. I'll just read line by line. So for this, you can simply write one logic. So let me just comment out. So reading entire using read line. Okay, so reading entire text using read line. So how we can do it? For this, first of all, let's open this particular file. Okay, in a read mode. Then I'll just define a while loop here. So while true. Okay, while true, because I need to apply loop operation. Okay, on top of it, I'll just write data. Okay, data is equal to f dot read line. Okay, f dot read line. It will give me line by line all the content. And I also need to break this particular loop. So that's why I need to write a condition. I'll just write if this data. So once data will get empty, that means, see, it will do the read operation. First of all, this line, this line, this line, this line. Once this line is done, it will go to this line and there would be empty. There is nothing text. Okay, that's how it will return empty string. Okay, whenever it will go line number 5, it will return you empty string. Whenever I'm getting empty string, I need to break this particular loop. Simply I need to break this particular loop. Okay, else what I will do, else I will print the data. Okay, I'll print the data and I will give the end parameter because I don't need to take that space. Okay, now once it is done, I will close the file as well. So f dot close. That's it. Now if I execute the program, see, line by line all the text would be printed. So this particular code you can use whenever you have actually lots of text in a file. Let's say lots of you are reading a book, actually that time actually you can use it, because in a book actually there would be lots of text. Okay, so you can use this particular code snippet that time. I hope it is clear. So these are some actually basics of file handling operation we can perform. If I have a file, I can read it, I can write in that particular file. If I don't have that particular file, I can also create it with the help of Python. Okay, so apart from that, there's some more concept we'll be learning in this particular file handling. So in the next video, we'll be learning another new topic, okay, of this particular file handling. So yes, this is all from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In our previous video, I already discussed like how to handle the file, like how we can read a file, how we can write something in the file, right? We have discussed these particular things. So in this particular video, we'll be learning another new topic inside this particular file handling technique. And this is the most used technique actually we'll be using inside file handling technique. Let's say whatever things we have learned previously, this was just a fundamental of the file handling technique, right? But currently the topic actually I'm going to teach you, so you have to use it actually going forward whenever you will be working with the files and all. Okay, so the name of the actually topic, I think you can see, file handling using context manager with. So with is nothing but with is a keyword inside Python. Okay, see what was the problem with our previous actually file handling technique? See, previously what I was doing, I was just opening a file. After reading or writing, I was just closing this particular file. Every time I need to close this particular file, otherwise what will happen? It will actually create a buffer memory. Inside that actually it will store all of the data. That means it will occupy your memory space, right? So that's why I've written it's a good idea to close a file after uses, as it will free up the resources. Okay, I told you, if you're not free up the resources, it will occupy this space, right? That is the idea. So let's say sometimes you will forget to close that particular file. Let's say you have opened this particular file, but sometimes actually, let's say you forget to close that particular file. What will happen? It will occupy that particular space. Okay, lots of garbage value would be there in that particular memory space. Okay, so again, it's an issue. So to prevent this, we can use with keyword. Okay, we can use this particular with keyword. With is a context manager. Okay, with is a context manager inside file handling. We can use this particular with keyword to close the file as soon as possible the usage is over. That means if you're using with, okay, with keyword to open any kinds of file, you don't need to separately write this particular close. This particular close, you don't need to separately write it. So what it will do, it will first of all open that particular file, whatever let's say operation you want to perform, let's say you want to read, write, whatever things you will be doing, automatically with will try to close that particular file. You don't need to close it manually. Okay, so let me show you some example. I think then this part would be more clear. So what I will do, I will first of all show you how we can write this particular with context manager. So for this, you have to define this particular with keyword and just try to use the open function right now. Okay, with open, you have to write like that. Now let's say I want to open this particular file, sample.txt. So it is available inside my files. Okay, files / sample. Okay, sample.txt. And I want to open this particular file in a write mode. Okay, I want to open in a write mode. And here you have to write as if. Okay, as if. That means the object actually you are getting, you are saving as if. You are giving a alias name. You can give any name here. You can give, let's say, my name. That time actually you need to use my name here. Okay, but most of the people will be using f here. F means it's a file. Okay, it's a file object. Okay, and as means you are giving a alias name here. That means small name you are giving. Okay, of the entire object. Now simply just write the same thing. F.write. Let's say I want to write something in this particular file. I'll just write, and let's say I want to write hello there. Okay, hello there. Let's say this is my message. Fine. Now see, if I execute the program, what will happen? I need to select my kernel. Now see, if I execute the program, what will happen? Now let's say if I open the sample.txt, hello there would be there. Okay, hello there would be there. Now see, if I want to write something in that particular file again, I'll just write f.write. Okay, f.write. Let's say I want to write another string here. Let's say I'll just write Bappy. Now see, if I execute the program, it will give you one error. It will tell you IO operation on closed file. I think you remember this error. Okay, we got this error, I think here. Remember, after closing, you can't add anything. Okay, after closing, you can't add anything inside a file. So the same things actually is happening here. But see, here I'm not using any kinds of close statement. I'm not using any kind of close function. That means what is happening, this with context manager will automatically close this particular file. Whatever operation you have done, after that it will automatically close that particular file. You don't need to close it manually. Okay, that means what is happening, if you forget to close as well, if you're using this particular syntax to create a file right now, if you're using context manager with keyword to create a file right now, if you forget to close this particular file, no issue. Okay, no issue. It will automatically close. You don't need to close it. It will automatically close this particular file after performing all the operation. This is the advantage to use this particular context manager with keyword. So going forward, whenever we'll be working with the files, I won't be using this particular approach. Okay, I won't be using this particular approach. This approach I showed you just to show you the fundamental, okay, how things are working. We'll be using this particular approach. Okay, we'll be using with open instead of only open. I hope this is clear, guys. Just try to remember this particular syntax. Okay, how we can open a file with the help of with keyword. Okay, that means with context manager. Now, whatever operation we perform, let's say read, write, everything we perform, we can also perform the same thing here also. Okay, all the code will remain same, only you have to use this particular with, okay, with keyword. Now let me show you. Let's say if I want to read, okay, if I want to read something in this particular file, let's say sample.txt, what I will do, I'll copy the same thing. Let's say I'm doing read operation. I'll paste it here. Now I'll open in a read mode, okay, not a write mode. Now simply I'll just write f.read, okay, f.read, and I also need to print it because it will return you one string. Okay, it will return you one string. I also need to print it. Now see, if I execute, hello there would be printed because inside sample.txt hello there is there. I hope it is clear. Fine. Similar wise, you can also use read line. So just try to use read line. Okay, read line. It will give you only one line. Okay, it will only give you one line. Let's say I'm having multiple text. Let's say hello there, hi everyone. Okay, let's say I'm having multiple line. After executing, it will only give you hello there. Okay, not the hello everyone. But if you're using a read, it will give you the entire text. You can also use the append actually mode here. Let me show you. Append mode. So instead of writing R, I'll just write A. Okay, append mode. That means I want to append something here. So I'll just write f.write. Okay. So here I'll just write, let's say, my name is Bappy. My name is Bappy. Now if I execute the program, now if I open the sample.txt again, you will see that whatever text actually I had previously, it's fine. And my name is Bappy is added. Now let's say before adding it, I need to give one \n just for the new line character. Okay, now if I execute, you'll see that it will give one new line character. Okay, new line character. Now I think I can remove it because previously by mistake I added. Okay, now I think it's fine. Okay, now see, if I execute it again, it will add another line. Okay, my name is Bappy. I hope this is clear. That means whatever operation we learned here, okay, everything we can do here as well. Only the syntax will be different. Okay, syntax will be different. That is the idea. Previously I was using only open. Now I'm using context manager with open. That is the idea. Now I think previously we also learned how we can, let's say, read any specific character. Let's say I want to read only 15 character. Okay, I can also do it the same thing. Let's say what I will do, I will use the same, let's say, example, and inside that I'm going to print f.read, and inside that I'm going to pass, let's say I'm going to only read 10 character. Now if I execute the program, see, it will okay, so I need to open in a read mode. Now I think it will work. See, it will give me 10 character. Okay, now see, if I again give this particular print read 10, now if I execute the program, what will happen? Let me know. Okay, if I open this particular sample.txt, now see what will be the output. Just pause the video and let me know what will be the output. See, if I execute the program, see, this is the output. That means what is happening? See, you have read 10 character. Okay, you have read 10 character, and this 10 character, it is already saved in your buffer memory. Your buffer memory knows I have printed 10 character. Now whenever you return this particular statement, again read 10, what it will do? See, after 10, that means it has printed hello there, R till R. Okay, so this till here actually previously you have printed. Now your buffer memory knows till here you have printed. Now whenever you return this particular condition, Now whenever you return this particular statement again, so it will start from here. That means after 10 again it will read, and again it will read till 10. Okay, 10 characters. See, 10 character again it will read. Now if I just write again 10, it will read after 10. Okay, now see, it is starting from 1. That means from here, I think here. Okay, here it is printing, I think, till here, my NA. Okay, that's how buffer memory always will try to remember till which position actually you have read. And if you're running, okay, the same read operation, again it will start after that particular character. That is the idea. I hope it is clear. So this concept calls moving within a file. That means you are moving the cursor. You are moving here, then again from here you are moving. Okay, then from here you are moving. That means you are moving the cursor. Okay, this is called moving within a file. Now this is a very useful concept, guys. Let me show you one bigger example. See, there is a very big benefit of this particular concept. See what happens whenever you use this particular read actually method. It will read the entire text present inside your sample.txt. Okay, it will read the entire text present inside your let's say any kinds of txt file. Okay, now let's say you are using, let's say only 8 GB memory, 8 GB RAM. You are having only 8 GB RAM. So what will happen? Let's say you are having 10 GB of data. Now if you use read function, that time it will load 10 GB data in your memory, and your memory will get full and you will get a memory crash issue. Okay, but somehow I need to process these other data. So what I can do, I can load them in a batches. So I can load them in a batches. Batch means, first of all, I will load, let's say 10 character. Then again I will load 10 character. Then again I will load 10 character. That's how I will do the processing. First of all, I will load 10 character. I'll do the processing. Then this particular buffer memory would be deleted. Then I will load the 10 character. Previous buffer memory would be deleted. Then I will load the 10 character. Previous buffer memory would be deleted. Okay, that means every time I'm clearing the memory, and I'm loading the new character. Okay, because it is moving the cursor. That's after loading the 10 character. If I'm again reading 10 character, it will start from here, not from the start. That is the benefit actually I can use here. Try to remember. Okay, now let me show you one actually example. I think this part would be more clear. So let me show you one demo. So for this, what I will do, see, I've already written one example. Let's say, so here I'll create a big file actually. See, here I'll create a big file. So what I'm doing, I've taken a list comprehension. So inside that, I'm just storing this particular hello world. Okay, hello world actually thousands time. You can see inside this particular list, I'm storing this hello world thousands time. Okay, it's a list comprehension I've taken. Now I think you know, if I want to, let's say, add list of the line, what I can do, I can use this particular write lines function. I think previously I also showed you write line function. I think you use. Okay, here. Okay, now with the help of write line function, I can store these are the item inside a txt file. Now see, if I execute the program, but I also need to mention my file location. So inside files folder, I need to create this big.txt. Now if I execute, see, it will create this particular big.txt. Inside big.txt, thousands times this hello world would be written. Okay, just try to consider it's a very big file, and let's say the size of the file is 10 GB. Okay, it's a very big file. The size of the file is 10 GB. Fine. Now how I can handle this particular file? How I can load this particular file in my memory? Let's say I'm using only 8 GB memory. How I can load it? Okay, so for this, I will use one concept called chunking. Okay, chunking concept actually I'll be, chunk means, let's say this is my entire text. Let me open it up. Let's say this is my entire file. This is my entire text. Now chunk means, let's say chunk size is 10. What it will do, it will first of all load the 10. Okay, 10 character. Okay, after loading the 10 character, it will do the processing. Then again, it will remove the buffer memory. That means whatever 10 character it has loaded in the memory, it will clear. Then again, it will load the next 10 character. Then again, it will do the operation. Then again, it will clear. Then again, it will load the next 10 character. This is called chunking. Instead of loading the entire text, you are loading as a chunks. Okay, you are loading as a chunks, so different chunks. Okay, small chunks. Okay, so that is the idea. Now what I will do, I'll just write a program here. I'll just write with open. I'm going to open this particular big txt. Mode should be read because I only want to read the content, and as if, that means this is my object. Okay, file object. Now here I will define a chunk size. First of all, I'll just write chunk underscore size. Let's say I want to load 10 character. Okay, each time I want to load 10 character. I'll just define one while loop. So while the condition would be length. Okay, length f dot read. Okay, f dot read, and here I'm going to pass my chunk size. That means every time it will return you 10 character. Okay, 10 character. Now I'll check if this particular length is greater than 0. Okay, if this particular length is greater than 0, till then my while loop will run. And once this particular length will become 0, this particular loop will break. Because it's a while loop. Here I can give any kinds of conditions. See what I am doing here. Let me show you. So if I just write pass operation as of now, first of all, it will pass the chunk size in the read. That means it will return you 10 character. Let's say it will return you 10 character. Okay. I got the 10 character. Definitely if you check the length, you will get the 10 character. It would be more than 0. The character size would be more than 0. And then once it is 0, what I'll do? I'll just simply print. I'll simply print my content f.read chunk size. That means 10 character I will print. Okay. And I'll also take the end parameter. What end parameter will do? I think you remember, it will remove the space. End is equal to empty. Fine. Then again I need to reload. Okay, again I need to reload that particular content. I'll just write f.read again chunk size. Fine. This is my code. That means what will happen? First of all, it will load the 10 character and it will check whether the length is more than 0 or not. Yes, more than 0, it will print the let's say it will load that particular character in my memory and it will print here. Okay, again it will come here. Again it will take next 10 character. Again it will check the length more than 0. Yes, 0. Then again it will load and print in my console. That's how it will do for all the text. It will do for all the text, and at the last it will come here. At the last it will come here. And now let's say my cursor is here. Okay, now see, there is no character. So what will happen? Now this particular length would be 0. Because in any file, at the end you will see, once your character is over, there you will get an empty string. That means there is no character. That time this particular length would be 0 and this particular while loop would be breaked, because this condition is not true. 0 is greater than 0. No, this is actually false. That time this particular loop will break. Okay, that is the simple logic I have written. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, beautifully it has loaded the content inside my memory. Beautifully it has loaded the content inside my memory. Okay, so this is like very memory efficient actually operation. Very memory efficient and optimized operation I have performed. Instead of loading the entire data in my memory, see, I can also load like that. With the pop read, I can also load like that, but it will load the entire text in my memory. Text.txt. Now see, if I write, it will load the entire text in my memory. Okay, but let's say if you are using very small memory, let's say 4 GB memory, that time you will get memory error. Let's say you are having thousands GB of data, you will get memory error definitely. But if you are using this approach, you are not going to get any kinds of error, because you are loading as a chunks, 10 character every time you are loading, and you are clearing that particular memory. That is the idea. Okay, so this particular concept will help you a lot whenever you will be working with big data. Okay, let's say in data science you will be working with big data. Okay, that time this particular concept will help you a lot. And there are some library, let's say there are some pandas library, numpy library. Okay, then we are having TensorFlow library. So this library has already implemented this kinds of code in their, let's say, code base. So you don't need to write them from scratch. But I'm teaching you because I wanted to let you know how these concepts are working. Let's say whenever you will be working with, these are the library, how pandas is loading the big data in the memory. That's how they are loading. They are performing the chunking operation. Instead of loading the entire data in the memory, they are doing this particular chunking operation, and they're loading as a data as a batches. That is the idea. Okay, so this is like very fundamental concept you have to remember. Whenever you will be working with, these are the library, advanced library. In the library, how things are working, you will get the idea from here only. Okay, so that's why it's super important concept you have to remember always. Fine. Now there is two function actually you can use called seek and tell. Okay, in the file handling. Let me tell you. So seek and tell, how it will work. So what I can do, I can, let's say, open the sample file, sample.txt. I think I can take the same example. So if I just write, let's say f.tell. Okay, f.tell. See what f.tell will give me. But before that, let's say I'll just print f.read. Okay, f.read. Let's say I want to read 10 character. Now see, if I execute the program, you are getting hello TASER. Then you are getting 10. 10 is returning tell function. Okay, tell function, it is telling in which position your cursor is present right now, because you can see you have read till 10 character, till 10 character you have read till here. Okay, and buffer memory already remembered this particular cursor, like now currently your cursor is in that point. Okay, so this is the index number it is passing. Okay, that means this is the cursor position currently. I hope it is clear. Now let's say if I again print 10 character, now see your cursor position would be 21. Okay, so always tail function will give you the cursor position, like in which position your cursor is currently, in which position your cursor is present currently, so that you can get to know, okay, so there my cursor is present, and from there I can read the data. Okay, I have this clear. Now there is another function called seek. Let me tell you the seek function as well. See what seek will do. See, seek will set your cursor. So let me show you an example. Let's say, first of all, let's say I want to read something. Let's say I want to read, let's say 10 character. Okay, from this particular sample.txt, it will give me hello there. Now see, if I just write f.seek, okay, f.seek. Now let's say I want to set my cursor. Currently, see what is my cursor. If I show you my cursor, if f.tell, currently my cursor position is 10. Okay, 10. Now see, if I just write f.seek 0, f.seek 0. Okay, so what will happen? Instead of writing here, I'll just write it here. f.seek 0. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, it will tell my cursor position is 0. That means what is happening? Initially your cursor position was here at the 10 position. Now you set the cursor position again at the 0 position. Seek will, so what seek will do, it will set the cursor position in a new actually index. See, that means it will set at the 0 position again. That's why whenever you perform tail operation again, it will tell you, okay, now current cursor position is at the 0 position. I hope it is clear. So with that, actually you can perform one beautiful operation. Let me show you. So what I will do, I'll copy the same example. Let's say first of all I want to write something here. So f dot, let's say write hello. Okay, I'll just write hello. Now if I execute the program, now if I open the txt, now see, first of all it has written hello. Now I'm setting the position at the 0. Now again I'm changing this particular d. Now what will happen? H would be removed and d would be present, and my cursor position is right now 1. Okay, now see, if I give da, so it will change here da. That means first 2 character. Okay, that's how with the help of the seek function you can set your cursor and you can change anything inside a file. Okay, this is also possible. So yes, these are the actually operation we can perform, and these are the very interesting operation. Even these are the very important operation even we'll be also doing in future whenever we will be working with projects and all, right? And whenever we will be working with the files and all. So yes, I hope you got it. And make sure whenever you are working with files, you use this particular approach. Okay, context manager approach, not the previous approach. Okay, no need to use the previous approach because previous approach is not good. This is the better version of like your file handling technique. Okay, with the context manager. I hope you got it. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. In the next video, we'll try to see how we can work with actually any other type, let's say a file. Let's say as of now, we have seen like how to work with the textual file. That means txt file. Okay, txt file. We'll also see how we can work with binary file, image file. Okay, so these are the file we'll be also learning. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. So guys, so far we have seen how we can work with the textual data, right? Let's say if we have a text file, so how we can read it with the help of this particular with open statement and all, right? And how we can handle this particular file and all, how we can perform read operation, write operation on top of that. But what about others file? Okay, what about, let's say, other data type? Can we perform the same thing on top of any other data type, on top of any, let's say, any other file type? It is possible. See, it's not possible because so far whatever concept we have learned this particular let's say file handling with the text mode. Okay, so it's not possible with other type data. Okay, I'll tell you why it's not possible. See, here I've listed down, it can't work with binary files like image. Okay, so whatever things we have learned so far, it can't work with binary file. So I will give you one image example. We can't actually read the image. Okay, the way actually we have read any kinds of textual file, it's not possible. And it is not good for other type data like integer, float, list, tuples, dictionary, and so on. Okay, why? Again, I'll try to prove it. So first of all, let me show you one example working with binary files. Okay, let's say, so you can see I'm having one image file here. So this is the screenshot of my YouTube channel. So this is the image actually I'm having. Now what I will do, I'll try to read this particular image, okay, with the concept actually we have learned so far. So what I will do, I'll just use this particular with keyword, and I'll just write with open, and here I'm going to specify the location of the picture. Okay, so I'll just write it is inside files slash, so the name of the image is channel .png. Now let's say I want to open in a read mode. Okay, I want to open in a read mode as f. Now simply I'll just write print f.read. Now see, if I execute the program, you will see that it will throw me one error. It is telling Unicode decode error. Okay, UTF-8 cannot decode byte in a position 0, invalid start bytes. That means what is happening? So what I told you, I think you remembered, it can only work with the string type data. And what is string? It's a sequence of Unicode character. Okay, but here actually we are trying to load binary. Okay, binary data, because I told you image is an executable file and it's a binary data at the end, right? So we can't actually load this particular binary, okay, binary data like that. But Python gives you one flexibility. You can load any kinds of binary file. Okay, how? Let me show you. See, you have to use the same code snippet only. Whenever you are defining this mode, you just need to take this particular RB mode. RB means you are reading in a binary mode. Reading in a binary mode. Okay, that is the idea. You are trying to reading in a binary mode. Now see, if I execute the code, see, nothing would be printed. Okay, nothing would be printed. You can't see anything because it's a binary. Okay, and binary text you can't see here. Okay, it's not possible. But you can save this particular, let's say, binary object. Okay, you can save this particular binary object. So what I will do, I will just make a copy of this particular image. So I'll just copy the same code as it is. Now inside that, I'm going to use another with open statement. Now this time, I'm going to actually, I'm going to write this particular binary file. So I'm going to name it as channel copy.png. Now see, I'm opening in a WB, that means write binary mode. That means I want to write this particular binary object. Okay. Now inside that, I'm going to just write. So instead of taking F, I will take WF, that means write function. Okay. So now inside that, I'll just write WF dot write whatever actually we are reading, let's say f.read. Okay, I'll just try to write inside this particular file. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, channel copy has created. Now if I open it, see, again it's an image. That means what you have learned, we can't actually read any kinds of binary. Okay, it's not possible. We can't see any kinds of binary. Okay, but if I want to load that particular binary, if I want to load that particular binary data, I can use this particular method. That means RB mode I can use. But we can't see that particular text. Okay, what is binary, that particular, let's say, number? We can't see that. It's not possible. But we can save that particular object. Okay, we can save that particular object. That means we can write that particular objects again. Okay, that's why I've again actually, let's say, opened, and I have actually whatever, let's say, binary I'm reading, I'm just writing, okay, in a new file. Okay, which is nothing but channel copy.png. I hope you got it, right? But again, it's not an efficient way to read any kinds of binary, okay, binary data. There's some technique I will tell you, okay, which technique actually you can follow. But before that, let me tell you what about other type data. Let's say integer, float, tuple, list, dictionary. Can I read this particular data? Can I store inside a file? Is it possible? Let me show you it is possible or not. So what I'll do, I'll take another example. Let's say this is the example I have taken working with other type data. So here you can see I have opened this particular sample.txt file in a write mode, and inside that I'm just trying to write this particular 5 integer. You can see this this is the integer type. 5 is the integer type. See, if I now execute the program, it will throw you error. It is telling you write arguments must be a string, not an integer. That means you can't pass any kinds of other type data, okay, except integer. Okay, now if I want to pass it, what I will do, I'll simply just convert this particular 5 to a string. Okay, now see, it will work fine. Now if I open this particular sample.txt, now see, okay, it is creating outside because I need to also mention the file location. Okay, now let me delete. Now let me save inside sample 1.txt. Now if I execute, now if I open the sample 1, now see, 5 would be stored because 5 is a string right now. It's not an integer. Now let me show you another example. So here what I have done, I have taken a dictionary type data. Now I just wanted to store this particular dictionary type data inside my file. Is it possible? See, if I execute this particular code, you will see that it will throw me error. Again, it's telling it should be a string, not a dictionary. That means you can't directly pass any kinds of dictionary. Okay, it's not possible. But if I want to pass, what I will do, I need to convert to a string. Okay, str, I can convert, then I can pass. Now see, if I execute now inside sample.1, sorry, I need to give my file location. Now if I execute, now inside sample1, you can see it has stored. But again, it looks like a dictionary, but it's not a dictionary. Let me show you. So now if I, let's say, read this particular file, now I'll read this particular file, I'll open in a read mode. Okay, now see, if I just do the read operation, read, now I'll store in a variable, let's say s. Now if I print, okay, if I print this particular s, and sorry, s, I'll also print this particular type of s. Okay, type of s. You'll see that it's a string. Okay, it's a string, not a dictionary. Now you can ask me, can I convert it to dictionary? Is it possible or not? Let's try. So I'll again copy. Now here I'll just try to convert to a dictionary. Okay, dict. See, it's not possible. You can't convert any kinds of string to a dictionary. Okay, it's not possible. So this is actually problem working with text mode. Okay, you can't actually use any other type data. Okay, whenever you are working with text mode. I hope you got it right. So going forward, you will be working with different data type. You have to store, let's say, different data in a file. That time actually this particular approach won't be working. Okay, so for this we'll be using something called serialization and deserialization inside Python. So in the next video, we'll be understanding this particular serialization, deserialization. So this will help us to actually load different let's say data type. Okay, in a different actually file format. We'll be learning this particular concept. So yes, so this is all about from this particular video. I hope you liked it. So thank you so much. Hi guys, welcome back. So guys, we have already seen what is the problem working with the text mode file. There actually we can't store any other type actually data. Okay, we can't actually write any other type data in a file. Okay, I already proven. Okay, lots of example I showed you. Now see, if we have any other type data, let's say integer, float, dictionary, tuple, okay, or any other type data, so how we can write those are the data in a file format. So for this, as I already told you, we'll be using something called serialization and deserialization inside Python. Now first of all, let me tell you what is serialization and deserialization. So here I have already written, you can see serialization is nothing but it's a process of converting Python data types to a JSON format. Okay, and what is deserialization? Deserialization is nothing but process of converting JSON to Python data types. Now you can ask me what is JSON? Okay, JSON is nothing but it's a file format. Okay, it's a file format. You can see the full form of JSON is JavaScript object notation. Okay, and that's how actually your JSON looks like. It is the same as your dictionary. The way actually you usually define the dictionary, the same way also you can define the JSON. Okay, you can see it is also having the key value pair. Okay, now you can ask me why JSON? Why not any other format? Okay, why not any other format? Because JSON is a universal actually format, because it can support all the programming language. Whatever programming language you can see over the, let's say, world, every programming language can support this particular JSON. All the website you can see over the internet, right? All the website use this JSON format. JSON format to, let's say, read the data, store the data, whenever you will be doing the API call. So whenever you are getting the response from that particular API, this is also a JSON format actually response you will get. Okay, so this is a universal actually format. This is the universal file format, and it can support all the programming language, all the websites, everything, whatever things you can see over the internet, everything can support this particular JSON format. That's why we use this particular JSON format instead of any other format. I think you got it. Okay, so JSON is nothing but it's just a file format. So whatever, let's say, data will be writing in a file, we'll save that particular file in a JSON format. Previously I was saving in a TXT format. Okay, now everything will be saving as a JSON format. And trust me, whenever you will be working in future with different projects, okay, you will be using this particular JSON format a lot. And this is my personal suggestion. If you want to save any data, if you want to save any type of, let's say, Python data or anything, try to use this particular JSON format instead of using TXT format. Unless and until you are not working with textual data, So no need to use this particular like txt. Okay, txt. If you're working with txt data, that means textual data only, that time you can use txt. Otherwise, for all the, let's say, data type, if you want to store any kinds of data, if you want to write something in a, let's say, file, you can use this particular JSON file format. Okay, that should be my suggestion. So now let's see some of the example how we can store actually different actually data type, how we can write different data type in a file, okay, with the help of JSON format. So first of all, we'll be learning the serialization. As I already told you, serialization is nothing but it's a process of converting Python data types to a JSON format. So first of all, we'll try to convert a list, okay, list to a JSON format. Okay, so for this, you have to use one library. The library's name is JSON. So in Python, we have already inbuilt library called JSON. Okay, you have to use this particular library, JSON. Now let me define a list. Let's say L is equal to, the list is nothing but, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay, till 8, actually, this is my list. Now here I'll just simply write with open. Okay, with open. Now instead of opening any kinds of txt file, I'm going to open a JSON file. So I'm going to open, I'm going to create this particular file inside files folder only. So I'll just give the location files / I'm going to just name it as, let's say, test.json. Okay, so this is the name, let's say, and as if, that means f is my file object right now. Now simply you just need to write json.dump. If you want to do the serialization, that means if you want to convert any Python data type to JSON format, you have to use this particular dump function. Okay, dump function, and dump function will take two input. One is the, let's say, data type you want to convert to a JSON format, that means my list. So first of all, I will pass my list, and the second input, it will take the file object. Okay, file object is nothing but my f. I hope it is clear. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, it is telling no such file directory, test.json. Okay, it is giving me error because I need to also mention the mode, right? So it should be write mode. Now if I execute program, now see, it is working fine. Now you can see in the files folder, it has created one file called test.json. Okay, test.json. Let me open it up, and you can see this is the list it has stored. Okay, this is the list it has stored. Now you can also store any other type data. Let me show you. Now let me show you another example. Let's say I want to actually write a dictionary. Okay, dictionary actually data inside a file. So here I have taken a dictionary, the same dictionary I have taken in my previous video also, I think you remember. So I'm going to write this particular dictionary right now. Okay, so I'm using the same file, test.json. Inside that I'm going to write this particular dictionary. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, see, it has added. Now let me open this particular dictionary. Let me open this particular JSON. Now see, this dictionary is added here. Okay, now see, if you want to make it beautify, what you can do, you can use one parameter. So there is a parameter called indent. Okay, indent, just make it as 4. Okay, now if I execute, see, and now your file will look like that. That means it should be more readable. It will arrange everything, okay, in our order. Now see, it should be more readable. Okay, so you can use this particular parameter if you want to make it beautify. Because see, whenever you will be defining a very big dictionary, that time it won't be readable. If you are printing in just one line, so that time actually you can use this particular parameter called indent is equal to 4. That time actually you will see it would be more readable. Fine, I hope you got it. So far we have seen how to perform the serialization. That means how to convert any Python data type to JSON format. Okay, JSON format. Now we'll be learning how we can do the deserialization. That means how we can convert like JSON to Python data type again. So let me show you. For deserialization also, you have to use the JSON library. And now I'll just open the file in a read mode. Okay, so I'll just copy the same code as it is. And now I'm going to open this particular file in a read mode. Okay, not in a write mode. Now simply I'll just write data is equal to JSON. Okay, JSON.load. If you want to do the deserialization, that means if you want to convert JSON to Python data type again, you have to use this particular load function. Inside that you have to pass this particular file object. And now if I print my data, now see, it will print my dictionary again. Now if you want to check the type, you can also check the type of the dictionary. See, this is the dictionary. That means previously I was not able to write this particular dictionary. If I show you, previously I was not able to write this particular dictionary. It was not possible. Only I can write the textual data, but here I can store any kinds of data. I can write any kinds of data with the help of this particular serialization and deserialization concept. Okay, inside Python. Very amazing concept, and it's like very powerful concept, guys. And trust me, this concept will help you a lot. If you want to store, if you want to write any kinds of data format, you can use this one. And whenever you will be working data science domain, this thing will be using a lot, trust me, because going forward you will be doing the API call. API call means you will call our API, and that particular API will give you the data. That particular data you have to receive in a JSON format, and you have to process it, because data science is all about data. You have to play with the data always. So definitely you should have this particular knowledge, okay, on the JSON. That's why I'm telling you, okay, how to do the serialization and deserialization. Now you can store any kinds of data type. I told you we can store a tuple, you can store sets, you can store integer, float, anything you can store. So this thing I will leave it to you. You can try, just use the same syntax, only store different data types. See, here I showed you how to store list and dictionary. You can do it for sets, okay, you can do it for, let's say, tuple, integer, float, anything you can perform from your end. Fine. Okay, so I hope everything is clear so far, and you have understood each and everything. So one more topic actually will be learning in this particular file handling actually topic called pickling. Okay, pickling inside Python, how we can perform the pickling operation. That means how we can save any object to a binary representation. That means, see, as of now we just stored the data. As of now we stored the data. We can also store any kinds of object, Python object. Let's say if I create a function, let's say def main is a function, and this particular function prints one message, let's say hello, okay, hello Bappy. Let's say this particular function prints hello Bappy. Now you can save this particular function as it is in a binary representation. That means you can perform the pickling. Okay, you can perform the pickling. Pickle means it will save this particular function object as a pickle format, and that particular pickle format you can do the unpickle, and you can use this particular function as it is. And this concept is very important whenever you will be working with machine learning, deep learning. There you have to save your machine learning model as a pickle format so that you can load it later on and you can use it. Okay, so in the next video we'll be learning this particular pickling, how we can perform the pickling operation, okay, and how we can do the unpickling as well. Okay, with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in our previous video we saw like how we can perform the serialization and deserialization in the Python. So in this particular video we'll be learning another amazing concept. Actually, we can save any kinds of Python object in a binary format, which is called pickling. Okay, pickling in Python. So what is pickling exactly? Pickling is nothing but, if I tell you in an easy way, see, pickling is nothing but it tries to convert any Python object, okay, into a byte stream. That means into a binary representation, okay, binary format. So this concept actually we use whenever, let's say, we work in the field of machine learning, deep learning, right? So there actually we usually save our model in the binary format, and we use that particular model later on. Let's say in machine learning you have two kinds of condition. First of all, you have to train the model with respect to your data. After training the model, what you have to do, you have to do the prediction on top of the new data. Okay, that is the idea. So whenever we train the model, that particular training model I have to save in a file so that I can load that particular model later on and I can do the prediction, okay, after that. So to save this particular model, we use this particular pickling format. That means, see, whatever machine learning model you are training, at the end you are getting a Python file object now. So that is what actually we'll be doing. So here we can save any kinds of Python file object, okay, in a binary format, and we can load it and we can use it as it is. But in our previous video we saw actually how we can store any kinds of Python data type, okay, any kinds of data, how we can write any kinds of data in a file format, like JSON file format, then a TXT file format, right? But we can't save any kinds of object as it is. It is not possible. Okay, so that's why we have to use this particular pickling actual technique inside Python. Now see, here I have given one example. Let me show you how this particular pickling works. So let's say here I have created a function called display information. This particular function will return the information about me. You can see, hi, my name is Bappy and I am a programmer. Let's say this is my function. Now let's say I want to save this particular function as it is. Okay, as it is, it will save this particular function object itself in a binary representation. So what I can do, first of all, I will call this particular function and I will store this particular function in a variable called d, because you can see this function is returning something. That's why I'm storing inside d. Now what I will do, I'll just use this particular pickle, okay, pickle module inside Python. So there is a module called pickle. You have to use this particular module called pickle. Okay, so it is already inbuilt module inside Python. You don't need to install it. Now see, the same way I'll open the file. Now see, the file you are opening, this should be in a pickle format. Okay, not in a JSON format, not in a TXT format. It should be .pkl. That means it's a pickle format file right now. Okay, so I'm creating a file inside files folder, and the name of the file is function.pickle, and I'm opening in a write binary mode. That means I want to write a binary file here. Okay, that's the idea. as if now see what I'm doing, pickle.dump. What I want to dump this particular D object. That means my function object, display function object, and this is my file object. Okay, here I'm passing this particular file object. Okay, I hope you got it. Now see if I execute the program, now you can see this file has been saved inside my files folder. Okay, function.pickle. Now see if I want to open it, I can't do it because it's a binary file. Okay, you can't actually open this particular file in a code editor. If you open it anyway, see if you open it in somehow, you will see these kinds of text. Actually, this is actually binary, that's why it won't be visible, okay, properly. So let me close it. Now let's say I want to unpickle this particular file and I want to see whether my function is returning this particular statement or not. Hi, my name is Bappy and I'm a programmer. So what I will do, I'll do the unpickle operation. To unpickle it, again you have to use this particular pickle library, and again just open the file now in a read binary mode. That means you want to read the file. Now you have to use pickle.load. So load you will be using for the unpickling, and dump you will be using for the pickling operation. The same thing we have learned for the serialization and deserialization, I think, remember, right? Now see if I load this particular file, and now if I print the P, that means my function object, it will return me, hi, my name is Bappy and I am a programmer. That means I'm able to successfully save this particular function as it is, okay, in a binary representation, and I can load it anytime and I can use it. In any file, I can load this particular function and I can use it there. Okay, that is the idea. So yes, we'll be using this particular pickling concept a lot whenever we'll be learning machine learning, deep learning. Okay, there actually will be using this particular pickle format. So yes, this is what I just wanted to let you know. And these are the way actually we can follow to handle any kinds of file, right, inside Python. So yes, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. In this video, we'll be learning another very important Python topic called exception handling. See, whenever you are working with programming, definitely you will get lots of error, right? Let's say when you write any kinds of program, or let's say whenever you are trying to create any kinds of, let's say, application. Okay, so definitely there would be like tons of error. Like it may be syntax error, it may be let's say different exception error. Okay, so that's why it's super important to know how we can handle this particular error message. Okay, otherwise what will happen, let's say your application is throwing any error in front of the user, so definitely user will get afraid by seeing your error, like what is going on in this particular application, and after that actually they won't be using your application because this particular application is throwing like different error in front of the user. So it is always necessary to handle this particular error. That means you have to show the proper actually exception, like what is going on inside your code, right? Because whatever error actually your programming will raise, right? So this should be completely different types of error. So that's why we have to know how we can handle these particular situations. If we are getting any kinds of error from our application, how we can handle that. Okay, so that's why this particular topic is super important to know inside Python or in any other programming language. Okay, whenever let's say you are creating any kinds of application, whenever you are writing any kinds of code, definitely you should know how we can handle this particular exception. So in this particular video, I'll try to give you each and every idea about this particular exception handling in Python. So make sure you are watching this particular video till the end so that you won't be having any kinds of doubt, okay, after that. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular exception handling in Python. So guys, as you can see, there are two stages where error may happen in your program. The first thing you can see during the compilation of the code. Okay, so let's say whenever code is doing compilation, and during compilation whatever actually error you are getting, this is called syntax error. Okay, this is called syntax error. And there is another actually error may occur, it is called execution error. That means whenever you are executing any kinds of code. Okay, so this is called actually exceptions. So no need to worry, I will give you the difference between this syntax error and exceptions. Okay, what is the syntax error and what is the exceptions? Okay, I'll give you each and every idea. So first of all, let's try to discuss this particular syntax error. Like what is syntax error exactly? So syntax error is nothing but sometimes in a program is not written according to the program grammar. Okay, let's say whenever you are writing any kinds of, let's say, Python program, and you have missed out any kinds of grammar. Let's say you may missed out the parenthesis, you may missed out the comma, colon, then indentation. So this is called actually syntax error. That means this is the grammatical mistakes, okay, of the programming you are doing. So that's why it is called actually syntax error, and this particular error actually will get from the interpreter or the compiler. So compiler will check the program, and if you are doing this kinds of syntax error, it will show you, okay, this is the syntax error you have done, and you have to solve this particular error, okay, by rectifying the program. That means you have to rectify the program, then you will be able to solve this particular syntax error. So let me show you some of the syntax error actually, like how they looks like. Okay, then I think this part will be more clear. So guys, here you can see one example I kept. So this is the example of syntax error. So here I'm just printing hello world, but you can see whenever I'm using print function, I haven't defined any kinds of parentheses. Okay, I haven't defined any kinds of parentheses. Okay, so this is the grammatical mistakes actually I'm doing inside of programming, because we know if I want to use print function, so I have to use this particular parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis I have to write this particular string. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, it will show you syntax error. Okay, it will show you syntax error. It is telling missing parenthesis in a in cell to print. Did you mean print? See, it is also suggesting. That means if you want to, that means it is suggesting you are using print function, and if you are using print function, so you have to use like that. See, here you are doing actually grammatical mistake of the programming. Okay, so that's why it is called syntax error, and this particular error raised by the interpreter or the compiler. Okay, compiler, and you have to solve this particular let's say error by rectifying the program. That means if I want to rectify, what I can do, I can rectify the program. Okay, that means I have to change the program, right? Currently, now see, I'll give the correct syntax. Now see, this particular program will work. I hope it is clear, right? So let me show you some other example of syntax error. So if you're leaving any symbols like clone, brackets, so it will give you this particular syntax error. Then if you're doing misspelling, a keyword definitely will get error. Let's say whenever, let's say you are writing print function, or let's say whenever you are defining any kinds of function, let's say instead of def you are writing, let's say dep. Okay, and you are giving the function name. Let's say function name is hello. Okay, let's say you are writing dep hello, and if I just do pass operation, sorry, I have to give clone, and now if I do the pass operation, see, this is also a syntax error because actually you are misspelling the keyword. Okay, it should be def, okay, not a dep. So these are the actual example of syntax error. Otherwise you can see also incorrect indentation is there, so indentation also matters. Okay, let's say if there is any indentation mistake, definitely will get an error, because I told you Python is all about indentation. Okay, so it always follow the indentation. That's how it makes the programming actually beautiful. So you have to always take care of the indentation as well. Then if you're using any empty if else loops, okay, class functions, again you will get a syntax error. Let's say you are defining a function, or let's say you are defining one if else condition. Okay, let's say if 1 is equal to 1. Okay, now let's say you are not writing any condition. Okay, it is completely empty. Now if I execute the program, again it will give you syntax error. Okay, I hope you got it. Now inside Python actually you will get actually different types of error. So let me show you some types of error actually you will receive, because see, these are the very common error actually will receive. Okay, whenever you will be writing any program and all. So let me show you some of the error, some types of the error, and then I will discuss about the exception. Okay, what is exception is. So guys, here you can see I have listed down some of the error type. So as I already told you, you might get different error, and I showed you the example of the syntax error. Even I already showed you some of the example. Apart from that, I have also given you some example. Let's say this is the clone mistake. You are doing clone mistake. You haven't given any kinds of clone. That's why it is giving a syntax error. Expect a clone symbol. Okay. Then you can see again it's a spelling mistake. Okay. Again it's a syntax error. Then it's an indentation error, because you can see it should be inside if statement, but you are writing here. So this is called indentation error. Okay. You can see it is telling it's an indentation error. Apart from that, you will get some different types of error. So the first error actually you might get called index error. Okay, when you will get the index error, maybe I think you are already familiar with this error, right? Whenever, let's say, we used to discuss about the list, so there actually we already saw this particular error called index error. See, index error is thrown when is trying to access an item at an invalid index. Let's say here I am having one list, and now I'm trying to access 100 index. Okay, 100 index here, so it will give you index error. It will tell list index out of range. I hope it is clear. See, the next error, module not found error. See, here I'm trying to use one module which is not available inside Python called maths. Okay, we know math is there, but maths is not a module. Okay, that's why it's telling you module not found error. Got it? You can see module not found error, no module name maths. Then you might also get something called key error. When you will get key error, whenever you will be working with dictionary, let's say here is my dictionary D, and I'm trying to access the key of edge. Okay, it is not available. That's why it will tell you key error edge. Got it? Then you might also get something called type error. Whenever you will get the type error, let's say we are doing any operation with different types of data. Let's say we are trying to do integer plus operation with string. Definitely will get a type error. It will tell you unsupported operand type S for addition operation integer and string. That means you are trying to add a string and integer. It's not possible, okay, inside Python. Then you might also get something called value adder. Whenever you'll get the value adder, let's say sometimes you want to do, let's say, type conversion, and in some cases actually it's not possible to convert a type. So let's say here I'm trying to convert this particular character in an integer. So that's why it is giving you invalid literal for the integer with base 10a. That means a is a character, and you can't convert any kinds of character to an integer. Okay, it's not possible. So it is called value adder. Then you might also get something called name error. Whenever you will get the name error, let's say you are trying to access a variable. Okay, you are trying to access a variable which is not present. So definitely it will give you name error. K is not defined. Got it? Then you might also get something called attribute error. Whenever you get the attribute error, let's say here I'm using list and I'm trying to access one method called upper, which is not available inside list. Okay, that's why you will get attribute error. It will tell you list object has no attribute upper. Okay, so these are the very common error actually you might receive. Okay, whenever you are working with Python. Okay, and this is called actually syntax error. Fine, this is called actually syntax error because this is the grammatical mistake actually we are doing. Okay, inside programming. Now let me discuss what is exception exactly. Okay, what is exception exactly, and what is the difference between syntax error and exception. Okay, see, exception is nothing but if things go wrong during the execution of the program, that means in the runtime, it generally happens when something unforeseen has happened. Okay, something unforeseen has happened. That means, let's say you have written a program. This program is completely fine. Okay, there is no, let's say, syntactual error. There is no grammatical error. But you are getting one exception. That means I can give you an example. Let's say you have written a function. That function, let's say, takes a number and it performs the divide operation. Okay, let's say this is a function you have defined. Let's say the function is function name is divide. Okay, divide. So it will take a number called num and it will perform the division operation. Let's say, so what it will do, let's say whatever number user is giving, it will just do the divide operation. Let's say with 12. Okay, 12 divide that particular number. Fine. And it will return the result. Let's say this is my result. And it will simply, I can simply print this particular result here. Okay, let's say this is my function. Now let's say if I give any input, divide to this particular function, let's say I'll give, let's say 10. Now if I execute, it will give me 1.2. Now let's say user is giving 0 here. User is giving 0 here. Now if I execute the program, it is giving me one error. Okay, it is giving me one error. It is telling 0 division error. Division by 0. That means you can't divide with 0 any kinds of number. See, now here my program is fine. Okay, here my program is fine. There is no issue with my program. The issue is happening during runtime. That means during runtime, user is passing any actually value which is not supported for the division operation. Okay, this is called actually exception. Okay, that's why I've written if things go wrong during the execution of the program, that means in the runtime, it generally happens when something unforeseen has happened in the program. Okay, I hope it is clear now. Exception are raised by the Python runtime. You have to tackle is on the fly. That means you have to tackle this particular exception. Okay, you have to tackle this particular exception somehow. And to handle, there are some actually technique you can follow. I'll tell you how we can handle this particular exception. Okay. So that's why I've given some example. Let's say memory overflow. Let's say sometimes what happens, let's say you are loading a very big data, okay, in your system. So let's say sometimes it will, let's say load the data and your memory will get full and you will get memory overflow issue. Okay, this is not your actually fault because you have written a good code and this particular code is working fine. Let's say it will load the data in the memory. But what will happen because of the big data, it will get the memory overflow. Okay, so this is called exception. Okay, this is not actually syntax error. This is exception because here you are not doing any kinds of grammatical mistake. You are not doing any kinds of syntactual mistake. Okay, it is happening during runtime, during execution of your program. Now there is another example I have given, divide by 0. Okay, that means you are dividing any number with respect to 0, you will get an error. My function is fine, but I'm giving 0 here. Because of that, I'm getting the error. So this is called exception. Now, third example, I can give you the database error. Let's say you want to connect with a database. Let's say you want to connect with a MySQL database. So you have written a good program. Let's say you have written a function. That particular function will connect to the MySQL database. And program is fine. But let's say in some cases, MySQL server will down. Okay, that time actually it will give you one error. Let's say I'm not able to connect with that particular server. There is something went wrong in that particular server. Okay, so this is called exception. This is not your fault. Okay, this is not your fault. So this is called actually unforeseen condition. Okay, there's something unforeseen has happened, okay, in that particular situation. I hope you got it. Okay, so this is called exception. Now I think you got the difference between what is syntax error, okay, what is syntax error, and what is exceptions. So here we'll be dealing with the exceptions, not the syntax error, because we know syntax error how to solve. We have to rectify the program, okay, because here we are doing the grammatical mistake of the program. But whenever I'm using exceptions, that means there is something going wrong. For this, actually, my code is not responsible. Let's say because of some unforeseen circumstances, my it is giving you an exception. Okay, that is the idea. Now let me tell you why it is important to handle the exceptions. Okay, see what happens. So whenever program gives any exceptions or error, see there's some actually component you will be able to see. The first thing you can see the exception type. Okay, you can see the exception type, the error type. So here you can see it's a 0 division error, and here we'll get the error message. Okay, the message is like you can see division by 0. That means you are trying to divide this particular number with 0. And apart from that, you will also see in which line it is giving me the error. Okay, what was the line? That is the main thing here. Just try to see. So this is the line. You can see line number 2. Line number 2, r is equal to 12 divided by n. Okay, so this is the code. See what happens if we are getting these kinds of error messages, okay, from my program. Sometimes actually it breaks the security, because what happens, let's say you are creating a software, you are creating very, let's say, private software, and if your program is giving this kinds of error, so there would be lots of hacker actually, they will able to see your code, like what is the logic actually you have written inside the code. So what they will do, they will just do some brainstorming on top of your program, and they can hack your application. Like they can see, right, they can see your code, like what you have written, which function you have written, in which line it is throwing the error. So they will get the weak point of your application. So again, it will break the security, security of your application. And the second thing, whenever user is getting this kinds of error, let's say you are a user and you don't know programming, if you're getting this kinds of error, so definitely it will get like afraid, right? Like what is happening with my application? Let's say you are creating a bank application, and let's say you are trying to, let's say, withdraw money. Okay, withdraw, let's say 10,000 rupees. And if you're getting this kinds of error, so definitely you will get surprised and you will get afraid, like what is going on with my, let's say, account. Okay, and second time you won't be using this particular application. So that is why handling exception is super important, because I don't want to show these kinds of masses, okay, from my application. My application will give me exception, it's completely fine, but I don't want to show these kinds of private exception of my application. Okay, this is not actually recommended whenever you are creating any kinds of software. Okay, so that's why we can handle this particular exception with the help of try except block. Okay, inside Python, we are having something called try except keyword. Okay, with the help of that, we can handle this particular exception. So let me show you one example how we can solve it. So let's say here, I'm just trying to create a file. You can see I'm just trying to create a sample.txt file inside my, let's say, files folder. I think you know, inside files folder, I have my files. Okay, now inside that, let's say I want to create this particular sample.txt. And inside that, I'm just writing hello world. Okay, now let me execute the program. See, if I now open the sample.txt, it is fine. Okay, hello world is there. Now let's say I want to read this particular file again. So what I will do, I'll just copy this particular code. Okay, and now instead of writing mode, I'll just write as a read mode. And now I'm going to, let's say, read this particular file. So I'm just going to write f.read. Okay, and I'm going to print this particular read operation. Now see, if I execute the program, it is working fine. But let's say by mistake user has given sample 4. That means he's trying to read sample 4 file and it is not present. Okay, it is not present inside my directory. You can see it's not present inside my directory. Now see, if I execute the program, it will give you one error, file not found error. No such file or directory, file/sample4.txt. And it is telling in which line you are getting the error. Okay, so again, see, code is visible here. So again, it's a security issue. And as a user, I will get surprised, I will get afraid, okay, by seeing this kinds of error messages. See, now as a programmer, you have to decide why you have to apply this particular exception handling technique. See, just try to remember whenever you are handling any kinds of external, let's say, a file, or let's say external, let's say, code, or external any kinds of things. Okay, let's say here, I'm trying to open this particular sample4.txt, right? So these are the external things I'm trying to handle in my code, because my code is fine. Okay, here my code is logic is fine. How to read a file, this particular code is fine. Only the things is like this particular file name can be anything. This file name can be anything. So as a programmer, you have to think, okay, so here actually I might get the issue because user can give any kinds of, let's say, a file name here, and if this file is not available, my code will give me error definitely. Okay, so now what I will do, I'll just use this particular try except block here. So I'll just write try, and inside try I'm going to write this particular code. See, this is the indentation you have to give. So inside try you have to write this particular code. Okay, then after try I have to give another block called exception. Okay, except, and inside that I have to write my error message. Let's say I'll just give file not found. Okay, now see what is happening. First of all, your code will try to open this particular file. Your code will try to open this particular file. It will check whether this particular sample4.txt is present or not. You can see it's not present. That means what will happen? It will go to the except block. Okay, except block, and it will print this particular message, file not found. See, if I execute the program, now instead of getting that particular error message, that particular, let's say, very dangerous error message, you are getting this simple error message, file not found. And now my code is also hidden. That means I can overcome this particular security issue. Even as a user, I can get to know, okay, so this is the error message I'm getting. That means file not found. That means I have to give the correct file name. Now if I give, let's say, sample.txt, now if I execute the program, see, it is giving me hello world. Okay, I hope it is clear. So that's actually with the help of try except block, we can handle this particular exception. Okay, we can handle this particular exception. And as a programmer, whenever you are designing the software, you have to think why I can mention this particular try except block. Okay, I told you one hack. Whenever you are handling any kinds of external, let's say, logic, at that time you can use this particular try except block. Okay, let's say you are connecting with database. In database, sometimes database might be down. So during connection, try to make that particular connection inside try except block. So if somehow it is not able to connect with your database, it will give you the exception. Okay, like it is not able to connect with the database. Okay, instead of throwing that particular dangerous error. Okay, I hope it is clear. So yes, this is the basics of exception handling technique inside Python. So in our next video, we'll be discussing some more advanced technique we can use to handle the exception. We'll be learning how we can handle different exception. Okay, as I already told you, there are different error messages actually we'll get from your code. How we can handle different error messages. Okay, with the help of different logic. So yes, with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll try to discuss some different types of error handling. Because see, in our previous video, we saw how we can handle actually exception, right? And there I showed you one example, I think you remember. So let me again open that particular example. Yeah, I think this is the example we solved. I'll just copy, and let's say here I will paste it. I think you already know how we are handling the exception here and how this try except is working here. Okay, I think you already know. See, sometimes what happens actually, if you are using this particular approach, so there would be one issue. Let me show you. So let's say this is the code I have written. It's completely fine. Let's say if I execute the program, it will give you hello world. Or let's say if this file is not present, let's say this sample, let's say I will give sample 5 here. Let's say if this particular file is not present, if I execute the program right now, it will give me file not found error. Okay, I hope you got it. Now let me delete it. Now see, it's working. But what happens actually, see, whenever you implement any kinds of projects, so you will be writing like tons of code, and you will be writing actually different logic. So here I have only written one logic. You can see this is called file handling logic. But whenever you will be implementing projects, you will be writing different logic actually. Let's say you have written one logic. Actually, you are trying to add, let's say, 2 numbers. Let's say I'll give A is equal to, let's say, 4, or let's say B is equal to, let's say, 5, and I'm going to add this particular number here. Let's say A plus B. Let's say this is my program. Okay, after let's say opening this particular file, I'm performing this particular arithmetic operation. Okay, I hope you got it. Now see, if I execute the program, see, this particular program will work fine. It is printing hello world, and it is giving me 8. Okay, like after doing the addition operation, you are getting 8. Now let's say by mistake, instead of giving B, what you have given, let's say you have given M here. Okay, you have given M here. Okay, by mistake, let's say you have given M here. Now let's say if I execute the program again, now see, this code is working fine, and whenever it is coming this line, it is giving me file not found error. Okay, it is giving me file not found error. Again, let's say if I do another mistake, let's say I'll take a list. Let's say in this particular list, I'm having some number. Okay, now I want to access, let's say, let's say 100, 100 index. Now tell me, 100 index is there in this particular list? No, it's not there. Now see, if I again execute the program, it will give me file not found error. Okay, again it will give me file not found error. See, if I comment this particular line as well, now see, if I execute, it will give me file not found error. So every time it is giving me file not found error. File not found error, it's completely fine if it is coming here. Okay, let's say if it is coming here, it's completely fine. We can get to know, okay, file not found error, that means this particular file is not present. But let's say if file is fine, I'm getting the error here in this particular list, let's say logic. Again, it is giving me file not found error. So again, it's not a proper actually readable error message. As a developer, how I'm going to fix my code if I'm getting this particular error? If I'm getting this error, I'll go to the file and I'll get confused. Okay, file is fine, but why it is giving me the error? I hope you're getting right. So that's how actually in Python we can handle different types of exception. Okay, let me show you. See, whenever I'm performing this operation, let's say if I just write this operation, let's say I'll copy this operation and here I'll just try to define it here. Let me show you the error type. Okay, what is the error type actually I will get? Now see, if I execute the program, it will give me name error. Name is not defined. Okay, so this is a name error. Actually, it's not a file not found error. So what I will do, inside actually Python, we have actually different type of exception. Okay, see, whenever you are getting actually file not found error, so what you can do, instead of using except like that, you can use except file not found error. See, this is already there. This particular keyword is already there. Now inside that you can write this particular matches. Okay, now let's say there is a possibility you might get the error from here. So what kinds of error actually it may give? I already showed you, it is name error. Okay, so here I can write except it's a name error. See, all kinds of error are available inside Python. Now you can just simply write variable. Okay, variable not defined. Okay, defined. Now see, if I now execute the program, now see, file is fine, that means this code will work fine and I will get the error here because here is not, it is not correct. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, it is giving me variable not defined. That means I'm getting the correct exception right now. Okay, I can get to know, okay, so here there is a variable I haven't defined. Okay, then again I'll come here, I can, let's say, fix this particular code. Now if I execute the program, now see, I'm getting the output. Fine. Now I can also handle this particular error. Now see, the logic actually I have written. So from here, what kinds of error I might get? So simply again, you can execute the code here. I think it will give you index error. Okay, index error. So it is giving you index error. So again, you can just take another exception. I'll take another exception. Okay, except index error. Index error. Now inside that you can simply write print index not found. Okay, now see, if I execute the program now, it will give you index not found error. I hope it is clear. Now you can ask me how I will get to know, okay, whether I'll be getting file not found error, name error, or index error. Simply what you can use one very interesting actually, let's say, exception block called except exception. Okay, exception as e. Now you can simply print this particular e. Okay, you can simply print this particular e. Now see, apart from that, if anything error is occurring, let's say I will give another let's say statement here. Let's say I'll give 0, let's say 0, let's say divide by, let's say string of k. Now let's say this is another mistake I have done. Now see, if I execute the program, see, I have to correct this particular code. That means I have to comment it. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, it is giving me this error, unsupported operand type integer and string. That means you can't perform any operation with respect to integer and string. It's not possible. That means what is happening, this particular exception as e, it is automatically detecting the, let's say, error message and it is printing here. Okay, if you're not defining anything, let's say if I'm not defining also anything, I'll copy the code as it is. And now if I take another cell, now let me delete this at the line, it's not required. Now see, if I'm not mentioning the exception, different exception here, still it will detect the error. Automatically it will detect the error. Let me show you. Let's say I'll comment this line and I will, let's say, do the mistake here. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, okay, sample 1 is there, I think, sample, let's say 8. Now see, if I execute the program, it will automatically capture the error. It is telling no such file directory Okay, this one. Now let's say I'll correct it, and let's say again I'll do the mistake here. Okay, m. Now see, if I execute the program, it will tell you m is not defined. That means if you're using this particular snippet, it will automatically detect the error type. Okay, it will automatically detect the error type and it will give you the error message. But if you want to define it, okay, if you want to define it from your end, let's say you know about the error, okay, what kinds of error actually it may occur, what you can do, you can use this particular code snippet. Okay, you can use this particular different error inside Python. You can simply search on Google different exception inside Python, you will get all the name. Now let's say you are not sure about the error, like what kinds of error actually it may give you. So simply you can trace the error as well. You can simply write e dot with trace back. Okay, you can give this particular statement. Now see, if I execute the program, it will also give you the error type. You can see error type is name error. Okay, name error, because here you haven't defined the name. Now let's say if I comment the line and if I execute this particular code right now, it will give you index error. Okay, that's with the help of this particular statement you can also trace, okay, trace the error message. Okay, what kinds of error it may give you. Okay, so that's how I have showed you different types of error handling. Okay, how you can handle. Let's say there is a possibility, let's say there is a project you are implementing and you have to define your own let's say exception type. That time actually you can use this particular let's say way. Otherwise you can use this particular way, okay, as exception as e, and you can only use this particular e, okay, instead of using this particular traceback. Okay, it will automatically detect the error that time. Okay, you can also use this particular traceback if you want to see the error type. Okay, what is the error type, and if you're not sure about that. So yes, this is all from this particular video. In the next video we'll try to see how we can use this particular try except, okay, with the else keyword as well. Okay, we can also use something called else keyword. Okay, with try and except, okay, we can also use this particular else keyword. So in the next video I'll try to discuss why we use this particular else keyword and what is the use of it. Okay, thank you for watching. Hi everyone, in this video I'll show you how we can use try, except and else keyword all together. Okay, so let me show you another example for this. So let's say I want to open a file. Let's say I'll just give try and I will try to open up a file. Let's say I'll just give f is equal to open, mention the file name, it is present inside my files folder. Let's say I want to open something called sample.txt. okay, in a let's say read mode. Okay, I want to open this particular file, and if something going wrong in this particular let's say statement, let's say if this file is not exist, so what I can do, I think I showed you, I can use one specific like exception inside Python called file not found error. Okay, file not found error, inside that I can mention print file not found. Fine, but let's say if my file is open, that means if try condition is working fine. Okay, after that what I can want to do, after that if I want to perform any operation, I can write this particular operation inside let's say else condition. So inside else I'll just write print f dot read. Let's say I want to read this particular file. Okay, after that, see what will happen if your try block is working fine. Let's say if there is no error, definitely your code won't be going inside except block, because if exception is not there, definitely it won't be raising any kinds of exception, right? So what will happen, this will open and your code will come in the else block, and whatever code you will be writing in the else block, it will be executed. Okay, let me show you. So here if I execute the program, see it's working fine. That means this sample.txt is available inside my folder and it is working fine. Okay, it is coming inside else block and it's printing this particular hello world, right? Now let's say sample.txt is not there. There is another file, let's say sample7.txt. Now see, 7.txt is not there inside my files folder. Now if I execute the program, it will raise the exception. That means this block is not working, it is coming inside except block and it is raising this particular exception, file not found. That means I think you got it. What is the use of the else? Let's say if your try block is working, then your code will come in the else block, and in between if something going wrong, it will go to the except block. Okay, that is the idea. Now let me correct this particular code. Now if I execute, see it's working fine. So again, it's a small concept inside exception handling, but again it's a super important, sometimes actually we'll be using. So that's why I showed you. So in the next video, I'll be showing you another actually keyword we can use with the try, except and else called finally. Okay, finally keyword also we can use. So let's connect in the next video and try to understand this concept as well. Hello guys, in this video, I'll try to discuss another topic. As I already told you in my previous video, we'll be trying to discuss like try, except, else with finally keyword. Okay, so let me show you the same example. So I'll copy this particular example as it is, and I'll just try to paste it here. See, inside Python exception handling, there is another keyword actually you can use, which is called finally. Okay, finally, inside that you can write any kinds of code. Let's say I'll just write very important code. Okay, let's say this is the message I want to show. So what will happen? See, if I execute the program, this will work fine. Okay, this will work fine. You can see this particular file is already present inside my files. Okay, files folder. See, it is printing the content what is available inside sample.txt. And again, you can see it is printing very important code. That means it is also executing the final statement. That means what will happen? Whatever you are, let's say, writing. Okay, whatever you are writing, let's say try, except, else, whatever condition you are writing, it's completely fine. So finally will be executed. Okay, finally will execute it whenever you will execute your code. It doesn't matter there is any error or not. Okay, there is any error or not, or let's say it is working fine or not. This particular, let's say, statement will work. So this particular statement will run always. Okay, see, if I do the mistake, let's say if I'm trying to open sample 9, it is not available. If I execute, it will give you file not error. And you can see finally is executing again. That means it doesn't matter if there is any error or not, this particular statement would be running always. Okay, this is the idea. Now you can ask me, what is the use of that? Okay, why we can use this particular final statement? See, whenever you will be creating real-time application, let's say we're talking about Facebook application. Let's say, I think you know Facebook will be connected with the database. Okay, because all the information they will save in the database. Now let's say there is a condition, Facebook will get down. Okay, or let's say Facebook will get hang. Okay, or let's say Facebook will get hack actually. So what will happens? As a programmer, you have to write one logic. So whenever actually it will get, let's say down, or let's say it will get hacked, you have to write one logic. Your database connection would be closed. Okay, as soon as possible, your database connection would be closed. Now let's say if your code is breaking here. Okay, let's see if your code is breaking here. So definitely you can't close your let's say database connection. So what you can do, you can write that particular code inside the final statement. Okay, inside the finally keyword. Then what will happen? If there is any execution error from your code, this code will run. If this particular code is running fine, this code will run. That means there is a condition you have to write a program. If your code is also breaking, you have to write a very important code which is necessary for your application. So those code actually will be writing in the finally keyword. I hope it is clear now, right? So that's how actually we can use this particular finally keyword with the help of try, except, and else. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now inside Python exception, there is another topic left. I will try to show you in the next video, which is nothing but raise exception. Okay, we can also use raise exception. And it is again a super important topic inside exception handling. So let's connect in our next video and try to understand this topic as well. Hello guys. In this video, I'll try to discuss another topic called raise exception inside Python. Okay, inside Python exception. See, again, we can use actually another way to raise the exception. So see, there is a keyword called raise. And with the help of raise, actually, we can raise any kinds of exception. We can give our custom message here. Let me show you. So if I just write raise exception, here you can write, let's say, there is an error. Okay, now if I execute the program, see, it will raise the exception and it will tell you there is an error. You can also raise different exception. Let's say I can also raise, okay, I can also raise, let's say, zero division error. Okay, zero division error. And inside that, I can just write anything, let's say with 0. Now see, if I execute the program, it will give you zero division error, and whatever message actually you have written, it will show you here. Okay. Apart from that, you can also raise different exceptions. Let's say I will write raise name error. Okay. So here I can write anything, let's say name is not valid. See, it will give you name error, name is not valid. So it's like very powerful actually keyword you can use inside error handling. So what will happen? You can raise any kinds of exception. Okay, anytime. Now you can ask me what is the use of this particular raise exception. See, sometimes actually I want to raise the exception in my program, okay, instantly. And that particular exception I want to catch, okay, in my, let's say, try except block. See, for this actually I have written a program. I think this will make you sense. Here I have written a function divide numbers. So this function takes two input A and B. And first of all, it checks, okay, if B is equal to 3. So what will happen? See, you can't actually divide with any kinds of 0. It's not possible. Okay. So if B is equal to 3, so I'm just raising one exception, can't divide numbers with 0. Otherwise, I'm just returning this particular A divided by B. Okay. Now see, if I execute the function, it will work fine. Now see what I've written. I've taken a try condition, and inside that I'm calling this particular function. Okay, I'm calling this particular function. And if something going wrong, I'm raising the exception. Okay, I'm just writing except exception as E. So what will happen if this particular function returns any kinds of exception? That means if it is raised any kinds of exception, it will automatically catch that particular exception. Okay, let me show you. See, if I give the correct input, let's say 10 and 9, it will give me the correct output. There is no error. But let's say somehow if I'm giving the 0 here, now see, whatever exception I have written, whatever exception I am raising here can't divide the numbers with 0, I'm getting this particular message here. Okay, that means this function is raising the exception and this particular statement is catching that particular exception. Okay, that means it is throwing and it is catching. So that's how actually in some application you have to use this particular concept. You will be instantly raising the exception and you will be catching that particular exception later on. Okay, and you will be showing in front of the user. Okay, so again, this is a super important concept inside exception handling. I hope you got it. And I have showed you all possible actually exception handling inside Python. Okay, now going forward we'll be implementing different projects and there we'll try to use these other concept as well. Fine. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video we'll try to discuss another very important Python topic called login. First of all, let me tell you what is login. See, login is nothing but whenever, let's say, you are trying to create any kinds of application, let's say you are creating any kinds of software, there you have to log some information for the debugging. So what is debugging? Debugging means, let's say, if your application is throwing any kinds of error, or let's say if it is failing in the production, so it will log some information like in which line it is giving me the error, what is the error. Okay, so all the error messages actually it will give you. But in production server, actually, it's not possible to see that particular print message, because what happens if I am executing my program in my VS Code? So there I have one terminal. So I think you know there actually I have one terminal. That means command prompt, right? Or if I'm executing my code in my Jupyter notebook, so there I'm having that particular console. So whenever it is printing something, I can see my let's say message from that particular console or from that particular command prompt itself. Okay. But in production means it's a cloud platform, like while you are hosting your application. Let's say we know like we host the application, right? Whenever we create any kinds of web application, we try to host that particular application, let's say in a domain www.xyz.com. So that's actually with the help of domain and hosting, we try to deploy our application in the production server. And my application will be running in the production server. And now let's say if your application is failing somewhere, if it is giving some issue, so it's not possible to open a terminal or let's say command prompt or let's say a Jupyter notebook in that particular production server and just check the code issue like what is happening. And it's not possible to debug our application with the help of this particular print statement there. So for this, we have to use this particular login technique inside Python. I'll tell you how we can perform login. With the help of login, actually what I can do, I can log our information. That means I can save our information in a file itself, right? So what I will do, I'll just create a log file. Inside that particular file, it will log all the information. Let's say anything, or any kinds of error message you can log, any kinds of print statement you can log. Okay, so whatever, let's say, message you want to put, everything you can put in this particular file itself. Okay, this particular log file itself. So again, it's a practical actually understanding. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this logging inside Python. So guys, to implement the login, first of all, I will import two Python package actually. So the first package actually I need something called login. See, login is already a Python package. So it is an inbuilt Python package. You don't need to install separately. It is already available inside Python. So with the help of login, actually, we can do the login operation. That means we can save the information of our application, right? Now there is another module I need to use called OS. Okay. OS means operating system module. So with the help of OS, that means operating system package, what we are going to perform. See, I think you know in your operating system, let's say I'm using Windows operating system. So here I can create a file. Okay, I can create a folder. I can open a folder. I can delete a folder. Okay, everything is possible with the help of this particular user interface. But if you want to perform with the help of code, okay, with the help of Python code, then we have to use this particular operating system library. So inside operating system library, there are so many functionalities are available. You can create a folder. You can delete a folder. You can copy some file inside a folder. Okay, everything is possible with the help of Python programming. And there are so many functionality of this particular operating system. Going forward, we'll be discussing whenever we require, because I told you it's not possible to remember all the functionality of a package because there would be thousands of packages. Okay, so we'll be only using them whenever I need it. Okay, that's the idea. So these are the packages actually I'm going to use to implement this particular log inside Python. So here, the first thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder called log. Inside log folder, it will create a log file, and inside that it will save all the logging messages. Okay, so for this I'm going to take a variable and I'm going to name it as log underscore dir. That means log directory. And what is the log directory name? Let's say log directory name is something called logs. logs. Let's say this is my directory name. Then I'm going to take another variable, my login file name. So here I will just write log underscore file underscore name. So log file name I'm going to take, let's say application.log. So make sure you are using this .log file format. Okay, not any other format. You can also use txt file, but I won't be recommend to use txt file because every file has their own, let's say, responsibility. So txt file is better whenever you are writing something in a file, and whenever you want to save any kinds of log, I will try to suggest just use this particular log file itself. Okay, because it is used in the production. Many of our developers are using this particular log file instead of using txt file. Okay, so that's why it's recommended to use always. Fine, I think you are getting my point, right? Okay, so I have defined my log folder as well as the logging file name. Now, so first of all, I'm going to create this particular log folder. So to create a log folder, I can use this operating system package, and inside that there is a function you will get, which is nothing but make directories. Okay, make dirs. So this will take the directory name. So let's say this is my directory name. So if you give any directory name, it will automatically create that particular specific folder. So let me show you. See, if I execute the program, it will create the directory here. See, log folder is created. Now see, if I again execute, it will throw me one error. It will tell you cannot create a file when that file is already exist, because it is already exist. I can't create again. But let's say in some cases, I need to again execute this particular code and it will throw me error, but I don't want that. So for this, you can give one parameter called exist underscore OK is equal to true. That means if it is already exist, so it won't be creating, otherwise it will create. Now see, if I execute the program, it will work. That means it is already exist. It won't be creating. It will just ignore that particular line. Okay, that is the idea. Now inside this particular logs, okay, inside this particular logs folder, I need to create this particular application.log file. So for this, first of all, I will define a path. So to define this particular part, either I can directly write, I'll just write path is equal to log directories. Okay, log dir. And here I will give this particular plus operator. And inside that, I'm going to mention this particular slash, because what happens actually, if you see any kinds of directory, it will divide it by with this particular slash. Okay, slash, you can see. But in Windows, it is using backward slash. Okay, it is using backward slash. You can give backward slash here because I'm using Windows machine. But see, when I'm using backward slash, sometimes actually it will use as a, let's say, any other operation inside Python. Let's say if I use \n. So what does it mean? It means new line actually, space, right? If I'm using \t, that means tab. Okay, you want to represent a tab. So again, it's an issue. So what I can use the forward slash only. Now again, I can use plus operator and I can write logging file name. Now see, if I print this particular path, now see, it will print this particular path itself. Okay, I can take the path like that. But see, if I'm using this particular approach, so I need to manually create this particular path. And again, this slash will give one issue. Let's say if you're executing this code in the, let's say, Windows operating system, it may throw you some error. And if you're using backward slash, so if you're using this particular code in the Linux or Mac operating system, it will again create an issue, because in Linux and Mac operating system, it uses forward slash. Okay, not the backward slash. Okay, so to prevent this particular issue, what I can use another functionality from operating system called os.path. Okay, path.join. So when os.path.join automatically join this particular path, let me show you. So I need to give my directory name and comma, I need to give my log file name. So it will automatically create the path based on your operating system. Okay, now see, if I store this thing in a path, now if I print this particular path, print my path. Now see, if I execute, see, automatically it will define this particular path. Now see, automatically it is using backward slash because it's a Windows operating system I'm using. I hope you got it. So instead of writing manually, I can use this particular code snippet to create any kinds of path. Okay, I think you got it. Okay, what I'm trying to do here. Now instead of giving path, I can define as a log path. Okay, I think that should be more readable, because always try to use a variable which is having actually good name. So what will happen if you're using this particular code after 1 year, and if you want to read it, what you have written, so it would be easy for you to read because of this particular variable name. Okay, and also try to use comment. Everywhere try to use comment. I already showed you how to define a comment inside Python. Fine. So my log file, log path is also ready. Okay, I can show you the log path. Log path is also ready. That means now I can do the login operation. See, to perform the login operation, what you can do. So let me first of all delete this line. So inside logging module, okay, inside this particular logging module, I'm having one function called basic config. So you have to use this particular basic config. Now you can ask me how I will get to know, okay, whether it will be basic config or any other actually, let's say, function. Simply just go to Google and search for login in Python. Okay, you will see the official documentation of login. And here, if you see the code snippet, see, they're using basic config. Okay, basic config. Then you have to define the login label, then your file name. Okay, then you can also define the format of the login. Okay, so let me show you how I have done this particular configuration. You can also visit that particular documentation and you can read it. Okay, how they're writing, because they're writing step by step. That's why you can see different kinds of code snippet. But if you read all the documentation, at the last you will see they are also writing like me only, right? See, what do you have to do? You have to use this particular basic config function, and inside that, the first thing you have to define the file name. Okay, file name. So file name is equal to my log file path, because this is my entire file path, right? So I want to create a login file application.log inside the logs folder, and this is the entire path of my file. Okay, I hope you got it. Now the second, let's say, parameter you have to pass called format. Okay, what should be the log format? So here I can define the format. Format is equal to, so this is the format I usually use. So let me tell you what is the format. First of all, it will save the current timestamp and date. Okay, it will save you the current timestamp and date. Then it will save the name, that means the file name. Then it will save the label name, that means what kinds of log you want to do. So I want to perform, let's say, information level log. That means it will save my information of my application. And you have to define the message. That means what particular message you want to save. Okay, so this is a formatting. Okay, this is a log formatting, and you can see there are different log formatting you will see inside the documentation. See, there are different log formatting. Okay, see, different log formatting. So that's how I just referred this particular documentation. I created this particular log format. Okay, now see, whenever I'll execute this application, you will get it. Okay, how it is saving the log. Initially, just try to get it. It's a format to define my log. Now here you have to define the label. Okay, so my log label should be info label log. That means I want to save the information of my software. Now see, if I execute the program, okay, if I execute the program, it is working fine. Now if I go inside my, let's say, logs file, okay, logs folder, you will see application.log has created, and this file is empty. There is nothing. That means I'm able to successfully create this particular file inside the folder itself. There is no issue. Now if I want to log anything, if I want to log any kinds of messages, what I can do, I will just simply call login, okay, .info. So there is a function you have to use called info, because it's an information label log I have assigned. Okay, I want to save the information of my software. Now inside that you can pass any kinds of message. So here I can give, let's say, hello world. Now see, if I execute the program, it will work fine. Now see, if I open my application.log, now you can see the hello world message I have given, it is logged here. Instead of printing inside my console, okay, instead of printing like that inside my console, sorry, what I'm doing, I'm logging this particular message inside my log file itself. Now see, what will happen? First of all, it will save the current timestamp and date. You can see this is the current date and this is the current timestamp I executed this particular code. That means every time you execute your application, that particular timestamp would be saved here. So here you have mentioned the format. ASCII time, that means the current timestamp. Okay. Now the second thing is root. What is root? So it is coming from the name. Name means from where you are executing your application. You can see this is my project folder, and I'm executing my application from the root folder itself. Okay, that means this is my current folder, project folder, and this file is present inside my project folder. That means in my root folder. Okay, so that's why it's coming as a root. Then I'm giving the label name. That means what kinds of log you want to save. Here I've given info label. That's why it's an info label. Okay, and the last one, the message. That means whatever message actually you are giving, it will come here. Okay, this is the log format. I think you got it. Now let's say I want to log another message. I can simply give, let's say, log.info. And inside that I can write, let's say, if I execute again, what it will do, it will see, it won't be replacing the previous log. Instead of that, it will create another timestamp and it will save another log. That means now what you can do in the production server, you can simply download this particular log file if your application is failing, and you can simply check in which line your application fails and what was the issue. By reading that particular issue, you can fix your application. Okay, you don't need to use any kinds of print statement, because whenever we let's say create any kinds of software for the production, that means for the real world application, right, we don't use print function. Okay, print function we use for the experiment purpose. Let's say I want to see whether this particular data is printing or not. I can use the print function. But whenever I'll be writing my code for the production server, for the real world application, that time I will be using login. So every time I will log the information instead of printing, because I know that in my production server there is no console I can see my message. So I have to download this log file, and there actually I have to see my message. Okay, if there anything is going wrong. Okay, so I think you learned this particular exception. I think previous class you have learned the exception, right? So we did different exception handling technique. So I can show you. We can also store the exception here. So what I will do, I'll let's say copy one exception. So let's say I will copy this code and I'll just modify here. So let's say I don't want to perform all the operation and I don't need to take all the, let's say, error type. I'll simply use except exception as E. So what will happen? It will try to open this particular file, and if exception going wrong, it will log the information in my log file. Okay, so simply I'll just use, instead of let's say printing E, I'll just write login.info. Okay, login.info. Inside that I'm going to pass this particular E. Now see what will happen if I execute the program. This file is exist, it is giving hello world. Now say if this file is not exist, let's say 10 not exist. Now if I execute, see, it will save the log. Now if I open my exception, now see if I open my log file, you will see that instead of printing, now it has saved this particular log. Now see, this is the log message, no such file and directory, file /sample.txt 10. I hope it is clear. Now what you have learned, whatever exception actually you are getting from your application, instead of printing them, okay, instead of printing them, what you can do, you can simply log that particular error inside the file, so that I can download it anytime and I can see my error and I can fix my application. Okay, so this is the use of the login inside Python. Okay, so it's again super important topic, guys. I'm telling you again, because going forward we'll be using this particular login concept a lot, okay, in our application. So I hope it is clear. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. I hope you liked it. And please try to also read the documentation, because inside documentation lots of things has been written. Okay, apart from that, there are so many ways you can define this login, but I have showed you the easiest one. Okay, even I usually use this particular things in my application. Okay, this particular format you can also use. So yes, this is all from this particular video. So thank you guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. My name is Bapi Hamid. So guys, so far we have covered so many topics inside Python. We have learned different topics inside Python. So now it's time to implement one mega project with the concept actually we have learned so far. So in this particular video, I'm going to implement one amazing Python project called Iron Man Jarvis system. I think those who are fan of Iron Man movies, I think you know what is Jarvis system. So Tony Stark has his own actually personal AI assistant, which actually he can talk, which he actually assign any kinds of command, and it will do that particular task, okay, with respect to the command here he is assigning, right? So we'll be implementing the similar kinds of system here, like the Jarvis system. So we'll be creating a system, so it will take our command and it will do some specific task, okay, based on our actually command actually will be giving, okay, in this particular, let's say, system. So for this, I'm going to use Python programming, and whatever small concept we have learned so far, we'll be trying to use them, okay, one by one. And trust me guys, after implementation this particular project, each and everything would be clear, like whatever concept we have learned in Python, okay, how we can use them to implement a big project exactly, right? So this is what actually programming, you have to only understand the syntax and the logic, and you have to use them all together, and you have to implement one big projects, okay, with that. So this is going to be one very interesting video, so make sure you are watching this particular video till the end. And not only this project, we'll be also implementing some more projects, so that your understanding would be more clear, okay, no need to worry, we'll be implementing a couple of projects, okay, in this particular playlist. So first of all, let me open up my Blackboard and let me write down all the steps actually we're going to perform in this particular implementation. Then I'm going to start with our actual project implementation. So guys, here we're implementing one mega project. Okay, mega project. And I already told you, if you're implementing any kinds of projects, okay, with the help of Python, I already suggest you some of the steps actually you have to follow. The first step, I think you remember. First of all, we have to create an environment, okay. We have to create an environment. That means virtual environment. I think you remember, right, how to create the virtual environment. So after creating virtual environment, I have to do the project setup. Okay, project setup. Setup means we have to install some required package. So here we'll be using some of the Python package to implement this particular entire project. So those packages actually have to install in this particular environment, right? And the third thing, you have to design the project architecture. Project architecture. Okay. Project architecture means the functionality you will be implementing inside your project. So if I'm talking about Jarvis, Ironman Jarvis. So inside Jarvis, what are the functionality you can see? Just try to think. Just pause the video and try to think, or you can also watch some YouTube videos on top of Jarvis. Like what are the functionality actually it has. Now see, Jarvis can perform actually all kinds of tasks, whatever tasks are available inside our computer. But here I'm not going to integrate actually all the tasks here. Okay, all the operations here. I'm going to show you some specific actually operation. Okay, some specific task actually I'm going to add in this particular system. And once you get it, okay, once you see the implementation, how I'm doing the implementation, okay, you can automatically add some more tasks, okay, in this particular Jarvis system. It's not like that you will be adding everything in one day. It's a like day by day implementation. Day by day actually will be improving this particular application. Okay, this is the idea. So let me write down some of the functionality actually I'm going to add in this particular, let's say, system. So if you see the Jarvis, the first thing Jarvis can do, it can listen. Okay, it can listen. Okay, it can listen. And the second thing you can see, it can take command. Okay, take command. That means whatever command you are giving, it can understand that particular command. Third thing you can see, it can speak. Okay, it can speak. That means if you are asking anything, it will do the reply. Okay, not in the text form, it will do the reply in a voice form. Okay, it will give you the voice message. Okay, this is called speak. So these are the actually main component of a Jarvis system. Okay, main component of a Jarvis system. With the help of that, we can add lots of tasks. Okay, we can add lots of tasks. We can assign lots of tasks in this particular system. Let's say if I want to hear the time. Okay, if I want to know the time, I can give a command. What is the time? Okay, what is time? So first of all, it will listen this particular voice. Okay, I'm speaking. It will listen that particular voice. Then it will understand. Okay, it will understand this voice, like what you are trying to say. So you are trying to say what is time. Okay, or what is the time? That means it is understanding your command. Okay, it is understanding your command. Then it will just search the time. Okay, the current time, and it will tell you, okay, sir, this is the time. Let's say it's 11:30 p.m. Okay, so the reply actually you are getting, again, it's a voice form. That means it is speaking. Okay, it is speaking at that particular, let's say, time. So again, you can see this speak functionality is using here. So that's how I told you these are the actually main component of a Jarvis system. That means whatever task actually want to add, let's say what is time, what is my name, wish me. Okay, then open Google, open Facebook, whatever, let's say, command you are giving, okay, to your Jarvis, all the tasks can be performed with the help of this three component. Okay, these three component, first of all, I have to implement inside this particular system. Then all the tasks actually I can perform with the help of this three actually component. Okay, I hope you got it. So first of all, we'll be implementing these three component, the listen function, take command function, okay, then speak function one by one. Then I'm going to add some of the tasks actually I want to perform, okay, from my Jarvis itself. Fine. Then I will give you some guidance actually how we can add some more actually task here if you want to perform. Okay, and day by day you can improve this particular Jarvis system. Okay, so first of all, let's prepare our environment and set up the projects, okay, one by one. Then I will show you the implementation, okay, how I can do the implementation. So for this, I'm going to open up an empty folder, and inside that I'm going to create a folder called with my project name. Let's say this is I'm implementing called Jarvis system. Okay, so Jarvis system. Now I'm going to open this folder, and inside that I'm going to open my Visual Code Studio. So this is my Visual Code Studio. Now let me zoom. Now the first thing what I told you, you have to create an environment, okay, because this is a new project we are implementing, and I want to create an environment with a Python specific version. So for this, I'm going to take my terminal. So terminal wise, I'm going to use command prompt. So first of all, let me activate my base environment. Now let me clear. Now if I want to create a new environment, so this is the command you have to write: conda create -n. So give the name of your environment. Let's say this is the Jarvis. We are implementing Jarvis system. Okay, system. So this is my environment name. Now I have to specify the Python version. Let's say Python is equal to, I want to take 3.8. Why am I using 3.8? Because 3.8 is the stable version so far. It can support all the library. Okay, see, I'm going to use some of the library. Those library actually very old library. Okay, very old library. And if you're using new Python version, so it might create some issue in the new environment. So that's why I'm using this particular Python 3.8, because this is the stable version so far. It can support all the libraries, right? That is why. Now 3.8, and here I'm going to give -y. That means I want to create this particular environment. Now see, if I execute the program, so it will create the environment first of all. Then I'm going to activate it. Then I'm going to install all the libraries. So in between, I can create a file called requirement.txt. I think you know, inside requirement.txt, we can add all the requirements package and we can install in just one shot. Now see, environment is created. Now if I want to activate, this is the command. So let me just write the command. So conda. So let me copy the command and let me execute it here. Now I can clear the terminal. Now inside requirements, first of all, I have to add some libraries. That means Python package I want to use in this particular project. See, here we'll be implementing some main component of our project, the listen, the speak, okay, and the take command function. So you can see listen and take command, both are actually same. Okay, both are same entity, because you can see if my system want to take any command, first of all, it has to listen. Okay, it has to listen that particular, let's say, command. That means I'm giving a command, I'm giving a voice, actually that particular voice it has to understand. Okay, so this is called speech recognition. That means my system has to recognize my speech. Okay, whatever things actually I'm telling. So these are the things are common. Okay, here you can see listen and take command. So for this I can use one package inside Python called speech recognition. So if you just search in Google, so speech recognition in Python, so you will see this particular package. So it is already available inside PyPy package. You can see this is the speech recognition. So this particular speech recognition libraries use actually Google API. Okay, Google API to recognize the speech actually. So I can install this particular package. So this is the command, but I'm not going to install with this particular command. So I'll just only copy the name of the package. Okay, I'm going to only copy the name of the package, and inside my requirement.txt, and inside my requirement.txt, I'm going to paste it. Okay, that's the idea. Now the second package actually I need for the speak function, because if my system has to speak something, definitely I need a Python library, because I'm not going to write the code from scratch, because I told you in Python for all the domain, let's say different libraries are there, tons of libraries are there. Okay, we'll be utilizing those are the library. That's why we love Python. Okay, Python is so popular nowadays. Okay, because of this particular libraries implementation. So for speak also, I don't need to write the code from scratch. So again, I can use one library. Okay, that means I can use one package inside Python for the speak operation. So the name of the library is pyttx. Okay, pyttx. Okay, pyttx3 pypy. Okay, if I just go to in this particular website, see pyttx means Python text to speech. Okay, text to speech library. Text to speech, that means you will be giving text, it will automatically convert that particular text to a speech. That means the voice. Okay, that's the idea. Now I'm going to copy this particular library name, and here I'm going to paste it. Okay, now if you want to use pyttx3 and speech recognition, so there is another library you have to use called pyaudio. Okay, pyaudio you have to also install pyaudio. So as of now, let's define these are the library only. If I need something later on, I'll be adding here. Okay, later on. So now let me save. You have to make sure you are saving this particular file with the help of Ctrl S. And now what I will do, I'll just write this particular command. So pip install -r requirement, -r requirement.txt. Now if I execute this particular command, you will see that all the library would be installed one by one. See, let me show you. All the library will be installed one by one. First of all, it will install speech recognition, pyttx3 or pyaudio, and so on. Okay, so it will take some time, so I'll just wait. I'll just pause the video. Once this installation is completed, then I will come back again. So guys, you can see installation is completed and there is no error. That means congratulations, you have installed successfully. Now let me clear the terminal. As of now, yeah. So guys, you can see all the library has installed inside my environment, the newly created environment. Now I can start the implementation. So for this, I'm going to create a file here. I'm going to name it as main.py. Okay, so this is my file. Inside this particular Python file, I'm going to implement my project. And now see, I'm not taking any Jupyter notebook here. I've taken a Python file actually, because I told you whenever we'll be implementing actually project, we'll be using Python file, and whenever we'll be doing the experiment, that time actually I'm going to use Jupyter notebook file. Okay, that is the idea. So here first of all, let's import all the library one by one. Okay, now see, if I want to import actually speech recognition library, so I have to import like that. So just write import speech. See, it will automatically suggest you speech, but if you're not getting the suggestion, that means you have selected the wrong environment. Below actually you can see this is the environment, and now you can see currently it is set as base environment. Now just click here and set your current one, the environment actually you have created. You can see the Jarvis system. I will now select it. Now see, if I now write this speech, and it will give me the suggestion, you can see. Okay, now I'll select this particular speech recognition, and I'm going to write as SR. Okay, SR. So what I've written, see, as SR means I'm giving a alias name. Okay, I'm giving a short name, because what happens actually if I'm not giving as SR, so every time I need to call this particular library as speech recognition, and then I'm going to use some of the functionality of the speech recognition. Okay, but if you want to, let's say, make this particular library as a short name, if you want to add some alias name, you can use this particular as keyword. Now after as, you can give any kinds of short name. Let's say I will give SR, that means speech recognition. Okay, that is the idea. So in Python, everything is possible. Fine. Then the next library actually I'm going to import my PyTTX3, because I told you I need to also make this speak functionality of my application. For this I can use Python speech to text. Okay, text to speech. So TTX3. Okay, this one TTSX3. Okay, this is the library. So here the first thing we'll be implementing this speak function. Okay, speak function. You can also implement take command, or let's say listen function, but I'm going to create this particular speak function at the very first. So to create this speak function, I already told you we can use this particular PyTTSX3 library. Now how to use this particular PyTTSX library? Okay, you can simply go to the documentation of PyTTX3. So just search for PyTTX3 documentation. Okay, documentation. So here you will see the official documentation of PyTTX3, and here you can see how to use this PyTTX3, and if you go below, you will see the code snippet. Okay, how we can use them. See, here they have given lots of example, but I'm not going to create this particular things more complex. What I will do, I'll show you the easy one, how we can use this particular PyTTX3. So the first thing what you can do, first thing you have to set the voice. Okay, you have to set the voice. Set the voice means like what voice actually want to take, whether it's a male voice or it's a let's say female voice, because inside our operating system we are having two kinds of voice, male voice and female voice. Okay, if you see the Jarvis system, Jarvis is a male voice. Okay, it's a male voice, so I have to take the male voice. So for this what I can do, first of all, let me comment. Here I will be taking the voice, taking the male voice. Okay, male voice. Okay, from my system. Now see, you have to call this particular PyTTSX3 library. Inside that, first of all, you have to initialize it. Okay, you have to initialize it. You can see they are also initializing. Okay, this one, they are also initializing. And this object actually they are saving in a variable called engine. You can give any name, but I've given engine. And inside that, you have to mention one parameter called SAPI5. Okay. Why I've given SAPI5? Because sometimes actually it will create some issue. Whenever you will execute this particular code, it will give you some issue. Even I was facing before that. And I was reading some of the documentation, and I got to know if I'm mentioning SAPI5, this particular issue would be, let's say, resolved. Okay, automatically it would be resolved. So SAPI5 is actually parameter of the voice. Okay, of the voice actually in our operating system. So it will initialize that particular voice. Okay, automatically. Then this particular engine object will have lots of property, but I'm not going to use all the property. I'm going to only use the voice property. So here I'm going to write engine dot get property. Okay, get property, and here I need to mention I only need the voices. Okay, I only need the voices property. Okay, not anything else. And whatever things it will return, I will just store in a variable called voices. Okay, that's it. Now if you go to the documentation, you can see you can change the voice, because I told you it is having two kinds of voice, male voice and female voice. Okay, now I need to take the male voice. For this I can use the voice ID. So what I will do, I'll just write engine dot set property. I want to set a property of the voice. Okay, voice, and I want to add actually male voice. Okay, male voice, not a female voice. And if you want to use male voice, it is available in the index 0, because if I show you the voices, actually if I print the voices, now let me comment this particular line. See, it will give me actually two kinds of voice. If I execute the code, let's say Python main.py. Okay, sorry, it should be Python main.py. See, it is giving me two voice actually. See, it is giving me two voice. This is one and this is another one, and it is available inside a list. Okay, so first one is the male voice, second one is the female voice. Let me show you. So simply I can just write. See, here I can also show you the name. So for this, what I can do, I can just call this particular ID function, I think. ID. Now let me save and let me execute. Okay, it's a list actually. I can't directly perform the ID. So what I have to do, I can just write a for loop on this particular, let's say, list, and I can show you. So simply I'll just write for I in voices. Okay, then whatever actually I am getting, I'll just print the ID. So I'll just print the ID dot ID. Now see, if I execute the program, see, it is giving me the voice name actually. The first voice name you can see, TTSMS ing US debit 11.0, and the second one is, you can say, US Jida 11.0. Debit is a male voice and Jida is a female voice. So I want to take the debit voice, and if I want to take the debit voice, you can see what is the debit index. This is the first index. Okay, that means 0 index. So that's why I'm using this particular statement. I'm taking the voice 0 index. Okay, 0 index, and now I want to only take the name. I'll just give the ID. Okay, that's it. Okay, whatever code I have written here, I just written in just one line. I hope you got it right. Now let me delete this particular line. I'll also delete this particular line. It's not required. That's it. Now automatically it will set the property with the male voice. Okay, with the male voice. So that means initially you have to set some of the property. Okay, initially you have to initialize the voice and have to set the property because you want to use the male voice. Okay, not the female voice. Okay, I hope it's clear. Now see, if I want to test whether this voice is working or not, I'll just simply write engine dot say. There is a function called say. Okay, say means it will automatically convert any text to voice. Let me show you. So let's say I'll just write hello everyone. Let's say this is my text, and after that you have to set another actually things called engine dot run await, this one. Okay, if you're not giving run await, see, it won't be showing you any kinds of voice. Let me show you. See, if I now execute this program, see, it will speak hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
Okay, I think you heard. Okay, hello everyone. Now let's see if I'm not giving this particular line run await function initialization. Now see, it won't be speaking anything. Okay, it will execute, but there is no speak. So that's why you have to use this particular run await, and they have also mentioned in the documentation, you can see everywhere they're using this particular run await. So again, it is their implementation. This is not my implementation. They have created their library, and if you want to use their library, you have to see their documentation. Okay, how you have to use them. Okay, that is the idea. Apart from that, you can also use ChatGPT because it is the world of AI, and everything is available nowadays with us. So we can also use ChatGPT. Now let's say you want to use one code. Okay, let's say you want to use this PyTTSX library. Okay, and you want to, let's say, speak something. Okay, and let's say you want to convert any kinds of text to speech. So simply you can give a prompt here. So write a text to speech using PyTTSX3. Okay, 3. So you can simply give this particular prompt. Now if I execute, see, it will give you that particular code automatically. Okay, you can see it is suggesting me the code. Now see, it has given me lots of actually parameter, but I don't need it. I can simply do the modification in this particular code, and see, they're using this particular ID, then say function, then run await. Okay, everywhere actually it will give you this particular suggestion. Okay, even in the documentation as well. So why I've showed you this one, because I just wanted to show you how, if you're using any external library, how you can get to know about this particular library. Okay, how to use them properly. Okay, so there's so many examples you will get over the Google. If you search on Google as well, you will get lots of code snippet. You can see that, and you can modify with respect to your requirement. But the code actually I have showed you. Okay, this you can use this particular code snippet. Okay, if you want to work with the text to speech. Okay, speech conversion, you can use this particular code snippet. Okay, but see, I think one thing you have observed. So far, everything we have written as a Python script. But what I told you, whenever I'm creating any kinds of application, that means real-time application, I don't need to use the scripting programming. I have to use the functional programming. That means I will be creating different module, different function. So for speak operation, I can create a function here, okay, separately. And whenever I need it, I can call that particular function. So instead of writing like that, what I will do, I'll just take a function. Okay, I'll just take a function and I'm going to name this particular function is speak. Okay, speak. And this will take actually text. This particular function will take text as an input, and it will convert that particular text to a voice. So here I'll use the same logic engine.say, and whatever text actually I'm getting, I will pass inside the say, and I'm going to use run await. Okay, now see, if I want to now convert any text to speech, so simply I'll just call this particular function speak. Inside that I can pass any kinds of text. That's I'll give hello, my name is Bappy. Now let me save and let me execute the program.
Hello, my name is Bappy.
I think you have heard. Okay, so not only that, you can give any kinds of text here. Let's say I'll give I am a programmer. Any kinds of text you can pass here. It will speak that particular, it will convert that particular text to speech.
I am a programmer.
Got it? And I think you can see one echo because of my microphone. So whatever sound actually I'm getting from my speaker, my microphone is also detecting that particular, let's say, sound. That's why there's some echo. But if you execute from your end, I think you can see the clear voice. Okay, I hope you clear. So that's it. Now let me delete this particular line. It's not required. So see, we have successfully created this particular speak functionality. Okay, speak component. Now let's work on the listen component. Okay, listen component means if I'm speaking something, my system will try to recognize that particular speech. Okay, it will try to recognize, try to listen. Okay, that means it will be the voice recognition. Okay, then with the help of that, we'll be creating this particular function called take command. Let's say if I'm giving any kinds of command, let's say if I'm telling hey Jarvis, what is the time? So it will try to recognize my command, right? So to recognize the command, I'll be using this particular listen functionality. That means speech recognition functionality. So for this, I can use this particular speech recognition library. Okay, speech recognition library I can use. So what I'll do, I'll create another function. But before that, let me close this terminal here because it is actually filling my space here. So what I will do, I'll close it and I will open up my Anaconda prompt in this particular directory. I think from Anaconda prompt, I can execute the code. That would be fine. So this is my Anaconda prompt. Let me redirect my location. So this is my location. It is in E drive actually. So first of all, let me go to the E drive. Then I'm going to do the change directory operation cd. Then I'm going to paste this particular link. Now you can see I'm inside my project directory. Now here I'm going to activate my environment. So conda activate. Okay, you can see my environment has been activated. Now from here also I can execute my file. See, now if I give the command, let's say python main.py. Okay, it's working. It's not speaking because I have not called this particular function. Okay, that's it. Now let me minimize this particular screen. Now see, after closing that terminal, I can see more space here. So it would be easy for me to write the code right now. Fine. Okay, now for the take command, what I can do, I can use this particular speech recognition library. Okay. Now again, if you want to use this speech recognition library, how to use it? So you can go to the documentation of speech recognition documentation. So you will see how we can use it. So if you search on Google and you will see different documentation, so you can open up any kinds of documentation. Let's say I'll open this one. And here I will see the code snippet. Okay, I can use here. So you can see this is the code snippet. So that's actually we can use this particular speech recognition library. Again, I will share you one simple actually code snippet so that you can use it as it is, because there are so many implementation you can see. Again, it would be a little bit confusing for you, for the beginner, I know that. So I'll just show you in an easiest manner. Actually, you can use this particular speech recognition library. Either you can also ask in the chat GPT, just try to give a prompt. I want to recognize a voice. Just give me one code with the help of speech recognition library. You will see that your chat GPT also will generate that particular code for you. Okay. So let me show you how I created this particular speech recognition. So for this, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to name it as take command. Okay, take command. This is the function. So inside this particular function, first of all, I will call my speech recognition library. That means SR, because I have given an alias name. I think you remember SR.recognizer. Okay, recognizer. There is a function called recognizer. You will see that this is available here also. SR.recognizer. Yeah, you can see that SR.recognizer they're also using. Okay, so it will start the recognition. Okay, after initializing it, then it will give me one object. I'll store in a R variable. Okay, it is a recognizer object. Then I have to assign my microphone, because currently I'm using a microphone, right? With the help of microphone, it will listen my voice, yes or no. With the help of my microphone, it will listen my voice. It will actually understand my voice. So here I have to assign my microphone. So here I'll just write with sr dot microphone. There is a function called microphone, and I'm going to use my microphone as source. Okay, source of input. Okay, source of input. Once it is listening something, I'll give a message here. So it is listening right now. Okay, listening. Fine. Then I will give a time here. That means the threshold time, pause threshold time. Let's say after a specific time, again it will start the recognition. So here there's a parameter you can define called pause threshold. Just give it as 1 millisecond. If you check the documentation as well, they're also suggesting you can use different parameter here, like pause threshold. Okay, and there are some more parameter you can use. So after 1 millisecond, again it will start the listening, because you have to give some specific time. Otherwise, what will happen? It will continuously listening, and there would be an issue actually whenever it will the recognition. So that's why you have to give some time. Okay, time to wait. Then after that, whatever actually speech I'm giving to my microphone, and it is being stored in the source. So this is this source actually I'm going to pass inside my listen function. So here I'm going to run r.listen. Okay, r.listen. There is a function inside that you have to give this particular source. Okay, you will give this particular source, and it will give you one audio object. Okay, it will give you one audio object. Now I have to convert this particular audio to text. Okay, I have to convert this particular audio to text. That means I have to recognize this particular voice. For this, I can use a Google recognition, voice recognition API. It is already available inside speech recognition library. So again, so for this I can just write it here, but before that I'll just take a try except block, because exception handling I have to perform, because it's an external package I'm using, and definitely if I'm connecting with the Google API, so sometimes let's say this server might be down and it will throw me one error, but I don't want to get the error. What I want to do, I want to handle that particular exception. If I'm getting the error, I need to show in front of the user there is something going wrong in this particular application. Okay, so that's how we have to resolve it. Okay, that's how we have to use this particular code in a try except block. I already told you what is the use of this try except block. Okay, error handling inside Python. Okay, and what is the use of it? So that's why I'm using this particular try except block. I'll take the try block. Inside that, as of now, I'll just do the pass statement. I will also take the exception block. Let's say except exception as e, and whatever e actually I'm getting, I can print it. Okay, I can print it. Either you can also log this particular exception. And how to add the login, I think I showed you the login, how to perform the login in Python. So let me copy that particular log actually we have written. So this is the login in Python. I think you remembered we just learned here. I'll copy all the code here. Let's say I will import the login and operating system, and I will also I'll also copy this particular code snippet, and here I can mention it. Okay, this is my login code. So here I can write, this is logger. Okay, this is logger for the application. Okay, application. Now simply I can just log the information. Instead of printing, I can just write login. Okay, login dot info. Inside that I can pass this particular e. Okay, I hope you cleared. Now inside try, first of all, I'll just give a message recognizing. Okay, recognizing. Then I will call my Google API. So here I'll just write r dot recognize. So here you have to write r dot recognize Google. Okay, with the help of Google actually API, I want to recognize this particular voice. So it will take the audio. Okay, the audio object you are getting. So I'll copy the audio and here I'll pass it. And here you have to specify the language. That means the, let's say, accent. That means in which accent actually will be speaking. See, mostly I follow the, let's say, English India accent. So here I'll just write language. If you follow the American accent, you can also give the American accent here as well. Okay, it's completely fine. So here you can give English. I'll be speaking in English and in a Indian accent. Okay, this is the idea. So again, everything is available in the documentation of speech recognition library. You can check it out. Then once it will recognize the voice, it will give me one text, and that text actually I'll be storing in a variable called query. Okay, query. And now let me print this particular query. I'll take a AF string, and inside that I'll just write user said. Okay, whatever you will be speaking, it will print here, and it will also print a new line. Okay, that's why I've given /n. And if some exception going on, it will log the information. And if you want to also print something in the terminal or in the console, you can also use a print statement. And here I'll say that again please. Okay, say that again please. That means something going wrong inside this particular try block. Okay, that's why it will give you say that again please, and it will return none. Okay, it will return none that time. Otherwise it will return my query. Okay, the query actually I'm getting after doing the recognition. If my try block is working fine, okay, that time it will return my query. Otherwise it will go inside the exception and it will give me none. I hope it is clear now. Now let me execute the code and let me show you whether everything is fine or not. Simply I can call this particular function. Okay, and it will return actually query. So I will store in a query, or I can store in a text, and I can print this particular text. Now I'll open up my terminal, and now let me execute the program. So I'll just write python main.py. Now see, it's listening. I'll say hello everyone. See, recognizing. Now you can see user said hello everyone. Okay, now see, if I again execute, how are you? See, user said how are you. That means perfectly it is recognizing my voice. Okay, and the voice actually I'm giving, it is trying to convert everything in a text. Okay, everything in a text. Now I can also use the speak function to speak this particular text. So what I can do, whatever text actually I'm getting, I'll just pass it the speak function. Okay, speak text. Now if I execute the program, how are you?
How are you?
If I again execute, hi, my name is Bappy.
Hi, my name is Bappy.
I hope you got it right. So that's how actually we can take the command and we can convert that particular command to the voice. Okay, that means whatever text actually it is giving me, I can convert it to the voice again. I hope it is clear. Okay, so successfully we have created two component. So this listen and speak, and take command, it is the same as per your listen, because we are using listen inside take command only. I hope you got it right. So this is the entire command. We can use the take command from my user. Okay, any kinds of command. So whatever things they are telling, it will return that particular text as it is. Okay, now see, with the help of this particular two function, I can easily write the different condition, different tasks. Okay, I want to perform from my application. Now let me show you some of the tasks actually I want to perform from my Jarvis. And if you see the project folder, it will also create the log file. Inside it will create the application log, and it is also logging the information. See, it is also logging the information. Okay, different information. So these are some actually metadata it will save automatically. Whenever you are using speech recognition, it will save some metadata inside that. And if you do some mistake, okay, if you do some mistake, it will go to the exception block, and it will see, if I just show you one exception, I think that will be fine. See, here I'm not going to speak anything. I'll just give some, let's say, noise.
None.
See, it will tell me say that please, because I haven't passed any kinds of voice. Okay, I have given some noise. That's why actually it is printing say that again please, and it is speaking none. So fine, I think you are clear. Okay, how it is working, this particular function. Okay, so far whatever concept actually we have learned, everything we are trying to use. So we are using functional concept. We are also using exception handling concept. Okay, we are using different things. So guys, so far everything is working fine, but one issue I think you can see, every time I have to execute my file. See, I will execute my file. Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
It will recognize and see my code execution is terminated. That means again I have to execute the file again. So again it's an issue, right? Every time I don't want to execute my file, it will keep on listening my voice. Okay, so for this what I can do, I think we can use something called while loop. While is an infinite loop we can use. So while, I'll just give this condition as true. That means I'm trying to say I want an infinite loop. Okay, inside while loop, actually it will keep on listening. Okay, it will keep on listening. That means it will take my query. Okay, query is equal to take command. and whatever query actually I'm getting, I'm going to just do the speak operation. Okay, speak operation. Now see, every time what will happen, it will keep on listening my voice and I can speak there. So let me again execute the program. Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
How are you doing?
How are you doing?
My name is Bappi.
My name is Bappy.
Got it. Unless and until I'm not stopping the program, it won't be stopped. So now I'll press Ctrl C from the keyboard and it will stop the execution. Okay, I hope you got it. Fine. All right. Now see, if you see the Jarvis system, whenever Jarvis will turn on, it will wish you something. Let's say good morning, good evening, or let's say good afternoon. Okay, so this kinds of, let's say, wish actually it will perform based on the time. So I can also create a function called wish me, and inside that I can write this particular logic. So what I'll do, I'll just create a function here. After this particular take command function, maybe I can create a function, and this function will wish you. Okay, wish you. You can also mention the doc string inside every function. You can also mention a doc string. So let me mention. So let's say I'll just give a doc string here. This function converts text to a voice. Arguments, it takes the text, text, and returns speech. Or I can just write voice. Okay, voice. So similar wise, I can also write a, let's say, doc string here. This function takes command and recognize, returns text as query. Okay, you can also write some more information, but I'm just writing in a short way. You can edit it later on. Okay, it's up to you. Now here I'm going to create another function called wish me. Wish me, or I can just create like that, wish underscore me. So it won't be taking any input. So inside that, first of all, I will take the time. Actually, I will take the current time. So to take the current time, you can use one package called date and time. So input date time. Okay, this one I can use. So simply I'll take the hour. Okay, hour is equal to date time. Okay, dot date time dot now. If you do the now operation, it will give you the current timestamp. Let me print and let me show you. So if I print the hour, so I have to call this function. Let me comment this line. Now let me call this function wish me. Now see, if I execute the program, so it is giving me time object. Now if I want to get the time, what I have to do, why? Because okay, so I have to give the parenthesis here. Now see, if I execute the program, now see, it is giving me the current time and date. Okay, but I need the hour only. Okay, so if I want to take the hour, I'll just simply write dot hour here. Now if I again execute, see, I'll get the hour. Okay, that means it's 13. That means it's 1 p.m. right now. Okay, it's 1 p.m. So 13 minutes, it's 1 p.m. Okay, it's an international time. That's why. Now I'll just write a condition based on that. I'll just write if my hour, okay, hour is, let's say, greater than and equal to 0. Okay, if greater than equal to 0 and hour is less than and equal 12. Okay, less than equal 12. That means I can speak good morning, sir. Okay, good morning, sir. How are you doing? You can give any message. I'm giving this particular message. How are you doing? That's it. Similar wise, I will just write one elif condition. So it should be elif. If my hour is greater than 12 and it is lesser than, let's say, 18 hours, that means it's good afternoon. You can simply calculate the time. You will see that it's afternoon. Okay, it's afternoon time. or in the else condition, good evening. That means if it is more than 18, it will give you good evening that time. Okay, good evening. Okay, I hope you got it. So after wishing you, it will speak another thing. So it will introduce actually itself. Let's say I'll just write, I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you? Okay, that's it. Now see, if I now execute the wish me function, it will wish you, then it will tell you this particular message.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Okay, so it is telling me good afternoon, sir, because currently it's here actually it's 13 hours. Okay, more than 13 hours. That means it is matching this condition, and it is telling me good afternoon, sir. I am Jarvis. Tell me how I can help you. Okay, I hope you got it. So now instead of calling it here, I'll call this particular statement inside my while loop. Okay, so whenever I'll execute my program, at the very first it will just wish me. Okay, then it will start taking the command. Okay, that is the idea. So let me show you. So if I execute the program now.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
My name is Bappi.
My name is Bappy. Good afternoon, sir.
Again, it is telling
how are you doing?
Sir. Let me stop.
I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
See, I'll stop the execution. Now it will stop. Fine. Now I'm going to add some task. Okay, to my Jarvis, because I want to give some command and it will perform some task based on the command. Here you can perform lots of tasks. Again, the logic actually I'm going to implement. It's a conditional based logic. Going forward, I will also show you how we can use artificial intelligence, okay, to automate this particular process. So the code actually I'm writing, it's a conditional based code. Okay, so far. Okay, it's not the AI actually I'm using here. I'll also show you how we can integrate AI. Okay, I'll implement the same kinds of projects, and there I'll be using large language model. That means LLM. That means artificial intelligence technique to handle this at the command as well, to handle this at the task as well. It can perform any kinds of task that time. Whatever question you'll be asking, it can give you all kinds of answer. Okay. Now let me write some conditional statement here. So what I will do, I don't want to speak right now. I'll just write some condition here. If, let's say, user is asking the time. Okay, user is asking the time. I'll just write if time in query. If time in query. So here I'm using membership operator. I think you know what membership operator does. So query is what? Query is nothing but it's a text. If I show you, query is nothing but it's a text. If I print, okay, if I print my query, it's a text. That means it's a string, right? Let me execute.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Okay, you can see it's a text only. It's a string only. Now let me comment this line as of now, because every time it will wish me. Okay, you can see it's a string. Now I can perform this membership operator on top of a string. If I just write time in query, so what it will return? Tell me. If I'm just asking what is the time, definitely time would be there in the query. So I'll just write print yes. Okay. Okay, print yes. Now see what will happen if I execute the program. So I'll again exit the program. What is the time? See, what is the time? Time is there inside this particular string. That's why it's printing yes. That means my condition is true. Okay, I hope you got it, how I'm writing this particular logic. So once time is there, so I want to speak the time from my Jarvis. Okay, so what I will do, I can use the same datetime package to get the time. See, that's how actually I can get the current timestamp. Okay, from my system, you can see first of all I'm getting the hour, minute, then seconds. Okay, then I want to speak this. Okay, I want to speak this from my Jarvis. So I'll call my speak function. Inside that I'll just write, sir, the time is, this is the time. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, let me show you. Hey Jarvis, what is the time?
Sir, the time is 13 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, I hope you got it. Now let me stop the execution. So it will give me the time, that time. Okay, that means I'm not taking the entire command. I'm just only checking the time is there in the query or not. This is called conditional actually let's say command handling, conditional command handling. Okay, it's not an AI handler I'm implementing, but what about AI? AI will recognize your entire voice. Okay, based on that, it will give you the response. But here, I'm just writing a condition. If time is there, then it will give you the time. Okay, similar ways, you can also use some other condition. Let me show you. So I'll take another condition. I'll just take elif. I'll just write name in. I'll just write name in query. Okay. So once name in query is there, I want to speak. My name is Jarvis. Okay. My name is Jarvis. Now let me show you. Hey, what is your name?
My name is Jarvis.
Got it? That means what is happening now, name is there inside the query, and whenever this condition is matching, it is telling my name is Jarvis. That means everything I'm writing as a condition, and I'm using speak function again and again, whatever function I have written here. Okay, and every time I'm using this particular take command function, it will keep on listening. Whatever query user is asking, it will match the condition. If one of the condition is matching, it will give you the response with respect to that. Now see, every time I have to press Ctrl+C to exit from my terminal, I can also give a command to exit. So here I can write elif if exit. Okay, exit in query. So simply it will speak goodbye sir. Okay, after that it will exit the application. So for this you can use this particular exit function. Now let me show you. Hey, what is your name?
My name is Jarvis.
Okay, please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Now see, my execution would be done. Okay, so every command you can set here, all the tasks you can perform here. If you just simply search on Google like Jarvis different command, you will see people have already written different command. You can use it in your condition as well. Okay, I'm going to show you some of the command, some of the tasks. Okay, apart from that, you can add more. Okay, add more. This should be your task actually. Now let me show you how you can open your Google. Okay, if you are, let's say if I want to open my google.com, facebook.com, how I can do it. So for this, I'm going to use one library called web browser. So it is already available inside Python. You don't need to install it. Called web browser. Okay, web browser. With the help of web browser, I can open up any kinds of browsers. So let me show you. So here I will give a condition. Elif. Let's say I want to open Google. Okay, so I'll just write open Google. Open Google. There is one issue actually I have to fix. See, I'm giving open Google like that. That means it will check this particular keyword in my string. But let's say in some cases in your query, Google, let's say spelling would be in capital form. That time actually it won't be matching. So for this, what I will do, all the command actually I'm taking, everything I'll just try to convert in a lower format. Because it's a string, I can perform this lower function on top of it. Now everything would be converted as a lower. Okay, that's how we can handle this particular situation. Now I'll just write elif open in query. So it will open the google.com. So let me show you. See, first of all, it will speak. Okay, sir, please type here what you want to read, and it will open the google.com. See, I'm using the web browser package. And inside web browser, you are having a function called open. Inside that, you can give any kinds of domain name. Let's say google.com. It will open to google.com. Let me show you. If I now execute the program. Hey, Jarvis, I want to read something. Please open Google.
Okay, sir. Please type here what do you want to read.
Now see, my Google would be opened automatically. Fine. Now let me get back. Please exit the application.
Goodbye, sir.
Fine. Now, similar wise, you can also open the Facebook. Let's say you have give Facebook here. Now it will open the facebook.com. Hey, I want to use my Facebook. Please open Facebook.
Okay, sir. Please type here what do you want to read.
Okay, see, it is trying to open up my Facebook right now. So let me stop the execution. Now see, here you can change the message. Okay, sir. opening Facebook. I can write like that, opening Facebook. Fine. Yeah. Similar wise, you can also open github.com, stackoverflow.com, anything you can open. Fine. Now one last one more actually, let's say task I want to add here. Let's say if I want to search anything and it is not available inside my, let's say, condition, it will search in the Wikipedia. So for this, what I can do, I can use one package called Wikipedia. Okay, there is a Python package is available called Wikipedia. Okay, Wikipedia you can install. So let me install this Wikipedia. So I'll open up my terminal and I'll install this Wikipedia. So I'll just write pip install -r requirement.txt. It will install the Wikipedia. Okay, Wikipedia installed. Now I'll get back. I'll import the Wikipedia. So import Wikipedia. Fine. Let me show you the condition for the Wikipedia. See, this is the condition for the Wikipedia. That means if you are speaking Wikipedia, okay, in your command, that means it will search in the Wikipedia, whatever query you are asking. Let's say, first of all, it will speak searching Wikipedia, then query, whatever query actually you are giving. Whatever query actually you are giving, first of all, it will replace the Wikipedia with empty word, because I don't need to search the Wikipedia inside a Wikipedia. That's why I'm replacing this particular keyword with empty word. Now it will search in the Wikipedia. You can see Wikipedia package I'm using, and inside that there is a function called summary, and you have to give your query here. And I only want to return 2 sentences, okay, from my Wikipedia, because if you open the Wikipedia, there would be thousands of, let's say, line, but I only need 2 lines, and it will speak that particular statement. Okay, you can see, first of all, it will speak according to Wikipedia. It will print in the terminal and it will speak that particular results. Let me show you. So I'll open up my terminal, and now if I execute, hey Jarvis, who is Salman Khan according to Wikipedia?
Searching Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, Abdul Rashid Salim Salman Khan, pronounced SLMNXN, born December 27, 1965, is an Indian actor, film producer, and television personality who predominantly works in Hindi films. In a career spanning over 3 decades, Khan has received numerous awards, including 2 National Film Awards as a film producer, and 2 Filmfare Awards as an actor.
Please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Got it? So if you want to search anything according to Wikipedia, you can use this particular condition. That time it will go to the Wikipedia and it will automatically search from there. Okay, make sure you have the internet connection, otherwise it won't be working. Okay, I hope you got it. So that's how you can create your Jarvis system. You can add different tasks right now. You can open music, you can open any kinds of file. Okay, simply just go to Google and search. You will get each and everything. Okay, all the code, how to open a music, how to open a, let's say, directory. Okay, everything you can do. So that should be, guys, task from my end. Please add some more features here and please comment out some more features so that I want to see whether you are able to do it or not. Because so far you have learned everything and you know how to explore over the internet as well. You have the chat GPT, everything you have right now. So please explore on top of it and try to add some more function on this particular application. Okay, and again, it's a very interesting application we have created. And see, small spoke topic, whatever we have learned previously, everything we have integrated here. All the functional concept, exceptional handling concept, okay, a logging concept, conditional statement concept, then packaging concept, everything we have added here. Fine, I hope you got it. Now let me again execute the application and finally run this one. Hey, what is the time, Jarvis?
Sir, the time is 13 hours 45 minutes and 14 seconds.
What is your name?
My name is Jarvis.
What is mathematics according to Wikipedia?
Searching Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, what is mathematics? Is a mathematics book written by Richard Durant and Herbert Robbins, published in England by Oxford University Press.
Who is Shah Rukh Khan according to Wikipedia?
Searching Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, Shah Rukh Khan, pronounced XXN, born November 2, 1965, also known by the initialism SRK, is an Indian actor and film producer who works in Hindi cinema. Referred to in the media as the Badshah of Bollywood and King Khan, he has appeared in more than 100 films, and earned numerous accolades, including 14 Filmfare Awards.
Okay, Jarvis, thank you. Please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Got it? So again, interesting application we have created, and I think you enjoyed this particular project a lot. So please try to add some more features. Okay, try to explore the Jarvis, whatever Jarvis can do, we can also add here. Okay, so with that, now I'm going to end this particular video, because everything I showed you how we can do the implementation. Okay, I think I mentioned to uncomment this particular line. I have to uncomment. Now see, every time it will wish me. If I now execute.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
What is the time?
Sir, the time is 13 hours 46 minutes and 59 seconds. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Now one issue, see, every time whenever loop is over, every time it is wishing me, but I don't want that. What I will do, I'll simply cut it, and here I'm going to paste it before the while loop. Okay, now what will happen, it will only wish me one time. Let me show you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
What is your name?
My name is Jarvis.
Please exit Jarvis.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay, so that's how we can handle this particular situation as well. Fine. Okay, so far the project actually we have implemented. This is based on the conditional statement, because you can see every time I've just written the condition, and if this condition is not matching, your application won't be working. So again, you have to follow the condition always, right? So apart from that, we'll be also learning another implementation. There we'll try to use actually artificial intelligence technique. We'll be using large language model, generative AI concept to implement this particular Jarvis system. That means personal AI assistant system. Okay, so I hope you got it. So I think you got it, the entire implementation and the entire logic. And if you have any issue, let me know in the comment section. Definitely your issue should be resolved. So yes, this was all about from this particular video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we'll be implementing another amazing project called Multilingual AI Assistant with the help of Python. In our previous video, we already implemented one project called Jarvis system. Okay, like Iron Man Jarvis system we have developed. And I think you have learned a lot from that particular video. So we'll be utilizing the same concept here as well. And this particular application will be implementing, it would be a little bit advanced than your previous application you have developed, right? So here we'll be utilizing actually artificial intelligence concept. That means we'll be utilizing something called generative AI here. Okay, with the help of large language model, we'll be implementing this particular project. See, in our previous project, what was the main issue there? See, the main issue there actually, it was a conditional based programming. So based on the condition, actually it was performing the task. But what about actually any casual conversation? Okay, whatever, let's say any casual command. So it was not working in that particular point, right? So application will be implementing right now. So this will support actually all kinds of command, all kinds of language, even all kinds of casual conversation as well. So we'll be utilizing the core artificial intelligence in this particular video, and we'll be trying to implement this particular projects. And if you're not familiar with artificial intelligence, no need to worry, because here we'll be implementing the projects. Everything we'll be using as a practical tool. Okay, so no need to understand any kinds of theory. It's completely fine. But if you're interested in learning artificial intelligence, the first thing you have to master Python. So that is what actually I'm teaching you so far. And make sure you complete this particular playlist, and after completing this particular playlist, you will become a champion inside Python, and you can switch in any kinds of domain. You can learn artificial intelligence, you can do web development, you can do software development, any kinds of domain you can switch your career. Okay, so no need to worry. Even I'll be also discussing about artificial intelligence in this particular channel itself. So each and everything you will get from here only. Okay, so make sure you subscribe the channel and share this video with your friends and family. So first of all, let me tell you what is multilingual AI assistant. See, multilingual means it can support multi-language. See, previously I was working with only English language, right? I was giving the English command and all, but the application will be implementing, it can support multi-language. Okay, that's why it's called multilingual AI assistant. Okay, we'll be implementing. So I think you already know if I want to develop any project, so what are the steps we have to follow? First of all, we have to create the project folder, then we'll be creating the environment, then we'll be setting some of the requirements, okay, in that particular environment. So let's perform those are the steps. So I'm going to open up my folder, and there I'm going to open up my VS Code, and I'll be creating the environment, okay, for this particular project, because here we are implementing another new project. So make sure you are creating a new environment, okay, for this particular project. So here I'm going to create a folder, The folder name would be multilingual AI assistant. Now let me just create this particular folder. Now inside that, I'm going to open up my Visual Code Studio. So let me open my Visual Code Studio. So this is my Visual Code Studio. Now let me zoom this particular screen. Yeah, I think now it is visible. Now the first thing, as I already told you, first of all, you have to create the environment. So to create the environment, so what you can do, you can open up your Anaconda prompt. Now I'll just copy this particular location and let me redirect it here. First of all, I will go to my E drive. Then I'll write the cd command. Now I'll paste this particular path. Then if I hit enter, see, now I'm inside my this particular folder. Okay, now let me make a bigger screen. Now here the first thing, we'll be creating the environment. So let me create the environment, and I think you know how to create the environment. So you have to execute the command conda create -n, give the name of the environment. Let's say this is AI assistant. Okay, AI assistant, or I can only give assistant, I think. And now specify the Python version. So Python is equal to, now I'm going to use something called Python 3.10. Okay, why 3.10? Because here we'll be working with large language model, and large language model wise we'll be using one model called Gemini. Okay, this is for Google actually. I think you know what is Gemini, right? So let me show you. So Gemini is nothing but it's a large language model. So if I search for Gemini, you will see this particular Gemini app. Okay, it is already hosted from the Google. It is like your chat GPT. Okay, so here you can also do the chat operation and all. And in the backend of this particular application, Gemini model is running. You can see Gemini model is running. Okay, so we'll be using this particular Gemini model. And if I want to use Gemini model, I have to use one Google Generative AI library. That means package. And that particular package supports Python 3.10. Okay, if you're not using 3.10, there might be some issue. Okay, that's why it's recommended to use Python 3.10. Now let's give -by. Now, if I execute this particular line, I think my environment would be created. So let's wait. So guys, you can see my environment is created. Now I have to activate. So let me copy the command and let me execute it here. Now I have activated my environment. Now what I have to do, I have to install some of the package here. So let me create a requirement.txt file here. Requirements.txt. Now inside that, I'm going to mention all the library I need for this particular project. So here the first thing, we need something called speech recognition. Why? Because again, we are creating an AI assistant system and it will take our command, right? So we'll be speaking and that particular speech actually it will try to recognize. And how to do the recognition? I think you saw my previous implementation, right? There I was using this speech recognition package, right? So we'll be using the same code only. Okay, here also. Then I need something called Pi audio. Okay, because if I want to use the speech recognition, I need this particular package. Then I need a Google Generative AI library because I told you I'm going to use Gemini model. Okay, and if I want to use Gemini model, I have to use this particular library, Google Generative AI, and this package is from Google. Okay, Google itself. Then I'm also going to convert actually text to speech. That means I'm going to save that particular speech file in a MP3 file. So for this, I'm going to use this particular package called GTTX. Okay, that means Google text to speech. Okay, this library. Previously, I was using PyTTXX3. But here I'm going to use this particular GTTS. Okay, this one, because I want to show you like different packages. That's why I'm going to use this one. Then I need another package called pipwin. So if you want to use this particular GTTS, you also need to install pipwin. Then the last package actually I need Streamlit. Okay. Now you can ask me what is Streamlit. See, Streamlit is a Python actually package. With the help of Streamlit, we can create a web application. Okay, we can create a UI, that means user interface, without writing any kinds of HTML and CSS code. So I'll tell you, it's like very easy to use. Only with the help of 1 to 2 line of code, you can easily create a actually server, local server. It will look like a web application and you can create a user interface. Okay. See, previous project actually I didn't create any kinds of user interface. In this particular project, I'll show you how we can also create the user interface with the help of Streamlit in a very easy way. Okay. So these are the actually library I need for this particular project. Now let me just install them one by one. So pip install -r requirement.txt. Now if I execute, see, now all the library would be installed one by one. So again, it will take some time. So let's wait. I'll come back once this particular installation is completed. So guys, you can see all the package installed successfully. There is no error. So now let me clear the terminal and let me minimize it as of now. Fine. So now here I'm going to create a file and I'm going to again name it as main.py. Okay. So inside this particular py file, we'll be writing our code. and make sure you've selected the currently created environment. Just click here and select the environment. Let's say the environment name is assistant, and if you're not getting it, just try to refresh here. Okay, after refreshing you will get this particular environment. Now see, everything is set. So as I already told you, we'll be using the same concept, the previous project concept actually. So whatever functionality we have written there, I can use some of the functionality here, like the take command function, because it will take my voice as an input and it will recognize that, right? So we already created that function. So let me copy paste from my previous code. So I'll open up my Jarvis, and here I think you saw we had this particular function. Okay, take command. So I'll copy this particular function as it is, and I'm going to paste it inside this particular main.py. Fine. And for this, what I need my login. Okay, login functionality as well as the speech recognition library. So again, let's copy. So here, what I will do, I will copy this speech recognition library. So here I'm going to paste. I also need to copy the login functionality. So let me also copy. So here is the log file we have written. I can copy this log as it is, and I can paste it here. Okay, for this I need login module. So let me import login. Then I also need something called operating system. So import OS as well. Fine. Now see, everything is fine. Now let me test whether everything is working fine or not. I can execute the take command function. So I'll just copy and let me just call the function here, take command. Now if I execute my application, so Python main.py, hello everyone. See, hello everyone is recognized. That means it's working fine. Okay, so nothing new I have just done, because I already explained this particular code in my previous project. Okay, make sure you're watching that particular video, otherwise it will be a little bit confusing. So it is related to that particular implementation, because I told you we'll be implementing similar kinds of application. Okay, but it would be a little bit advanced, okay, than my previous one. That is the idea. Now in my previous application, I think you remember, we also created another function for the speak. That means it will convert my text to voice. Okay, text to voice. So now I'm not going to use this particular function, because you can see there I was using PyTTSX3 library, but here actually we'll be using something called GTTS. Okay, this particular library. So with the help of GTTS, actually we can save the audio file in a MP3 format. So let me show you how we can do it. So first of all, let me import this library. So see, if I want to import GTTS, so how you need to import, you just need to write from GTTS import GTTS. Now you can ask me why you have written from GTTS import GTTS, because see, it is the concept of object-oriented programming inside Python. Soon we'll start the OOP video as well. So there actually we'll be learning something called Python class. Okay, Python class, and inside class we can define lots of method. So just try to remember, this is a Python class called GTTS, and inside this particular class I'm having one method called GTTS. Okay, this is the method. And if you also search in Google GTTS in Python, so you will also see the code snippet, how we can import it and all, everything you will get from the documentation. So here you can open up any kinds of documentation. Let's say I'll open this documentation, and here you will see the code snippet. Now you can see everyone is importing like that, from GTTS import GTTS. Okay, I think you got it. And no need to worry, I will also teach you this particular OOP concept, like object-oriented programming inside Python. There, this would be more clear, like how we can import anything. Okay, like that, from and import. Okay, how we can use this particular statement. As of now, just try to consider if I want to use GTTS, I need to import like that. Okay, so fine, we have imported this particular GTTS. Now let me create a function. So this particular function will take one text and it will convert in an audio file. So let me create a function called text to speech. It will take the text as an input, and what it will do, with the help of GTTS, inside that you have to define. So inside GTTS, that means inside this particular method, okay, inside this particular method you have to pass two things. One is the text. Okay, the text actually you want to convert in audio file. So this is the text I want to convert. And the second thing, you have to mention the language. So here you can pass English as of now. Okay, en, that means it's an English language. Now it will give you one object, so I'll just save in a ttx variable, and simply I'll just save this particular file. Okay, so there is a method called save, and the format should be mp3. Okay, so output.mp3. okay, or you can just write speech.mp3. okay, now let me show you how it will work. So simply I can show you one example. Let's say, first of all, I will speak something, let's say with the help of take command, and whatever text actually I'll be getting, I'll just try to pass inside text to speech. Fine, now let me save, and if I execute the program, hi, my name is Bappi. Now see, hi, my name is Bappi is saved inside this particular mp3 file. Now let me play and let me show you.
Hi, my name is Bappi.
Got it? That means it will try to convert this particular text to speech. Okay, and it will save in a mp3 file. That is the idea. But previously it was directly speaking with the help of ITTXX3 library. Okay, so both are different. You have to remember. Now we'll be using these two function actually to take the command and convert any kinds of text to voice. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now here the main thing I need that large language model, like Gemini large language model, because whatever, let's say, command user will give, whatever, let's say, question user will ask, everything I will put in. So everything I will send to the Gemini, okay, Gemini model, and Gemini will give me the response, and that particular response I will show to the user, right? This is the idea. Now, if I want to use Gemini, so what I have to do, first of all, I need to take one API key, Gemini API key. For this, just go to Google and search for Gemini API, okay, Gemini API. So we'll get the first website. Just try to open this particular website, and Gemini API is completely free. You don't need to pay anything. So this is the free one. Okay, we'll be using. Now just go below, and here we'll get one option called Get API Key in Google AI Studio. So let me open this particular link. And previously I already created one key, that's why it's visible here, but for you it would be empty. Now let me create a new key. Just click on Create a API Key. Got it. Now select the project. You can select any kinds of project. If you don't have the project, you can create a project. Okay, now let's create the API key. See, this is my API key. Just try to copy, and no need to, and don't share this key with anyone, guys, otherwise they will also access this particular model, okay, from your account. I'm showing you because I will be deleting after the recording. So now let me open up my file, and as of now, just let me save it here. As of now, I'll just save it here. Okay, that's it. Let me do the comment, or I can store it inside this particular txt file as of now, because I need it later on. That's why I just save it. Okay, now as I told you, to use the Gemini you have to use one library called Google Generative AI. So let me import that library. So I'll just write import google.generative AI, okay, as GenAI. So again I'm giving a alias name, okay, GenAI. So now I'm going to initialize my Gemini model. So let me again create a function. So def Gemini, okay, Gemini underscore model. So it will take the user input, okay, user underscore input. User input means whatever command actually will be giving, okay, in this particular application. That means whatever things will be telling, it will come here, okay, as an user input. Now simply I just need to first of all configure the Gemini model. For this I'll just write GenAI dot configure, and inside that I need to pass my API key. Okay, now I'll copy this particular API key, I'll cut it, and here I need to mention the API key. Fine, this is my API key. So what will happen with the help of API key, it will access that particular Gemini model which is present inside the Google Cloud, okay, Google server. I have to initialize the model, like which model I want to use. I want to use the Gemini model. So I'll just write GenAI dot configure, sorry, GenAI so GenAI dot generative model, and I'm going to use one model. The model name is Gemini, okay, Pro. So this model actually will be using, okay, this model actually will be using for this particular application. Now whatever input user is giving, I will simply pass this particular input from in the model. So I'll just write model dot generate content, okay, and this will take the input and it will give you the response. That means the answer, okay, of that particular question. response. And from the response itself, I only want to extract the text. So I'll just write response dot text. I only need the text, okay, not anything else. Then this is my result. Okay, this is my results, and simply I'm going to return this particular result. So return results. That's it. So this is a simple function I have created. Inside that, what is happening? First of all, I am configuring this generative AI, okay, with the help of this API key. That means it will authenticate with Google generative AI. That means the Google AI Studio, there actually my Gemini model is present. Now I'm initializing the Gemini model. Then whatever question user is asking, I'm giving inside the model. Model is giving the response, and that particular response, I'm extracting the text and I'm returning the results. That's it. Okay, that's it. Now let me show you how it will work. So see what I can do. I can call the function one by one. First of all, I will call the take command function, because with the help of that, I will give the question. Okay, that means it will do the speech recognition, and whatever actually user is asking, and whatever question actually I'm getting from the user, I'll pass it to the Gemini model. Okay, Gemini model, it will receive the text. Okay, that means user input, and it will return the results. Okay, so this is my results. Let's say RE my results, and this particular results I'll try to convert in a or let me just print as of now. Let me just print, okay, this particular result. Now see if I execute the program. What is Python? Now see, it is giving you the entire content like what is Python. You can see Python is a general purpose high level programming language. It can be used to develop wide range of software application. So you can ask any kinds of question right now, any kinds of question. Let me show you. What is differentiation in mathematics? See, it is giving me beautiful results. Okay, beautiful results with the example as well. That means whatever, let's say question you can pass in the Gemini app, the same question you can also ask in your application right now. Okay, the application you have created, and it will give you a very good response. Okay, very good response, and you can see the response. Now I don't need to read it. Okay, I want to listen as a audio. So what I need to do, I need to convert this particular response to a audio. So for this, what I can do, I can use this particular text to speech. So simply I can write text to speech, and whatever, let's say result I'm getting, I'm just trying to convert it to audio file. That's it. Now see if I again execute. What is Python? See, it will take some time, because whatever response it has generated, everything would be converted as an audio file. Okay, that's why it will take some time. So you have to wait to convert this particular audio file. So guys, you can see execution is done, and it has generated this speech.mp3. Now if I
Python is a versatile, interpreted, object-oriented, high-level programming language frequently used for developing web applications, data science, machine learning.
So let me stop because it is around 3 minutes. Okay, because it is around 3 minutes. So as of now, let me stop it and let me close it. Okay, I think you got it. Okay, how it is working, and I already tested it. Everything is working fine. So see, now I'm not going to execute my application like that. Instead of that, what I will do, I'll just create a user interface. Okay, so for this, actually, I'm going to use something called Streamlit. So let me import the Streamlit. Import Streamlit as st. Fine. Now here, I'm going to just launch a server. So what I will do, first of all, I will create a function called main. Inside the main function, I'm going to execute my application. Okay, so first of all, I will just I'm going to launch the server of this Streamlit. For this, you can use st.title. Okay, st.title. Inside that, you can give any title. Let's say this is a multilingual AI assistant. Now see, if I execute the program, you will see that it will create a user interface. Okay, beautiful user interface for you. So now let me call the function. So I'll just call this particular function. So let me call main. Fine. Now see, if I execute the program with the help of this command, python main.py, it won't be working. So it is suggesting you have to use streamlit run main.py. So if you're using Streamlit, okay, Streamlit package, Streamlit, let's say web application. So you have to use this particular command to run your application right now. Streamlit run main.py. This is the command. So let me copy and let me run it here. Streamlit run main.py. Okay. Now see, if I execute it, So it is asking for my email. I'm going to just pass it. Okay, I'll just give the enter. Now see, it is telling just allow the application. I'll do the allow operation. Now see, it will launch one web server for you. Okay, see, this is the web server and it is running on your local host. Okay, local host port number 8501. Now see, this is the title. So whatever title you have given here, okay, multilingual AI assistant, it will show here. And see, without writing HTML and CSS code, I'm able to get this particular beautiful user interface. Okay, and here you can also change the color and everything. Let me show you. So let's see if I go to the settings. So here you can change it to light mode. That means you'll see it will give you white interface, but I want to use the black interface. So this is better actually. Dark one. Okay, I'll be using the dark one. Okay, so that's actually without writing any kinds of HTML CSS code, you can launch one web server and you can create a user interface. Okay, UI. That is the idea. So Streamlit is like very powerful inside Python. So it will give you lots of flexibility to create this particular web application. And going forward, we'll be using this Streamlit a lot. Okay, in our project. That's why I'm just showing you the fundamental of Streamlit, how we can use it. Okay, in this particular project. That's it. Now I'll just create a button. So if anyone click on the button, okay, so it will start listening my voice. So to create the button, so I can use something called if st. Okay, st.button. There is a method you will get called button. Inside that, just give the message. Let's say I will give ask me anything. Okay, and if you press the button, okay, if you click on the button, so what will happen? It will give a message. Okay, it will show one message like listening. So with for this actually I'll be using something called spinner. Okay, spinner. So spinner, what it will do, it will show you the loading message. Okay, loading message. Let me show you. So here I'll just give a message called listening. Okay, listening. That's it. Now inside that, I'm going to call my take command function. Okay, the take command function we have written. So let me call it. So it will return me text, and I'm going to call this particular take command function. And whatever, let's say, text I'm getting, I'm going to just print it here. That's it. Now let me execute the application and let me show you how it will work. See, to rerun this particular application, just try to click on the rerun. So it will load the new changes. That means whatever code you have changed, okay, it will reload that particular code. So see, if you just refresh this page, actually, I will see your new change would be updated. So whatever button we have added, now see, it is showing here. Now if I click on the button, it will start recognizing my voice. Let me show you. Hi, how are you doing? See, completed. Now if I open up my terminal, you can see this particular message. Okay, that means everything is working fine so far. Now let me get back to my code. Now what I will do, the text actually I'm getting, first of all, I will give this particular text to my Gemini model. So I'll just call Gemini model. Inside that, I'm going to pass this particular text. So it will give me something called response. Okay, so response. So this response I will give to my text to speech. Okay, text to speech function. So it will try to convert this text to voice. Okay, in MP3 file. I think you know. Okay, this will try to convert. Then what I will do, I'll try to show this particular MP3 file in my user interface. So for this, you have to write this particular code snippet. Let me show you. See, so display audio player and download the link. You can also download that particular audio. Okay, it is also possible. It's a very simple code with the help of Streamlit we are doing. So first of all, we're opening this particular file. You can see speech MP3 in a read binary mode, because I told you if you want to open up any binary file, you can use this RB mode. Okay, that time. Then I'm reading this particular content. Okay. Then you can see text area. Why I'm taking the text area? Because whatever response actually I'm getting, I also want to show this particular response inside my user interface. Okay, it will create a text area. Inside that, it will print all the messages, and this is the size of that particular text area. Now, inside Streamlit, you are having audio function. Inside that, you have to give this particular audio byte, and format is MP3. Okay, audio MP3. So this will automatically render that audio there, and you can also download. Okay, there is a download button I'm adding. Label is download button. You can see download speech. So audio byte, it will download. That means this particular file it will download, and the file, and here I am passing the audio bytes. That means the bytes actually I'm reading after reading. That means the bytes actually I'm getting from this particular file. So this is the data, and the file name is speech.mp3. Okay, this particular mp3, and it is a mp3 format. Okay, so these are the code snippet you have to write. Now you can ask me why I got this particular code. Simply go to the Streamlit documentation. Okay, Streamlit documentation. Okay, like how to create the button, how to create a download button. Okay, everything they have mentioned in that documentation. Just try to go ahead and try to see. Okay, and I'm sharing the simple code with you, so no need to check the documentation as well. If you want to use it, you can use my code as well. Fine, that's it. Now see, everything is fine. Now if I save this particular code, and now if I get back to my user interface again, let me refresh. Now see, everything is fine. Now again, I'll give the input. See what will happen. What is Python? So guys, now you can see I'm getting the response here. You can see this is the response, complete response, and this is the text area. The text area I was talking about, I think you remember. Here is the text area. Okay, text area, and this is the height of the text area. Inside that, all the response actually I can see. Okay, and this is my audio file. Now I can also play this particular file.
Python is a general purpose, high-level, interpreted programming language. It is designed to be both easy to read and easy to write. And it is often used for developing.
Okay, so you can hear the complete audio. I'm going to stop it right now. Now see, if I want to download the speech, I can also do it. So download it. So you can see this file is downloaded. Now I'll open it and I can also play it here.
Python is a general purpose, high-level, interpreted web programmers to learn and use the language.
I think you got it, right? How to download it as well. Now see, I can also give the command in different language also. So let me just give. Kaise ho aap? See, I just ask in the Hindi and I'm getting the Hindi response as well. Then you can also ask something in a different language as well. Let's say Spanish, China, anything you can ask, because it's a multilingual AI assistant we have developed. And in the backend, we're running Gemini model. Okay, so that is how actually we can implement with the help of artificial intelligence. And it's like very interesting concept. Whenever you will be learning in future, you will get it. So we'll be learning so many things inside AI as well. You can follow this particular channel for this. We'll be also bringing lots of content related AI. So yes, we have developed this particular amazing project, guys. I think you like this particular project. And now what you have to do, see, the previous project actually you have learned this particular Jarvis. Okay, so here you have to add this particular user interface with the help of Streamlit. I think I already showed you the Streamlit. Okay, how to use the Streamlit. Another functionality you have to add, the function I have written here. So this particular function, this Gemini function, that means whatever user is giving any casual message, it's giving me the response, okay, from the model itself. This functionality you have to add in the Jarvis AI, okay, Jarvis project as well. So this should be your task, guys. So please try to do it. Please try to attempt at least. If you're not practicing by yourself, if you're not writing the code, it would be a little bit difficult for you. Okay, so try to just modify, try to add some more features in this particular project and all, then definitely you will be learning a lot. Okay, so yes, this is all from this particular video. I hope you like this. So thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi guys, welcome back. In this video, we'll be learning another interesting topic inside Python called converting .py file to executable file. Now you can ask me why we have to convert our py file to the executable file. Executable file means .exe file. Okay, see what happens actually whenever you implement any kinds of software. So initially you write tons of code for that, right? And if I want to execute that particular software, what I have to do? First of all, I have to create a virtual environment. Then I have to set up all the requirement packages. Okay, then I can use your software. Like I can install it, then I can execute your software in my system. But let's say I want to share my software with any other person and they want to, let's say, use my software. But let's say they are not familiar with Python programming. So it's not possible. Like they will be setting all the projects and all, they will be creating the virtual environment, they will install the Anaconda and all, right? It's not possible. As an user, what you will do, just try to double click on my software and they will use that software. Okay, that is the idea, because you can see all the computer software we're having, we have the executable file, right? So after downloading, after installing it, we'll get that executable file. So we just need to double click on that software and we can use that particular software. That is the idea. So we don't need to install anything. Okay, we don't need to install any kinds of package. We don't need to install any kinds of, let's say, Anaconda, right? And we don't open that particular code. So we don't need to do anything. Only we just double click on that particular executable file and we can use that particular software. That is the idea. Okay. So I'll show you practically this part. I think then this would be clear. So here we'll be learning how we can convert any kinds of Python file to the executable file. Let's say if I want to convert my software if I want to convert my code to executable file so that other people can use it without installing anything, so they can use this particular executable file to run my application. So let's try to see the practical demo, then I think this would be more clear. So guys, as you can see, we had created one project actually called Jarvis system, I think you remember. So now let's see if I want to execute this particular Jarvis system, what I have to do. I think you know, first of all, I have to open up my VS Code here. Okay, I have to open up my VS Code here. Then I have to open up my Anaconda prompt here. Okay, I have to open up my Anaconda prompt here. Then I will just copy the path of this particular folder. Then I will redirect into this particular folder. Okay, now what I have to do, I have to activate the environment. I think you know we have created a virtual environment. So if I show you the environment, conda env list. So this is the environment we created, Jarvis system. I'll copy the name of the environment and I'll just activate it. So conda activate Jarvis system. Now see, it is activated. Now I can easily, now I can execute this particular application. But let's say you are opening this particular project for the first time. What you have to do, you have to create the environment, this particular environment. Then inside that you have to set up all the requirements. Okay, then you will be able to use my application. For this you need Anaconda. For this you need Python, right? For this you need, let's say, entire system, right? Entire system, whatever system actually I'm having right now. But it's not actually possible to install everything, okay, for all the user. Now I'll just simply write Python main.py. Now see.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Hey Jarvis, what is the time?
Sir, the time is 9 hours 55 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
See, that's how I can execute this particular application. Now you can see my project format is .py file, because in .py file, I'm having all the code. But I don't want to share my project with .py file. I don't want to share my source code with other people. Okay, so for this, what I can do, I can convert this particular .py file to executable file. That means .exe file. So for this, what you can do, see, I have given a guide already, guide.txt file is there. So just try to open it and all the command I just mentioned here. Okay, what you have to do here. So the first thing, what you have to do, first of all, you have to install one package called PyInstaller. With the help of PyInstaller, we'll be converting this .py file to executable file. So let me show you. So if I copy this particular command and let me execute in my terminal. For me, I already installed that, so it's telling requirement satisfied, but for you, it will install. First of all, just try to execute this command, PyInstaller main.py. So what will happen? It will look for main.py. Okay, it will look for your source code. Okay, source code. And this particular source code would be converted to executable file with the help of PyInstaller. So if I show you, see, if I execute this particular command, see, it is converting. Okay, see, it is converting. So it will take some time. After that, you will see one executable file inside a dist folder. Now see, two folders are created, build and dist. So these two folders would be automatically created, and inside that you will see some of the files, some of the software files. But I don't need all the software files. See, it's completed successfully. Now if I open this particular folder, let's say if I open the build folder, see inside build folder, I'm having main file. Okay, main file. The main file I think you saw here. This is my code main file. Now it has converted to .exe file, that is executable file. Now apart from that, another folder is created called dist. Okay, inside dist also you will see this particular executable file. Now see which main file you will be using. The main file you will be using, which is available inside dist folder. So let me open the dist folder. Inside main, I'm having one main exe file. It's a exe file. Let me show you the extension property. So it's an executable file right now. Now see, I haven't opened any kinds of Anaconda. Okay, I haven't let's say activated my Anaconda. Let's say I don't have anything. Okay, I don't have anything in my system. Now if I double click on this software, see, it will execute my application. Let me show you.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Hey Jarvis, what is the time?
Sir, the time is 9 hours 59 minutes and 34 seconds.
What is your name?
My name is Jarvis.
Okay, Jarvis, please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Got it? So see, that's how actually we can convert any kinds of Python file to executable file, and now I can share this particular file with my friends. They can use my application. So I don't need to open my VS Code, I don't need to open my Anaconda, activate the environment, install all the requirements, then I can use my software. Not like that. I can share this executable file, they will double click it, they will use it like the way actually we use any other software. Let's say I want to open Telegram, I'll just click on the Telegram icon, it will open up my Telegram software. Okay, so this is my own software we have created. So congratulations guys, so far you have created your own software. Okay, the project you have implemented, so you have also converted this particular project to an executable file, and that file now anyone can use. Okay, anyone can use, and going forward, when whatever project actually you'll be creating, try to convert all the project to executable file. Okay, and you can share with your friends and family so that they can also use that particular software. That's the idea. But one issue we'll see, if I want to execute this main.exe, so I need some more, let's say file, let's say this file actually I need, these are the file actually I need, because this is the dependency. Okay, this is the dependency file. Okay, without that actually I can't run this particular file. So this approach is not good, even I personally don't like it. So if I only want to generate main.exe, only one file, okay, only one file, there won't be any kinds of dependency file. For this you can use this command, pyinstaller -- one file main.py. Now let me show you. So first of all, let me just delete, these are the folder, build, dist, this one, I'll just try to delete, these are the folders. Now I'll copy this command, and here I will execute it right now. Now see, again it is creating. So execution is done and it is completed. Now again let me open the folder. Now if I go to the dist, now see, only main exe is there. Okay, only main exe is there. Now let's see if I move this particular file somewhere. So I'll just, let's say, copy, and let's say I will keep it, so let's say I will keep it in my desktop. So here I'm going to paste it. So this is my file. Now if I double click.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing? I am Jarvis. Tell me, sir, how can I help you?
Hey Jarvis, what is the time?
Sir, the time is 10 hours 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Okay, please exit.
Goodbye, sir.
Alright, I think you saw the demo. Now you can use the software in the backend. So just try to execute the software and it will keep on running in your system. Okay, no need to open up your VS Code, Anaconda prompt, anything. Okay, it will keep on running. So yes, this is a very interesting concept inside Python, and it's like very useful. Whenever you will be implementing the software, you have to convert your software in a executable file. That is the idea. So yes, this is all from this video. I hope you liked it. So thanks for watching the video guys, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, I'll show you another tricks in Python. You can do it, but I won't be suggesting to do, but if you want to know whether it's possible or not, so that's why actually I'm going to show you. So the tricks is like, can we execute actually Python program in txt file? Is it possible? Or can we write Python program in txt file? Let me show you, it is possible. So let's say I will create a txt file here, 76. The name of the txt file, let's say my program txt. So inside txt file, I'm going to write a simple code. Let's say a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6. Now simply I'm going to do the addition operation. So result is equal to a plus b, and I'm going to print this particular result. That's it. So this is my, let's say, Python program. Now if I want to execute this txt file, what I have to do, I have to take my terminal first of all. So let me open up my terminal. I'm going to take the command prompt. So now see, just write this command. So Python 76 my program.txt. Now see, if I execute the program, it will give you 11. Okay, so it's a very interesting concept inside Python. So Python allows to execute any other file as well. It's not like that you can only execute .py file, you can execute also any other file as well. So for this you have to use the Python command every time. Okay, Python command every time, and you can give this particular txt file location, it will execute that file. Not only that, you can also write any other code. Let's say whatever code we have written previously, you can also copy paste here and you can execute that particular code. But what is the use of to use the IDE, okay, instead of this txt file? Because in txt file there is no indentation. Let's say if I just write def, let's say results is a function. Okay, now see, if I hit enter, it will go to at the very first position of the line. Okay, there is no indentation. But whenever I was using any other file, let's say ipynb file or let's say .py file, there it was following the indentation. Every time whenever I was passing the enter, it will go inside the function. That means it will give me after one tab. Okay, here actually my cursor will be suggesting, and it was giving the suggestion and everything, right? And there I was see the beautiful color of the code. So this kinds of facility will get in the IDE, that means in the Python file, okay, or Jupyter notebook file, which you won't be getting in the txt file, because it's a plain text actually will be getting here. Okay, so unless and until you are not a pro coder, so no need to write the code inside txt file. But if you're a pro coder, if you understand the indentation and everything, that time you can also write code in txt file. But this is not actually I mean recommended. I just showed you we can do it in Python, but you have to write the code in py file or Jupyter notebook file only. Okay, this is the idea. Now let me delete this line. Yeah, so I hope you got it. We can execute the code in txt file as well. So thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be learning how we can create a command line utility inside Python. See, what is command line utility? Command line utility is nothing but it's a command prompt. Okay, command prompt. From the command prompt itself, we can perform actually different operations. So let me show you. So if I open up my Anaconda prompt, so guys, you can see this is my Anaconda prompt. So from this Anaconda prompt, I can perform all the operations, whatever operations I usually do with my user interface. Okay, let's say I want to check how many directory is present inside this particular directory. So for this, what I will do, I'll just give this particular command called dir. So it will list down all the directory I'm having. Okay, all the directory and files I'm having inside this particular folder. Okay, now let's see, if you want to go inside a folder, what you can do, you just need to write the cd command and you have to paste that particular folder location. I think I showed you multiple times, okay, how to open a folder in a command prompt. Okay, so this kinds of operation I showed you. Apart from that, I can also execute my Python program inside this command line interface without opening my Visual Code Studio. So for this, first of all, I have to activate my Python, and here I can write the code. Let's say print hello. Okay, print hello. Okay, print hello. Now see, if I execute, see, it will print hello. That means if I'm using command prompt, I don't need to open any kinds of file. Okay, I don't need to open any kinds of file. Instead of that, with the help of command prompt, I can perform all the operation. Okay, with the help of command prompt, I can perform all the operation. So this is called actually command line utility. So you will be using command line utility a lot whenever, let's say, you will be working with production server. So in production server, you will be having this kinds of terminal. Okay, in that terminal, you have to do everything. You have, let's say if you want to fix any code, you will be using the command line. You won't be getting any kinds of VS Code there. So in the command line itself, you'll be opening the code and there actually you'll be fixing it. All the command, everything will be writing in the command line. So whenever you will be doing cloud deployment and all that time, actually you will be using this particular terminal. Okay, even I will also show you how we can create a real-time application, how we can deploy in a cloud server, and in cloud server, how we'll get this particular terminal. Okay, that means command line utility there. Okay, so this is another super important concept. And sometimes we'll be writing a program and we won't be opening that particular program. We won't be opening that particular code. Instead of that, we'll be executing the code from my command line interface. That means all the value input I'll be passing from the command line only. Okay, this is the idea. So let me show you one example. I think then this part will be clear. So for this, I'm going to create a file here. Now let's say here I will create a function. So def, the function name is a calculator. Let's say calculate. Okay, calculator. So it will take 3 input like the A value, B value. Okay, that means the number. It will take 2 number and it will do the mathematical operation. And it will take another actually, let's say parameter called operation, like what kinds of operation you want to perform. Let's say whether it's a addition operation, multiplication operation, or subtract operation. Okay, so here I'll check a condition if this operation, okay, is equal to let's say addition. So what I will do, I'll just return A plus B. Okay, then elif, if operation is equal to subtraction, I will return, okay, A minus B. Then elif, if it is multiplication, I'll just return A multiplied by B. Then again elif, if it is division, I'll just return division of it. Okay, but here I'm checking a condition if b is not equal to 0, that time actually I'll do the division operation. Otherwise I will return one error, division by 0. Okay, because you can't divide any kinds of number with 0. So that's how we have to write this particular condition. Okay, I have this clear. So as of now, let's say these are the operation we can perform with this particular function. Fine. Now let's test this particular function. So here I'll call this function. So it will return me result. Okay, it will return me results. So I'll call the function, let's say calculator. Inside that I will pass my a value, let's say a is equal to, let's say 2, and b is equal to, let's say 4. And the operation I want to perform, let's say o is equal to, let's say I want to perform addition operation as of now, add. Now see, if I execute the program, and before that I will print my result. Okay, now let me save the program and let's execute the program right now. I'll open up my terminal and let me clear. So the file name is 77 command line. Okay, so Python 77 command line utility.py. Now see, if I execute the program, it is giving me 6. Okay, now let's say I want to do the subtraction operation. What I have to do, again I have to go back inside my file, and there actually I have to change. Okay, let's say sub. Okay, subtraction I want to perform. Let's say I want to perform subtraction between, let's say 8 and 4. So again I'll save, I'll open it, and again I will execute the application. It will give me 4. So that's how every time you have to open up the file, you have to change the value here. Okay, but I don't want that. What I want to do, all the input I want to give from my command line only, command line interface only. Okay, so for this what I can do, I can modify this particular code. So I'll just import some library. So first library I need something called arg parser. Okay, arg parse, this one. With the help of that, actually we can pass the arguments. Let's say whatever argument we are giving now here. Okay, we can pass this particular argument from my command line interface. That is the idea. Now another package actually I need called sys. Okay, sys is nothing but it's a system package. Okay, system package. I'll tell you what is the use of sys. As of now, let's import. Okay, these are the library. Now instead of taking this line, I'll just take this particular arg parse. Okay, inside arg parse you have one function called argument parser, I think. Yeah, argument parser. So you have to initialize this particular object. Now it will give me one parser object. Okay, parser. Now simply I will parse some of the argument. So I'll just write parser.add arguments. The first arguments I want to add my a argument. That means what should be the a value. Okay, a value. So for this, just write hyphen a comma. Now you have to specify the type. Okay, type of the a value. Let's say I want to pass integer. Okay, integer, or let's say float data, because I can add float value also, subtract the float value also. Okay, I can perform all the mathematical operation. And if you want to pass any default value, like let's say if user is not giving any kinds of value of the a, it will take this particular default value. Let's say it will take 0. This is the default value I'll give here. Fine. Now similar wise I'll write for b and o as well. So let's copy 2 times and I will give hyphen b. So this is again a float type. The default value I'll give 2.0, and the last one is o. That means my operation. So this should be the string type. Okay, str. Default actually I will give, let's say addition. Okay, addition would be default. Now simply I'll just define a variable called args, and inside that I'll just call parser dot parse args. Okay, this one. Now I'll call the system package sys dot std out. Okay, std out dot write. Okay, inside that I'm going to write my calculator function. Okay, calculator function, and inside calculator function I'm going to give the arguments. See, all the arguments we have defined here. Now you can see we are parsing this particular argument inside this args variable. Now we are passing this args variable inside calculator. Okay, now what I have to do inside calculator function, I don't need to take all the variable. Instead of that, I will take only one variable, which is nothing but args. Okay, that's it. And I have to pass this like function object in a string format. This is recommended. If you're using argument parser, you have to pass it as a string format. Okay, so that's why you have to convert it to string. I will explain what is happening. As of now, just try to do it. Now see, I have passed this particular argument inside my calculator. Now I have to do some slight modification here. Now instead of writing directly o is equal to add, I'll just write args dot o. Okay, args dot o. That means operation. Okay, you can see inside arguments I'm having this o parameter. Okay, o parameter, and the default value is add. and here I will check if it is equal to add, so it will return args dot a plus args dot b. That means you can see a and b also there, okay, inside my argument. Okay, whatever value user will give, it is there, and if they are not giving, it will take the default value. That's the idea. So for all the things, I have to change this things. So everywhere actually I will add this particular args. Now see, everywhere I define this args. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll open up my terminal. Okay, and here let me clear. Now see how I will execute the program. First of all, I'll write the command python. The file name is 77 command line interface utility. So 77, if I press tab, it will auto complete. Now see, instead of executing, I will give the parameter. Okay, I'll give the parameter in the runtime from my command line only. Let's say if I want to change the value, let's say I want to give the value a is equal to something else. So what I'll do, I'll just write hyphen a. Now a is equal to, let's say I want to pass, let's say 10. Okay, then I want to pass b value, let's say hyphen b. B is equal to, let's say I want to pass, let's say 23. And the operation I want to perform, let's say hyphen o operation, let's say I want to perform let's say multiply. I'll give mul. Okay, mul. Now let me do the bigger screen. I think now it is visible. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, it will give you multiplication of 10 and 23. Got it? Now see, if I'm not giving any parameter, let's say I won't be giving any kinds of parameter, I will only execute this particular file. It will take the default value and it will give me the answer. You can see it has taken the default value 1 and 2. Okay, so that's how with the help of command line interface, now I can pass any kinds of argument. Okay, I can pass any kinds of argument without opening my code file again and again. Okay, let's say I want to perform addition operation. I'll simply give add here. It will give me the addition. Let's say I want to perform subtraction operation. Okay, I'll give sub here. Got it? So I don't need to open my code, and there I don't need to change. Everything is possible from the command line utility only. Okay, so that's how we can implement command line utility inside Python as well. And going forward, whenever you will be learning machine learning, deep learning, this concept will help you a lot, because there you will be passing the model parameter, okay, in the runtime, and this concept will help you a lot. Okay, so this is the quick topic I just wanted to let you know. Like that also we can pass the value. Okay, and this is one important concept inside Python. So thank you for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this video. My name is Bappi Ahmed and I'm your host. So guys, I'm going to start a very important Python concept called object-oriented programming, because so far we have completed like so many things inside Python. If you check, so far we have completed till functional programming inside Python, and now we'll be starting with advanced concept inside Python, which is nothing but OOP, that means object-oriented programming. Maybe you have heard of this particular name, okay, but what is OOP? I will give you each and every idea. So if you don't know about OOP, no need to worry. So each and everything would be clear from this particular playlist itself. And trust me guys, this is super important concept in a programming. It's not about only Python programming. In every programming language, you will see this particular OOP concept. And it will really help you whenever you will be creating real world application, like you will be creating, let's say, a bigger application. This concept will help you a lot. So before starting with this object oriented programming inside Python, first of all, I want to share one real world experience from my side, because I already told you, I already have so many years of experience in the development. I already work with so many development team. Even I already develop lots of product. So I will give you one actually real world experience from my side, why this object oriented programming is super important and how it helped me, okay, that time. Then I think this would be more clear. Then I will start with the concept of the object oriented programming, okay? Because I know as a beginner, you will have the question, let's say so far we have learned till functional programming inside Python. And with the help of function, we can create different module of our program, right? You are completely right. You can also use functional programming to create your application. There is no issue. But still there would be different problem actually will face whenever you'll be using functional programming. So that is what actually I want to share. Okay, that is what I want to share from my experience. Actually, I also faced, okay, in the industry. So for this, let's open up our Blackboard and let me show you, okay, what was the problem actually I was facing there. So guys, I still remember around 4 years back, I was working on a project called a firefighter robot. Okay, if you check my background, actually I'm from electronics background. I completed my graduation in electronics engineering, and previously I used to work in the field of robotics and I used to program robot there. So search my name on Google, Buktir Ahmed Bapi, will see my LinkedIn profile. Now here you will see each and everything about me, like what is my experience and all. So everything, it is available, okay, in my LinkedIn profile I have added. So in my LinkedIn profile you will see I already work with so many robotics project. Even I also added the link of that particular project in my profile. If you're interested, you can also open it and you can check it out from your side, right? All right, now see, I still remember in this particular project I had written around 5,000 line of code. Okay, 5,000 line of code, okay, to complete this particular project. Now just try to think, whenever I'm creating firefighter robot, so what are the functionality I can include in the firefighter robot? Okay, so let's say this is the firefighter robot. So in a firefighter robot, actually I can integrate so many functionality. So let's say there would be a head of the robot, there would be eye of the robot, okay, because robot can also see, okay, with the help of camera actually you can implement the eye module. Then let's say it has hand functionality, it has leg functionality, let's say it has like a sensors functionality, okay, like different sensors are integrated. Like whenever fire would be there, it will detect that particular fire. Wherever any gas should be there, it will also detect that particular gas, right? So these are the sensor actually I also integrated. Now let's say there is a final actually component I have added, which is nothing but the brain of the robot. Okay, brain. Fine. This is the controller. It will control everything. So as of now, just try to consider these are the functionality I implemented inside that particular robot. Then what I did actually, I used actually functional programming to implement these are the component one by one. So what I did, I just created different function for different components. So let's say first of all, for head, I created a function. Let's say def head. Okay. So head is a function, and inside that I written the code related head, like how head will be working, how it will move. Okay, everything I had written. Now for the eye also, I had created another function. Let's say def eye. Okay, and inside that I just written eye related code. Now for hand, I created another function, def hand. Okay, hand. Now inside hand, I just created hand related code. Now for leg, I created another function for leg, and for leg operation, I written some of the code here. Now for sensors, I created another function. Sorry, def sensors. And for sensor operation, I created some of the code. Now for brain, I created another function, and I written brain related code here. Okay, so this was my approach to solve this particular problem statement. Actually, I received from that particular industry. So now I think you can see it's completely fine. I can implement this particular project like that in a functional way. There is no issue because I created different module. You can see head module, eye module, hand module, leg module, sensor module, brain module. And if I combine all of them together, I can create a firefighter robot. Okay, fine. But the main challenge actually I got whenever they told me to create another robot. Actually, let's say this is robot 1. Let's say this is robot 1, firefighter robot 1. Fine. Now they told me just to get another firefighter robot. So what I will do, I'll just try to copy the same functionality as it is. Okay, I just copy pasted this one here because I don't want to write again. See, then they told me to create another robot which will have the same functionality. Let me just write as a robot 2. Okay, it would be robot 2. And they told me this particular robot 1 will be able to control this robot 2. That means I have to write all the functionality of the robot 2 inside robot 1. Okay, that is what actually they told me. So then what I started, I again followed that particular functional approach. Then I started again creating different functions, okay, for different actually component. So let me just copy paste again. Now see, I implemented in that way. Now one issue I think you will observe, see, whenever I created robot2 functionality and I created all the component one by one, okay, with the help of function, this will actually mismatch together. You can see this is my robot1 functionality called head. Okay, the robot2 functionality, I created another head. It is here. Now I think you know, inside inside one file, I can't define two head. Okay, I can't define the same name of a function. It's not possible. Okay, if you're defining same name, it's not possible. Okay, you have to use a different name. Okay, but there is a condition. I have to add function robot2 functionality inside robot1. Okay, inside robot1. So I had to write in that way. Okay, so I was facing this kinds of issue. That means I was not able to write robot2 functionality inside robot2, because you can see all the actually component is missing, all the functionality is missing, right? You can see robot2 is having also the same functionality: head, eye, hand, leg, sensor, brain. So I can't create the same function again. Okay, inside that particular same file, it's not possible. I can't create the same functionality again. Okay, I think you are getting what I'm trying to say. Then actually I stuck in this particular project, and I was thinking how I can solve this particular problem statement. Okay, how I can solve this particular problem statement, because I have to repeat this particular function again inside of one file. It's not possible here. I can mismatch the function. Okay, and if I'm somehow mismatching the function, let's say I'm giving head 1, or let's say head 2, head I2. Okay, that's how. Let's say I'm giving hand 2. That means this is the robot2 related functionality. Okay, let's say somehow I'm giving in that way. So what will happen? I'm creating so many functions in just one line. Let's say after 6 months, my company will tell me, just try to fix this particular function again. So what I have to do, I have to come here and I have to check that particular function. So it would be very hard for me to figure that particular function. And again, you are writing the same code. So it is possible to mismatch the code. It is possible to, let's say, conflict the code together. Okay, but I don't want to take this particular risk. Now let's say there might be another condition. Your company will tell you, just try to create another robot called robot 3, robot 4, robot 5, and so on. So you have to again repeat this at the function. Okay, just try to think how many line of code, how many function you have to create in just one file. So here the code management would be really hard for you. Okay, the code management would be really hard for you if you're writing the code in that way, in a functional way. Okay, so that time actually I heard of something called OP. Okay, object oriented programming, OP. Okay, inside Python. So as I already told you, the full form of OP is object oriented programming. Now I was a little curious about the OP. Like I just heard this OP is like very powerful, and we can actually solve this kinds of problem very easily. Okay, with the help of OP. Then I started learning OP. Then after learning OP, I got one amazing idea to solve this particular problem. Okay, I was just very happy because of this particular OP. And that time I was thinking it's like very easy concept, and it's like very efficient concept we can use whenever we are trying to create any kinds of big application, whenever we are trying to create any kinds of real world application. Okay, instead of functional programming, if we are using this particular OP concept, it would be really easy for us to manage our code base. Okay, so what I did there, after learning OP concept, there is a concept called class. Okay, class inside actually object oriented programming. That means you can create different class. Instead of creating like different function, what you can do, you can create a different class, and inside class you can create different method, which is also considered as a function. Okay, but whatever function we write in a class, this is called method. Inside OP we call it as a method. Okay, not a function. See, in our world actually everything is an entity. Let's say if I'm talking about robot. Okay, robot is an entity, yes or no? It's an entity. Okay, entity. Then if I'm talking about human, okay, human is also an entity. This is a machine entity. Okay, this is a machine entity. This is a person entity. Okay, and animal also an entity. Okay, animal also entity. What kinds of entity? They're animal class. Okay, they're animal class. They're not related to human class or robot class. That means we can also call them as a class. Okay, we can also call them as a class. Okay, different class. So robot class, human class, animal class, yes or no? So this OP programming concept has taken from the real world only. So those who develop this particular OP concept, they consider, okay, in our world actually everything is an entity. So I can use this particular concept and I can create a very like efficient programming paradigm. Okay, with the help of OP concept. Now see here, instead of writing the functional programming inside OP programming, what you have to do, you have to return a class. Okay, so what I did, I just written a class, let's say class robot. Okay, robot 1. Okay, robot 1 is my first class. Okay, inside robot 1, how many functionality I had? I think remember we had head function, eye function, hand function, leg function, sensor function. Let me write. Let's say I had head function. Okay, I had leg function, I had eye function. Okay, I had, let's say, brain function, and so on. Just consider all of the function I written previously, right? What I did, I created another class called class robot. Okay, robot 2. Inside robot 2, again I created all the function. I have related robot 2, let's say head, then I have, let's say, leg. Okay, then I have, let's say, eye. Okay, then I have, let's say, brain. Now one thing I think you can see, this function is not getting overlapped together because it is present inside robot 1 and it is present inside robot 2. Now let's say if I want to access robot 1 head, so how I will access? I'll just simply write robot. Okay, robot 1. Okay, so robot 1 I will store as an object. Okay, I'll also like discuss what is object inside object-oriented programming. Like you already see the name, right? Object-oriented programming. So there is a relationship, okay, between object and class. I will also show you the difference between object and class. Okay, what is an object and what is a class? Actually, as of now, just try to get it. If I want to access robot 1 functionality, first of all, I have to create an object. Okay, object of robot 1. Okay, object of robot 1. Let's say now I'll just write object dot head. Let's say I want to access this particular head function. Okay, head. Now if I execute this code, it will access my robot 1 head. Now let's say I want to access robot 2 head. What I will do, I'll create another object. Let's say obj is equal to robot. Okay, robot 2, and I will call, let's say this is object 1, this is object 2. Okay, now I'll just write object 2 dot head. Fine. Now it will execute my robot 2 head functionality. Now one thing I think you can see, this particular 2 code base is completely different. Okay, completely is different because here I have created class 1, because here I have created class robot 1 and here I have created class robot 2. And whenever I want to access something from robot 1, I can initialize an object, and whenever I can whenever I want to access anything from the robot 2, I can create another object. Okay, that's how I can separate out the same function. Okay, that's how I can separate out the same function. Okay, I hope you got it. And now if I'm getting the task, let's say I also need to create robot 3, robot 4, and so on. Easily I can create. What I will do, I'll again write a class. Let's say I'll copy, and here I'm going to paste. Let's say again I'll just write a class called robot 3. Okay, robot 3. Again I can write a class, let's say robot 4. Okay, robot 4, and so on. Okay, and so on. You can create as much as class you can right now, because here you are creating separate class. Okay, separate class. Inside separate class you are creating the function, and this particular function is separated from each other, although they're same function, but it is separated inside a different class. Now tell me, which approach is good, this functional approach or this particular class approach? Just pause the video and let me know. Okay, just try to think. It's like very easy to organize my code right now. Now let's say your company is telling, just try to let's say add some more functionality in robot 1. What you will do, you will come inside robot 1 and you will add more functionality here. Okay, but previously if your company tell you try to add some more functionality inside robot 1, how will do? Because all the function are same at the end. Okay, so here again you need to create with some other name, and you can like somehow add the functionality, but again the code management would be very hard for you. So it's not a recommended way, right? So that's why this OP helps us to write our code in a very efficient way, and it's like very powerful concept inside Python. Okay, so far whatever functional programming you have learned, it's completely fine. Okay, it's completely fine. If you have any easy problem statement, you can solve with the help of functional programming. But whenever you are working in the real world application, whenever you are creating a very big application, you also need to think the future of that particular application. Let's say in future I want to add some more functionality. Let's say I'm talking about Facebook. Facebook is day by day they are updating in their software. They're adding new functionality. So Facebook is also using the, let's say, object-oriented programming concept. So they're creating different class. different class. Let's say in future I want to create another class. The class name should be human. Okay, class name is a human. Okay, let's say my robot will let's say my robot will try to interact with the human. I'll create a human. Okay, inside human I'll create some functionality. Okay, I'll create some functionality. Now you'll see it's a different entity right now. Okay, so I don't need to write all the functionality related human inside my robot code. Okay, inside my robot functionality, because I have an option. I can create a different class, and inside that I can mention different functionality of the human. So let me give you a very good example. Let's say there is two person. Let's say Bappy. Okay, and there is another person. Let's say Alex. Okay. Now person is also entity. Okay, person is also entity or class. Now what I will do, I'll just try to create a class. Let's say class Bappy. Okay, and class Alex. Okay. Now Bappy will have what? Bappy will have eye. Bappy will have mouth. Okay. Bappy will have, let's say, hand. Okay, hand. Bappy will have leg. Alex is also having the same, let's say, component. Let's say eye. Let's say mouth. Okay, then hand, and then leg. Okay, that's how we can see both are same entity. Okay, but I'm defining in a separate class name. Okay, I'm defining in a separate class name. Now let's see if you're using functional approach. So what you have to do, we have to add these are the functionality inside here only, and after doing it you will see that this function will mismatch together. Now you won't be getting like which one is the eye of the Bappy, which one is the eye of the Alex. Okay, that's the idea. I hope you got it. So that's how, with the help of OOP programming, we can actually manage our code base in a very easy way. Okay, and we can create our application in a very efficient way. So let's say if I want to add something in the future, I can easily do it. Okay, so that's why it's always recommended to use OOP concept whenever you are creating any real world application. And there are some more features you will get from the OOP. Like there are some more functionality actually will get. So let me give you one real-time example. Let's say, I think you have heard of the Kali Linux, guys. I think you know what is Kali Linux, right? So after this demo, I think you will automatically get why OOP is important. Okay, OOP is important. So Kali Linux is nothing but it's a Linux distribution. Okay, and inside Linux actually we are having different actually distribution. Like we are having Ubuntu, we are having, let's say, CentOS, we are having, let's say, Alpine, different actually distribution you will get inside Linux operating system, right? So Kali is one of them. Okay, now you just tell me why Kali is so popular. Just pause the video and let me know why Kali is so popular. I think you got it. Kali is popular because of the hacking. Because if you see, those who actually works in the cyber security, or let's say hacking domain, they use this particular actually distribution like Kali operating system they will be using, because inside Kali, hacking related all the tools would be like default installed. Okay, it will let's say whatever actually tool you need for the hacking, everything would be present inside Kali operating system. That means you don't need to additionally, let's say, install anything here. So it will give you all the functionality related hacking. Okay, I hope you got it. But if you're a hacker, you can also hack from the Windows machine. You can also hack from the, let's say, Mac based machine. Yes or no? You can do it. But if you're using Windows Mac based machine, so what will happen? You have to install those are the tools separately. That means you have to set up everything from scratch there, right? But if you're using Kali Linux, what you have to do, you don't need to install them separately. The functionality already there. You only will be using that particular tools and technology. Yes or no? That's why hacker will prefer this particular Kali Linux. Okay, if they want to hack, not about Windows, not about Mac operating system. Okay, I hope you got it. So similar wise, inside programming, okay, inside programming, you can write the code with the help of functional programming. It's fine. Okay, but if you're using OOP concept, that means object-oriented programming, it will give you some more functionality to write your code in a very efficient way, to manage your code base in a very efficient way. So that's why all the developer prefers this particular OOP concept, because all the functionality, okay, all the functionality related to the code management, the code security, okay, inheritance, abstraction, all the functionality will get inside OOP. Okay, inside OOP. So you don't need to write anything from scratch there. Okay, it's not required. So this is one very good example I can give you. Now I think it is clear why OOP concept is super important. Okay, you can solve anything with the functional programming, but you have to write the code from scratch for the security, for the abstraction, for the inheritance, right? And for the code management. But if you're using OP, you don't need to do anything. OP will automatically take care of this part. Okay. And inside OP, you will get different functionality. Like we'll be learning so many concepts inside OP. So let me show you some of the OP concept actually we'll be learning. So guys, you can see inside OP, we'll be learning something called class and object. Because first of all, we have to understand this class and object, because many of you will get confused what is class and what is an object inside OP. Then after that, we'll be learning something called abstraction, polymorphism, encapsulation, inheritance. Okay, these are the very super important concepts inside OP, and these are the concepts will give you lots of power, okay, during write your code. And you'll see that whenever you'll be learning, these are the functionality, these are the, let's say, topic, you'll be enjoying a lot. Okay, and you will think like, okay, so this is the programming I was looking for, and this is the concept I was looking for, and with the help of that, I can easily manage my code base, and I can easily create a very big software, okay, without any kinds of hesitation, without any kinds of problem. Okay, so in a summary, OP nothing but it's a programming paradigm. It helps us to write efficient and optimized code, and it also helps us to manage our code base, and it will also give you some more functionality whenever you are trying to create any kinds of real world product, real world software, okay, or any bigger application. Now I think you got it. Okay, what is OP inside Python, and why it is so important? Fine. Before ending the video, I just wanted to show you all the real world application using this particular OP concept. Let me show you one of the project implementation. Let's say if I'm search for PyTorch. Okay, PyTorch is a actually library, deep learning library, and it is an open source library from the Meta AI. So they have developed this particular, let's say, library. Now if you see their code implementation, let's say if I go to the PyTorch and if I show you their code implementation, let's say I'll open up any kinds of function. Now here you will see they're using class concept. Okay, they're using class concept. If you open up any kinds of function, okay, any kinds of code, you will see they're using class concept. See, they're using class concept. Okay, so this is called, they're using object-oriented programming concept here. So we'll be also learning these kinds of implementation. Okay, how we can do. I will show you one very good example in this particular playlist. We'll be creating one banking application. With the help of, we'll be understanding this particular OP concept. Because see, OP is all about actually practical understanding. Okay, it's not about theoretical understanding. Okay, if you deep dive in the theory, definitely will get confused. So OP always you need to understand as a practical way. Okay, whenever you will be do the practical OP, this particular concept would be more clear in your mind. Because I have seen many learners, they won't be able to clear with this particular OP concept because of the they will try to understand the theoretical concept of OP instead of writing the practical. Okay, instead of understanding the practical. So I'll make sure I will give you the proper practical, okay, proper, let's say, practical understanding. I will show you a real-time demo so that this particular concept will be more clear in your mind. Okay, and this is my promise, guys. If you complete this particular playlist, you will become champion inside Python. Even you will be also become champion inside object-oriented programming, and you won't be having any kinds of doubt, okay, inside this particular concept. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. So in the next video, we'll try to understand this class and object inside OP. So we'll try to understand the difference between class and object. Then after that, we'll try to discuss abstraction, polymorphism, encapsulation, and inheritance concept as well. Okay. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be learning another interesting topic inside Python called regular expression. See, regular expression is a very big topic inside Python, and you will be using this regular expression a lot whenever you will be learning something called data science. So there actually will be working with data, and you have to collect the data from different, let's say, website, API, or you can also perform web scraping. Okay, so with the help of that, actually we'll be collecting the data, and whenever you will be collecting the data, this regular expression will help you a lot, okay, to perform the data manipulation. That means you can filter out any kinds of data by writing one pattern inside regular expression. So regular expression is a library inside Python. With the help of that, you can just write a pattern. With the help of the pattern, actually you can find out any kinds of data. Okay, so let's go to our code editor and try to understand this regular expression. So guys, you can see regular expression is nothing but regular expression, or regex. We also call this as regex. It's a short form of regular expression. A powerful tool for working with strings and text data in Python. They allows you to match and manipulate string based on the pattern, making it easy to perform complex string operations with just a few lines of code. Okay, that means it's just a library. It will help you to perform the string manipulation, okay, based on some pattern. And if you have any complex string or let's say text, you can use this particular regular expression, okay, and you can easily filter out any kinds of data by using very few line of code. Okay, that is the idea. Now, as I told you, this regular expression is like very big concept inside Python. So we are not going to learn each and everything of the regular expression. I'm only going to give you some overview of regular expression, like how it can be used. And if you're interested in learning, you can deep dive in this particular, let's say, regular expression. So there is an official website of regular expression you will get. Just search for regular expression in Python. You will get the official website and you can deep dive in that particular website. But what would be my suggestion? Try to learn this particular regular expression with the practical implementation always. Then you will be able to remember this particular concept very long time in your brain, right? So what we'll do going forward, whenever we'll be learning data science, machine learning and all, whenever we'll be working with the data, that time actually I will show you how we can use this particular regular expression. Mostly we'll be working with the textual data. Okay, inside NLP, like natural language processing, will be working with text data. There actually will be using regular expression a lot. That time actually I will show you some more function of this regular expression. As of now, I'll only give you the overview of the regular expression, how it can be used. Okay, and regular expression uses some meta characters, okay, to perform this particular pattern operation. So there is a website link I have given. So let me open up this website and let me show you all the meta characters. So guys, you can see this is the website and you can see different meta characters actually regular expression uses. There are so many meta characters you can see, and all the meta character has their own description. You can see like different description. So let's see one example. I think after that it will be clear. So let's say I'm having a text data here. You can see, so I'm having multi-line text here. Now if I tell you, just try to find out cyclone word in this particular text. So how you'll be extracting this particular cyclone word? I think you are thinking I can just use membership operator. So I'll just write, let's say, cyclone, okay, cyclone in, let's say, text. Okay, if I just write this particular statement, fine. So let me execute and I'll select my kernel. And now if I execute, it will return me true because it is present already. Now what you will do, you will just try to convert this particular, let's say, text to a list, and you will apply a for loop. And with the help of for loop, you will just extract this particular cyclone word from this particular text. Okay, that's how you can do it. But let's say there is another condition. I need actually another word. Let's say there is another word called diclone. Okay, diclone. Now I told you I also need diclone. Okay, I also need diclone. So what you will do, again, you will just write another condition. If diclone in this particular text, I will extract that particular word. But if I told you I also need something called, let's say, pyclone. Okay, sorry to spell, but I'm just showing you, okay, the logic, how we are gonna actually perform. So that's why I've taken the similar kinds of word. Okay, now I told you just try to extract the pyclone. Now what you will do, see, again, what is happening, you have to write so many manual condition to extract this particular word, okay, from this particular, let's say, text itself. So we won't be using this particular approach, this manual approach. So instead of that, what we'll do, we'll just try to use the regular expression. With the help of regular expression, we can easily do the complex string operation with just few line of code. Okay, so inside regular expression, you just need to define a pattern. Okay, so let me just define a pattern. So with the help of pattern, actually, we can easily extract these are the data. See, if you master this particular pattern, you will become a champion inside regular expression. So you just only need to know how to write the pattern. Okay, this is the idea here. Now, see, just try to observe the pattern here. You can see, I want to actually extract the word. The word is actually having, you can see, YCLON. Okay, every time, every word, you can see this particular YCLONE, it is present. YCLONE, it is present. That means I'll just try to ask, I need actually Y. So basically I need YCLONE, this particular string after one character. Okay, after one character, because see, the first character is changing everywhere. Okay, diclone, pyclone, okay, and so on. The first character is changing. So what I can do, I can ignore the first character and rest of the character I can consider. Okay, so these are the things actually I need. So this is my pattern. So here simply I can use one actually meta character. So let me go to that particular website. So there is a bracket, actually meta character bracket. I think you will see this one. So a range of the character match any character in a specific range. For example, A to Z matches any lowercase alphabetic character in the English alphabet. Okay, so it is also available for the uppercase also. Not only lowercase you can pass, you can also pass uppercase. So what I will do, I will use this particular pattern here. So I'll just write at the first character. Okay, the first character should be uppercase in between A to Z. Okay, A to Z, because you can see it's a C. Now it can be any kinds of word, let's say diclone, pyclone, okay, or let's say myclone, anything. So that's why I'm writing A to Z. In A to Z, if it is matching, okay, any character, it should be upper character always. Okay, you can see it's a upper character always. If it is matching, and after that, if this particular, let's say, character is matching, So you have to extract that particular word. Okay, that's the idea. Now you can see I'm having multiple word like that. Okay, I'm having multiple words. So for this, I can use another actually meta character called plus. So you can see plus matches the preceding character one or one more time. That means if it is present multiple time, it will give you that particular multiple word. So for this, we have to use this particular plus meta character as well. Fine. So this is my pattern. Now see, if I want to execute the pattern inside regular expression, I need to give this particular R here. Okay, R means it will consider as a pattern. Now what I will do, simply I will import my regular expression. I'll just write import RE. If you want to import regular expression, you have to use this particular RE. Okay, RE means regular expression. Now inside RE, you are having one let's say function called source. Okay, source. Inside that you have to pass your pattern. You have to pass your pattern and you have to pass the text. Like where you want to search this particular pattern. I want to search inside this particular text. Okay, I'll just pass it here. Now it will return me that particular output. That match output I'll store in the match variable. Okay, now if I print the match, now see if I execute, now you can see it is giving me cyclone, the first word. It is giving me the first word. It is not giving me the other word, because see what happens, this search will only give you the first search. Okay, first search word. Okay, not the second or third and so on. Okay, it will only give you the first one and it will stop the execution. And you can see it's a regular expression object, and this is the span. Span means this is the index number. Okay, this is the index number of this particular word. You can see it is starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it is ending till 7. Okay, that's why it's coming 0 to 7. Okay, I hope you got it. So if I can extract 0 to 7, I will get this particular word. Okay, I think you know how to do the string actually splitting. Okay, string splitting, I think you know how to do. Let's say if I want to get this particular cyclone, I will do 0 to 7. Now if I execute, it will give me cyclone. Okay, this is called string slicing. I think you already learned. Okay, how to perform the same concept. Now see, it is only giving me one word, but I need multiple words. So if I want to get multiple word, I need to use another function called find in I think it's find iter. Okay, find iter. So this one you have to use. Inside that you have to give the pattern and you have to give the text, and it will give you the object called, let's say, match item, match underscore item. Okay, is equal to. Now if I, let's say, simply print this particular match item, see it will give me one object. Okay, one iterable object. So on top of this iterable objects, I need to perform one iterator. So that means I can use for loops. I'll just write for match in match item, and I simply print the match right now. Now see, if I execute the program, it will give me all the word which is ending with actually YCLON, 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 YCLON. That means I'm getting all the word cyclone, diclone, pyclone, everything I'm getting here. You can see. Okay, that means it is able to find all the word. Okay, the word actually I have given in my pattern. Okay, based on the pattern, it is giving me all the word, and it is also giving me the span. That means the index number of that particular word. Now if I simply print the span, because you can see it's an object. Now I can also extract the span. I only need the span here. So I'll just write dot span. Okay, dot span. So if I now execute, it will give me the index number. Okay, now you can see it's a tuple. Okay, it's a tuple. And now I can use this particular tuple. That means this index number. If I show you, see, this is the first index, this is the second index, this is the first index, second index. Okay, so I can use this index and I can extract the word, okay, from this particular text. So for this, I'll just write, or instead of that, I can store this in a variable. Let's say index. Okay, index is equal to match span. And simply I will pass this particular index inside my text. Okay, text. First of all, I'll give index 0. Okay, I'll give the index 0. Then I'll give this particular clone symbol, because we're doing the slicing operation, I think you know. Then we'll be giving the index. Sorry, it should be index 0. That means I have to take the 0th index first of all. Okay, index 0. Then I'll take the index 1. Okay, index 1. Now if I execute the program right now, see, it is giving me all the word, and with respect to that index value. Now if I don't want to take the index value, I can simply comment this line. Now if I execute, see, it is giving me cyclone, cyclone, diclone, and pyclone. Okay, so that's how, with the help of regular expression, I can easily filter out any kinds of data. Okay, in very complex pattern, actually I can easily find out the data, and you have to master this particular pattern. Okay, how to write this particular pattern properly. And to understand it, you can visit this documentation. You can see different meta character, like how it can be used and all. And there is another website called regular expression. You can also search regex Okay, regex in Python, regex documentation. So you will see one beautiful documentation from Python site. So they have explained each and everything. Okay, all the, let's say, meta character, how to use them and all, with some example as well. Okay, see different example they have also given. So if you're interested to deep dive in this regular expression, you can follow this particular documentation. Otherwise, what you can do, you can learn during the practical implementation. Even I usually follow during practical implementation, because what happens, it's not possible to remember all the functionality, okay, of a package. So it's always better to learn during practical implementation, so you will be able to remember very long in your mind, right? That's the idea. So yes, this was the overview of regular expression. Now I think you got it, why we should use regular expression. And there are so many functionality I already told you. Okay, we'll be also learning in future. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in our previous video, we saw how we can use regular expression and what is regular expression inside Python. And we saw, like, with the help of regular expression, we can easily extract any kinds of information from a data, just writing few line of code, right? So here in this particular video, we'll try to extract actually email address with the help of regular expression from a text. I can see here I'm having a text. Inside the text, actually, I'm having different email address. You can see. So this is one of the email address. This is another email address. This is another email address. Okay, you can add some more email address. Otherwise, you can also go to any website and you can copy the data. You will see different email address would be there. You can also paste it and you can also extract those are the email address. Okay, let's say there is a task you have to extract the email address. Okay, from a very big document. Let's say you are having very big documents. From that, you have to extract the email address. It's not possible manually. Just try to copy paste, right? It will take lots of time. You have to find out yet again. You have to copy, you have to paste it. So again, it's a very hectic task. So with the help of regular expression, you can easily do it. So let's say this is my entire documents. Okay, now here with the help of regular expression, I'll be extracting the email. So for this, first of all, what you have to do, I think I told you, you have to write a pattern. So let me define a pattern. Now see, as I already told you, regular expression is very big actually topic inside Python. So simply I will show you one actually hack you can follow. Just go to Google and search for any kinds of pattern. Let's say you want to extract okay, extract email with regular expression, regex pattern. Okay, pattern in Python. Now see, there would be different website actually. So you can open up any kinds of website. Let's say I will open this website, and there you will see the pattern. Okay, the pattern actually they're using. So you can see they're using this particular pattern. Okay, this pattern actually they're using in their code. You can see this is the pattern. So what I'll do, I'll copy the pattern and I will open up my code editor. Inside that, I'm going to paste it. Okay, let's see, this is my pattern. So first of all, what I have to do, I have to import regular expression. So import RE. Then simply I'll just write RE dot. There is another actually function you can use called find all. Okay, it will give you all the, let's say, results. Okay, all together. Inside that, you have to pass the pattern first of all. Then you have to pass the text, the entire text actually you have. Now it will return me all the emails. So I'll just store in a variable called emails. Now if I simply print this particular emails, if I just execute, see, it will give me all the emails. Okay, you can see this is the mails actually I'm getting. So you can see it is extracting all the email from this particular text and it is giving me. And I'm also getting some unnecessary text. So what I can do, I can apply for loop here. So for email in emails, and I'm going to print all the emails. Now see, if I execute, I'll get all the email one by one. Okay, so that's actually with the help of regular expression, you can easily extract any kinds of information. And this is the pattern actually you have to use. Okay, now you don't need to remember the patterns because there are so many patterns actually in regular expression. So personally, I don't also remember. What I do, if I need any kinds of pattern, I just try to Google it and I try to copy and I try to use it in my code. Okay, now see, inside this particular pattern, what is happening? I'm extracting actually email, and inside email, what are the, let's say, things would be there? It should be one actually, let's say, name. So here I'm asking, I need all the character, let's say lowercase a to z, even uppercase a to z, and if it is also contain some, let's say, numbers. Okay, I also need these are the numbers and symbol. Okay, so if this is present, okay, if this is present before @ sign, okay, also @ sign would be there. Okay, and after @ again there would be a text. You can see a to z and 0 to 9. That means it can contain any kinds of number as well. Then after that, if some dot is there, okay, like if that means if you're using any company email, you will also have some dot. Okay, after dot, you will be writing co.uk. Okay, like that. So if it is also there like that, so if it is there like that, I'm also considering this is an email address. So this is a complete, actually, you can see pattern for the email address extraction. it looks a little bit complex, but if you read that particular meta character, I showed you one website, meta character. Just try to see all the meta character description, you will automatically get it. Okay, why they are using this particular character, this particular character, this particular character, everything there will be. So everything is written in that website. Okay, if you just read it, you will get the idea. Okay, why they are using. Otherwise, you can do like me, just go to Google, search the pattern, copy the pattern, and try to use it in your code. Okay, that's the idea. So yes, that's how we can extract any kinds of information with the help of regular expression. So with that, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we'll be implementing another amazing Python project called File Organizer. See, I think those who are using actually computer, you know that. So in our computer, we're having different files. Like we are having image file, we are having text file, we are having documents file. Okay, so different files actually we are having in our computer. So sometimes it's like hard to organize those files actually in a required folder. So let me show you one example. Let's say I'm having this particular files folder. Inside that actually you can see I'm having different kinds of file. Let's say I'm having txt file, then image file, pickle file. Okay, then I'm having also JSON file. So it is like different format of the file actually I'm having. Now let's say what I want to do, I want to organize these are the file. Let's say I want to create a folder called JSON. Inside JSON folder I want to keep the JSON file. Let's say I want to create another folder called image. Inside that I want to keep my image file. Okay, then I want to create another folder, let's say txt. Inside that I want to keep my txt file. So that's how actually, let's say I want to organize my all the files. So what will happen if I organize all the file? So it would be easy for me to find out that particular file. Otherwise what will happen, all the file would be mixed up, and let's say if I want to find any required file, like let's say I need, so it will be a little bit for me, and it will be time taking for me to find that particular file. Okay, so it's better to organize our file always. But if you want to organize these are the file manually, so it will take lots of time. So you have to manually create the folder. Okay, after creating you have to copy the file inside that, right? Let's say you are having thousands file here. So just trying to think how much time actually it will take to organize all the files. So with the help of Python, actually we can automate this particular process. That means we'll be writing one code right now. So this will automatically do the file organize, okay, for me. So what I will do, I will just go back, and here I'm going to open up my Visual Code Studio. So let me open up my Visual Code Studio. So here is my Visual Code Studio. So here I'm going to create a Python file, let's say main.py. Okay, inside that I'm going to write all the code for the file organization. Okay, so for this, first of all, let me import some of the libraries. So first library actually I'm going to import called operating system. With the help of operating system, actually we can check the path of the directory. We can check like how many files are there in this particular directory. Okay, everything we can check. I will tell you there are different functionality actually you can use from the OS module. Then there is another module I need called shuttle. Okay, I think yeah, this is the spelling shuttle. So what shuttle will do, it will try to do the copy and move operation. Let's say how we manually copy any kinds of files. So I'll just right click and I'll just do the copy. Okay, I'll just do the copy and I can paste it inside a folder. Okay, but if I want to perform with the help of Python code, I can use this particular Python package called shuttle. With the help of shuttle, we can copy and let's say cut any kinds of file, okay, in a directory. Now here, first of all, I will ask one input from the user, like in which, let's say, directory you want to organize your file. So here he just need to enter the path, okay, of that particular, let's say, of that particular folder. So here I'll just write enter. So let's say I want to organize inside this particular files folder. I'll just give this particular path. So it will automatically organize all of the file here. That is the idea. So now let me get back. Then whatever path, let's say, user is giving, first of all, I will check what are the files are present in that particular, let's say, directory. So I'll just take one variable called files. So I'll just use os.list dir. That means it will list down all the files I'm having in this particular directory. Now if I just print it, let me show you. So print my files. Okay, now if I execute the program, so for this I'm going to open up my terminal. Let me clear, let me activate my base environment. So I'll just write okay, first of all I have to take the command prompt, and base is already activated. Now if I execute the program, so python main.py, now see it is asking the path. So now I will give the path. So let's say this is the path I want to give. I'll copy and here let me paste it. Now if I hit enter, now see all the files, okay, all the files inside this particular folder it is showing. Let's say I'm having big txt, channel png, pickle, sample txt, test.json. Okay, so everything it is listing down. That means with the help of operating system library, you can also list down. Okay, let's say if you want to check what are the files are present inside a directory, you can use this particular method called listdir. I hope it is clear now. Fine. Now simply I'll just write a for loop. So I'll just write for files in files. That means whatever, let's say, files I'm having, I'm just doing a one for loop on top of it. Now see what I want to do here. I want to actually extract this particular extension. Okay, extension, like it's a txt file, it's a png file, it's a pickle file. Okay, that's how I need to extract this particular extension. Okay, because with the help of extension, I can organize my file. Let's say for txt file, I'll be creating a txt folder. Inside that, I'm going to move my txt file. For png, I'm going to create a png folder. Inside that, I'm going to copy my png file. Okay, that's how. So for this, I'm going to write this particular for loop. Inside that, I'll just take file names. So two variable actually I'll be taking called file names and extension. Okay, extensions. So how we'll get? So with the help of operating system, you can get. I'll just write os.path. Okay, split text. There is a function called split text. Inside that, you have to pass the file. Now see what will happen. Now if I print my file name and extension, now let me execute. So this is asking for the path. Now let me copy the path again. Now inside that, I'm going to paste this particular path. Now see, it is giving me my file name as well as the extension. Okay, now see, it's in a two variable. So file name is coming inside file name variable and extension is coming inside extension variable. Okay, that is the idea. Now see, I only need the extension here. Okay, this particular extension, but before extension, there is a dot. I don't need that particular dot. Okay, so what I will do, simply I'll just write extension. Okay, extension is equal to extension. I only need the after actually one character. You can say after one character, that means I will give one. So after one, actually I need everything. That means I'm doing the slicing operation, string slicing operation. I'm starting from here. This is the 0 index. This is 1, 2 and 3 and so on, right? I hope you got it. Now if I print the extension right now, it will only give me the extension. Now let me copy the path again. So this is the path I'll copy and let me execute the program again. Now see, it is only giving me the extension right now. I hope it is clear. Now here I'm going to write one condition. If os.path .exist. Okay, exist, inside that I'm going to mention my path. That means the entire path. Okay, entire path. And I'm going to add one slash here. Okay, slash. I'm also going to add my extension here. Okay, that means what will happen? See, if I just print this particular statement, now I think it would be clear. So simply I can comment and here I can print it. Okay, here I can print it. Now see, if I execute the program again, but before that, let me copy the path and let me execute. Sorry, I'll just write python main.py. Now I'm going to paste the path. Now see, it is returning the entire path. Okay, it is returning the entire path, you can see. Now see, what it is giving me, it is giving me the entire path. That means the entire path you are passing, this particular file's path, and it is adding the extension. Okay, it is adding the extension after that. You can see I'm adding the extension. I'm using plus operator, and plus operator will add something. It will concatenate something, okay, in a string. I think you remember. So here, that means what I'm doing, I'm first of all checking if this particular directory is exist. Okay, if it is already exist, you can see I'm using os.path.exist. So it will first of all check if this directory is exist. So I don't need to create the directory. Okay, I don't need to again create the directory. So directly what I can do, I can move the file. I'll just write shuttle.move. Okay, shuttle.move. And here I'm going to give this particular entire path. Now see what is happening. See, this move function will take two parameters. One is the current file path, and there is the new file path, like where you want to move that particular file. Now see, first of all, I'm giving the current file location. You can see this is the path, that means still here, and I'm also adding the file. That means whatever file actually I'm getting from here. Okay, so it will add here. Okay, it will add here. That means this particular file location I'm giving here. Okay, so from here, I want to copy where? I want to copy in this particular directory. The directory actually I'm getting. Okay, the directory I'm getting, you can see. So from this directory, where I want to move in my new directory. What is the new directory? I think I just printed here. I think remember. Okay, so here I printed the new directory. You can see. Now here I'm adding this particular file again. Okay, that means the name of the file. Now in the else condition, I'll just first of all create the directory, because this directory is not exist right now. So I have to create it. So I'll just write path plus slash plus extension. That means first of all, it will take the file directory. Okay. Then inside that it will add the extension and it will create the entire directory. Okay. With the help of makeDirs. Now, after that, I will copy the same code and here I'm going to paste it. That's it. That is my current location and the new location. Okay. Where I want to move my file. Fine. So code is done. I think now let me save. And now let me clear the terminal. Now if I execute the program, just see the magic. Now see, currently this file is like present random. Now if I execute the program, automatically it will organize everything. See, if I just execute, so I need to give the location. So this is the location. You can give any location where you want to, let's organize your file. Any location you can pass. I'll give the location. Now see, execution done. Now if I open this files folder, now see, JSON folder is created. Inside JSON, my JSON file is present. Pickle folder is created. Inside pickle, my pickle file is saved. PNG, inside that I'm having PNG file. Text, inside TXT I'm having the text file. Okay, so now you can keep any kinds of file. Okay, you can keep any kinds of docs, PPT, any kinds of file. It will automatically organize. Let's say you are having thousands of files. No need to worry. Execute this particular code. In a few seconds, you will see that all the file would be organized. Okay. So with the help of Python, actually, we can do this kinds of task. Actually, we can automate most of the tasks, and this will make our, let's say, life very easy. Okay. So I hope you like this particular video, and please try to use this particular application in your system also if you want to organize the file, because personally I use this particular technique if I want to organize any kinds of file. Okay, I hope you got it. So yes, this is all about from this particular video. So thanks for watching the video, and I will see you next time.